Found her. Found her. Auntie Huang, your silly second daughter fell into the water pond. The man with the lock emerged from the bushes, wiped the sweat from his face, and shouted loudly. Where is she? Where is she? Look. In the water pond below the mountain. Is that Lin's silly second daughter? Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the pond below the cliff and shouted in surprise. Auntie Huang pushed aside the bushes and leaned forward to look down. Sure enough, there was a human-shaped object floating in the pond. With that chubby body, who else could it be but her second daughter? The fool was not careful when eating. When her father was alive, the family was fairly well off, and they fed her so well that she grew tall and fat. By the age of 10, she looked like a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Auntie Huang stumbled down the mountain. With the help of villagers, she pulled her second daughter out of the water. It must have slipped and fallen from the mountain. It's been so long, I don't know if she's still alive. Someone sighed among the crowd. Auntie Huang held her second daughter in her arms, trembling as she checked her nose. Suddenly, she shouted tearfully, She's still breathing. My second daughter is still alive. Please, kind villagers, go and ask Dr. Liang for help. I'll go. The man with the lock quickly ran down to the village below the mountain. Cough, cough, cough. The barely conscious second daughter in Auntie Huang's arms suddenly coughed out water and then started coughing violently. She's awake. She's opening her eyes. This girl is really lucky. Her face was facing up in the water, or she would have suffocated long ago.
An elderly man seid.
Lin Weiwei coughed violently and slowly opened her eyes. Wasn't she on her way to the farm internship in the woods when she had a car accident? In such a deep mountain valley, with the car flipping over, survival seemed almost impossible.
Could it be?
She hadn't died? She was lucky to be saved? Second daughter, oh, my second daughter, you didn't die. That's so good. Auntie Huang looked at her daughter opening her eyes, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She hugged her daughter and cried loudly. The villagers who came to help couldn't help but feel emotional. No matter how simple the child was, she was still a piece of flesh from her mother. Auntie Huang truly loved her silly daughter. Who was second daughter? Mother? She grew up in an orphanage since she was a child. Where did this mother come from? Her eyes gradually focused, and she saw a group of villagers dressed in rough cloth and worn-out shirts. This was 2021. Even in the mountains, people wouldn't be so poor as to patch their clothes with patches, right? Look at these men and women, all with long hair and wearing old-fashioned short brown clothes. Did someone from a film crew rescue them? Did a crazy director decide to shoot in this remote mountain area? Don't be afraid, Ernie. Mom will take you home now. Mrs. Huang put her daughter's arm around her shoulder and tried to lift her, but she couldn't. She looked back at her older daughter standing nearby. Danny, come help. Danny didn't move. She stared hard at the silly girl, feeling a wild voice inside her shouting. Why? Why wasn't she drowned? Why bring her back? Isn't this family already burdened enough? Let Dajuan come instead, said Sister Guohua, who was friendly with Mrs.
Huang.
Seeing Mrs. Huang's small frame and her own daughter, who was almost a head taller and chubby, she nudged her husband. After Dajuan carried her for a few steps, Lin Weiwei finally snapped out of her shock. She looked around but didn't see any cameras, directors, or crew. Could they not be filming? Did she time travel? Lin Weiwei couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing was happening to her. She always thought that time travel stories were just made up by online writers. Is she really not dreaming? From the pond to Linhua village, they still had a mountain trail to go. It was getting dark. Dajuan was walking slowly. Mrs. Huang tightly held her daughter's cold hand, softly comforting her. Lin Danny kept her head down, following behind them, unable to see her face clearly. Wild boar.
Run.
The wild boar is coming. Someone shouted. The villagers who had been walking behind suddenly ran toward the village like crazy. Dajuan instinctively started to run. But carrying over 100 jin, about 55 kilograms, of weight, how could he run fast? Lin Weiwei heard the fierce grunts of the wild boar getting closer. People naturally want to avoid danger. To save themselves, Dajuan quickly put the girl down and ran downhill with the villagers.
Mrs. Huang panicked.
She grabbed her older daughter with one hand, her younger daughter with the other, and shouted, "Ernie, run. Don't let the wild boar catch you."
Run.
Lin Weiwei was dragged and stumbled forward. How could 3 women run faster than a raging adult wild boar? Mrs. Huang clenched her teeth, shoved her younger daughter's hand into her older daughter's, and yelled, "Take your sister and run. Run as fast as you can." Mrs. Huang stopped herself. She turned around, opened her arms, and used her weak body to block the wild boar's path, intending to buy more time for the children to escape, risking her life. Lin Danny pushed away Weiwei's hand and tried to grab Mrs. Huang. "No, Mom. Let's go together." Before she finished speaking, the wild boar was already close. In a panic, Lin Danny forcefully pushed Weiwei forward and desperately pulled her mother backward. Weiwei. As she lunged forward, the wild boar's figure enlarged in her eyes. Its huge tusks aimed at her chest and abdomen. In a moment of panic, Weiwei instinctively grabbed the tusks that were about to touch her. She was ready to be pushed away or knocked down by the wild boar. But the wild boar didn't seem as strong as she thought. It only pushed her back a few steps. Weiwei took a deep breath, planted her legs firmly, and kicked a nearby stone with her foot, finally stopping her retreat. She didn't notice the stone cracking instantly beneath her. Weiwei tightly held onto the wild boar's tusks. No matter how much it struggled and twisted, she couldn't let go, and she couldn't move forward even a little. After the initial panic, she realized the wild boar wasn't so terrifying. It had been kicking at her for a while, but it didn't really hurt her.
Aniyad.
"Don't be afraid. Mom's coming." Mrs. Huang let go of her older daughter's hand and frantically rushed forward, squeezing between Weiwei and the wild boar, punching and kicking the wild boar with all her might. Weiwei's hand slipped, and the wild boar's tusk almost pierced Mrs. Huang. "TSK, please don't add to the chaos, okay?" Weiwei clenched the wild boar's tusks and pushed it backward. Mrs. Huang was still wildly hitting the wild boar's head with her fragile fists, bleeding from her hands but feeling no pain. "Aaron, run quickly. Mom is holding it back. You must escape." Weiwei froze. The person in front of her, so weak and petite, knew that fighting the wild boar meant certain death, yet in the face of danger, she was willing to risk her life to give her children a chance to escape. That's the power of a mother's love. As an orphan in her past life, Weiwei felt a strange emotion rising inside her. Warm, soft, sweet. Weiwei felt herself fill with strength. Excited, she clenched her fists and surprisingly managed to topple the wild boar to the ground. This wild boar is way too weak. Is it made of paper?" Weiwei pressed her legs tightly against the wild boar's body, freed one hand, and picked up a stone about the size of a basketball. She then fiercely smashed it onto the wild boar's head. She let out a surprised cry, and Lin Danier froze in place. Everyone knew that the fool was strong, but she never expected that her strength was so great. She easily subdued a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds with just her 2 hands. At this moment, Lin Danier's gaze met Lin Weiwei's. Lin Weiwei remembered how she was pushed out earlier to block the wild boar. She was just a young girl, but she was quite ruthless, actually pushing her sister toward the boar. That was almost trying to get her killed. If her body hadn't been strong, and if the boar hadn't been so weak, she might have been killed herself. Thinking of this, a fierce anger rose in her heart. She looked expressionless, holding a blood-stained stone, and repeatedly struck the boar's head. Her eyes, mostly black with a little white, were fixed tightly on Lin Danier. Lin Danier trembled all over, a cold chill crawling up her spine. The stone in the fool's hand seemed like it would hit her at any moment. It was too terrifying. There's a local saying in the mountains, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, showing how fierce wild boars can be, even more than bears. But this adult wild boar, after being hit, had its skull dented and was dead beyond recovery. Lin Weiwei put down the stone and sat heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. She was scared too. In her past life, she wouldn't even go near a stray dog, let alone kill a wild boar. To suddenly kill one now was so exciting. Huang Shi seemed to have lost her soul from fright. She was still punching and kicking the now-dead wild boar, mumbling for her two daughters to run away. After calming down a bit, Lin Weiwei turned her head to look at Lin Danier. The girl had taken a few steps back, looking terrified, as if she had just seen a monster. Lin Weiwei. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse, and said, "What are you staring at? Help your mother, and go down the mountain." Lin Danier's face looked like she had seen a ghost. The fool can talk now? The fool isn't a fool anymore? How is that possible? Am I dreaming? Lin Weiwei hugged Huang Shi from behind, comforting her. It's okay now. The wild boar is dead. Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Don't be scared.
Huang Shi's movements gradually stopped. Her eyes became unfocused as she looked at the bloody, disfigured wild boar's head on the ground. She shrank back in fear, burying her face in Lin Weiwei's embrace.
Suddenly, she struggled nervously to stand up. Niyar, very small Niyar.
Here, I'm here. Lin Weiwei replied with a slightly sour nose. Mrs. Huang looked up, held her face gently, and stared for a while. Her expression finally relaxed. Suddenly, she went limp and fainted. Lin Weiwei quickly caught her. She looked back toward Lin Danny's direction. Where is she? When did she run away? Was she scared by herself? What's there to be afraid of? She's not dangerous. Why would she sneak off quietly? Is she hiding something? A distant wolf howl echoed from the deep mountains. A gentle breeze moved the treetops, and the forest gradually darkened. Unfamiliar night birds made eerie calls. The mountain forest at night is full of danger, and the smell of blood might attract something scary. They can't stay here. They must leave the mountain quickly. Lin Weiwei glanced at the wild boar on the ground, and then at Mrs. Huang in her arms. She sighed regretfully, lifted her, and headed downhill. Her stomach was growling, as if feeling sorry for the hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat. She looked back one last time, reluctantly staring at the boar's body, then strode away. Near the foot of the mountain, there was a flicker of firelight. Lin Danny and a group of villagers with torches arrived to meet her. She was grateful they had some conscience.
But
maybe she was imagining things. When the group passed her, someone asked, "Where's the boar?" "Silly girl, did you really kill that boar? Come on. Why are you bothering her?" "She can't answer you anyway," said another villager, then followed Lin Danny up the mountain. They reached the place where the boar was killed. There was no boar, only a pool of blood, and nothing else. "Danny, you said the boar was killed and asked us to share the meat. Where is it?" A villager asked disappointedly. "It was just here a moment ago. Look at this blood and this stone. That fool used this stone to hit the boar to death. How could it be gone?" Lin Danny thought that such a big boar, if not taken back, would be a waste, and the animals in the mountain might get it. They could help carry it down, share some among themselves, and still have plenty left.
But
where is the boar? Is the boar really dead? Or are you lying to us to trick us into coming back to save your mother and sister? Another villager looked at her suspiciously. "No, I'm telling the truth. I just thought everyone helping us climb the mountain to find people was hard work, so I wanted us to share the boar. I don't know where it went."
Lin Danny hurriedly explained.
Uncle Dajwan looked around nervously and said, "Could it be that the wolves took him away? This place is very close to the deep mountains. Someone in the village had seen wolves nearby before. If the wolves haven't gone far, these 10 or so people are no match for them." The villagers no longer cared about wild boar meat. They pushed and squeezed each other as they headed down the mountain. Lin Weiwei, carrying Mrs. Huang, just entered the village when she heard a small child at the entrance crying and sniffling, "Mom, sister." "Boo-hoo," someone nearby was comforting him. "Your mom and sister will be back soon, Erwa. It's getting dark, let's go home and wait, okay?"
"Boo-hoo.
"I want Mom. Mom." Erwa shouted loudly toward the mountain path. "Mom wouldn't die. They're just talking nonsense. Mom wouldn't be bitten by a wild boar. Mom, come back soon. Erwa is so scared. Hearing the child's crying, Mrs. Huang, on Lin Weiwei's back, finally moved. Erwa, don't be afraid. Mom is right here. Mrs. Huang's voice was soft and a little weak, but Erwa heard her. He rubbed his red, swollen eyes and saw a figure approaching quickly at the village entrance. He ran forward excitedly. Mom.
Mom.
Mrs. Huang struggled to get down, but she had no strength at all. Erwa ran to the shadow and realized it wasn't his mother's sturdy figure. He looked at Lin Weiwei with fear, took 2 steps back, and timidly called out, "Second sister." Lin Weiwei. Why was he so scared? Do I look like I can eat people? Lin Weiwei looked down at the small child who had just reached her knees. So adorable. Big, watery eyes, thick eyelashes like 2 small fans, a tiny mouth slightly open, even prettier than the little stars on TV in her past life. But he was too thin, which made her feel a bit sorry for him. Seeing Mrs. Huang on her back, the little boy's beautiful eyes filled with tears again. Mom, what's wrong? Mom. He suddenly felt his body lift into the air and stopped talking. It was because Lin Weiwei was holding him with one hand under his armpit, carrying him in her arms. The little boy was a bit scared, forgot to cry, and hiccuped a few times. Mrs. Huang lifted her head from her daughter's back and looked at her son with a soothing gaze. Erwa, don't be afraid. Mom is fine. No need to be scared. Touching the fur won't hurt. Touching the body and soul is safe. She was reciting a comforting rhyme that rural children use after being frightened, to reassure them that their soul won't be lost. Hearing Mrs. Huang's voice, Erwa's fear gradually disappeared. Mom is okay. That's wonderful.
But
it was the first time he had ever been held by his second sister. He opened his big, expressive eyes and looked at Lin Weiwei with curiosity. Lin Weiwei smiled at him, and the little guy grinned back, feeling a bit shy and looking away. Erwa saw her carrying their mother and quietly said, "Put me down. I can walk by myself. It's okay. I have strong arms. If you ask me to carry 10 more, I can do it." Lin Weiwei shook the little guy gently, and the weight felt as light as a feather to her. "Can you talk now? Are you not silly anymore?" Erwa's eyes widened even more, shiny and dark like black jade, pure and clear, without a single flaw. "Erwa, how many times do I have to tell you? You can't call your second sister silly." "She's your second sister?" Huang sure scolded, but her tone had no real authority. Erwa looked at his second sister nervously, saw she wasn't angry, and quietly apologized. "Second sister, I was wrong. Please don't be mad." "Big sister isn't mad." Lin Weiwei, who had a soft spot for cute kids, naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a little one. Besides, the one who was silly was Lin Ernie, not her. There was no reason to be angry. She gently lifted Huang Shi's leg with her right hand, supporting her softly. Nearby, Madame Feng, watching them with a gentle smile, said softly, "I'm glad you're all okay. You really scared me just now." Recently, she hadn't been feeling well. When she was helping find Ernie on the mountain, she had been walking behind everyone. When she heard someone shout "Wild Boar," she was swept up by the crowd and ran down the mountain without knowing which way she was going. Only when she reached the village entrance did she realize Huang Shi and her daughter hadn't come down. Just as the villagers thought they might be in danger, Lin Danny ran down and said the wild boar had been killed, and they could go up to retrieve the meat. Everyone hesitated, but followed her up. However, Madame Feng couldn't walk anymore and stayed at the village entrance to comfort the crying Erwa. Madame Feng lived next door to the Lin family. Their houses were separated by a wall. The Lin family's door was slightly open. Lin Weiwei felt she just gently pushed it, but it suddenly swung open with a loud noise, hitting the ground with a thud. "Lin Weiwei," Huang Shi hurriedly said, "this door should have been fixed long ago. At night, we should block it with a door bolt. Tomorrow, I'll ask someone to repair it." Lin Weiwei placed Huang Shi on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and with one hand, as if holding a toy doll, she carried Erwa and moved around the room with one hand. Children from poor families usually stop being carried once they learn to walk. Huang Shi was in poor health and busy working to support the family. "Erwa, being sensible, never demanded to be carried by adults. You can see other children in the village with their fathers, who happily lift their kids over their heads. He is very jealous of that. Being held is a new experience for the second child. Being so close to his older sister is also unfamiliar to him. Because Lin Nini is strong, he worries she might hurt the second child by being too rough. Since he was young, the family has told him many times, "Stay away from your sister." His older sister even scares him. "A fool might pick you up and drop you on the ground, and you could get badly hurt." The second child saw Sanpang throw a bug onto the ground until it was unrecognizable. He understands the word badly hurt with deep fear. Usually, he only dares to sit quietly aside, secretly watching his sister, feeling curious, but also a little scared. His older sister often breaks bowls and damages chairs. His older sister says the family is poor because she always breaks things at home. The room is dark. Mrs. Feng wants to help light the oil lamp. Huang says, "Don't bother. We haven't bought lamp oil for months." Mrs. Feng looks at Lin Weiwei's damp clothes and says, "Ernie, your clothes are still wet.
Put down the second child.
I'll take you to the West Room to change into dry clothes, okay?" Knowing the simple-minded Ernie from years of being neighbors, she understands her personality. She's usually quiet and obedient as long as she's not angered. Lin Weiwei also feels uncomfortable in wet clothes, so she quietly puts down her little doll and follows Mrs. Feng to the West Room. Mrs. Feng finds her clothes in a woven basket and softly asks, "Do you want me to help you change?" Lin Weiwei shakes her head, picks up the clothes, and looks at Mrs. Feng. "You can go out. I can change by myself." Mrs. Feng is momentarily stunned by her calm, starry eyes. She realizes Ernie has such beautiful eyes. After Mrs. Feng leaves, Lin Weiwei lowers her head to figure out how to take off her clothes. She suddenly sees a small head peeking through the door, with big, doll-like eyes full of curiosity, watching her. When Lin Weiwei notices him, the second child quickly pulls his head back and rushes back to Huang's side. Lin Weiwei smiles and finally manages to put on her clothes. When she comes out, Mrs. Feng has already gone to the next room. Huang struggles to sit up on the bed, tidies her daughter's slightly messy clothes, and says happily, "Our Ernie is growing up. She can dress herself now. Ernie, are you hungry? Mother will go cook for you." Lin Weiwei pushed her back onto the bed and went to the kitchen. She poured the grain into the clay jar, which only had a shallow layer left, not enough for 2 people. She didn't think much and scooped out the mixed flour, rolled it into noodles, and cooked a pot. Big An'er entered with a serious face. When she saw Lin Weiwei carrying the noodles and coming out of the kitchen, her expression immediately turned unpleasant. She screamed and rushed toward the grain jar, then came out again, pointing at Lin Weiwei's nose and saying, "You used up our 2 days' worth of food to make noodles. What will we eat tomorrow? Are you trying to starve our family to death?" Huang Shi heard the noise and came out supporting the doorframe. She looked at her second daughter, holding the bowl of noodles. Although she felt sorry for the food, she was more worried about her daughter. Since this morning, An'er had been missing, and she hadn't eaten anything for most of the day. She must be starving. Big An'er complained to her, "Mother, look at her. We only have so much grain at home, and she ate it all tonight. What will we do tomorrow? Will we just drink the northwest wind?" Huang Shi quickly signaled her to stop talking. She softly said to Lin Weiwei, who was silent nearby, "An'er had a big scare today. If she wants to eat noodles, let her.
Tomorrow.
Mother will think of a way. It's wonderful that An'er can roll and cook noodles now." Huang Shi felt both relieved and guilty. She wasn't a good mother for letting her children go hungry with her.
Niagen.
"Mother, you only have that silly daughter. And there's me and your brother too. If she wants to eat, should we make all the grain at home into noodles? Or should I just tear off a few ounces of meat from my own body and give it to An'er? If this keeps up, our whole family will be dragged down and die because of that silly girl."
Big Niashuted.
"Stop saying that. Both you and An'er are good daughters to mother. You're the older sister, so you should be more considerate of her." Huang Shi gently comforted her eldest daughter. Again with this. If she had a choice, she would rather not be the older sister at all. Big An'er, angry, stormed into her room and shut the door, ignoring Huangshi's calls. The grain jar didn't have much leftover mixed flour, and the roll noodles only made 2 bowls. Huangshi gave the large bowl to her second daughter, divided half a bowl for her little son, and kept the rest for her eldest daughter. She boiled water in the pot and drank it herself. "I'm full." Seeing this, Lin Weiwei felt upset inside. She put down her rough ceramic bowl and quietly returned to the west room. Huangshi looked at the half-full rice bowl and worriedly said, "Why did you only eat so little today? Are you feeling unwell? In a moment, Dr. Liang will come to see you." Her voice suddenly stopped, and her face showed complex emotions, surprise, disbelief, and a hint of joy. Did Nir just speak? So I wasn't dreaming after all. Linda Nir couldn't resist her hunger anymore. She came out of the house, picked up her bowl, and silently started eating. If she didn't eat, wouldn't she be giving that fool an advantage? After finishing the last bit of noodle soup, Erwa licked the edge of his bowl and nodded.
Yes.
Second sister said she's full. Mother, you should eat now. The noodles will spoil if left overnight. Nir can talk now.
Nir is better.
When your father was alive, he had a fortune teller, an old blind man, say that Nir would get better. That's wonderful. It must be, because your father is watching over us from heaven. Mrs. Huang's eyes filled with tears as she clasped her hands together and kept praying to the sky. Lin Weiwei lay quietly on the calm, a traditional bed, touching her growling stomach. She still felt regretful about that big wild boar. It must have been carried back by the villagers and divided up, right? That silly Linda Nir led so many people there, yet she came back empty-handed. She only knows how to make trouble for her family. Oh, wild boar, her big wild boar, hundreds of gene of pork. Lin Weiwei kept thinking. Suddenly, her surroundings changed. The low, dark grass hut disappeared. Instead, she was on a green meadow, beside a spring bubbling with clear water. Not far away, she saw the carcass of the wild boar she kept mentioning. Where is this? Wasn't she just lying on the Kong in the west room? Could she be dreaming? She pinched the back of her hand. Ow. It hurt. This is not a dream, could it be? She silently whispered, "Go out." Sure enough, she returned to the dark grass hut. When she re-entered, she couldn't believe it. She actually had a space like in a novel. The space was small, about 2 or 3 acres of cultivated black soil. There was a pond formed by a clear spring, about the size of half a basketball court. The grass around the pond was lush, wildflowers blooming everywhere. If she ignored the bloody wild boar carcass by the pond, it was quite beautiful.
Great.
Tomorrow, she would sell this big wild boar to get some money, and then she wouldn't have to worry about food. Lin Weiwei took a few sips of the sweet spring water and happily planned in her mind. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the shouts of Linda Nir and the crying of Erwa. She rushed into the main room where Linda Nir and Mrs. Huang were. She saw her poor sister shaking her mother's body, anxiously calling out. Thin little Erwa's eyes were full of fear and worry as he sobbed. On the heated bed, Mrs. Huang's face was flushed bright red, and she was unconscious, muttering nonsense. Lin Weiwei used a damp cloth to cool her forehead. She pushed aside Lin Danny, who looked panicked and helpless, and frowned, saying, "Why are you crying? Go call the doctor now. It's all your fault. Mother must have been scared by a wild boar on the mountain. If I hadn't gone up the mountain to find you, we wouldn't have encountered the boar, and Mother wouldn't have gotten so frightened and fallen ill. Why isn't it you who's sick? Why did they bring you back?" Lin Danny yelled, venting her anger. Lin Weiwei kept a calm face, staring steadily at her. Her dark eyes seemed like a deep night or a bottomless cold pond, making others feel uneasy. Lin Danny shrank back and lowered her voice. "There's no point in saying these things now. Can Mother get better? I'll take care of her here. You go call Dr. Liang," Lin Weiwei said firmly, her voice carrying a strong authority that made it hard to refuse. Thinking of her wild and fierce fight with the boar on the mountain, Lin Danny obediently went to do as told. Seeing Mrs. Huang's lips dry and chapped, Lin Weiwei knew it was too late to boil water, so she gave her a few sips of spring water from her space. She had just drunk this water herself and felt no discomfort. On the contrary, her stomach felt warm, and her hunger was less noticeable. After Dr. Liang examined Mrs. Huang, he explained with many medical terms that she was suffering from long-term malnutrition and shock, which caused her high fever. He prescribed some calming and sedative medicines and advised her to rest more and keep her emotions stable. Lin Danny's face turned red with shame and she begged, "Dr. Liang, can we owe the medicine fee for now? We'll definitely pay you in a few days." Since they were from the same village, Dr. Liang knew the Lin family well. A woman with 3 children, insisting on supporting a boy's education, sigh. It wasn't easy, so he decided to give them a few days' grace. He wasn't worried they would skip out on payment. Everyone knew that eating grains and vegetables could cause illness, and no one dared to cheat a doctor. After hesitating a moment, he said to Lin Danny, "Your mother's body is very weak. If this continues, she won't live past 3 years." Hearing this, Lin Danny lost her composure and collapsed beside Mrs. Huang, crying again. When the second child saw her crying, he started to sob too. Dr. Liang shook his head. What's the use of saying all this? Even the simplest health remedies are too expensive for them, just adding to their worries. Request failed. Hearing the word wild boar, shopkeeper Han immediately perked up. Could it be that heaven is pitying him, unwilling to let him leave Zui Xianlu, where he had served for nearly 10 years? "Young man, where is the wild boar? Why isn't Uncle Wang the hunter here himself?" Shopkeeper Han was somewhat dissatisfied with Hunter Wang. He used to send over game every day, but it's been 3 days, and there's not even a shadow of him. Unexpectedly, he was holding a big deal in reserve. Seeing the hopeful expression on the shopkeeper's face, Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "The wild boar wasn't hunted by Uncle Wang. It was just killed this morning, so it's fresh. Are you interested, shopkeeper? If it wasn't Hunter Wang, then maybe this innocent-looking young man was the one who killed it? Regardless of who did it, today he was definitely taking the wild boar." Shopkeeper Han wore a friendly smile and said, "Since Uncle Wang recommended you, I should show him some respect. The market price is 18 coins per jean, but I'll give you 20. How about that?" Lin Weiwei silently calculated in her mind. The wild boar she killed weighed at least 250 jean, so she could sell it for about 10 taels of silver. The medicine to nourish her mother's health, as Dr. Liang said, costs at least 30 coins per set, enough for her mother to take for a while. Seeing her silent, thinking she might find the price too low, the shopkeeper hurriedly said, "This price is already fair. Outside, pig prices are only about 15 coins. I understand that hunters are having a hard time now. How about I add 2 coins per jean? What do you think?" Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes. Even after doing the math, raising the price by 2 coins per jean? This shopkeeper isn't good at business. He's too eager, even offering to raise the price himself. If someone else did that, they'd probably hold out for a better deal. Thinking this first deal could be a good start to build a good relationship, she nodded and said, "You're indeed a straightforward person. Uncle Wang was right. My wild boar is quite large. I wonder if Zui Xianlu can handle it?" Hearing this, shopkeeper Han's face lit up with joy. "Of course. No matter how big, we'll take it."
Great.
Please wait here a moment. Lin Weiwei left Zui Xianlu, found a quiet corner, took the wild boar out of her space, threw it over her shoulder, and carried it to the entrance of Zui Xianlu. Along the way, she attracted many onlookers. Wow, they'd never seen such a big wild boar, like a small mountain. What amazed them even more was that someone could easily carry a several hundred jean wild boar, truly a rare sight. It was very lively. Following Lin Weiwei to the door of Drunken Immortal Tower, the shopkeeper Han's mouth was wide open, almost dropping his chin. The young man, though not tall, was strong. His body was quite plump, but it suited him. If Lin Weiwei knew what he was thinking, she would definitely regret not selling the wild boar. Calling her fat? That's personal attack. Although, The original body was indeed a bit sturdy.
Sigh.
Most crossing stories have noble ladies who are stunningly beautiful, but she ended up as a chubby fool. But it's okay. If she's fat, she can lose weight. Even someone weighing over 300 jin has shed more than half. Her current size, losing 40 or 50 jin, is easy. Lin Weiwei sighed inwardly. How did her family let her become so fat? Did the Lin family feed her into debt? Shopkeeper Han, with the kitchen staff, deliberately weighed the wild boar in front of the gate. More and more people gathered, all wanting to see that drunken immortal tower had a new wild delicacy, rarely available wild boar. Blood from the wild boars had dripped wetly onto the ground outside the tower. What does this mean? It shows the boar is fresh. Sure enough, this young man was right. Just hunted. Lin Weiwei also took this chance to verify that her space had a preservation function. From now on, she wouldn't worry about hunted game rotting. The wild boar weighed 536 jin. The shopkeeper Han, happy, gave 8 more coins to make the total a round number. Lin Weiwei received 11 taels and 8 qian of silver. She first went to the pharmacy to pick up the medicine prescribed by Dr. Liang, grabbing 10 sets. Just about to buy grain at the grain shop, she passed a wonton stall and couldn't walk further. Since crossing over, she had only eaten half a bowl of noodles and a few bites of porridge. Now she was so hungry her legs felt weak, and her eyes sparkled with stars. Food is the most important thing in the world. Lin Weiwei sat down at the wonton stall, ordered 2 bowls of wontons, and bought a few buns next door, eating eagerly. She finished 2 bowls of wontons and gnawed on 2 large meat buns. Only then did her stomach feel full. With such an appetite, no wonder her family went broke and she became a big fat girl. Looking at the buns in her hand, Lin Weiwei hesitated. Should she eat them or not? Never mind, only when she's full will she have the strength to lose weight. After eating 2 bowls of wontons and 5 big meat buns, Lin Weiwei happily patted her belly. Carrying her medicine bag, she headed to the grain shop. In front of a pastry shop, a crowd gathered, pointing at the roof of a small 2-story building. Lin Weiwei had no intention of joining the crowd. She was planning to walk around when she caught the tempting sweet aroma from the snack shop, which reminded her of her big-eyed, cute little child at home. She then turned into the snack shop. She bought a pound of the simplest rice cake. As she stepped out of the shop, suddenly, the crowd around her gasped and backed away as if they had seen a fierce beast or a flood. While she was surprised, a shadow suddenly fell over her head. She looked up quickly and only saw a humanoid object falling from above. Instinctively, she reached out her hand. Some onlookers covered their eyes, others looked at Lin Weiwei with sympathy, and a few young men shouted, "Young master, young master." Suddenly, all the sounds seemed to cut off as if a switch had been turned off. What had they seen? The unlucky person falling from the roof of the 2nd floor was caught by someone with one hand. Was that person's hand okay? Lu Wenjun closed his eyes and shouted, waiting for the pain to come. He was very regretful. He knew those people were provoking him, so why did he climb to the roof to grab the ball stuck there? It was just a new style of ball. He could ask his parents or older sister to buy it for him when he returned to the capital. He was doomed, falling from the 2nd floor roof. If he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. His family had only one child, him. If he got hurt badly, his mother and sister would cry their eyes out. His father, already white-haired from anger, would have even more gray hairs. Woo-woo, he was only 17, young and full of life. He hadn't enjoyed his prime youth yet. Was he going to die in this small, remote town? Mother, I'm sorry. Your son can't fulfill his filial duty anymore. Until when will you keep calling?
Come down,
Came a slightly impatient voice in his ear.
Huh?
He wasn't dead? He had fallen, hadn't he?
How?
Lu Wenjun slowly opened his eyes and saw a round face very close to him, which startled him. Who are you?
Who I am doesn't matter.
Can you get off me? Lin Weiwei said impatiently. Her neck was being squeezed by 2 arms, her legs were being held, and she was carrying over 100 pounds. Her ears were also being tortured by some annoying sound. Anyone in her situation wouldn't feel good. Especially since she had just bought some cakes, which were now crushed into a lump, making it impossible to see their original shape. Lu Wenjun then realized he was hanging on to her and quickly withdrew his arms and legs, his face a little hot. Young master. His two young servants looked worried and checked his body. After confirming he was fine, they sighed in relief. Thanks to this young man, he saved you. Others, seeing the young master fall, didn't even have time to dodge. The ones who had been drinking and eating with the young master and even tricked him into buying things for them, quickly ran away. They planned to tell the lady of the house and the young ladies so they could come and cause trouble at the young master's friends' homes. If they hadn't bet with the young master to go kick a ball, he wouldn't have been in danger. If the young master had fallen badly, both of their lives would be at risk. This chubby young man was truly their big hero. Lu Wenjun learned from the busy chatter of the two servants that he was saved by this sturdy young brother. The chubby guy looked young, probably not much older than him. Chubby guy? If he dared to call her that, Lin Weiwei would definitely throw him back onto the roof of the second floor, regardless of his life or death. May I ask how to address you, young brother? I will stay here in Anjing for a few more days. Please leave your address, and I will visit to thank you properly, Lu Wenjun said. Though he was a bit careless, he understood the importance of repaying a life-saving grace. He knew that if this young man hadn't caught him with one hand and saved him from falling, he would be dead or seriously injured. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. Lu Wenjun suddenly remembered something. His big eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Weiwei, excited. Brother, you're so strong. I'm not fat, but I weigh over 100 jin. You caught me easily from that high up. Amazing! Lin Weiwei was looking at the sticky rice cake in her hand. Its shape wasn't pretty, but the taste was still good. She wondered if the young servant would dislike it. Lu Wenjun followed her gaze and quickly said to the young servant, "The snack for the benefactor is squished. Go and weigh each kind of snack to be 2 jin. No need." Lin Weiwei finally looked at him directly. She was dressed in a sky-blue elegant outfit embroidered with delicate bamboo patterns. The jade pendant at her waist shone with a gentle glow, probably quite valuable. The young man in blue looked about 17 or 18, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, handsome face, and a sincere smile. He seemed to have a bright personality. In the stories she read about time travel, the female protagonist always met her true love. Either handsome and wealthy, or charming and alluring, or gentle as water, or endlessly indulgent to his wife. Could it be that the person in front of her is her perfect match? He looks quite decent, and his clothing suggests a good family background. But I feel like something's missing. There's no spark. What's meant to happen will happen. I shouldn't dwell on it. The family ran out of food this morning, so I need to buy some quickly to avoid my mother and the others going hungry and crying. She nodded at the young man in blue, then quickly pushed through the crowd and disappeared around the corner at the end of the street. Lu Wenjun pushed his way out, wanting to ask the young man's name and address so he could visit and thank him later. But by the time he got out, the person was already gone. Young master, this person is truly selfless. The two young servants were almost becoming fans of a stranger. Looking at his clothes, washed out and patched, they didn't seem wealthy. Yet, he saved someone without leaving his name, which shows noble character. Lin Weiwei asked the townspeople for the location of the pharmacy. The shopkeeper prepared 10 days' worth of nourishing medicine based on Dr. Liang's prescription. Then she headed straight to the grain shop. She bought 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of cornmeal, 20 jin of rice, and 10 jin of millet. She didn't buy any coarse or mixed flour, which is ground with husks and skins. She's not short on money now, so why waste her stomach? In the past 2 years, due to poor harvests and drought, grain prices doubled or more. White flour cost 20 coins per jin, cornmeal 10 coins, rice and millet were even more expensive, 30 and 28 coins per jin. All this grain, over 100 jin, cost her more than 2 taels of silver. It's okay. Money can be earned again. The most urgent thing now is to restore her mother's health. She's finally someone who is loved by her mother, How could she just watch her sacrifice herself for the family and die? Carrying the grain, she went to the butcher's shop. She bought 2 jin of leg meat and also took a few large bones. Bone broth is very nourishing. Lin Weiwei carried over 100 jin of grain on her back, with snacks in her pocket, holding medicine in one hand and meat in the other. She strode along the way back to the village. The Tenli road from Rinantown usually takes 2 hours. She jogged for just over an hour and arrived. Having strength is great. To her, this weight felt like carrying just a jean of cotton. At this hour, most villagers were working in the fields, fetching water to fight the drought. After entering the village, she only saw a group of children laughing and playing. Seeing Lin Weiwei walk over, they shouted from afar, "Fool is coming. Run quickly. The fool can be scary when he's mad." A child led the singing. "Big fool, tied to the doorpost. When he goes crazy, he scares everyone to death." In the past, when Mrs. Huang took her eldest daughter outside, she worried that her second daughter might run around and cause trouble, so she tied her to the doorframe at home. Most of the time, Lin Ernie would sit obediently on the doorstep, eagerly waiting for her mother and sister to return. If someone made her angry, she would struggle free with force, shout loudly, and run around wildly. The door frames at home had been torn apart many times because of this. Although Lin's second daughter was never violent or aggressive, the villagers kept warning their children not to get close to Lin's fool, saying they might get beaten. No one knew who made up a rhyme that the children would sing whenever they saw Lin Ernie, warning others to stay away. Lin Weiwei naturally didn't bother with a bunch of little kids. She quickly walked toward her yard. A small child shouted, "The fool is carrying meat." Where did the fool get the meat? Did he steal it? Another child called out, "What's on the fool's back? Looks like grain." The fool runs so fast, maybe he really stole from the town. Hurry and tell the village chief. Chase this bandit and thief out of the village. By now, Lin Weiwei had already pushed open the door and entered her house. The yard was quiet. A young boy, dressed in a long robe, stood silently holding a book. He looked about 12 or 13, with a faded blue robe that had been washed many times and a patch on his elbow. When she came in, the boy frowned. His gentle gaze, which had been soft, immediately shifted away as if he saw something dirty when he looked at her. At this moment, the smell of porridge made from coarse grains wafted from the kitchen. Hadn't the grain jar run out this morning? Could it be that this delicate young boy brought back the food? Has Ernie come back? Mrs. Huang's voice came from inside the house. Lin Weiwei placed the grain and meat on the stone table in the yard and carried the medicine into the main room. Mrs. Huang was lying half reclined on the bed. The little second child sat obediently on a small stool beside the bed, softly reciting the 3-character classic that her brother had just taught her. Mrs. Huang looked at her with loving eyes and asked softly, "Ernie is hungry, right? The porridge will be ready soon. When it's done, serve the biggest bowl for Ernie." Lin Weiwei took a large meat bun from her pocket and handed it to Mrs. Huang. "Mother, you eat first." She handed the squished, unrecognizable glutinous rice cake to the little second sister, who looked at her with bright, clear eyes. Mrs. Huang was surprised. "Where did these buns and rice cakes come from? We can't just take others' things. Quickly, return them." "Mother." In the yard, Lin Danny shouted sharply, like she was caught off guard. "Look at that fool. Where did she get so much grain? And there's even a big piece of meat." Mrs. Huang couldn't stay in bed anymore. She struggled to get up. She was too weak, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she nearly slipped. Lin Weiwei supported her arm and helped her outside. There was white rice, fine flour, ground cornmeal, and a large piece of pork leg with more lean meat than fat. That must be worth several taels of silver. "Second sister, tell mother, where did you get all this?" Even when her husband was alive, their family couldn't afford such luxury, buying so much fine grain. Lin Weiwei helped her sit on a stool and replied, "Bought it." "Bought it? Where did you get the silver?" "You silly girl, don't you think buying things doesn't cost silver? These must have been stolen, right?" "Mother, if someone comes asking for silver later, Tell them to take that fool away to settle the debt. Danny clenched her spoon tightly, glaring fiercely. Little second brother held the fragrant, sweet rice cake in both hands, clearly craving it and swallowing saliva, but he didn't open it to eat alone. His big, expressive eyes were full of worry. Second sister wasn't foolish anymore. She even bought him rice cake. He didn't want her to be taken away. Lin Weiwei shot a look at Danny, as if to say, "Do you think the grain shop and butcher are made of wood? If she really stole things, could she still walk out of Renan town?" Her gaze angered Danny. She stomped her foot, pointed at her nose, ready to scold. Lin Weiwei sniffed and pointed to the kitchen, burned. Danny's movements suddenly froze as if paused. She ignored scolding the fool and rushed into the kitchen, hurriedly taking the pot off the stove. Little second brother carefully placed the rice cake back into second sister's hands. "Second sister, this snack must be very expensive, right? Return it and get the silver back to pay them back." Lin Weiwei tore off a piece of the rice cake, and while the little one wasn't paying attention, she stuffed it into his mouth. "See, you've already eaten it. You can't return it now. Second sister bought it just for you. Eat it." Xian finally looked directly at his foolish second sister. She was dressed in old, ill-fitting men's clothes, still carrying a chubby body and a round face. However, her eyes, which used to lack spirit and focus, now shone brightly and vividly. Today, as soon as he entered, he heard his mother say that his second sister had fallen from the mountain and was now clear-headed, no longer foolish. He was still a bit doubtful. Just a short sentence, and a simple action from her had successfully stopped his eldest sister's scolding. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? If it wasn't a coincidence, then his foolish second sister was not actually foolish, but quite clever. Lin Xian looked at Lin Weiwei with deep thought. Huang sure looked worried. "Second girl, tell me, where did you get the money to buy grain and meat? Our family is poor, but we can't do anything dishonest." From selling wild boar, Lin Weiwei took out the remaining 8 taels 5 qian of silver and handed it to Huang Shi. "See, we still have silver. Now you shouldn't worry anymore." "Wild boar?" Lin Danny looked at her in surprise. "So, you hid the wild boar last night? No wonder I couldn't find it when I went with Uncle Dashwan and the others." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but tease her. "Yes. If I didn't hide it, would you, the fool, take people there and share the wild boar meat?" When the wild boar chased after them, everyone ran as if they wished they had more legs. When the boar was killed, they all hurriedly rushed back up the mountain, afraid they wouldn't get their share of the meat. Luckily, her space helped her store the wild boar. She didn't want to let those people get the advantage. Lin Danny didn't expect to be called foolish by her own sister and nearly exploded with anger. "Uncle Dashwan and the others went up the mountain to help find you. What's wrong with sharing some of the wild boar meat? I'm not as saintly as you. Our family can't even feed itself, and you want to share the wild boar meat? Do you want to starve everyone to death?" Although Lin Danny didn't understand what saintly meant, she knew that when her second sister said it, it definitely wasn't a compliment. She stubbornly said, "Ever since Dad passed away, our family lost its backbone. We'll have more help from the villagers in the future." "Who said our family has no backbone? Where did you put our younger brother?" Lin Weiwei gently patted Lin Xian's shoulder, making him grimace, then carried the little second child who was reluctant to eat his rice cake. "And our little man, Erwa." Little second child nodded obediently. "When I grow up, I will earn lots of silver to take care of my mother and sisters." Lin Weiwei gently lifted the little one a few times. The child giggled happily, with a bright, innocent smile that had a powerful, uplifting effect on people's emotions. Since crossing over, Lin Weiwei's tense heart finally relaxed. Lin Xian rubbed his shoulders, clearly bruised. He clenched his teeth and shot a quick, suspicious glare at Lin Weiwei. She must have done it on purpose. Big sister couldn't stand her younger brother being close to the silly second sister. She was angry inside, secretly scolding him as untrustworthy. A piece of rice cake had already been bought with her favor. She loudly retorted, "My younger brother wants to study, to become a scholar. You won't let him go home to farm, right?" All these years of studying weren't for nothing? Lin Weiwei continued. Did I tell Big Brother to drop out? The land at home is yours and mine, isn't it? I can go hunting in the mountains to earn silver, pay for Big Brother's schooling, buy ink and brushes, and get tasty cakes for little second child. Big sister looked at her skeptically. You? Who knows if your mind might suddenly stop working again? Big sister. Mrs. Huang interrupted her daughter, bowing to the sky. Words spoken in innocence, blown away by the wind. The bad will turn good, the Buddha will bless us, and our second sister will be fine in the future. Mother, you're just favoritizing that fool. She's the only one you're truly related to. Are my brothers and I just adopted? Lin Big sister angrily said. Lin Weiwei shot her a teasing look. Knowing you're adopted, why don't you go find your real mother instead of wasting our food here? Second sister. What nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Huang said, but there was no blame in her eyes. Only happiness. Her second daughter was arguing and joking just like a normal child. That was wonderful. Lin Weiwei obediently said, Mother, the doctor said you should eat more nutritious food to recover. I bought some meat. I'll cook meat porridge for you later. Fool, do you even know how to cook meat porridge? Big sister couldn't help but tease her again. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow at her. Even if I cook it randomly, it's better than you, who can burn porridge to a mess. You're so hungry you waste food. That's a sin. You. Big sister pointed at her nose, trembling with anger. Don't bother me. I'm afraid I might lose control and hurt you. Before you make a move, think, are your bones tougher, or is the wild boar's skull tougher? Lin Weiwei threatened her. Lin Danny's mind couldn't help but recall yesterday's scene, the high swing of a bloodied stone, the bloody wild boar's head. The scariest part was that fool's expression, like a possessed ghost. Even now, thinking about it makes my heart shiver. In the kitchen, Lin Weiwei found that she could cook without trouble, but she didn't plan to let Lin Danny stay idle. She beckoned to Lin Danny, as if calling a dog. Come and light the fire. Cook yourself. Lin Danny didn't want to stay in the same space with her, feeling annoyed just looking at her. Then don't eat later. Lin Weiwei didn't tolerate her bad habits, nagging as if talking to someone else. Less work for one person, and it saves food. Second sister, I'll help you light the fire. I can do it. Little second boy slid down from his second sister, carefully put down the rice cake in his hand, and ran into the kitchen to help. Good for nothing. Go away, don't get in the way. Lin Danny pulled her little brother out of the kitchen, reluctantly squatting in front of the stove to light the fire. She knew this fool wasn't joking. If she was so stubborn, she really wouldn't get to eat later. Knowing when to act is wise. Lin Weiwei cooked a fragrant, lean meat porridge, then picked 2 eggplants from the backyard vegetable garden. She cut the fat meat to render oil, saving the residue to make buns. The eggplant stewed with meat, topped with a layer of oil. Soaked in oil, the eggplants were tastier than the meat. Around the pot there were corn cakes. The whole family ate happily, finally able to enjoy a hearty meal. Little second boy, with his oily little mouth, smiled and said, Our meal today is richer than during New Year. Just a simple dish of eggplant stewed with meat and corn cakes made the family so satisfied. Even Lin Danny, like a hedgehog, tried to hide her inner joy and contentment. Huang Shi drank a bowl of fragrant, soft, lean meat porridge, then ate a meat bun brought back by Lin Weiwei, gaining some strength. After taking calming medicine, she lay in bed feeling sleepy but also worried about the crops in the field, struggling to get up and go. The family's pillar, young Lin Zian, held Huang Shi back. Mom, I took 2 days off. Rest well. My sisters and I will go water the fields.
Huang Shi disagreed. I'm fine.
Your eldest sister really shouldn't have called you back. It's delaying your studies. Your brother-in-law said if you work hard, you can go to the field next year. Your second sister sold the wild boar and earned money, so she should be able to use some of it now.
Don't worry about the family.
Focus on studying, and don't get distracted by copying books. Today, Lin Danny cooked a simple porridge with leftover grains, which she earned by copying books as a young girl. Lin Weiwei gave her an approving look and nodded her thumb up. Good. She is responsible. Yes, you just focus on studying. I am here at home. Lin Weiwei patted her chest, and her chubby body jiggled slightly with the movement, making Lin Xian's eyes twitch. Little Erwa also copied her action, patting his ribs. And me. I can help pick firewood, dig wild vegetables, and even pull weeds in the field. Our little Erwa is so capable. Second sister, I trust you to handle a tough task. Look after mom at home, and let her rest well.
Can you do it?
Lin Weiwei looked at him with trust. The little guy straightened his back even more. I promise to complete the task. After persuading Mrs. Huang, Lin Xian got up to fetch water. His chubby hands hurried to lift the big wooden bucket before he did. Lin Weiwei winked at her younger brother. You guys go to the field first, I'll go fetch water. Lin Xian. Fat Ernie's mischievous expression was really eye-catching. Since spring started this year, only 2 small rains fell, and the land was barely wet, so there was a serious drought. Mrs. Huang was unwell and couldn't carry water herself, so she could only carry buckets of water with her eldest daughter. Others with more help had already watered twice, but their family had only finished the first round, watering half the field. Lin Weiwei carried a bucket of water and saw that most of the wheat seedlings in her field had withered, and the remaining half looked droopy and barely hanging on. While watering the drooping wheat, she secretly poured some spring water into her bucket. Lin Danny and her brother had only watered a small part of the field with 1 bucket, but she had watered twice as much. Lin Danny stomped her foot in frustration. The field isn't fully watered, so all our effort is wasted. You should go back to your own water. You don't need to help here anymore. Lin Weiwei wasn't very good at using the shoulder pull, so she simply carried a wooden bucket in one hand and walked swiftly along the field ridge. Before Lin Danny and her brother finished watering their 2 buckets, she had already brought over 2 more. Hey, isn't that Lin's silly second girl? Dr. Liang said she was sick, but I didn't believe it. She's really better now. Everyone knows she's helping out at home. Aunt Guohua, holding a water scoop, straightened up and said to her eldest daughter nearby. Lu Dia only glanced and nodded. Besides her, who else in the village has such a plump body? Even if she's not sick anymore, so what? Look at her. She doesn't look like a girl at all. She's taller and chubbier than Sanpeng. But she didn't grow all that fat for nothing. Carrying dozens of jean of water in her hands, it's like she's not carrying anything at all. Auntie Ho-Hot felt a bit jealous. Lu Dia chuckled and said, Mom, how about letting Lin Ernie do your daughter's chores? Would you agree? Auntie Ho-Hot nodded her head and said, Stop joking. Lin Ernie eats so much that even a wealthy family couldn't support her without going broke. Our family can't afford that. With the strong girl Lin Ernie helping out, the crops in the Lin family's field were quickly watered. Lin Weiwei looked at the withered crops and said regretfully, Maybe we should turn over the remaining land and plant corn. It's better than leaving it idle. Lin Xian hesitated and asked, Is it too late to plant now? In the northern 10-mile ditch area, winter comes early and leaves late. Crops are usually planted in spring and harvested in autumn, with only 1 planting season. Now it's late April. If a cold snap comes early this year, would the corn be wasted? How do we know if we don't try? It's just a few pounds of seeds. How much are they worth? Lin Weiwei thought it was a pity to leave over an acre of land unused. What does just a few pounds of seeds mean? Seeds are more expensive than grain, and with grain prices rising, those few pounds of seeds could cost at least 100 coins. If bought with coarse flour, it could buy over 10 pounds. Just a few taels of silver could make a difference. Did you forget about being hungry this morning? Lin Danny shot her a sharp look. But Lin Xian was convinced and willing to try. All right, I'll go back and bring a few shovels. It would be even better if we could borrow a plow. With each shovelful, how long would it take to finish? But if we borrow a plow, we'll also need to borrow a cow. Lin Xian hesitated. Lin Weiwei pointed at herself and said, Why borrow a cow? Aren't I stronger than a cow? Ha, Lin Danny sneered, Little brother, if you borrow one and she can't pull it, it won't be us who look bad. It turned out she was the one proven wrong. Lin Weiwei easily pulled the plow with one hand, walking leisurely through the field, pulling the plow smoothly and quickly. Auntie Ho-Hot from the neighboring field was stunned. Oh my! With such a plow, two adults pulling together couldn't even finish one round without stopping to rest. Look at Ernie. She plowed over an acre in one go without catching her breath, even faster than a cow. Lu Dashwan watched for a while and couldn't help but praise Ernie. You're amazing. When Ernie was still a simpleton, she was all strength but often caused trouble, breaking fences, knocking down door frames, making Huang's family apologize everywhere, costing a lot of unnecessary money. Now it seemed that having great strength wasn't a bad thing after all. Lin Wei smiled at him and said to Lin Zian, "It's still early. You guys go back first. I'll go up the mountain and try my luck." Lin Zian looked into her eyes, which now showed less dislike and more worry. She said, "The wild animals on the mountain are getting more aggressive. Uncle Wang, who is experienced, doesn't dare to go into the mountain easily. I think maybe we should forget it." Lin Danny coldly replied, "She's very capable. She can even kill wild boars with her bare hands. There's nothing in the mountain to be afraid of." "Why am I not afraid? I fear the mother tiger the most, especially one that strikes from behind." Lin Wei's words made Lin Danny shut her mouth. Lin Zian glanced at them and only warned, "Be careful." Early that morning, Big Sister ran to his study, crying and sniffling, saying that their mother was seriously ill because of Second Sister's trouble. Dr. Liang said their mother might not live beyond 2 years. She also said the only grain they had was eaten up by the foolish Second Sister, and she hadn't eaten for 2 meals. He used the money saved from copying books to buy some miscellaneous flour and hurried back to the village. The yard was so quiet it felt like a dead silence. Their mother was lying on the bed, asleep after taking medicine. The foolish Second Sister had disappeared somewhere. Seeing his frail mother and the nearly empty grain jar, he suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. It was like walking into a fog, unsure of where life was headed. If he could just hold on for another year, he could take the exam for a child scholar. Then he could participate in the county exam. Passing the scholar exam was his first goal in life because it meant their family's 3 acres of land would be tax-free and his mother's burden would lighten. But if he continued studying in town, what about his family? Would he just watch his mother's health decline and his family face hunger? If he gave up studying now, all his years of effort would be wasted. The little money they saved for his tuition would be gone too. A feeling called despair was swallowing him. That's why, when he saw Ernie, he felt resentment. This foolish Second Sister ate a lot and always caused trouble for the family, making their mother worry. If she weren't here, maybe their family wouldn't have fallen so far, and their mother's health wouldn't be so strained. But suddenly, his Second Sister was no longer foolish and was acting very capable. This made him feel both unfamiliar and hopeful. A small ray of light pierced through the fog in his heart, giving him a tiny glimmer of hope. Especially when she said, "You just focus on studying. I'm here for the family." Her expression and actions looked unreliable, but somehow, he wanted to believe her. Even in the fields. In the past, they would spend a whole day or even longer watering the large fields with their mother and older sister. With her there, they finished watering in just over an hour and even plowed the remaining land again. She insisted on going up the mountain, and Lin Zian was still a bit worried, but he didn't know how to express his concern. He could only silently watch her back disappear at the end of the mountain trail. "Stop looking. That fool is tough. She won't die." Lin Danny carried an empty water bucket and called her brother to head back. Lin Zian looked steadily at her. Yesterday, she never went up the mountain before. Why did she fall into the water pool? Ask me? Who should I ask? Lin Danny's eyes flickered, and she quickened her steps. Lin Zian grabbed her arm. "Someone saw her going up the mountain with you. Do you really not know anything?" Lin Danny put the water bucket down and shouted at him fiercely. "Why do I have to know? I'm not her maid, always following her around. The family is out of food, and I'm just trying to gather wild vegetables to make the food last a few more days. I don't have time to care about her." Lin Zian silently looked at her. Lin Danny stubbornly met his gaze. "If you don't know, then you don't. Why are you shouting? Lin Zian turned away and carried the plow toward the village.
Lindani.
What does that mean? She had already prepared her excuse to clear herself, but it was just ignored. Just as it was getting dark, Lin Weiwei hurried home carrying a bloody roe deer. Today was quite lucky. She encountered a few hyenas hunting a foolish roe deer as soon as she entered the mountain. The mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She used her strength to chase away the hyenas and ended up with a half-dead prey. Shopkeeper Han said he would buy any amount of game, and the price was negotiable. This roe deer should be worth a few taels of silver, right? As she entered the village, it was almost completely dark. She saw a crowd gathered at her door and faintly heard the crying of the second young master. Had something happened at home? Lin Weiwei dropped everything and ran back at full speed.
Look.
Everyone, take a look. There's a big jar of fine flour in the kitchen, another jar of cornmeal, and they're even eating white rice. Plus this meat and the pig fat scraps. My third brother really was right. Her family's fool brought back a bunch of mysterious food. A woman with slanted eyes, raised eyebrows, and a fierce look came out of the kitchen, carrying a piece of meat they hadn't finished cooking earlier. She angrily confronted Lin Zian and Lin Danny, questioning them loudly. Put down my family's meat. That's ours. Little second baby's eyes were filled with tears, but he bravely stood in front of the triangular-eyed woman, like a small wolf cub trying to steal food. Stay back. I'm so fierce. I scare myself. Huang Shi heard the noise and weakly came out. Lin Danny hurried to her side, feeling a bit guilty, and replied, What do you want to do? These were bought by our family. How come they seem suspicious now? You guys saved up money to buy your brother a new outfit. For years, except during New Year, you only ate coarse grains. Suddenly, you buy so much fine rice and eat meat out of season. Where did the money come from? The woman with the triangular eyes sneered. Lin Danny remembered that the fool had hidden a wild boar, which seemed a bit dishonest. She looked nervously and whispered, What does it matter where our money came from? Dear villagers, what is the reason for your visit? Lin Zian stepped forward and asked politely with a bow. The village chief straightened his tone and said, Someone said your family has mysterious origins. Our 10-mile ditch has always been honest and kind. No room for sneaky tricks. Lin Zian looked at him with a hint of sarcasm and asked, Village chief, the authorities are still gathering evidence. Before the truth is clear, don't jump to conclusions. The woman with triangular eyes shouted loudly, My son Sampang and the children in the village all saw it. Isn't that proof? Lin Zian calmly asked, Saw what? Saw your fool of a son running away quickly with those things on his back. I suspect they were either stolen or taken back. Sanpong's mother crossed her arms proudly. Huang Shi was anxious and furious, trembling all over, almost collapsing. My second girl never takes others' things. She didn't steal or anything. Big sister, take mom back inside. I'm here. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early. Lin Zian, only 13, already took on family responsibilities. Village chief, before the verdict, let the plaintiff say a few words. Lin Zian looked at the village chief, who was letting Sanpong's mother make a fuss, and felt a surge of anger. They were bullying them for being outsiders, and their family had no man to support them, right? The young boy straightened his back and glared fiercely. The village chief looked at the angry young boy like a small lion and said with a forced smile, All right, then let Nini come out and explain.
Who called me?
Get out of the way. You're blocking my path. Lin Weiwei, relying on her tall height and strength, pushed her way through the crowd. As she passed by Sampang Nyang, she deliberately shook her shoulder, causing blood from the roe deer to drip down and splatter all over Sampang Nyang. What are you doing? Bullying my brother while I'm not here?
Huh.
Lin Weiwei loudly accused, using a careless tone, and even pushed Sampang Nyang with her chest. Although she controlled her strength, Sampang Nyang still staggered back a few steps and sat down heavily on the ground. Someone's hitting people. Foolish to hit people. Sampang Nyang shouted while patting her thigh. Stop accusing me falsely. There are so many people watching. Do you think everyone's blind? I'm carrying game with both hands. Do you think I could have a third hand to hit you? Lin Weiwei placed the roe deer on a stone table, squatted in front of Sanpeng Yang, and waved her bloody hands in front of her face. The village chief stopped Sanpeng Yang from causing more trouble, looked down at Lin's second daughter, and asked, "Someone said you carried a lot of grain back today. Is that true?" Sanpeng Yang added, "And some meat too." Sanpeng said it's a big piece, even more than what we usually get during New Year. Lin Weiwei stood up, her gaze level with the village chief. She was very satisfied with her height this life. She grinned happily and said, "Yeah. I bought grain and meat today to help my mom get stronger. What's wrong with that? Where did you get the money?" Sanpeng Yang asked eagerly. Lin Weiwei pointed to the roe deer. "I found it in the mountains. I woke up hungry before dawn, went up the mountain, and met a big wild boar, about this big." She gestured with her hand to match Sanpeng Yang's height. "I bent down, picked up a big stone, and hit the wild boar a few times, killing it. I sold it to the biggest restaurant in town. Uncle Wang told me how." "You're lying. Several men couldn't have taken down a wild boar that easily. You just smashed it with a few hits? Who are you fooling?" Someone in the crowd shouted, not convinced. "Really, I'm telling the truth. I used such a big stone and hit the boar's head in one go." Lin Weiwei looked around, then lifted the stone table in the yard, twice as big as a millstone, and the roe deer on top, all together above her head. She even made a fake move toward the crowd, scaring both the troublemakers and spectators into retreating far back.
"Put down.
Put down that stone table. Quickly, put it down." The village chief also stepped back, worried she might slip and hit him. Lin Weiwei lifted the stone table and took a few more steps forward, as if afraid they wouldn't believe her. She said again, "Really, I just hit it a few times and the wild boar stopped moving. Its brain burst out." Okay, I get it. Put the stone down now." The village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke kindly, worried about angering her. Lin Weiwei put the stone table back in place, smiling happily. "Uncle Wang is such a good person. Shopkeeper Han is also kind. The wild boar is a good wild boar. Otherwise, today, our family of 4 would go hungry." The villagers saw that she seemed a bit slow in her speech. Though not as completely clueless as before, she still looked dazed. You never knew what she might do next. She easily lifted a stone table that only grown men could carry. The roe deer, weighing over 100 jin, she carried on her shoulder as if it was light. She had strange strength. If she suddenly lost her mind, who could handle her? The village chief asked Hunter Wang about Lin Ernie. It was true, she went to his house today to ask about selling game. The truth was clear now. The money used to buy grain was legitimate. What else was there to say? The village chief glared at Sanpeng Yang, only leaving a comment about a misunderstanding, then turned to leave. Sanpeng Yang's eyes nearly glued to the roe deer. So much meat. How many days would it take to eat it all? If only all this belonged to her. Suddenly, a big face appeared in front of her, nearly touching her forehead, with cold, dead eyes staring at her. Sanpeng Yang was startled and quickly crawled up from the ground. After thinking for a moment, she sat back down heavily. "No, you hurt me. My chest hurts. I can't breathe. Either pay me silver, or give me some meat." Those trying to take advantage of her had all slipped away in embarrassment. Now, only spectators remained. Sanpeng Yang was a tough piece of meat. She could peel off 2 tails of meat even from a steel rooster. They wanted to see how the Lin family would handle her. Sanpeng Yang rolled and tumbled on the ground, while Lin Weiwei squatted in front of her, watching like she was performing a monkey act, full of interest. The villagers watching couldn't help but laugh out loud. After tiring from her fussing, Sanpeng Yang gasped and said, "Pay money. Pay meat." Lin Weiwei reached out her hand to her. Sanpeng Yang shrank back and let out a pig-like squeal. "What are you doing? You're killing someone. The fool from the Lin family is going to kill someone." Lin Weiwei gently held her and easily lifted her onto her head. She then said to the villagers at the door, "Let her pass. She's too noisy, disturbing my mother's rest. As she spoke, she carried the chubby girl all the way to the door, then gently set her down. Her tone was just like how Mrs. Huang usually spoke to her. Sit quietly and don't move. Wolves love to eat naughty children. The onlookers burst into laughter again. The chubby girl, never having been insulted like this before, bared her teeth and claws as she lunged at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei pointed a finger at her head and smiled.
Look.
I've cured your illness. Your chest doesn't hurt anymore, and you're not feeling stuffy. You're so lively now. The chubby girl tried hard to reach out and hit her, but her arms were too short to even touch her clothes, and when she tried to kick, she only kicked the air. She got all sweaty from the fuss, but didn't even manage to touch her target. The village elders saw this as inappropriate and scolded. Dog's brat, are you just going to let your wife make a fool of herself with a fool? You're shameless. Our old Zhou family still has some pride. Dog's brat is the nickname for the girl's father. Amid the laughter of neighbors and villagers, the girl's father pulled his wife away and left. He didn't get what he wanted and ended up embarrassing himself in his mother-in-law's house. When they got home, the couple fought again. There was no more entertainment, so the villagers who had been watching left Lin's yard. Though they envied the deer that the fool had carried back, even someone as fierce as the chubby girl couldn't get any advantage. The fool was clumsy and slow, so best not to provoke her. Lin Zian looked at Lin Ernie with a complicated expression. She seemed to be pretending to be a fool to hide her cleverness. The usually burdensome and shameful fool suddenly became so smart and quick-witted that it was a bit unsettling. Lin Erwa looked at her sister with admiration. She was the most unreasonable and quarrelsome in the village, yet even she couldn't take advantage of her sister. Wow, her sister is so amazing. Uncle Wang, wait a moment. Lin Weiwei called out to Wang Hunter. Can you help clean this? She relied on her strength for hunting, so she wasn't afraid of that, but skinning and gutting the animal was beyond her ability. The people behind them looked at Wang Hunter with envy. Since he was asked to stay and help, he naturally wouldn't go home empty-handed. Wang Hunter went home, grabbed a knife, and skillfully skinned and gutted the deer. It had been a long time since he caught such a big deer. He smiled and said, "This deer is really fat. We got over 100 gene of meat just from the flesh. The skin is a bit torn, but with proper treatment, it can still be used to make a vest or something. We don't need the skin, and we don't know how to handle it. Uncle Wang, if you don't mind, you can take it home." Lin Weiwei cut about 5 or 6 gene of meat and handed it to Wang Hunter. Wang the Hunter waved his hand, unwilling to take the meat. "Your family is having a hard time. Keep this meat for tomorrow to exchange for silver at Drunken Immortal Tower. If you don't want these head and hoof parts, just give them to me. Take the water processed parts, and also keep the meat. If it weren't for your recommendation of Drunken Immortal Tower, I wouldn't know where to exchange silver. This is a gift of thanks." Lin Weiwei insisted on giving it, but they kept refusing, making a lively fuss. Mrs. Huang was helped out by her eldest daughter, smiling. "Uncle Wang, the children are giving you this. Just take it. Over these years, you and your wife have helped us a lot. In recent years, wild animals have been rampant in the mountains. The area near the village isn't very safe. Wild boars often come down the mountain to damage crops and have even hurt people. Wang the Hunter's family has few fields and many children, so they can't go hunting in the mountains to help the family. Life has become more and more difficult. The children haven't tasted meat in a long time." Wang the Hunter hesitated for a moment, remembering this kindness. He planned to use these few pounds of meat to exchange for coarse grains tomorrow and prepare the head and hoof parts for the children to taste some meat. "You're quite generous." Lin Danny started causing trouble again. Flattery, flattery. I think I'm pretty generous, unlike someone who only dares to bully at home." Lin Weiwei shot her a glance, hinting at something. Lin Danny was so angry she jumped up, hands on her hips, about to throw a tantrum. Seeing her walk into the kitchen with a kitchen knife, she immediately calmed down. "You. What are you doing with a knife?" "Cutting meat, of course. Do you think I want to hurt you? If I wanted to beat you up, I wouldn't need a knife." Lin Weiwei waved her fist at her. "Big sister, it's time to cook." Lin Zian saw through it all. If the two kept arguing, only the older sister would suffer. Her straightforward nature was no match for Lin Danny. Lin Danny stomped into the kitchen angrily. Looking at the remaining meat and the full jar of flour, her mood instantly improved. "Mother, it's hot now. We can't keep the meat. Let's make dumplings tonight." They hadn't been able to make dumplings during the new year to save money for their brother. She hadn't tasted dumplings in a long time. Today, that silly girl brought back buns from town, only giving some to Mother and her two brothers, deliberately excluding her. That stubborn girl. So infuriating. Mrs. Huang hesitated for a moment. Seeing the children's hopeful faces, she finally nodded. "All right, tonight we'll have pork and chive dumplings with white flour. If not, I'll take on more work later. Today, let the children be happy."
Lin Danny smiled happily.
Little Erwa clapped his hands, jumping and shouting, "Oh,
Great.
dumplings to eat. Happy New Year." Mrs. Huang couldn't help but smile, as if ever since her husband's passing, her children had never smiled so happily before. Though she felt sorry for Bai Mian and the meat, she thought it was worth it. Aaron and I yesterday about a dozen uncles, aunts, and elders risked going up the mountain to help find you. Now everyone in the village knows we caught a roe deer, and it's not right not to share some meat. Regardless of the risk, helping to find someone is kindness, and we must accept it. Although in the end, the wild boar came, and they all ran away, leaving her and the others behind. That's human nature. If it were her, she would run too. Helping is good, but you can't risk your life for it. Lin Weiwei didn't oppose. They say distant relatives are not as good as neighbors, and there's still time to build relationships. The roe deer was basically a lucky find, so giving some away was fine. There's neighbor Feng, Uncle Liang and his wife, the Liu brothers. Mrs. Huang tried to remember. All folks she had good relations with. Most of these are newcomers. Years ago, due to war, the outsiders in the village were displaced refugees. The original villagers were somewhat exclusive, and these newcomers had to stick together to avoid being bullied. Lin Weiwei divided the roe meat into strips, each weighing at least 5 or 6 jin. After cutting into more than 10 portions, more than half of the deer was gone. Lin Danny looked at it with heartache. Was this fool going to cut less? Now she was generous again. They finished making dumplings and happily ate together. Even Lin Danny, who liked to cause trouble, didn't complain over the dumplings. After dinner, they sent Lin Zian and his sister to deliver the meat as a thank you. Lin Weiwei cooked medicine and told Mrs. Huang to drink it while it's hot. Little Erwa, being thoughtful, broke off a piece of her treasured sticky rice cake to give her mother a sweet treat. Mrs. Huang looked at the medicine package Lin Weiwei bought and sighed. "Why did you gather so much medicine? It must have cost a lot of silver. You need to pay Dr. Liang for the consultation and medicine." She counted over 100 coins and handed them to her second daughter. Seeing the silver wrapped in a handkerchief, Mrs. Huang's eyes welled up with tears. Her second daughter was promising. She could hunt and earn silver. Her husband, do you see? It's a pity her body isn't strong. In the end, she still has to burden the children. "Mother, don't worry about the silver. Just focus on getting better. I'm here for you." Lin Weiwei helped Mrs. Huang lie down. At this moment, Lin Danny returned after delivering the meat. Lin Weiwei handed her the string of copper coins and cut a few jin of meat, saying, "Mother asked you to take these to Dr. Liang. Why don't you go?" Lin Danny couldn't help but want to retort her. "I'm not a god. As soon as I clear my mind, I understand everything. I do want to deliver, but I need to be able to reach Dr. Liang's house first." Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at her. When Lin Zian pushed the door open and saw them about to argue again, she interrupted with a serious face. "I'll go deliver it." Lin Danny was reluctant to let her little brother run errands, so she pouted and left the door. Lin Weiwei muttered, "Your deadpan face makes it look like you don't want to deliver at all. Dr. Liang might think you're unwilling." Second sister. Knowing that big sister didn't get along with her, she still deliberately provoked her. Does she think the house isn't lively enough? Lin Zian looked helpless. Lin Weiwei chuckled softly, picked up a piece of venison, and said, "I'll go deliver meat to Aunt Feng." She knocked gently on the neighboring door. The door creaked open. Lin Weiwei's mouth opened wide, her eyes widened, and the meat in her hand almost dropped.
Oh my.
What did she see? A fairy under the moon? Her elegant starry eyes, like poetry and mist, seemed indifferent yet cold. Her white, beautiful face, lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, and long black hair flowing over her shoulders, gently lifted by the night breeze, brushing her stunning face, making people want to reach out and gently smooth her playful hair. Her clothes, though washed to a pale white, couldn't hide her grace.
Wow.
Truly a beauty so stunning that it's hard to look away, her heart pounding wildly. Her passionate, unabashed gaze made the handsome young man furrow his brows deeply and say coldly, "What's the matter?" Lin Weiwei's eyes couldn't leave him for a moment. She swallowed, licked her lips, and grinned. "I'm here to deliver meat to Aunt Fong. Venison very nourishing." "No need. Take it back." Jiang Mofan's proud eyes showed a hint of shame and anger from being treated with charity. He coldly said, and was about to close the door. Lin Weiwei pressed her hand against the door and gently pushed it open. The handsome young man staggered back a few steps, glaring at her with anger. "Everyone who went up the mountain to help yesterday is here. How could Aunt Fong be missing?" Lin Weiwei squeezed through the door, her plump body surprisingly agile, darting into the yard like a fish. "Aunt Fong, I'm here." Aunt Fong put down her embroidery, coughed, and came out of the house. Seeing it was Lin Weiwei instead of Lin Danny, she felt a bit surprised. Jiang Mofan inherited his parents' good looks and was so handsome he didn't look like a boy. As long as he was resting at home, the village girls couldn't help but gather around him, and Lin Danny was no exception. "Aunt Fong, I found a roe deer on the mountain and cut some meat for you. Thank you for your help yesterday." Lin Weiwei placed the meat in the kitchen but didn't rush to leave. "No need, just take it away." Jiang Mohan stood beside Aunt Fong, with a look that seemed to reject her completely, as if the meat was an insult to him. Lin Weiwei looked at his face for a long time. Seeing the handsome young man about to get angry, she finally said, "Aunt Fong, is this your son?" Aunt Fong, noticing her bold but clear eyes, smiled and nodded. "Yes, he's your brother's classmate." Lin Weiwei stared openly at him for a while before saying, "He doesn't look like it." "Not at all." Jiang Mohan, feeling like she hit a sore spot, looked angry and proud, gritting his teeth. "What does that have to do with you? Get out." Lin Weiwei circled him, inspecting him from top to bottom, then said, "Aunt Fong, I didn't expect someone as gentle as you to have a son like a hedgehog. Isn't that like good bamboo produces bad shoots?" Aunt Fong didn't expect her words to be so accurate. She hadn't thought her son Jiang Mohan would also face rejection and picky criticism from a girl. She held back her laughter, coughed lightly, and said, "This kid's been reading too much, learned all the bad temper of scholars. Near, please be more understanding." Seeing her voice a bit hoarse, Lin Weiwei asked with concern, "Aunt Fong, are you feeling unwell? Should I call a doctor?" Jiang Mohan, calming his anger, looked at Aunt Fong worriedly. She smiled reassuringly at him and said to Lin Weiwei, "It's just an old problem, no big deal. It will be fine in a few days. Drink more water. If you're really uncomfortable, have the doctor check you. Don't hold it in," Lin Weiwei said, noticing the water in the basin in their yard was almost empty. She took the water bucket nearby. "I'll go fetch some water." Aunt Fong hurriedly stopped her. "How can you help fetch water?"
Put it down. Let Hannah do it.
Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Mohan's thin little frame. He's not even taller than her, with thin arms and legs. She could easily pinch him. Jiang Mohan's inner anger surged to his head, his handsome face turning red. What kind of look was that? Who was he looking down on? Did she think everyone was like her, fat and dull? But his manners prevented him from saying those words. He only glared at Lin Weiwei, with eyes full of anger. However, she happily carried the water buckets out the door, and Mrs. Fong couldn't stop her. Villagers drink water from a pond at the foot of the mountain. Not long after Lin Wei left the village, she filled her space with water and returned. To her, 2 buckets of water felt like holding 2 small cups. With her long legs and quick steps, The water tank that Jong Mohan would have needed half a day to fill was already full in less than half an hour. Jong Mohan. Lin Wei grinned proudly at him and said to Mrs. Foam, "Aunt Foam, I'm going home now. Rest early. My throat feels uncomfortable. Remember to drink more water." Anyway, her space water only had benefits and no harm. 10 Miles Gully Village isn't big. Soon, news that the Lin family was helping by delivering meat spread throughout the village. Mrs. Sampang was so angry she pounded her chest and cursed loudly. If our Sampang hadn't seen the fool from the Lin family go up the mountain, how would they find someone? They didn't even send us meat. I'll go talk to them. Sanpong's father grabbed her arm and pulled her back onto the bed, saying, "Aren't you ashamed enough? Why didn't they send us meat? It's because you caused trouble. You said their grain and meat were suspicious, wanted to take some advantage, and now look, no advantage gained, and we've offended them. Just behave." Who am I doing this for? Our Sampang hasn't tasted meat in months. If I had the strength, would I need to risk my face to take advantage? Besides, when I went to the Lin family, you didn't stop me. You're just late with your advice. After being scolded, Mrs. Sampang still didn't learn her lesson. When she saw her husband raise his hand again, she started crying, "Hit me until I die. Sampang, life is so hard for me. I married such a useless, wife-beating man. I'd rather die than go on like this." Sampang, about the same age as Lin's eldest son, was quite tall. He was the only child in his family, spoiled by his parents since he was young, and had a lot of flesh. He looked about as sturdy as Lin Ernie. He impatiently broke free from his mother and said gruffly, "Why are you crying? Tomorrow, I'll beat Lin Erwa up to vent my anger." "That'll do. Stop crying, I'm going to sleep." Mrs. Sampang shivered and quickly grabbed his arm. "That fool is so strong she can even kill a wild boar. If you go and hit her brother and upset her, she might smash your head open. You're the only child in our family, so don't go provoking her." Got it. If you don't let me go back inside to sleep, your only child hasn't been killed by the fool, but you'll end up trapping me to death." Sampang shook his arm, slammed the door, and stomped back inside. Thinking about the grains and the piece of meat, his heart felt like a mad cat scratching inside. Why can and I, that fool, eat? Why can that weak kid, get to eat? But he can't? Sampang was unwilling and couldn't sleep well all night. He was planning how to get some benefit from Erwa. In the morning, fog covered the small mountain village of Shirley-go. Unknown birds sang gentle songs on the branches. Lin Weiwei woke up in the cool breeze, amidst the bird calls, feeling a bit dazed, not knowing where she was or what day it was.
Mum.
"Big brother. Something's wrong. Our family has been robbed." Linda Anayer's voice sounded very unhelpful. Lin Weiwei frowned, slipped on her shoes, and pushed the door open. "Why are you making noise so early? Mom isn't feeling well. Can you stop shouting for her? Do you think you're still a baby?" Linda Anayer stared at her, took a deep breath, then let it out. "Stop arguing. Our meat has been stolen." Lindsay came out dressed and asked, "Meat? Weren't the kitchen locked yesterday? Was the lock broken?" "The lock isn't broken, but the meat is gone." Linda Anayer was wandering around the kitchen like a headless fly, almost dizzy from searching. Lin Weiwei slapped her forehead, went into her room, grabbed a bamboo basket, and placed it at Linda Anayer's feet. She said, "The kitchen is hot. I was worried the meat would spoil, so I took it out last night." Linda Anayer crossed her arms, glared, and was about to say something, but Lin Zian interrupted her. "It's good the meat isn't lost. After breakfast, second sister will take it to town to exchange for silver, so it doesn't spoil." Linda Anayer looked at her older brother with a pleading look. Before, he was the closest to her, but now he always sides with Lin Anayer. "Big brother, you've changed." Seeing her resentful look, Lin Zian. "I'm not siding with anyone. I just don't want to hear you nagging on and on. Is that interesting?"
Dava.
"After you finish eating, you should go to town too. Don't delay your studies." "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything at home." Lin Weiwei couldn't help but smile.
Dava. Puffed.
This shy and proud young boy surprisingly has a simple, down-to-earth nickname, which made her unconsciously sing in her heart, Hulu-wah, 7 flowers on 1 vine. Wind and rain can't scare us, la la la. Big brother, oh big brother, your great strength seems to have transferred to me. From her clever eyes, Lin Zian saw a flash of mischief and teasing. When she casually emphasized the words big brother, she couldn't help but wonder why she was smiling. Lin Zian looked a little annoyed, this second girl. She didn't expect her to suddenly become so clever. Was it a good thing or a bad thing for him? She even teased his nickname. How annoying.
All right.
Don't be like a pufferfish first thing in the morning. I'll make some scallion pancakes for you. You can take them to the academy and share with your classmates. Lin Weiwei made the scallion pancakes crispy on the outside and tender inside, full of scallion aroma. The more she ate, the more delicious it was, and the more she chewed, the tastier it became. Even little second baby ate a whole piece. Lin Weiwei gently patted the fluffy head of the little guy. He's too thin. He needs to eat more. Even if he can't have the superpowers of the second brother in Hulu-wah, like keen eyesight and sharp hearing, at least he can be clever and grow up healthy. Second brother, when you turn 6, I'll send you to the school to start learning. Okay? Lin Weiwei looked at his big head, thin neck, and tiny arms and legs, feeling a faint pang of tenderness. Second brother stretched out his finger, his big, bright eyes full of eager excitement. Really, second sister? I'm already 6 years old this year. Lin Weiwei looked him up and down, amazed. This little guy is shorter than most 4-year-olds and very thin. People might think he's only 3 or 4. Poor kid. Seriously undernourished. Are you talking about lunar years? I mean real age. Lin Weiwei picked him up, looked into his eyes, and promised, next year, at this time, if you grow to my waist, I'll send you to the school. So, eat well and grow tall quickly. Hearing this, the little second brother happily picked up another scallion pancake and took a big bite. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, grabbing his round belly like a little frog and snatching the pancake from his hand. Too much is not good. Eating too much wastes food and might even make your tummy pop. The little second brother obediently nodded, his big eyes blinking like a cute, well-behaved puppy. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but give the little guy a quick kiss on the face and asked, little second child, you're so well-behaved. Do you want to go to town with second sister to play? Little second child widened his round eyes with surprise and happiness. Really? What would we play? Doing laundry, cooking, chopping wood, watering vegetables. Everyone else is busy, and you still want to go to town to have fun? Lin Danny grabbed his hand and started to scold him relentlessly. The sparkle in little second child's eyes gradually dimmed. He held back tears and said sensibly, second sister, you go ahead. Sell the meat to get silver coins. Our family won't go hungry anymore. I'll stay at home helping big sister gather firewood and water the vegetables. Lin Weiwei felt very sad. She gently wiped away his silent tears with her finger and glared at Lin Danny confidently. If you have the ability to catch wild boars or roe deer and exchange them for over 10 taels of silver in 2 days, then you can go anywhere you want, take whoever you want to play with. I'll handle all the chores at home. How about that? You've been a burden to our family for so many years, earning only a few taels of silver and thinking you're so great? If you weren't able to eat like a pig, could our family be so poor? Now you're contributing to the family, which is only right. Lin Danny started her battle mode again. Who just ate 4 scallion pancakes? Lin Weiwei raised her eyebrows at her. The younger brother only ate 3 and she, as a girl, finished 4. She had the nerve to say others were like pigs. Lin Danny's face turned bright red. She was about to escalate into a full-blown rage, but Lin Weiwei reached out and interrupted her. If you don't want to work, leave those chores for me to do when I come back from town. Don't act like the whole family is just you who contributes. You're grown up, but our second child is more sensible than you. She ignored the panting Lin Danny and looked worriedly at their mother, Huang. Mother, if you feel sorry for your children and don't want us to worry, then don't do anything. Rest your body well. When I bring second child back from town, we'll do the chores. After saying that, she carried her bamboo basket, held little second child, and gave a meaningful look to Lin Zian, who was watching them speechlessly. Then she strode toward the town. The little second child, held in her arms, looked a bit embarrassed. Second sister, put me down. I'm not a kid anymore. I can walk by myself. Lin Weiwei pinched his tiny leg and said, with your little short legs, it's already noon on the way to town. Be honest. For someone your size, carrying you feels like holding a little frog for me. Little second child puffed out his cheeks. I'm not like a frog. How are you not like a frog? The frog has big eyes, a round belly, and a puffed-up mouth. You're just like it now. Lin Weiwei poked his cheek and joked, the little frog is very hardworking, helping the crops catch pests. I also help catch bugs in our vegetable garden. Little Erwa showed an innocent smile. Lin Weiwei laughed and said, our little Erwa is just as hardworking and capable as the little frog. Seeing her second sister smile happily, Erwa also grinned foolishly and laughed. Lin Weiwei, with long legs and big strides, walked quickly, her pace lively and breezy. She teased Erwa while walking, never feeling bored. Suddenly, she felt like she had forgotten something. She quickly turned around and saw her older brother Lin Zian, carrying a book box, had fallen behind. He was bent over, supporting his leg, panting like a bellows. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, his long robe was soaked behind, his collar was pulled open, and his wet hair stuck to his face. He no longer looked like a proud young scholar. Lin Weiwei went back, took his book box, and said with a look of disdain, what a useless scholar. We've only walked a short distance, and you're already exhausted. Big brother, you seriously lack exercise. Lin Zian, frustrated, said, look at you on the road, who's like you? 2 ox carts have already passed us. Are you rushing to be reborn? TSK. Big brother, don't make excuses for being weak. With your current look, you'll be carried out of the exam hall someday. Second sister has advice for you. In the future, after studying, exercise for half an hour every day. It will only do good, not harm. Lin Weiwei said earnestly. Lin Zian's fair face turned red, and his tone became sharp. You know a lot. Were you pretending to be crazy all along? Lin Weiwei wasn't angry. Instead, she chuckled. She rubbed his head and said with a smile, finally, you look like a 12 or a 13-year-old boy. Still acting proud in front of family, huh? Not tired at all. Look at how real you are now. Are you crazy? Do you want to get scolded? You want me to be real?
Fine.
I'll tell you openly, I
hate you.
I hated you before, and I hate you even more now. Lin Zian, like a Pomeranian with its tail stepped on, looked fierce but adorable. Little Erwa, feeling a bit helpless, pouted and said, big brother, second sister, please don't argue. Lin Weiwei smiled at him and then turned to look at Lin Zian, saying, I know. I'm not made of silver, so everyone can't like me. I just do my best to be myself, and that's enough. After speaking, she single-handedly carried little second baby and lifted Lin Zian's heavy book box, heading towards the town, though her pace slowed considerably. Lin Zian had been prepared to make a big fuss or be scolded by second sister, but unexpectedly, she didn't react at all, like hitting cotton with a fist. His expression now was like a frog with wide eyes, feeling angry but unable to vent it. With Lin Zian as a burden, Lin Weiwei reached the town an hour later. She headed straight to Drunken Immortal Inn. Holding Lin Zian's book box, she wanted to stop her but felt embarrassed to speak first, so she just followed along. Inside the inn, it was still the same young clerk from yesterday. Seeing Lin Weiwei, his attitude changed completely. He warmly said, young Master Lin, what good things are you bringing us today? The wild boar you sent yesterday has already sold most of it. Our shopkeeper was just mentioning this morning when you'll come again. Lin Weiwei handed the book box back to her younger brother, set down little second baby, and placed the bamboo basket in front of the clerk, saying, today I only brought half a roe deer. I wonder if Manager Han is here? He's here. He's here. Young Master Lin, just a moment, I'll go get our shopkeeper. The clerk quickly went upstairs and brought Manager Han down. Manager Han greeted him with a big smile, saying, "Young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to bring us game so quickly. Truly impressive." Because of the wild boar meat, the inn's business had increased significantly yesterday. The owner was very pleased and told him to make sure to keep this hunter who could carry a 500-pound wild boar alone. A higher price was fine. The key was to regularly supply the inn with game. Yesterday, I found a roe deer, kept half for myself as a favor, and now I've brought the rest to you. We didn't even keep a pound for ourselves, Lin Weiwei said with a smile. Manager Han opened the bamboo basket and looked inside.
Oh.
It's well preserved, looks about the same as this morning. Since it's just roe deer meat, I'll pay you 5 coins more per jean than lamb meat. How does that sound? In the past, hunters would deliver whole animals, removing skin, bones, and internal organs, so the price was lower. They also bought pure roe deer meat before, priced like lamb. To attract this talented young hunter, Manager Han was willing to spend more. Lin Weiwei nodded happily and said, "Manager Han, you're a straightforward person. I like dealing with you. Let's weigh it now." Due to the drought, the price of mutton in town has risen to 60 coins per jean. Lin Weiwei brought some roe deer meat, priced at 65 coins per jean. Shopkeeper Han paid him 92 jean, giving him 6 taels of silver to make it a round number. The extra 20 coins are for Lin's younger brother to buy sweets. Erwa doesn't eat sweets. He keeps it for Mom to regain strength, the little second child said sensibly. After leaving drunken Immortal Tower, Lin Weiwei handed 2 taels of silver to Lin Zian. "Aren't you planning to take the exam next year? You should read more books now. Don't waste time copying others' work. It's better to study." Lin Zian was prepared to break off relations with her, but he was surprised. She didn't mind his harsh words and even gave him silver to encourage him to study well. A flicker of regret rose in his heart. He wondered if he should apologize to his second sister, but when he opened his mouth, he said, "What do you know? Copying books is part of learning. Repeating it a few times is more effective than just reading once or twice. With the time you spend copying, you could memorize the whole book 5 or 6 times. Isn't that a waste of time? Little kid, don't be so stubborn. It's not cute at all." Lin Weiwei tousled his hair again. The small feeling of warmth in Lin Zian's heart disappeared instantly. He angrily said, "I'm not Erwa. Why would I want to be so adorable? I'm not a kid anymore." Yes, yes. Big brother is not a kid anymore. You're our family's little pillar. Little pillar, if you don't go to the academy soon, you'll be late, Lin Weiwei teased gently, like she was comforting a child. Lin Zian looked at the broken silver in his hand. The pen he used was already worn down, the paper for practicing calligraphy was almost used up on both sides, and he still had ink. This 2 taels of silver really helped him out of a tight spot. It felt like a big stone in his heart had been lifted. Second sister looked rough and tough, with a sharp tongue and many tricks, but she understood his difficulties and genuinely cared for him. "Still angry? Don't want to use the silver I earned? Come on, I'm waiting for you to throw silver at me." Lin Weiwei made a teasing face. Lin Zian clenched his lips, put the silver in his pocket, picked up his heavy book box, and walked away. Her words really spoiled the mood. If he kept feeling moved by her, he might as well share her surname. "You already share her surname?" Little second child looked up at her sister, worried, and said, "Big brother seems angry. Don't you think Big brother is more energetic now?" Lin Weiwei does not admit to deliberately teasing the young scholar out of mischievous fun. Boys should act like boys. The innocent little expression of the second young boy is quite adorable. Lin Weiwei picks up the little fellow and holds him in her arm like a pendant. "Come on, second sister has money now. Let's buy some candy for our second boy, and also get a pound of that cake from yesterday." "We're not buying cake anymore. We haven't finished the one from yesterday." The second boy shakes his head like a rattle. Second sister is good at earning money, but not very good at managing it. Yesterday she bought flour and meat, and he can make buns himself, but she still wasted money on buying more.
Oh.
"It's so hot today, and you're hiding it away without eating. If it gets moldy, it won't be good anymore." Lin Weiwei deliberately exaggerates. The second boy is anxious and almost crying. What should we do? That's money we spent. Lin Weiwei looks serious. It should be fine if we leave it for morning. When we get home, we'll eat all the rice cakes so they don't spoil and waste over 100 copper coins. Over 100 copper coins? That's too expensive. We could buy several pounds of meat with that. Second sister, we won't buy rice cakes anymore. I don't like eating them. The second boy says with a sad look. If you don't like it, Mom likes it. Lin Weiwei hugs the second boy while strolling down the street, looking for a seed shop. The second boy frowns and hesitates, then says, Mom doesn't like it either. Lin Weiwei finds it funny and continues teasing him. But rice cakes are sweet and sticky. I like to eat them. What should I do? The second boy's face shows a conflicted expression, and finally, he grits his teeth. Then, second sister will buy just a little for herself. It's hot, and if we buy too much, it'll spoil easily. The little bit he mentions is about the size of his small fist. Lin Weiwei almost smiles, so hard she could drop him. She hugs the little guy and rubs his head. Second boy, you're so adorable. She's used to this body now and can control her strength skillfully. The second boy leans against her chest, cheeks flushed, and can't help but smile. Second sister is so nice. He really likes her now. Ah. Oh no. From the corner of her eye, Lin Weiwei sees a shadow fall from a nearby shop. She quickly dodges with the agility that's completely uncharacteristic of her size, holding the second boy. A young man dressed in a sky-blue long robe with a jade belt falls face first onto her shoe. What's going on? Is this a scam? Lin Weiwei lifts his face away from her shoe and nonchalantly steps back, ready to slip away. Young master, are you okay? Two familiar-looking young servants help the man in blue to his feet. Why are you in such a hurry? Your benefactor won't run away. If you fall and get hurt, how will we explain to madam?
Huh?
The familiar young servants, the familiar words, and that young man with a dusty, handsome face. All very familiar. Lin Weiwei rubbed her forehead and said, Hey, why do you keep falling every time I see you? Lu Wenjun dusted himself off, smiling happily. What a coincidence. I see my little brother again. You helped me yesterday without expecting anything in return, which I really admire. Today, since we meet again, would you do me the honor of letting me treat you to a meal? I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept the meal. I have urgent matters to attend to, Lin Weiwei said hurriedly, buying corn seeds and quickly planting them. Lu Wenjun looked a bit disappointed. He turned his gaze to a pair of bright black eyes and a curious little face. He smiled and said, Little brother, is this your younger brother? He's so cute. Here, this is a gift from me for meeting you. Take it. He pulled a jade pendant from his waist, different from yesterday's, and handed it to the little boy. Afraid Lin Weiwei would refuse again, he gently touched the boy's face and teased, Little brother, your big brother is so chubby, but you're so thin. Did he eat all your food? Second sister didn't fight me for food. You're a bad person for talking badly about her. I don't want your stuff. The little boy threw the jade pendant back and glared at him angrily. Oh. Little guy, you're small but quite fiery. If you didn't fight, then forget it. Your second sister hasn't said anything. Why are you so angry?
What? Second.
Second sister? Shouldn't it be second brother? Lu Wenjun stammered, pointing at Lin Weiwei, speechless. The little boy kept correcting him. It's second sister. I only have an older brother at home, no second brother. Second sister, let's go. He looks not very smart. Taking advantage of Lu Wenjun's dazed state, Lin Weiwei said goodbye and left. Lu Wenjun took a long time to close his mouth and asked the two young servants, Did I just faint? I think I saw the benefactor, who saved me yesterday. His little brother said, He's not second brother but second sister? The servant Xingfeng looked at his young master with sympathy. Young master, you're not faint. Oh my gosh. I was actually saved by someone who doesn't look like a woman. And I was hugging her neck and hanging on her for a long time. Oh no. She won't make me responsible, right? Lu Wenjun looked terrified, wishing he could faint right then and there.
Probably.
Probably not. Qingfeng thought about the girl's build, feeling a shiver down his spine. Mingyue, trying to help her master, suggested, "Young master, you're unlucky here. We've been stumbling around for 2 days. Let's leave quickly." Lu Wenjun was stunned like he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock for a long time. Finally, he made a difficult and painful decision. "No, I can't do that. She saved my life, and I can't forget her kindness. If she insists I take responsibility, I will marry her." Lin Weiwei bought some corn seeds, planning to buy candy for the obedient little second child. But she was stopped by a young man in blue. She looked helpless and said, "What do you want?" "I told you, saving you is just a reflex, a small effort. You don't need to thank me over and over. Isn't that annoying?" "Miss, I am willing to take responsibility. I will go back and tell my mother, arrange for a matchmaker to come, and marry you properly," Lu Wenjun said with a heroic expression. Lin Weiwei clenched her teeth to stop herself from hitting him. She said angrily, "Are you crazy? You, and you. Your master has a problem in the head. Don't come out and scare people. What about a matchmaker and marriage?"
Who do you think I am?
This is ridiculous. A handsome young man, but clearly mentally unstable. Lin Weiwei felt sorry for him, but also angry. If she couldn't marry, she shouldn't just drag someone off the street. That's causing trouble for others. Qingfeng quickly stepped in to smooth things over for his young master. "Our young master didn't know you were a girl. Sorry for the offense yesterday. He's worried about ruining your reputation, so."
Oh, I see.
Another bookish person who's lost their mind, but at least he has a sense of responsibility. Lin Weiwei looked down at her rounded waist. With her appearance, daring to take responsibility shows good character. "Young sir, this matter must not happen. I don't want to be seen as someone who takes advantage of kindness. If you keep talking, you'll put me in an unfair position. If you truly appreciate my kindness, pretend this never happened. Let's go our separate ways, and maybe we won't meet again." Lin Weiwei made a dismissive gesture and turned to leave gracefully. There's no point in wasting time on these useless things. Better to just send a silver note. Wait a moment. Lu Wenjun hurried a few steps after her. Lin Weiwei suddenly turned around sharply. "If you bother me again, it will be like repaying kindness with betrayal. Don't make me regret saving you." Lu Wenjun had to stop, watching her walk away. Her image in his mind seemed even more impressive. Lin Weiwei took a few steps and then saw a familiar figure in front of a bookstore. Wow. The town is so small. She's only been here 2 days, and she already knows so many people? He was wearing a very neat, white, traditional robe that looked more handsome than an ordinary person. The young women on the street couldn't help but stare at him. Some bumped into others, tripped over their own feet, or even hit the doorframe. What a troublemaker. Since he was a neighbor, it wouldn't be polite to ignore him when they saw each other. Lin Weiwei held Xiao Erwa's hand and headed toward the bookstore. Xiao Erwa also saw his neighbor's older brother and cheerfully called out, "Brother Mo Han." Jiang Mo Han nodded lightly, slightly lifting his chin, and looked at Lin Weiwei with a proud yet complicated expression. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Wow.
This teenage boy acts so proud and aloof, like a noble fairy who looks down on everyone.
Who does he think he is?
Just a few years of studying? Just passing the imperial exam? His mother was a university student in her past life. Not a top scholar, but still a successful candidate. Why is he so arrogant? When Lin Weiwei reached the bookstore entrance, she turned her head and saw the handsome neighbor boy standing in just the right spot to see everything she just did, his strange thoughts and actions.
Did you see that?
Lin Weiwei suddenly felt annoyed by the smile at his lips. So what? Do you think that's enough to find fault with me? Want to try showing a disdainful smile again? Jiang and Mo Han didn't even look at her, still staring straight into the distance. See what? See someone asking for your hand in marriage? But rich people just have fun. You really believe it? Lin Weiwei was furious inside. You standing here, trying to remind me not to be fooled by others, isn't that your purpose? Why can't you just say it plainly? Jiang and Mo Han turned his eyes toward her, then quickly looked away. You're overthinking it. After saying that, he turned and went into the bookstore, showing the shopkeeper some books he'd copied recently. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. The silly second sister of the Lin family, after recovering from her illness, turned out to be surprisingly clever.
Wow.
Typical teenage boy, sensitive, proud, and aloof. When he talks about caring for others, it makes people want to punch him. Xiao Erwa, let's go. I'll buy you some candy. Lin Weiwei carried corn seeds on her back and held Xiao Erwa's small hand, walking forward with energy and enthusiasm. No matter how many difficulties life throws at us, we must keep smiling and move on. Victory belongs to those who bravely struggle. This was her motto in her past life. In her previous life, she grew up in an orphanage. With courage and a strong heart, she achieved her goals and got into a famous school. In this life, she can still do it. Jiang and Mo Han received a new task to copy books. He left the bookstore and looked longingly at the distant figure walking away. That strong back showed endless courage and hope. Hope? The chaos in the world hasn't ended. There's drought again, and rising food prices are making poor families struggle to breathe. Where is hope? Jiang and Mo Han clenched the book he was supposed to copy. His pink lips lost their usual color, but his back was straight and proud. He only has pride left. If he loses it, what else does he have?
Yan Mohan.
Hearing this voice, his muscles tensed, and his proud look became even more obvious.
Oh.
Coming to the bookstore again to copy books? You know, copying a book won't earn enough money to buy a few pounds of grain. Since we're classmates, I'll help you find a way to make money. You can write poems or essays for me, and I'll pay you 1 or 2 silver coins per piece. You'll benefit and I'll gain too. What do you think? The speaker was a young man dressed in fine clothes, with a shiny face, oily hair, mostly white eyes with black pupils, a hooked nose, an overbite, and holding a folding fan with a valuable tassel. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang and Mo Han held his head high, with a bit more pride in his eyes. Only he knew he was just hiding his low self-esteem with arrogance. Don't go. The price is negotiable. Your mother works embroidery at my shop, and all the money she earns is for your education. Don't you understand and appreciate your elders? Think about it. Writing a poem or essay can pay for a lot of your mother's handkerchiefs. After saying this, the young man in fine clothes chuckled mockingly. Poor and petty. What pride is there? Go away. Jiang and Mo Han clenched his fists tightly and managed to say 2 words through gritted teeth. Right now, he wished he could be like Lin Ernie, with strong strength to beat those who insulted him, making them kneel and beg for mercy, never to bother him again.
Oh.
Our great scholar Jiang is angry. The young man in fine clothes laughed mockingly and continued to provoke him. But what can you do to me? I will give you 3 more days to think about it. If you don't show some respect, your mother's embroidery work will have to stop. Just wait and see. You might as well prepare to face the harsh winds of the Northwest. Oh, wait, there's no wind this season. Haha. Everyone has a sensitive spot, and once it's touched, their sense of reason breaks apart. Jiang and Mo Han throws down his book, raises his fragile arms, and rushes toward the young man dressed in fine clothes. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any special strength. He's just a weak scholar. The young man's henchman, not even needing to fight, beat Jiang and Mo Han until his face is covered in blood, and he falls to the ground. Jiang and Mo Han falls heavily, hitting the back of his head on the ground, which makes the young man in fine clothes a little scared. Jiang and Mo Han is the proud student of the teacher. If he gets seriously hurt, he won't be able to stay in the academy. Reading or not reading doesn't matter much to him. If he gets expelled, his father will beat him so badly he won't be able to take care of himself. The young man in fine clothes kicks Jiang and Mo Han's motionless body and says, "Get up, stop pretending to be dead. You started it. If you can't fight, then act dead. Aren't you a man?" Jiang and Mo Han remains lying on the ground, showing no reaction at all. The young man's face turns pale. He slowly kneels down and hesitantly reaches toward Jiang and Mo Han's nose and chin. There's no breath left. The young man in fine clothes suddenly falls to the ground, stunned for a moment, then uses his hands and feet to crawl away and escape. It's over. He's killed someone. No, it wasn't him who did it. It was Ding Qi and the others, the real culprits. Lin Weiwei bought a bag of candy for little second baby and asked about the grain prices, which had increased by another penny since yesterday. She bought over 200 jin of grain, 100 jin of fine grain, and more than 100 jin of coarse grain. In a year of disaster, it's best to stock up on more food. After leaving the grain shop, she saw someone selling old hens and bought one to make soup for her mother. Thinking again, she also bought some danggui, angelica root, and goji berries from the pharmacy. As she left the pharmacy, she overheard people talking. Someone was beaten to death in front of the bookstore. Turns out it was a scholar from the town's academy. Such a handsome guy, what a pity.
What?
A handsome young scholar? Could it be Aunt Feng's son? His personality is quite annoying, but maybe he offended someone and was accidentally beaten to death? Lin Weiwei bent down to pick up little second baby, carrying over 200 jin of grain, and strode toward the bookstore. Pushing through the crowd, she saw the bloodied person lying on the ground. Sure enough, it was that proud little scholar. TSK, who could be so cruel? Such a beautiful, fairy-like child, and they could actually do this. No, he really died, right? Lin Weiwei's first thought was that such a face, even in death, was too beautiful to waste. Then she started to worry. How sad Aunt Feng must be. She placed her finger on his carotid artery, and her heart briefly relaxed. Lin Weiwei used a bamboo tube she brought to feed him some space water. He could swallow, so maybe he could be saved. The shopkeeper from the bookstore said to her, "Do you recognize him? Quickly send him to the clinic. Maybe there's still hope." It's a tragedy to have struck so hard. Lin Weiwei gently carried the person like a princess, looked down at the little second child, and said, "Hold on to my sleeve and don't let go. There are flower-picking bandits in town. If they take you away, you'll never see your mother and second sister again." The little second child nodded firmly, gripping her clothes tightly, and followed her closely. Perhaps the space water worked, because on the way to the clinic, the handsome young scholar in her arms woke up. Jiang Mohan slowly opened his eyes, and his mind became clearer. Where was he? Why did his head hurt after being beheaded? No, not just his head. His face and body hurt everywhere. How could a dead person feel pain?
Could it be?
He wasn't dead?
Impossible.
The emperor sentenced his entire family to be executed, though only he and a few loyal servants survived. He had already expected this ending. Why would he marry and have children, harming others? The emperor wouldn't change his mind. He had always been a sword in the emperor's hand, and where the sword pointed, heads would fall. Despite his high position, he would end up like a hunted fox or a cooked dog. When the sentence was passed, officials and soldiers cheered, and at the execution site, crowds gathered, saying the emperor had eliminated a great traitor, which was very satisfying. But they didn't realize that the cruelest and most treacherous was actually the revered emperor himself. As his body moved during the journey, who would be foolish enough to rescue a notorious villain at the execution ground? Jiang Mohan's beautiful eyes finally focused, and he recognized a situation. He was being held by a completely unfamiliar young woman. He looked around and saw Renanjin, the person he studied with for 7 or 8 years. Why was he here? And who is this tall, strong girl? Put me down. Jiang Mohan's voice involuntarily carried a hint of commanding authority. No matter what, he had been the chief minister for over 20 years. Lin Weiwei lowered her head and met Jiang Mohan's gaze. In those beautiful eyes, it seemed to hold endless desolation, a chilling coldness that pierced to the bone, like eternal ice and snow, freezing the heart. She suddenly felt as if she had returned to the most difficult days of her past. In the orphanage, the teenage girl, because of her good grades, was isolated and bullied by other children. When classmates learned she was an orphan, they mocked, ridiculed, and criticized her. Late at night, she curled up in the corner of her bed, feeling as if only she existed in the world, floating like a leaf on water, with no spiritual support. The loneliness in this young scholar's eyes was even deeper than what she had experienced.
Could it be?
This handsome young scholar was also a victim of school bullying? Looking again at his delicate and handsome face, even more troubling was the thought that he might be hurt. Jang Mo-hun instantly understood her thoughts from her complex expression. If looks could kill, Lin Weiwei would already be pierced by 1,000 arrows. In his past life, he had countless ways to get rid of her. But now, he felt dizzy and nauseous, unable to stand steadily. Jang Mo-hun frowned, holding back his displeasure, and said, "You let me down." Although it was only a brief moment, Jang Mo-hun had already deduced his current situation. He had somehow been reborn over 30 years into the past, back when he was still studying in Renan Town. That year, he was beaten badly because he refused to have Wu Bo ghostwrite for him. It was also that year that his family spent all their savings to treat his serious injuries. Wu Bo's family's embroidery shop refused to accept his mother's embroidery works, making things worse. His mother had to travel twice, as far to Fuan County, to sell her embroidery. Exhausted and hungry, she fainted in the wilderness. When she was found, she was so badly bitten by wild animals that her face was unrecognizable. That year, he lost the only warmth and light in his life. From then on, he became someone who would do anything, even to the point of self-hatred. "Brother Mo-hun, does it hurt?" As her consciousness returned, Jang Mo-hun realized that the chubby girl had already put him down. He was dizzy and unsteady, and she was supporting him. Looking down, he saw a small, thin girl. He tried to recall the events and people from over 30 years ago. Fortunately, his excellent memory allowed him to recognize that the girl was the son of the Lin family next door. "Second sister, why isn't Brother Mo-hun talking? Did he fall and hurt his brain, turning into someone who forgets everything like you used to?" The little boy, seeing Jang Mo-hun staring at him for a long time with a strange look, shyly moved closer to his second sister. Some fools might even hit people. "Second sister?" Jang Mo-hun looked at the chubby girl with raised eyes. Indeed, next door there is a tall and chubby girl named Lin Near. However, she is a simple-minded person. Moreover, a few days before he was beaten, he died in a mountain pond. "Are you feeling dizzy? Nauseous?" After imagining many scenarios, Lin Weiwei looked at the handsome young scholar with sympathy. "Shall I take you to the clinic?" "No need." "The clinic?" "He is just a poor scholar who relies on his mother's embroidery to survive. He doesn't have money to see a doctor." He touched the back of his head, and his hand immediately turned red with blood.
Oh.
The young scholar was bleeding a lot. She wondered if the water in her space could stop the bleeding. Lin Weiwei tore a piece of her clothes, wet it with water from a bamboo tube, and said, "Let me clean your wound. It's so hot today. If the wound isn't cleaned properly, it might get infected." Jang Mo-hun glanced at the dusty piece of cloth in her hand. He worried that after she cleaned it, the infection might be worse. "Don't worry. My clothes are old, but clean. If you're still worried, you can use yours." Lin Weiwei understood his look instantly. She reached out as if to tear his sleeve. Jang Mo-hun raised his hand to stop her. He only had 2 long gowns to change into. If she tore them, how could he meet people? He silently took out a handkerchief. Lin Weiwei snatched the handkerchief, wet it with water from the bamboo tube, turned his head gently, and carefully cleaned the wound. Jang Mo-hun, that chubby girl. She's not stupid anymore, but is it really okay for her to hold a man's head in her arms in the street without considering gender boundaries? Just because you're tall and strong, does that mean you can ignore others' feelings and make decisions for them? Have you asked how they feel? He is a great villain and a major traitor who can silence a crying child. In his past life, he could have crushed you like an ant with just a finger. Fat girl, remember this. In his heart, the future chief minister made a note of the chubby girl. He is still young, a poor scholar with no money, no power, and no strength. He can only be manipulated. This feeling really makes him uncomfortable. While the handsome young scholar was grinding his teeth and feeling upset, Lin Weiwei had already cleaned the wound on his back of the head. Luckily, although it looked bloody, it wasn't serious. The young scholar had a cut on his forehead, with dark red blood on his delicate face. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but wipe it clean. The young scholar. He snatched the wet handkerchief and roughly wiped his face. This side isn't dry yet. Lin Weiwei deliberately poked his cheek. Jiang Mohan roughly pushed her hand away and glared fiercely at her. He wiped the spot she poked until it turned red. Lin Weiwei grinned. She looked like a cute, fierce little scholar, a bit like a wolf cub. Jiang Mohan knew his gaze could be very intimidating. Even the timid could be scared stiff. But the chubby girl in front of him still had time to smile. Was she brave or just crazy? Are you not afraid of me? Jiang Mohan asked. Lin Weiwei looked surprised. Why should I be afraid of you? Because you're handsome? Look, you're shorter and weaker than me. If I just poke you with my finger, you'll fall over. You should be afraid of me, right? Her finger itched to poke him again, so she did. Jiang Mohan was lightly poked on the shoulder and staggered back several steps. If Lin Weiwei hadn't stepped forward to hold him, he probably would have fallen flat on his back. Jiang Mohan. Chubby girl, just wait for this prime minister. Jiang Mohan quickly made a note of her in his little notebook. All right, don't be angry, Lin Weiwei said in a coaxing tone, like talking to a naughty child. With your current condition, can you still go to the academy? Do you want me to help you teach the person who hit you? I, the prime minister, who is above 10,000 people, need your help to teach someone? Jiang Mohan coldly said, Go back to the village. Okay. Lin Weiwei looked at him with a bright smile. Can you walk? Or should I carry you? No. Need. Jiang Mohan gritted his teeth and said, If she didn't carry him, so what? Why was she angry again? The proud little scholar had turned into a sulky little scholar. He didn't know what had upset him, but he was hard to please. Erwa, stay here and keep the neighbor's brother company. I want to see if I can rent a cart, Lin Weiwei decided when she saw the handsome little scholar walking a few steps with weak legs, but still holding on. The chubby girl finally did something reliable. Jiang Mohan frowned and reminded her, You're going the wrong way. Lin Weiwei stubbornly said, I know. I want to go over there to buy some things. They rented a bullock cart from a big shop. Lin Weiwei helped the little scholar onto it first, then single-handedly lifted a bamboo basket weighing over 200 jin, and with her other hand, she helped the little Erwa sit next to the scholar. She sat with the driver, learning how to steer the cart. The little Erwa stared at the neighbor boy with wide eyes. He opened his oil paper package, pinched a sugar, and put it in his mouth. So sweet. The little boy squinted happily. Jiang Mohan looked at the grain in the bamboo basket and then at the sugar in Lin Erwa's hand. The Lin family relies only on the Huang family to support their 4 children. Their situation is worse than his own. How could they afford to buy so much grain and give the children candies? In a past life, at this time, the foolish second girl had already died. Huang was so heartbroken she fell ill and couldn't get up. Lin Xian dropped out of school. The second child was bought by a stranger, and the money from the sale was used to pay Huang's medical bills. Later, after the only warmth in his heart disappeared, he left that sad place, worked hard to climb higher, and never heard anything about the Lin family again. What happened during this time? Why didn't the second girl die, and why wasn't she foolish anymore? The second boy was happily surprised. So this is what candy tastes like. It's really delicious. The second sister is so kind to buy such tasty candy for him. Seeing Jiang Mofen staring at the candy in his hand, though reluctant, he still pinched a piece from the paper wrapper and put it into Jiang Mofen's mouth. Brother Mofen, eating candy will stop your headache. Second sister bought it for me, and it's so sweet. Because he was so focused on the candy, he didn't notice when Jiang Mofen's mouth was suddenly filled with a piece of candy. Jiang Mofen frowned, wanting to spit it out, but seeing the innocent smile on the second boy's face and his hopeful expression for praise, he couldn't bear to ruin this pure happiness. The candy was the cheapest malt candy, sweet, sticky, and not very good in texture. But since he didn't usually like sweets, he surprisingly felt that this candy could warm a person's heart. In this life, his mother hadn't died, he hadn't fallen into despair, and he still had a chance to choose again. Drink or not? A bamboo tube, filled with clear water, was handed to him. Jiang Mofin looked at the bamboo tube for a long moment before extending his slender hand to take it, bringing it to his lips and taking a few sips. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and vomited loudly. His consciousness gradually faded. Just before losing awareness, he saw a worried, chubby face. When Lin Weiwei saw him leaning sideways on the cart, she quickly supported his shoulders, gently held his neck, turned his head, and let him rest on her lap. Second sister, Brother Mofin. The second boy looked at Jiang Mofin with concern. It's okay. He just fainted. Lin Weiwei carefully supported his head, trying to lessen the bumps caused by the cart's movement. The uncle driving the cart was a bit annoyed. He won't die in my cart, will he? If someone dies in my cart, who would rent it again? Get off, I'll refund your fare. I won't pull the cart anymore. Uncle, he's just
carsick.
Yes, just carsick. He'll wake up soon, he won't die. Lin Weiwei explained desperately. The coach driver glanced at the young scholar's wound on his head, noting his pale face and weak body. He felt the danger of him passing out at any moment. He stopped the ox cart and took out a string of copper coins. Here's your money back. I won't pull the cart anymore. Originally, the 10-mile journey was far and remote. He didn't want to make this trip, but since Lin Weiwei paid a high price of 100 coins, he reluctantly agreed to take them. Who knew it would turn out so unlucky, and he ended up with a nearly dying patient. In their line of work, it's very bad to carry someone who is about to pass away. If others find out, he might lose his business forever. Lin Weiwei tried to persuade him, but the coach driver refused to help them. Finally, she compromised, saying, Uncle, just help me carry my brother and the big basket. I'll pay you well, is that okay? The coach driver said he was only willing to carry them if he didn't have to carry someone seriously injured or near death. Reluctantly, Lin Weiwei carried the person on her back. She carried him all the way back to 10-Mile Ditch. The weight on her back was nothing to her. Carrying a big man, she moved as fast as the ox cart. The coach driver was surprised and kept glancing at her. The ox cart stopped at the Lin family's door. Little second child jumped down and went to knock on Mrs. Feng's door next door. The coach driver wanted to help carry the bamboo basket down, but when he tried, it wouldn't budge. He remembered that the chubby boy could lift it easily with one hand. No wonder he could walk dozens of miles without panting, even with someone on his back. Such strength in a young boy was impressive. Mrs. Feng came out of the yard, and after a moment of surprise, she recognized that the person on her son's back was her son. What was going on? Had he just returned to town this morning? Why was he battered and bruised, with a deep wound on his forehead? What's wrong? Mrs. Feng was panicked and didn't know what to do. Lin Weiwei told her, Aunt Feng, don't worry. Your son just fainted. His wound on the back of his head is quite dangerous. Please go call Dr. Liang. I'll carry him inside for you. Just then, Jiang Maxian, who was on her back, heard his mother's voice and slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the face that always seemed frozen in his memory. Beautiful features, a slightly haggard face, and a fragile body. It was this gentle girl who, in troubled times, had raised him with difficulty and insisted he study hard to pass exams. Jiang Maxian looked deeply at his mother, who had raised him for over 10 years. He blinked slowly, afraid that if he closed his eyes even for a moment, she would disappear. His childhood memories were already blurry, leaving only images of fleeing, bullying, insults, and being driven away. Whenever other children called him wild child with no father, child born from a mother but raised without a father, or little beggar, his mother always used her gentle body to bear all the insults for him, becoming the only warmth in his heart. It's so good. The fire in his heart hasn't gone out, and his warmth still remains. Is this child not recognizing his mother? Why isn't he talking? Smiling. Even though he's so hurt, he still smiles? Could he be confused? Mrs. Feng was worried and almost crying. Lin Weiwei hurriedly comforted her, saying, he probably hasn't fully regained consciousness yet. Aunt Feng, please go call the doctor to check on him. Jiang Mohan's gaze stayed on Mrs. Feng until her figure disappeared from his sight.
Put me down.
He paused. Having just been reborn, he found it hard to change his commanding tone as a leader. He needed to be careful in the future and not reveal any weaknesses in front of others. Lin Weiwei ignored him and directly carried him into his room, placing him on the Kong bed. She carefully supported his head and helped him lie on his side on the pillow. Don't move. You probably have a mild concussion. If you act up again, you'll probably. Alright, don't be shy. Our homes are at the village entrance. No one saw me carrying you here on the way. Carrying? Isn't there a ox cart? How could he have been carried all the way? Did she do it on purpose? But Lin Weiwei seemed to understand his eyes perfectly. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do it because I wanted to. You fainted, and the coachman was worried you might cause trouble on his cart, so he didn't want to carry you, so he... Thank you. Jiang Mohan thought of a girl who carried him for dozens of miles. It wasn't easy. He had to remember this kindness.
Haha, no need to thank me.
When you're not being proud or angry, you're quite adorable. Lin Weiwei poured him a glass of water and watched him drink it. The water from her home, the same space water she helped pick last night. Drinking more is good for you. If the Jiang Mohan from yesterday heard her praise, he would definitely be angry and chase her out. But now, with 2 lives, he was calm and unaffected, watching everything as if nothing mattered, even when the mountain was collapsing. Jiang Mohan said lightly, cute? For a man, that might not be a compliment. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, you're still young. Don't always act so serious. Young people should have their own style. Happiness is just one day, and unhappiness is just one day. Why make yourself suffer? Jiang Mohan's heart was slightly touched. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, you're right. That makes sense.
Is that so?
Since you agree, then smile a little. Come on, just like I do. Lin Weiwei grinned, showing her classic smile with 8 teeth. Jiang Mohan. So silly.
Hey.
Smile a little. Smile, and you'll see how wonderful life is. All the rain and hardships will be defeated by us. Lin Weiwei reached out to poke 2 dimples on his face, but Jiang Mohan dodged her. Be careful. Don't move around. You have a wound on your head. Lin Weiwei held his head to prevent touching the injury on the back of his skull. Jiang Mohan. If you weren't causing trouble, I wouldn't move randomly. All right, I won't bother you. Rest for a bit. The doctor will arrive soon. Lin Weiwei seemed to have a special sense, accurately sensing his mood. What kind of woman is she? Not bound by traditional rules, free from the barriers between men and women, living freely and whimsically. Thinking about it, it makes sense. She was naive before, just recently starting to return to normal, like a blank sheet of paper, not yet corrupted by worldly troubles. But this pure happiness, I wonder how long it can last? Jiang Mohan even felt a foolish desire to protect this bright, innocent moment. How ridiculous, right? He, a cold-blooded chief minister, how could he ever be soft-hearted? When Madame Feng led Dr. Liang in, Lin Weiwei stood up to take her leave. Uncle, why haven't you left yet? After leaving, Lin Weiwei saw the ox cart still at her door. The little servant sat on the door frame, staring intently at the cart with big eyes. The driver grumbled, hurry up and put your basket down. If I delay any longer, I won't get home before night. Lin Weiwei quickly picked up the bamboo basket and took out 2 steamed buns she bought in town, apologizing. Uncle, I'm sorry. Please take these buns and eat them on the way. The driver took the buns without saying anything and drove away with the ox cart. Once inside, the little servant rushed into Madame Huang's room, holding out candy like a treasure. Mother, second sister bought this candy. After you take your medicine, have a piece, and it won't taste bitter anymore. Madame Huang sat up and pinched a piece of candy into her son's mouth, smiling. Mother isn't afraid of bitterness. Keep this candy for the little one to eat. The little servant smiled happily. Let's eat it together, Mother. Second sister also bought a hen. Tonight, she'll stew soup for you. Seeing Lin Weiwei come in, Madame Huang looked somewhat disapproving. The bone soup from yesterday was pretty good. Why did you buy a hen again? A hen must cost quite a bit now, right? Mother, the silver has been spent, but we can earn more. Your main task now is to rest and get better. Don't think too much. Seeing that Huang Shi listened carefully and didn't force herself to do chores, Lin Weiwei smiled happily. She handed Huang Shi a large meat bun. Eat this to fill your stomach. Tonight, we'll have chicken soup. You always buy buns. A meat bun costs 3 coins. Why buy it? Huang Shi worried that her second daughter was spending money too freely and would run out of silver quickly. Next to them, Xiao Erwa said, Mother, now meat buns cost 5 coins each. What? Just a few days, and the price went up by 2 coins? Huang Shi nearly dropped her bun in surprise. Lin Weiwei nodded. Today, both fine and coarse grains have become more expensive. I used some of the silver from selling venison to give to my older brother. Most of the rest I exchanged for grain. Huang Shi suddenly felt her bun was less tasty. She sighed. That's good. This spring, it hasn't rained much, and the crops are looking bad. It's the beginning of a tough year. It's right to store more grain at home. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Weiwei helped Huang Shi to the porch to enjoy the sun. She looked at the hen in the yard with its legs tied and wings flapping and asked, Mother, our backyard is so big. Why don't we raise some pigs or chickens? Pig? We used to have one. But later, we were too busy and sold it. As for chickens, our village often has visits from the local spirit guardians, and over time, no one kept chickens anymore, Huang Shi explained. Lin Weiwei drank a bowl of water, then picked up a bag with corn seeds and said to Xiao Erwa, Stay at home with Mother. I'm going to replant some corn. Huang Shi reminded her, Is it too late to plant corn now? I asked the seed seller. Corn takes about 4 months to grow. It's late April now, so if I plant it, we should be able to harvest around September. There's still time, Lin Weiwei said confidently. Huang Shi didn't want to discourage her daughter's enthusiasm. If the crops don't grow well, at worst, we'll lose a few seeds. Let's give it a try. If it works out, we won't have to worry about food in winter. Second sister, I'll help you dig the holes. When Mother plants seeds, I always help dig the holes. Second sister, take me with you. I'm very good at it. Xiao Erwa didn't want to stay at home. He was a little boy and wanted to help the family. Okay. I didn't expect our little Erwa to be a farming expert too. Lin Weiwei asked the little guy to carry the... She carried 2 water buckets from home, and the brother and sister headed toward their land. The crops watered yesterday, especially the rows mixed with space water, looked much healthier than those without. It seems space water really works. With enthusiasm, she held her and dug small holes about a foot apart in the half of the land she plowed yesterday. Little Erwa followed behind, planting seeds into the holes. Her second sister said to put 2 seeds in each hole. Lin Weiwei dug quickly. When she looked back, little Erwa was right behind her, working confidently. She couldn't help but praise him a few words, and he became even more eager. Not far away, Aunt Ho-Hot saw that the distance between her holes was too wide. She couldn't help but remind her, Second girl, planting like that isn't right. Spreading out just a few plants like that, how can the yield be good? In her past life, Lin Weiwei was a top student at the Beijing Agricultural College, so she knew a lot about corn planting. Still, she asked curiously, Aunt Ho-Hot, how do you all plant it? Just like wheat, one plant after another, Aunt Ho-Hot said confidently. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow and asked again, and the yield? How much can we harvest per acre? Not much. When it's good, over 200 jin, but when it's bad, it's even less than wheat. Corn flour doesn't taste as good as wheat flour, and we don't pay much tax on it, so we don't like planting it, Aunt Ho-Hot shook her head. Your corn plants are packed so tightly, it's no wonder the yield isn't high. She asked her again. Do everyone plant corn like that? Yeah. I've never seen anyone plant like you, wasting land, Aunt Ho-Hot said naturally. Lin Weiwei didn't argue with her. When harvest time comes, the truth will show. She smiled and said, I didn't buy many seeds, and I wasn't sure if planting now would give a good harvest. I'll just plant a few to try. Right, plant a few so you don't waste effort if an early cold snap comes. and Ho-Hot continued watering her crops indifferently. Why isn't it raining yet? If this keeps up, the pond at the foot of the mountain will dry up. Not just the crops, even people will have no water to drink. She looked at the half-dead crops in the field. This year's harvest looks uncertain. At first, Lin Weiwei wasn't very skilled at digging holes, but gradually she found her rhythm. Soon, she finished planting over an acre of land. She repeatedly went to fetch water, carrying only half a bucket at a time. It wasn't because she wanted to save effort but to make it easier to secretly pour water into the space. Lin Weiwei carefully watered each small hole where corn was planted. Little second baby excitedly followed behind, using his foot to level the holes. The siblings worked together quickly and finished planting over an acre of land. Lin Weiwei then carried the water bucket again to water the remaining wheat seedlings. This place is in the north, where winters are cold and long. The wheat was sown only in April, and now it's just barely less than a foot tall, in the early seedling stage, definitely wheat seedlings. She kept fetching water to water the plants, able to do the work of 3 people alone. The people working in the nearby fields felt a mix of emotions. In the past, Lin's family's 3 acres of land were farmed by Huang's wife and her older daughter. Huang's wife was in poor health, and her daughter often tried to slack off. Their harvest was the lowest in the village, and after paying taxes, there was little left. If Huang's wife hadn't been skilled in cooking, the family would have gone hungry long ago. Despite this, she stubbornly insisted on sending her son to school, even as everyone in the village laughed at her. After spending all the savings her husband left, she still tried to support 4 children. When Lin's father was alive, he was strong and capable. He cleared the 3 acres of land himself, using and brought good soil from the mountains to nurture it. In his free time, he also worked at the town dock. He worked hard and was well-liked. He was also a good hunter, often going into the mountains with Wang, another hunter. They saved enough to build the family's current home. While others lived cramped, Lin's family had a large, sturdy yard, and even the mentally challenged family members had their own rooms. If Lin's father hadn't gone into the mountains 5 years ago and disappeared, their life would have only gotten better. But wild animals roamed the mountains, and his disappearance was seen as death. Without him, the family's situation worsened. They only managed to survive because of the small inheritance he left. Unexpectedly, when the family was at their worst, their mentally challenged son became smart and inherited his father's strength. He worked harder than 5 men and could hunt wild boar and deer to help support the family. Huang's wife must have accumulated good karma in her past life. She relied on her husband when young, and now she has a daughter to support her. Truly a life of happiness. "Auntie Guohua, I'm going home now," Lin Weiwei called out, then called little second baby, who was picking up firewood nearby. "Second baby, time to go home." Little second baby carried a small bundle of firewood with a look of pride, as if expecting praise. "Second sister, look. I collected a lot of firewood. Little second boy is really capable, a brave young man. Here's a chicken leg as a reward." Lin Weiwei, holding 2 buckets in one hand, used to lift the bundled firewood and carried it on her shoulder. As they approached the village entrance, they met Hunter Wang coming down from the mountain. He was carrying 2 wild rabbits, looking worried and deep in thought. "Uncle Wang, out hunting?" "These 2 rabbits are quite fat," Lin Weiwei greeted him with a smile. Hunter Wang sighed and said, "It's getting harder to find game now. I dare not go deep into the mountains, and there are fewer animals around the edges. These 2 rabbits are only worth enough to buy a few pounds of coarse grain." Hunter Wang's family makes a living by hunting. Their days are becoming more and more difficult. If they don't catch anything for a few days, they have to tighten their belts. If they go 3 days without a catch, they might go hungry. How can they survive like this? "Uncle Wang, I heard you're good at setting traps. Why don't we work together?" Lin Weiwei said. She is strong, but she's not good at hunting. When fast-moving prey appears, she can only watch helplessly. However, her strength can be useful. If she encounters wild boars or bears in the deep mountains, she might have a chance to protect herself. As long as she doesn't run into large packs of wolves, she's not afraid. Hunter Wang is skilled at setting traps and digging pits, but dares not go deep into the mountains. How would we cooperate? Hunter Wang asked quickly, interested. You teach me how to set traps and dig pits, and I'll take you into the deep mountains. Lin Weiwei smiled. Hunter Wang hesitated and said, you might not know, but even just going a little into the woods near the village can leave signs of wild boar groups. The hunter from the neighboring village, Yang, is better at hunting than I am. He was slapped by a bear and didn't make a home. Now, I only dare to stay near the village. Uncle Wang, don't worry. Since I dare to take you into the mountains, I can ensure your safety. If danger comes, you go ahead and I will hold it off, Lin Weiwei said confidently. If she really couldn't handle it, she still had ways to protect herself. Although Hunter Wang heard she had killed a wild boar with her bare hands, he hadn't seen it himself. Going into the mountains is not a game. One mistake could be deadly. Seeing Hunter Wang hesitating, Lin Weiwei didn't press him further. Uncle Wang, think it over carefully and let me know later. Wang Hunter returned home, and his wife came out crying. Father, Kang's illness has flared up again. Dr. Liang said that because it wasn't fully cured last time, the medicine was stopped, so it came back. This time, he needs to take medicine for 10 more days. We almost can't afford food, let alone buy medicine. Father, please think of a way. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will sell these 2 wild rabbits to buy medicine for Kong to take first. I'll think of something else afterward, Wang Hunter said. Looking at his pale and thin wife and the several skinny children, he clenched his teeth and went out again toward the Lin family's house. Lin Weiwei and her little brother Erwa arrived at their door and overheard Lin Danny talking badly about Huang. Mother, Ernie must have hidden silver. How could 50 pounds of meat only buy such a small amount of rice? Huang's voice responded. Didn't she also buy a hen? How much is a hen worth? Over 100 coins. I calculated the roe deer meat. It's worth several taels of silver. Lin Danny thought about the fool holding silver while she had not a penny, and her heart felt like there was a mouse scurrying around inside. Huang explained to her second daughter, this year's harvest isn't good, and grain prices are rising. Over 200 jin of grain must be worth several taels of silver. Lin Danny angrily said, Mother, you believe whatever she says. You don't realize you're being fooled. I think she definitely has at least 1 or 2 taels of silver. And even if we have some silver now, it doesn't mean she can spend it freely. Look at her, she's wasteful, buying meat and chickens. That little silver isn't enough for her to spend like that. Lin Weiwei pushed open the door. Although she didn't use much force, it still swung loudly against the frame with a bang. Lin Danny, feeling guilty, shivered in fear. Buying meat and chickens is to help Mother recover. Dr. Liang said that Mother's illness was caused by starvation. She was starved into it. Of course, she needs good food to recover, Lin Weiwei said, setting down the water bucket and... Little Erwa brought over a basin of water for his sister to wash her hands and face. Lin Weiwei patted his head and praised, Erwa is so good. Lin Danny glared at Erwa, cursing him silently as a bootlicker, then said, the food he eats is the same as our whole family's. If it weren't for him, how could Mother be so sick? Huang was worried her words would upset Ernie, so she quickly stopped her. Lin Danny, what are you saying? My illness has nothing to do with Ernie. Make 2 bowls of noodles. You should serve her 1 bowl, and I will share the other with Erwa. You only want to drink a little of the soup. If she weren't here, you... Lin Danny used a recent example, sounding very unhappy. When you have children in the future, you'll be like your mother. Mrs. Huang looked at the children with love. I admit, Mother only looks like this because she does it for us and for this family. I buy meat, chicken, fine grains, and white flour so Mother can eat better and recover her health. I spend my own earned money. Others have no right to criticize. Lin Weiwei held the chicken's neck, cut into it, and caught the dripping blood with a bowl. Xiao Erwa helped burn off the feathers. Lin Danny angrily said, What? You don't even respect Mother anymore?
Who said that?
I not only respect Mother, but also keep her deep in my heart. I'm talking about you. Instead of complaining all the time, Why not water the vegetable garden or catch bugs? Stop gossiping and eating idle food. Wei Wei teased her, feeling happy to argue. Of course, Lin Danier also deserves some teasing. Who's eating idle food? Someone who has done it for over 10 years dares to criticize others? Who gathers firewood at home? Who washes clothes? Who cooks the meals? You've only contributed a few days to this family, and I.
Mrs. Huang interrupted her. Danier.
Your sister was sick before, but now she's better. You should be happy for her. Why argue? Mother, you always favor her. You're biased. Lin Dania ran out crying, wiping her tears. Wei Wei shouted after her, Go ahead. We'll finish the chicken soup and drink it all, leaving none for you. Mrs. Huang, both annoyed and amused, said you. She's always been temperamental since she was little. Don't bother her anymore. Wei Wei put the hen into the pot, added scallions, angelica, goji berries, and space water, brought it to a boil, then simmered. Soon, a fragrant aroma spread from the small yard. Hearing this, she said, Mother, isn't it always her who starts trouble with me? Haven't you seen? As soon as she sees me, she frowns and glares, no kind words at all, like I'm her enemy. Mrs. Huang sighed and said, She's upset inside. Danier is only a year older than you. When she was 5 or 6, she helped me cook. After your father passed away, I went to nearby villages to cook for others, trading coarse grains and leftovers. During busy farming times, I have to go to the fields with you. That was just a young child at that time, and Mrs. Huang felt heartbroken thinking about it. Lin Weiwei couldn't bear to see her mother struggle and promised Mother, as long as she doesn't go too far, I will handle her. Don't be sad. Our family will get better and better in the future. Mother knows. Ernie is a sensible girl, Mrs. Huang said softly, like when she was soothing a little child. The mountains are dangerous, so you should go less often. Just then, outside the door, Wang Hunter's voice was heard. Lin Weiwei told Erwa to watch the pot and signaled Wang Hunter to speak outside. Wang Hunter smelled the aroma of chicken soup. He had only heard about the wild boar, but the roe deer he carried back yesterday was real and in front of him. A roe deer could sell for at least 10 taels of silver. No wonder the poorest family in the village, the Lin family, could afford chicken. Wang Hunter clenched his teeth and said, I've decided. Let's work together. When do you want to go into the mountains? Lin Weiwei asked for his opinion. Uncle Wang, what do you think? Tomorrow, at dawn. The family's pot was already empty, and Kong'u needed silver to treat his illness, so the sooner the better. All right, let's meet at the fork in the back mountain at dawn. That's where she killed the wild boar that day. The chicken soup was ready. Lin Weiwei rolled out more noodles, poured the hot soup over them, added shredded chicken, blanched some green vegetables, sliced cucumbers, and mixed in yesterday's meat sauce. It smelled rich and delicious, very tasty. Lin Weiwei served a big bowl of soup and a chicken leg to Mrs. Huang. She tore the other chicken leg and gave it to Erwa as a reward for sweating in the kitchen and helping with the fire. Mother, the son of Mrs. Feng next door hurt his head and bled a lot. I want to bring him a bowl of chicken soup to help him recover. Lin Weiwei wanted to find an excuse to check on the handsome little scholar. Did he have a concussion? Was he feeling better? Such a pretty child. She hoped he wouldn't be hurt so badly he'd lose his mind. When she reached the door, she turned back again. What was she doing? Was she tempted by his good looks? In her past life, she had seen many handsome young celebrities on TV, so she was quite worldly. Why couldn't she forget the little scholar she kept thinking about? Why are you coming back again? Mrs. Huang asked, noticing her daughter's strange behavior. Yesterday, when I delivered the roe deer meat, Aunt Feng's son seemed very angry. If I suddenly go to deliver chicken soup, he might think we have other intentions. Lin Weiwei felt that the little scholar, who had bumped his head, seemed different from yesterday, but he was still easily angered. Mrs. Huang smiled and said, Over the years, Aunt Feng has helped our family a lot. When Erwa was young and it was busy farming season, I was out harvesting crops, and she would sew while watching over him. Among neighbors, you help me, I help you, and our friendship grows stronger. When it's hot, chicken soup can't be left out, and we can't finish it all. Please take some more. Aunt Feng's health isn't very good. Lin Weiwei nodded and changed to a bigger bowl, filled it with some meat, and also gave him her favorite chicken wings. Ah, beauty can be a distraction. She pushed open the slightly open door next door and entered the yard. As she looked up, she saw a handsome young scholar reading by the window. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow on his snow-white skin, making it look smooth and shiny. His thick eyelashes fluttered softly, and his thin lips had a faint pink hue. He looked like a refined orchid, proud and elegant like a pine or bamboo in the snow, so graceful that it was hard to look away. Lin Weiwei swallowed nervously. Truly, under the lamp, the more you look at a beauty, the more tempting they become. Noticing her gaze, the young scholar looked up. His deep black eyes, like a quiet pond, held a cool mystery that seemed to draw people in. Jiang Mohan saw the silly second girl and quietly said something to Mrs. Foam, who was embroidering nearby. Mrs. Foam put down her embroidery and came out smiling, saying, "Second girl has arrived. Come inside and sit. Aunt Foam, I brought you a bowl of chicken soup. It has angelica and goji berries, great for nourishing blood and energy." Lin Weiwei carried the steaming soup and followed her into the house, placing it on the table in front of the young scholar. Mrs. Foam looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Look, we haven't finished the venison from yesterday, and now you're bringing chicken soup. Your family isn't well off, so don't do this often." "Aunt Foam, is Mohan better now?" Lin Weiwei looked directly at the young scholar. He had a bandage on his head and looked pale, but it made him seem more delicate, evoking a sense of pity. "I'm a year older than you," Jiang Mohan said calmly, as if nothing could disturb his peaceful mind. He was completely different from the prickly little hedgehog from last night. Lin Weiwei looked at his small frame and then at herself. Jiang Mohan understood her meaning immediately. He turned a page in his book and said softly, "I'm only 15. Yes. Some grow early, some late. Boys can grow until 20. You still have 5 years, so don't be too sad." Lin Weiwei comforted him gently. Jiang Mohan looked up at her, as if to say, "Which I saw me as sad." In his past life, he was taller than most men, and his height was comparable to many generals. What was there to be sad about? He put down his book and said to Madame Foam, who was embroidery under the lamp, "Madam, the light is too dim. Don't embroidery anymore. Have some chicken soup and rest your eyes." Madame Foam pushed the bowl toward him and said, "Air and I brought this for you to drink. Hurry and drink it before it gets cold." She then said to Lin Weiwei, "Thanks to you for bringing Honor back today." Dr. Liang examined him and said his injury is serious. If the bleeding hadn't been stopped in time, he might not have woken up now. Now just rest quietly for a few days, and he will recover slowly. As long as Mohan, the young scholar, is fine. Everyone says distant relatives are not as good as neighbors. We don't need to be so distant. Aunt Foam, pour the soup back into the bowl. I'll go home first. Lin Weiwei's stomach growled embarrassingly, and she said shyly. The bowl Lin Weiwei brought was her own special one, quite large. It took 2 full bowls to fill it. She carried the bowl happily and left. Madame Foam saw her out and then returned to Jiang Mohan, saying, "Air and I fell into a water pond from the mountain, but she was lucky. She's not so naive anymore." The Lin family's sister-in-law finally made it through. Jiang Mohan placed the bowl with more chicken into front of Madame Foam. She hurriedly stopped him. "This was sent by your second sister. Drink it quickly and take care of your health. Aren't you preparing for next year's imperial exam? You've been preparing for so long. Don't let it slip away again." Jiang Mohan looked firm and persistent. "There are 2 bowls, but I only need to drink 1. I won't participate in next year's exam." "Why not?" Madame Foam asked in surprise. Because of their poor family background and her son's strong pride, he was dedicated to studying hard to succeed early and lighten the family's burden. Seeing him work so hard and putting so much pressure on himself, Madame Foam felt both pity and guilt, but she was helpless. Jiang Mohan blew on the chicken soup, took a small sip, and his eyes sparkled with determination. The upcoming exam in Shingen Prefecture was marred by a cheating scandal that involved many students, and almost all the top 50 scores were invalidated. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Of course, he couldn't tell Madame Feng the real reason. His gaze was gentle yet firm as he said, "I'm aiming for the licentiate degree. I haven't prepared enough yet. I want to try again next time." The academy exams were held every 3 years, with 2 attempts each time. Due to a corruption scandal next year, the court sent special inspectors to oversee the exams, making them more strict and fair. Living this life again, he was determined to succeed and become a tribute scholar. Of course, passing the top 3 exams was his ultimate goal. If he didn't want others to control his life, he needed enough skill and resources. In this life, he had someone he wanted to protect. He wouldn't rush to climb the ranks. He would take steady steps and walk his own path to success. "Honor, your mother doesn't understand these things. You decide for yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if it takes a year or 2 longer." Dr. Liang said that Honor's current condition is best suited for resting for a year or so, or she might develop chronic health issues. "Mother, you also need to take care of yourself. You can't keep sewing all day and night. If you ruin your health, how can I focus on studying?" Jiang Emo Han's voice was gentle, but carried a strong, undeniable force. Madame Feng saw that her son's temper was no longer sharp and that he cared about her health. She happily agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you from now on." Then, "Mother, you should drink this bowl of chicken soup." Jiang Emo Han raised an eyebrow at her. "Weren't you saying you'd listen to me from now on?" "You." Madame Feng scooped 2 pieces of meat into his bowl and finished the chicken soup in 1 gulp. She knew that if she didn't drink it, her son wouldn't either. Having such a filial son, no matter how hard or tiring, was worth it. Lin's sister's cooking is getting better. The chicken soup was delicious, perfectly cooked, even better than the palace chef skills from before. Jiang and Mo Han listened carefully to the sounds from the next door. That silly girl, after she stopped being foolish, not only became sharp-tongued but also learned to cook well. She seemed like a different person altogether. In the past life, the silly girl next door was already gone by this time. Could it be someone had used her body to be reborn? Jiang and Mo Han narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and dark, like a night that could swallow everything. The next morning, the pale light of dawn brightened the dark sky. Diligent birds chirped on the branches. Lin Weiwei carried a water bucket home. She had already watered the 3 acres of land, almost cheating. Lin Danny prepared food and, seeing her come back from the fields, surprisingly didn't give her a cold look. Lin Weiwei took 3 large pancakes with meat sauce, grabbed her bamboo water container, and, nibbling on the pancakes, headed out. "Second sister, where are you going?" Second boy, holding a bowl of cooled rice soup, chased after her, urging her to drink some. Lin Weiwei quickly finished her rice porridge and patted the little guy's head. "Be good and stay at home with Mom. Second sister will catch wild rabbits and pheasants for you tonight." Huang, in the house, heard this and hurriedly said, "Don't go into the mountains. There are bears, wild boars, and wolves." "Got it. I'll just wander around near our village," Lin Weiwei replied, carrying A and pretending to agree while secretly planning otherwise. At the fork in the back mountain, Hunter Wang was already waiting. He carried in one hand, a fork in the other, and a pointed knife tied to his leg. Seeing Lin Weiwei come empty-handed, he asked, "Aren't you bringing anything for protection?" She looked at the in her hand. "Isn't that enough for protection?" She looked around, found a thick branch about her wrist, and broke it off with a snap. "Uncle Wang, can I borrow your knife?" After taking Wang's knife, she cut off all the leaves and branches from the stick, shaping it into a smooth staff, and slung it over her shoulder. With her strength, she could smash a wild boar's head with it. The two followed a narrow trail hidden among wild grass, heading into the mountain. At first, there was a clear path, but gradually, weeds and bushes grew thick, making it harder to walk. Lin Weiwei's staff became a tool for clearing the way, sweeping away large patches of plants with each strike. Wang Hunter followed behind, looking down for signs of prey. The further they went, the more traces of animals he found. He pointed to a faint trail in the grass. This is a rabbit's track. Most wild animals walk the same way. They go out to find food and come back. If you set a trap here, there's a 90% chance you'll catch a rabbit. Lin Weiwei listened carefully. Wang was clearly an experienced hunter. By examining hoof prints, droppings, and tracks left in bushes and grass, he could accurately guess what animals had passed by and when. Since they had decided to go into the mountain, their target was no longer small game like rabbits or pheasants. Soon, Wang found signs of a deer herd. Ahead was a small pond, dried up to a shallow water hole due to drought. Animal footprints around the pond showed many creatures came here to drink. This place is good. If we set a trap here, we could catch big animals like deer or roe deer. Maybe even wild boar, Wang said excitedly. He then told Lin Weiwei, humans have paths, animals have trails. When setting traps, first observe if there are signs of animals frequently passing through. Animals often walk the same small paths to find food and return home. Therefore, this animal trail has become the best spot for setting traps. Another sign of animal activity is their droppings, nests, and the plants they avoid. As a beginner, it can be difficult to identify animal tracks, so we choose to start near water sources. Animals need water, so look around streams in valleys and lakes in the woods. These areas are more likely to have signs of animals. See, this is a place where deer often come to drink water. We should set a trap here. It's a good spot. Hunter Wang shared all his knowledge openly with Lin Weiwei. She quickly learned the skills and found footprints and droppings of wild boars near the lake grass. A wild boar can weigh several hundred pounds and fetch a good price. Deer are also valuable. They are full of meat and loved by city folks. Hunter Wang came over to look at her chosen spot and nodded in approval. Nini is a natural hunter. She understands things instantly. He also told Lin Weiwei that when setting traps, it's important to avoid leaving any scent. Before working, it's best to wash your hands with dirt, and after setting the trap, camouflage it with nearby dirt and rotten leaves. Never leave any traces in the direction animals might come from. Following Wang's advice, Lin Weiwei picked a spot and started digging the trap. She was strong and dug quickly, making the trap large and covered with dry branches and leaves. She even used leaves to hold muddy soil with animal droppings and placed it above the trap for camouflage. While she was digging, Wang's trap was only halfway done. With Lin Weiwei's help, Wang finished his trap quickly. He also checked her trap, pointed out one flaw, and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go look around the area. I'll teach you how to set a snare, Wang said, walking into the nearby woods with Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei learned how to tie a snare knot and used the rope Wang brought to set a trap on a trail where deer often pass. Wang became more and more excited, as if he had entered a treasure house. He had been here before, when fewer wild animals were around. Now, hunters rarely come, so the animals have multiplied and thrived. A few steps ahead, he suddenly squatted down and carefully examined a pile of droppings. Hunter Wang's face changed dramatically. He quickly returned to Lin Weiwei's side and said, "This place isn't safe. I found bear droppings. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's check the traps tomorrow instead." Lin Weiwei emerged from a bush, holding a few wild eggs. She had found a wild bird's nest, but there were no birds inside, probably out searching for food. Even without a bird, eggs are good. Tonight, she planned to make dumplings with eggs, chives, and leftover oil residue from the day before. Turning around, she saw Hunter Wang with a terrified look, as if he had seen a ghost. She touched her head and face. Was she really that frightening? After his initial fear subsided, Hunter Wang pointed behind her and shouted loudly, "Run!" Lin Weiwei was faster than her brain and ran ahead quickly. After running a few dozen steps, she wondered, why was she running? What scared Uncle Wang so much that he threw away his iron fork? She heard heavy breathing behind her and couldn't help but look back. Oh my! There was a big, dark, black bear-like creature only 2 steps behind her. The creature had a wide-open mouth, showing white, sharp teeth, and drool was dripping from its lips. Lin Weiwei shivered and kicked into high gear, lowering her head and running as fast as she could. Soon, She overtook Hunter Wong. They ran desperately through the dense woods, with rocks and bushes everywhere, making it hard to run faster. The forest was the bear-like creature's territory. It moved on all fours, pushing off with its powerful hind legs to leap far distances. The bushes and rocks didn't slow it down at all. As they ran, the creature chased after them. Lin Weiwei was strong and fast, so she wasn't about to be caught. Hunter Wong, who lagged behind, was in danger of being caught at any moment. Gradually, he tired and slowed down, but the creature seemed to get more excited, chasing even harder. The footsteps behind them grew closer. Hunter Wong could almost feel the bear-like creature's hot breath on his neck. He felt hopeless. His mind flashed to the neighbor, young Hunter, who had been crushed by the creature, his chest flattened, eyes still wide open with anger even after death. He blamed himself for being greedy, for taking a risk and entering the mountains with Lin Weiwei. "Uncle Wong, let's split up and run." Lin Weiwei slowed down slightly and ran alongside him. She promised to keep him safe, and she intended to do just that. As long as the bear is lured away by her, she will find a way to escape. Hunter Wong gratefully glanced at her. They split up, one running left and the other right, trying to escape in different directions. The bear paused briefly and then chased after one of them. The unlucky one being chased, Hunter Wong thought to himself. Lin Weiwei ran a few steps, then turned her head to look back. She also thought. She hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ran toward Hunter Wong. The bear watched as a chubby figure overtook it and ran ahead. Feeling his authority challenged, it let out a loud roar and sped up its chase. Hunter Wong's legs grew heavier as he ran, and his breathing became more rapid. His chest felt like it was about to burst from lack of oxygen. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Lin Ernie, who had just escaped danger but now was running back without regard for her safety. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't run anymore."
"Don't
worry about me. Just run and save yourself."
Huff.
Huff. Lin Weiwei kept running while observing the terrain. She pointed to a sturdy, crooked tree ahead and said to Hunter Wong, "You climb the tree. I'll distract it." Hope rekindled in her heart, inspiring him. Hunter Wong slowed down, but then suddenly increased his speed. As they approached the tree, Hunter Wong used both his hands and legs, grabbing the trunk and climbing up. Maybe because he was too nervous, his hands and feet wouldn't obey him, and he struggled to climb. He was about to cry. Suddenly, he felt his belt tighten sharply, and he was lifted into the air, flying toward a thick, slanting branch. He spread his arms and securely grabbed the branch, kicked his feet in the air, and finally managed to hook onto it. With a little more effort, he climbed up. Before he could settle in, the tree beneath him suddenly shook violently. He quickly crouched down, holding the branch tightly with both hands and legs. The tree shook again. Looking down, he was furious. "Bear, why aren't you chasing the one on the ground? Why are you hitting the tree? What grudge do I, old Wong, have with you? Why are you fixated on me?" Lin Weiwei ran a few more steps, then turned around at the sound and stopped in surprise. "Uncle Wong, did you dig up this black bear's ancestors' grave or kill its parents? You really are unlucky." Lin Weiwei picked up a stone and threw it at the bear from afar, trying to provoke it into chasing her. But that bear seemed to have marked Hunter Wong as its prey, unleashing its fury on the tree. It rammed into the trunk with its massive body, shook the tree, and refused to give up until it knocked Hunter Wong down. Hunter Wong felt so dizzy from the shaking that he almost vomited his breakfast. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and his legs hung in the air from a tree branch. A huge bear was right below him, its massive paw sweeping past his pants. Hunter Wong quickly pulled his legs up and looked down. The prey was right in front of him, and the black bear got more excited. It lifted its front legs and reached out to grab him. Hunter Wong tried several times to get his legs back onto the tree, but failed. At this moment, the black bear started a second round of shaking attack. Hunter Wong swung back and forth like a hanging ghost, hanging onto the tree trunk. He couldn't hold on anymore. His arms were sore and tired, and he was about to give up. Hunter Wong felt hopeless. Was he really going to die in the bear's paws today? Seeing his danger, Lin Weiwei clenched her teeth and closed her eyes as she charged at the black bear. Hunter Wong saw everything clearly from above. The bear was knocked flying about 3 zhang, roughly 100 meters, away by Lin Weiwei, and when it hit the ground, the tree beneath him trembled. The bear looked stunned for a moment, sitting on the ground. Then it roared angrily and lunged at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei slightly sidestepped, avoiding its direct attack, and grabbed its front left paw, pushing it forward. The bear was thrown into the air again, flying farther than before. Hunter Wong was stunned. He forgot to climb the tree and just held onto the trunk with both hands, staring down in shock. "Uncle Wong, your pants are falling off." Lin Weiwei still had time to remind him. Hunter Wong snapped out of his daze. Sure enough, his pants were slowly slipping down, almost covering his backside. It turned out that when Lin Weiwei swung him onto the tree, she accidentally broke his belt. Somehow, Hunter Wong used his strength, climbed up the tree, holding the trunk with one hand and grabbing his waistband with the other. If his backside was exposed in front of air and ire, he wouldn't have the face to show himself again. It was amazing. Someone actually cared more about not losing their pants than their life. Even when the bear was about to catch his foot, he moved so quickly. Lin Weiwei didn't understand his clever moves. "Be careful, bear. The bear is coming." Hunter Wong admired Lin Weiwei. Even with the bear nearby, she still had time to worry about other things. Was she foolish or brave? When Lin Weiwei came back to her senses, the black bear was already in front of her, its foul breath blowing on her face. Lin Weiwei instinctively threw a punch at the black bear's chin. The blind bear tilted its head to one side and staggered back a few steps. She looked down at her fist, and her fear gradually disappeared. She felt a surge of strength inside her. She mimicked a boxer's stance, lightly bouncing on her feet, clenched her fists, made 2 punching motions, then challenged the black bear with a teasing gesture. The bear was completely angered. It opened its big mouth and swung its huge paws, rushing toward her like a locomotive. Before it could get close, Lin Weiwei's iron fist struck its face, chin, and head like a sudden storm, fast and unstoppable. The black bear was hit so hard it felt dizzy and couldn't fight back. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath. While the bear's front paws protected its head, she executed a shoulder throw, slamming the heavy creature to the ground. She then jumped onto its back, grabbed its fur, and punched it fiercely, one hit after another. The black bear curled up, holding its head and shrinking on the ground like a startled hedgehog. Its fierce look and momentum were gone. Although it had thick fat and fur on its back, the hit still hurt. If she kept hitting, it might be dangerous for the bear. Animals have a natural sense of danger. The black bear let out a loud cry, suddenly flinging itself up, shedding some fur in the process, and managed to break free. It ran away as fast as it could. Lin Weiwei rubbed her reddened hand, muttering to herself,
"Wow, such thick skin.
I've been hitting for so long and still didn't knock it out." Turns out bears can also give up and run away when they're beaten. What a pity for those 2 bear paws and all that bear fur, she said wistfully, watching the black bear escape. Her eyes showed a hint of frustration. If she chased after it now, could she catch her prey? Hunter Wong slid down from a tree, bent over, picked up his fallen belt, and retied it around his waist. It seemed he understood her thoughts and warned, "Don't chase it. If you run into a wolf pack, that'll be trouble." His eyes kept glancing at Lin Weiwei, surprised by her strength. He hadn't expected her to be so powerful. She even made the bear run away. Is this real, or am I dreaming?
Adniyad.
If it weren't for you today, I'd have lost my life here, Hunter Wong said with lingering fear, his legs still trembling. "I told you if you teach me how to set traps, I'll keep you safe," Lin Weiwei said casually, waving her hand. But in dangerous moments, people often prioritize their own safety. Few would risk everything to rescue others like she did. Uncle Wong was feeling emotional when he suddenly heard Ernier jokingly say, "Uncle Wong, do you have a grudge against that black bear? Why is it always chasing after you?" Uncle Wang shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "If I had the skill to kill its father, I wouldn't be running away in such a hurry today. I think this beast only picks the soft ones to attack." Worried that the black bear might come back, Uncle Wang quickly checked his traps and snares, then urged Lin Weiwei to go down the mountain. Today was too exciting. He needed to go back and rest. Lin Weiwei set 5 traps, 3 of which caught something: a colorful wild chicken, a fat rabbit, and 1 more.
Wow.
Is this a little bear? Lin Weiwei looked at the struggling prey that was baring its teeth at her and nudged it with a stick. The prey fiercely bit the stick, leaving deep teeth marks. So fierce. Uncle Wang looked at it with envy and said, "No, this is a badger, also called a marten bear. Its meat is tender and delicious, and it's good for health and energy. This one is quite fat, probably around 40 or 50 jin. You could sell it for 5 or 6 taels of silver. And its fur is thick and beautiful, top quality. If you sell just the fur, you could get 3 or 4 taels, maybe even 5 or 6 if it's especially good. This trip was worth it for you." Lin Weiwei grinned and said, "All thanks to Uncle Wang's good teaching." Uncle Wang smiled modestly and said, "It's because you're talented. You only started learning today, and you've already caught so many animals. In a few days, I might not have much more to teach you." While teasing the badger with a stick, Lin Weiwei said, "But it's just luck." "Hey, Uncle Wang, do you think this badger is a female?" Seeing her press the stick on the badger to expose its belly, Uncle Wang nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, and it's a mother that just had babies." There was an unspoken rule among hunters. During the spring mating season, they don't hunt. If they catch a mother with her babies or just after giving birth, they must release her. Uncle Wang hesitated but finally decided not to say anything. This badger was worth about 10 taels of silver, but even if he caught it, he might hesitate to release it. There was no need to make things difficult for Ernier. Lin Weiwei held the stick to keep the badger from moving and reached out to cut the rope around its neck. The badger was fierce and tried to scratch her hand with its claws. Luckily, she moved quickly, or she would have been scratched and bleeding. Such a small creature with a big attitude. She pulled back the stick, and the badger was free again. It snarled at Lin Weiwei, baring its teeth in warning, then slowly backed away. Seeing she had no intention of chasing after him, he turned around quickly and darted into the dense bushes, disappearing from sight. Wang Hunter's admiration grew. He couldn't believe he let such a small amount of silver slip away so easily. This girl, Erinai, has a heart that most people can't match. Lin Weiwei had already confirmed one thing. The spiritual spring water in her space is not only good for people but also has a strong, attractive pull for animals. The traps she set, sprinkled with the spring water, always catch prey. With this cheat device, she doesn't have to worry about catching animals in the future. They went to check the traps again. Although Wang Hunter's snare was completely destroyed, there was a struggling wild goat in his pit. He was overjoyed. They freed the goat, tied its legs, and placed it aside. Then they reset the trap and happily headed down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, it was still early. Wang Hunter carried a bleeding wild goat, and villagers who saw him looked at him with envy and admiration.
"Hey,
Wang Hunter went into the mountain? Nice catch," said San Peng Myong with a hint of jealousy. Seeing Lin Weiwei coming down with a wild chicken and rabbit, San Peng Myong curled her lips and said, "I told you, old Wang. How dare you go into the mountain? Turns out, you had someone to cover for you. Old Wang, you really only act when there's profit. Seeing someone strong enough to hunt wild boar and roe deer, you rushed to flatter them, help process the roe deer. So this was your plan all along. Whose wild goat do you think that is? Of course, whoever hits it gets to keep it." Lin Weiwei saw Wang Hunter look embarrassed and quickly helped him out. "I asked Uncle Wang to teach me hunting in the mountain. That wild goat was caught in his trap, and since he taught me how to hunt, giving him a goat as a fee is only fair." "Oh, silly girl, don't be fooled. The wild chicken and rabbit you have are worth over 200 coins. The wild goat Wang Hunter carried is worth at least 2 silver coins, far less. Even if he caught that goat himself, think about it. Without you, could Wang Hunter even dare to go into the mountain? He should give you at least half of that goat. San Peng winked with a mischievous smile. I'm not stupid.
So,
I can tell when someone is trying to trick me. Lin Weiwei shot her a look that said, You really think I'm dumb? Letting her feel it herself. Seeing she wouldn't fall for it, San Peng face showed anger. Then she quickly changed to a smile. How can it be trickery? That's exactly what I think. If you take 3 fat dad into the mountains, he would definitely share half of the prey with you, instead of keeping most of it for himself. Lin Weiwei immediately saw through her plan and said, The prey on the mountain has no owner. Whoever hunts it, that person gets it. It depends on their skill. Hunter Wang's face turned red with anger. As an old man, he felt embarrassed to argue with the well-known troublemaker of the village. He huffed and said, 3 fat mother, speak with your conscience. How am I not speaking with my conscience? Let everyone see. An ayah led you into the mountain and you just gave her a wild chicken and a rabbit to send her away? Last time she went into the mountain, she even caught a roe deer. You got all the benefits and others aren't allowed to say anything? 3 fat mother acted like she was defending Lin Weiwei fairly. Exactly. Uncle Wang, you can't just take advantage of Anayer's confusion. That's really unfair. Someone sourly added. Hunter Wang was so angry his head felt like it was going to explode. Lin Weiwei said to him, Uncle Wang, it's getting late. Let's meet again tomorrow afternoon at the usual place. After saying that, she didn't even glance at 3 fat mother and turned to leave. 3 fat mother looked embarrassed and said, Look at that. Fools are fools. I was just standing up for her, but she doesn't appreciate it at all. She even lets Wang Hunter take advantage of her. Truly ungrateful. Hunter Wang snorted loudly and carried his prey away quickly. 3 fat mother's eyes rolled as she went home and told her husband, No one has dared to go into the mountains for many years. There must be quite a few hunters there. Maybe I'll talk to Huang Shi later, and you can go into the mountain tomorrow too. 3 fat dad and the slim 3 fat mother looked very different. He was tall and strong, while she was small and thin. But he was clumsy and slow, like a big, silly guy. He heard his wife say that Hunter Wang had come out of the mountain with a mountain goat weighing over 100 jin. Naturally, he was very jealous. But even though he was jealous, he didn't dare risk his life easily. I don't hunt, so it's pointless for me to go. 3 fat dads stubbornly refused to admit he was scared inside. 3 fat mother glared at him and said, Get a few more people. You're 10 big men. Can't you kill a wild boar? A wild boar weighs at least 2 or 300 jin. Everyone can share some meat. How long has it been since we had meat? Yesterday, the Lin family cooked a chicken, and he stood at their door drooling. It's so painful to see.
All right, fine.
After dinner, Sampeng Nyang and Sampeng Dad gathered a few friendly families and knocked on the Lin family's door. The pheasant is nourishing and warming, good for liver health and blood. Lin Weiwei cooked half as soup and made the other half into chicken with mushrooms, then cooked 4 rounds of pancakes in the pot. The wild rabbit was kept in a bamboo basket, kept for eating tomorrow. When Sampeng Nyang arrived with her group, the Lin family had already finished dinner, and the smell of meat still filled the air. Sampeng Nyang was so hungry, she kept swallowing saliva, which made her more determined to persuade her husband to go into the mountains. Is Sister Lin at home? She knocked loudly and shouted inside. It was Lin Danny who opened the door. Seeing her attitude, she shrank back slightly and whispered, What do you want with my mother? Kids shouldn't get involved. We have something to discuss with your mother. Sampeng Nyang pushed her aside and let a dozen men and women into the Lin yard without courtesy. Lin Weiwei came out from inside and stopped everyone at the front door. My mother isn't feeling well. She's already asleep. If you have something to say, you can talk to me. Sampeng Nyang knew Huang's gentle nature and wanted to put some pressure on her. As long as she agreed, could Air and Ayer refuse? Now, with Air and Ayer blocking the door, she still relied on her to lead everyone into the mountains. Naturally, Sampeng Nyang wouldn't defend her. She smiled and said, Air and Ayer is really capable, able to take charge now. From a corner of the yard, Lin Danny rolled her eyes, but held back her words. Great niece, when your father was alive, he got along so well with your uncle they could wear the same pants. Your uncle? Samthang Myung started appealing to family ties. Lin Weiwei didn't fall for her tricks and interrupted. Let's get to the point. If you have something to say, just say it. Now, after 3 days, she had a good understanding of the village's situation. She glanced at the families in the yard. None of them had a truly close relationship with the Lin family. Samthang Myung's smile froze, and she forced out a few laughs. Look at you, child. Let's not talk about the past. Now, we all live in the same village. As neighbors and relatives, if something happens, we should help each other, right? Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want, Lin Weiwei said. She had already learned most of the village's situation. She looked around at the families in the yard. None of them had a real close relationship with the Lin family. Samthang Myung's lips twitched, finally saying, this year's drought is so severe. The water ponds below the mountain are almost dry. I don't know if the crops will have a good harvest. In the town, the price of grain is the same every day. If this continues, we will all end up eating bark and husks. Seeing that Lin Weiwei was getting a bit impatient, she explained her purpose. What we mean is, when you go into the mountains with Hunter Wang tomorrow, could you also bring along your uncles and brothers? Lin Weiwei sneered inwardly. Last time they caused trouble at her house, trying to take advantage. Now that she had safely returned from several trips into the mountains, they were thinking of trying again. Do they think she's a puppet to be controlled? Bringing them along isn't impossible. Lin Weiwei saw that the 3 fat lady and the others looked happy, so she smiled slightly and said, but let me be clear, there are many wild animals in the mountains. Today, Uncle Wang and I even saw a bear. If you come with me, I can't guarantee your safety. If anything happens, don't blame me. Of course not. Just take them into the mountain along your usual path. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 3 fat lady dismissed her words. If they really encountered a bear, would they even make it back alive? In her view, this was just near trying to scare them to make them give up. Right now, her mind was filled with meat and silver. The others also paid little attention. The foolish second girl from the Lin family and Hunter Wang both entered the mountain and came back safely. About 20 young men and women, even if frightened, could scare away wild animals. What was there to be afraid of? I also don't want to be kind and then get betrayed. We need a proof, Lin Weiwei said. We voluntarily agreed to go into the mountain with me, that is, with me, and we take responsibility for ourselves. Let's sign our names. If you think that's okay, we'll go into the mountain together tomorrow morning. Lin Weiwei didn't give them a chance to back out or pretend to be confused. Her father had given her and her sister their names. The older sister was called Lin Jianger, and the younger Lin Weier, hoping their lives would be as free and beautiful as roses. The original owner's name was just one character different from hers. Lin Weiwei took this chance to make her own name known, so she wouldn't be called silly second girl all the time. After a brief discussion, those who were timid and wanted to back out, encouraged by the 3 fat lady, reluctantly agreed to sign the agreement with Lin Weiwei. Just wait and see, Lin Weiwei said as she carried a large bowl from the kitchen, gave a signal to Xiao Erwa, and then went out to the neighbor's house. Lin Danier secretly clenched her teeth. Ever since that fool stopped being foolish, he's been bringing good things from the next village every few days. Yesterday was chicken soup, today is wild chicken meat. Could he be interested in Madame Feng's son? She sneered inwardly, but didn't bother to weigh her own worth. Madame Feng's son is so handsome. Every time he returns from his break, young girls from the village gather around him. Even the youngest daughter of the Li gentry family has taken a liking to Jiang Mohan and has asked someone to find out Madame Feng's opinion. You, a simpleton, are so fit you look like a pig. Your face is almost twice as big as others, and your waist is like a water barrel. How could anyone like you? With Jiang Mohan's temper, he wouldn't even bother to scold you if he didn't want to beat you up. It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. Lin Danier felt sour inside. She had met Jiang Mohan a few times at the village entrance. She had greeted him proactively, but he never even looked at her. She thought her appearance was pretty decent. eyebrows like willow leaves, almond-shaped eyes, a cherry mouth, and a small face. If even Jang Mo-hun didn't notice someone like her, how could he like a fat, simple girl? Big sister, you stay at the main hall door, I'll watch the kitchen door. The second young girl remembered the trouble caused by San Pang Myong last time and didn't trust them. She moved a small stool to sit at the kitchen entrance. Inside the kitchen, besides hundreds of jean of rice, there was also a wild rabbit just caught by her second sister. They couldn't let these people scheme against them. Lin Weiwei went straight into the neighboring yard. She was thinking of how to find an excuse to send wild chicken soup to the handsome young scholar. Suddenly, her nap was delivered to her. Aunt Phone, I'm here again. As soon as Lin Weiwei entered the yard, her voice reached him. Jang Mo-hun, who was practicing calligraphy by the window, lifted his eyes, which seemed to gather starlight, and gave her a faint glance, as if to say, You also know you've come again? Oh, Mo-hun, practicing calligraphy? Lin Weiwei carried the bowl into the house and placed it on the other side of the young scholar's desk. Jang Mo-hun, do we know each other? Did you just call me Mo-hun? Do you really not see yourself as an outsider? Your calligraphy is really beautiful. Lin Weiwei praised sincerely. The young scholar looked young, but his cursive writing was skillful, with firm strokes and a noble style. Even someone like her, who doesn't understand calligraphy, could tell it was extraordinary. Jang Mo-hun shot her a glance. Do you understand it? Although I don't know what you wrote, I just think it looks nice. Lin Weiwei chuckled foolishly. Jang Mo-hun was surprised. She actually knows what I'm thinking? Is she bluffing? What's the matter? After being badly injured and rescued, after drinking the chicken soup and eating the roe deer meat sent by others, it's natural that she wouldn't refuse their request. Help me write a simple agreement and be a witness. Lin Weiwei briefly explained the content of the document. Since the other person had studied for many years and was about to take the imperial exam, they naturally knew how to write it. Don't be fancy. Keep it simple and clear. Jang Mo-hun quickly finished writing the agreement in one go, signing his name as a witness at the end. Lin Weiwei guessed and understood the document, which was written in traditional characters. She nodded repeatedly, noting that the wording was precise, easy to understand, and well done. Jang Mo-hun glanced at it calmly. Why are you nodding? Seems like you understand it perfectly. Lin Weiwei took his ink brush. Can I borrow your ink? I'll return it right away. Jang Mo-hun was surprised. Did I agree to that? TCH, your nerve is really thick. She returned to the next room and briefly explained the agreement to the people in the courtyard. If you agree, please stamp your thumbprint on it. I've invited Feng Yang's son to be a witness. Just to be clear, if we encounter dangerous animals on the mountain, I won't be responsible for any accidents. If anyone causes trouble later, we'll go to the officials. This is proof, and I have a witness, the little scholar next door. Think carefully about what you're agreeing to. Her voice was loud, making it hard for Jang Mo-hun in the next room not to hear. He thought, even a cold-blooded chief minister can be pushed into a corner sometimes. He picked up his bowl and calmly drank the wild chicken soup. Though the wild chicken soup was delicious, the little chicken stew with mushrooms next door smelled even better. Why didn't they bring that over? After sending everyone away, Lin Weiwei put away the agreement, went to the main room, and talked with Mrs. Huang. She comforted her a little, then went back to rest. She entered her space, planting the wheat seeds she bought yesterday and the leftover corn seeds from her own field into the fertile land inside the space. She watered them, then collapsed onto the Kong bed, exhausted. Before long, she fell asleep. The next morning, Mrs. Huang got up and personally made her a few leek and egg pancakes. After seeing her eat enough, she wrapped 2 more in oil paper for her to take along. Going into the mountains was physically demanding and easy to get hungry. She also warned her not to go deep into the mountains. Catching prey wasn't the main point. Her safety was. Lin Weiwei met up with a dozen or so people and headed into the mountains together. Early that morning, Hunter Wang went to town to deliver game, so he didn't join their group. Tall trees rose high, their tops unseen. Their branches intertwined, with lush green leaves like a dense cloud, covering the blue sky in layers. The ground was covered with thick, damp, decaying leaves, tangled vines, and messy crawling plants, making the path harder to walk. They had been walking for over an hour without seeing any prey. Someone started to complain. We've been walking so long. There's no way we haven't seen a single wild chicken. Are you sure you're not leading us astray? Lin Weiwei glared at him with disdain and said, You guys keep arguing and making noise. Do you think the prey is stupid and will come out on its own? Shut your mouths and walk quietly. A dozen strong men obediently followed her instructions. Soon, they discovered a group of spotted deer grazing in a clearing in the woods. The young men immediately became excited and rushed forward without any plan. Deer are very alert animals. How could they just stand still and let people catch them? These forest creatures moved swiftly through the dense trees, escaping calmly. One small spotted deer even turned its head to look at the fierce but clumsy humans, giving them a look of disdain. The men chased for a while but soon became exhausted, breathing heavily, and didn't even see the deer. Lu Weizi angrily scolded Lin Weiwei. Such a good chance. Why didn't you make a move? Are you deliberately letting those deer go, so we can't catch anything? Lin Weiwei's face immediately darkened. The contract clearly states that I only lead you into the mountains. Whether you catch prey depends on yourselves. You're all so disorganized that the deer ran away. And now you blame me for not helping? Why don't I catch the prey and bring it home for you? Taking without effort is very dangerous and shameful. Ernir, don't be angry. What Wazi means is, if you had taken the shot just now, those deer wouldn't have escaped. San Pang Dad quickly tried to smooth things over. Lin Weiwei was too tired to bother with them and turned to walk away. Thank you for valuing me so much. I only have strength, but I can't make the deer run faster. If they want to escape, what can I do? This situation was getting nowhere. After a few of them discussed, they asked Lin Weiwei, Where did you catch the wild boar last time? We're not asking for much, just 1 or 2 wild boars. 1 or 2 wild boars. Is that really possible? Do you think wild boars are easy to catch? Just stand there and wait for your host to hit them? Lin Weiwei was speechless and silently continued walking into the woods. Soon, she found a familiar pile of dung. Does this mean there are bears around too? Although she was annoyed by these greedy guys, she kindly warned, Be careful. There might be bears around. The group behind her suddenly became confused and nervous. What? Bears? Really? Are they trying to scare us? Lin Weiwei was annoyed by their noise and growled, If you don't want to attract bears, just shut up. Is there really a bear? I'm leaving. I have an old mother in bed and 5 or 6 kids waiting for me. If something happens, my family will be ruined. I'm going back too. We haven't caught any prey, and now we might become the bear's prey. I said I can't come, but you keep pulling me along. If these mountains are so easy to enter, why doesn't Hunter Wang come himself? Instead, he's dragging Ernie along. Enough, stop arguing. Maybe the bear just passed through here and has already gone far away. Don't scare yourselves. Old man Sanfang was also worried, but seeing Lin Weiwei calm and composed, he suppressed his fear. They had entered the mountain, and he didn't want to go back empty-handed. Ernie, can you tell where the black bear is? Can you avoid it? Old man Sanfang asked. Lin Weiwei honestly shook her head. I just learned some hunting skills from Uncle Wang yesterday, including how to identify animal tracks from their droppings. From the shape of these droppings, the bear probably passed by not long ago. But I don't know if it's still nearby. Lu Weizi said to Old Man Sanpeng, Let's go back to where we saw the deer herd. The terrain there is open, so we can spot the bear early if it comes. Before he finished, a bush a person's height suddenly shook violently. A big, dark head poked out from the bushes. Someone shouted, Bear. Bear. Run. A black bear, holding a beehive and ready to get honey, was disturbed while eating and looked annoyed. After emerging from the bushes, it charged at the screaming crowd. Yesterday, it was beaten by a 2-legged creature and ran away in a panic. Today, a group of 2-legged creatures appeared right in front of it. Seeing them scrambling and whining, it looked like they wished they had more legs, but they definitely weren't as tough as yesterday's 2-legged creature. Wild animals are like that. The more panicked and frantic they are, the more they chase. If these people had and stood their ground, the bear, which had been hurt by humans before, wouldn't dare attack. A black bear held a beehive with one paw, while the other 3 legs helped it run very fast. Among the crowd, the shortest person with the smallest legs, Lu Weizi, was the last to fall behind. The bear's speed increased, getting closer and closer. It suddenly lunged and grabbed his belt. Lu Weizi was pulled down by the bear's great strength. When he looked back, he saw a pair of dark, shiny bear eyes. The bear's breath sprayed on his face. Frightened, Lu Weizi screamed loudly. His eyes rolled back. He fainted. The black bear was puzzled. Why did this noisy 2-legged creature suddenly stop shouting and running? It sniffed Lu Weizi's face and pawed at him a few times but didn't move. This person wasn't the same 2-legged creature from yesterday. Should I bite him to vent my anger? The bear wasn't hungry now. The honey in its paw was more tempting than this human. But it still felt angry inside. It didn't want to let the humans who kept entering its territory go easily. It decided to teach them a lesson. The bear moved its chubby black backside toward Lu Weizi's chest, planning to sit down. Its weight of 500 or 600 pounds would break several of Lu Weizi's ribs if it sat down like that. He wouldn't survive. Lin Weiwei couldn't hide anymore. She wanted to scare these men who kept trying to take advantage of others. Although the contract said life and death are at your own risk, she didn't want anyone to get hurt unnecessarily. Lin Weiwei kicked out her foot and kicked the bear. Lin Weiwei's kick made the bear stumble forward several steps before it steadied itself. The bear roared angrily, then quickly spun around, showing a fierce face and making a threatening move. Seeing the familiar fist-raising gesture and bouncing feet, the bear's expression changed from fierce to terrified. In Lin Weiwei's surprised eyes, it seemed like the bear had been stepped on its tail. It let out a loud yelp and ran away quickly. Oh no! I ran into that fierce 2-legged creature again. Such bad luck. Its head isn't as hard as a human's fist. Should I just stand here and wait for beating? Lin Weiwei dared to jump out because she recognized the swollen-headed black bear as the one she chased away yesterday. She was confident she could defeat it again. Surprisingly, the bear ran away without fighting, saving her some effort. She bent down to pick up the beehive the bear had dropped in its hurried escape.
Wow.
It's huge, about the size of 2 basketballs and full of honey. It was probably that black bear who stole the beehive. Before enjoying it, it was angered by them. She got lucky. Lin Weiwei kicked Lu Weizi with her foot. The guy was completely unconscious and didn't move at all. She grabbed his waistband and dragged him back, like dragging a dead dog. Along the way, she only saw the wild grass trampled and torn from the chaos of the fleeing crowd. Run, run. Don't be the last. The dozen or so people hurriedly fled into the woods, scaring the birds on the trees into flight. San Pang's dad led the way, running out of the mountains and reaching near the village before stopping, exhausted. Only then did they dare look back. The bear hadn't chased them. They all let out a heavy sigh and sat down heavily on a stone, their legs too weak to stand. San Pang's dad caught his breath and then asked, "Is everyone out? Is anyone missing?" Lu Weizi didn't come with us, and the silly second girl from the Lin family is also gone. A tall, thin man replied with a worried look. Lu Weizi is his uncle's son. If something happened to him, the fierce woman from the family would cause a big fuss. San Pang's dad also felt a headache coming on. Lu Weizi's mother was known for being fierce. He went into the mountains to find Lu Weizi this time. If anything happened to him, their family wouldn't have peace. It's all because of the Lin family's second fool. She went into the mountains a few times before, and nothing happened. But when we asked her to take us in, she led us straight into the bear's territory. It must be deliberate. Exactly. If Lu Weizi's mother causes trouble, let her do it at the Lin family's place. It's all her fault. A light laugh suddenly sounded, and everyone fell silent. From the deep woods, a slightly chubby figure, the author, please don't keep emphasizing chubby, be careful of my mother's fierce kung fu, slowly emerged. Stepping out of the shadows of the trees, Sunlight shone on her fair face, and her strong sarcasm made everyone unable to hide. Lin Weiwei threw the man she was holding onto the ground and sneered, "When you asked me to lead you into the mountains, what did you say? We just signed the agreement yesterday evening, and now you're turning your back? Saying I did it on purpose? Do you think I brought the bear here? The bear isn't mine. I can't control what it does." She looked down at Lu Weizi, who was waking up at that moment, and continued, "Uncle Weizi was slow to run. Did anyone help him? No. I risked my life to pull him out of the bear's mouth. That bear was hiding in the bushes eating honey. If you hadn't made noise and angered it, it wouldn't have come after you." Uncle Wang said that most wild animals are rarely aggressive when they are full. "You all went into the mountain without any organization or discipline. When something happened, you blamed me instead. You are really good at turning the tables. Who dares to take you into the mountain again? Let's end here and go our separate ways." After saying that, she didn't bother to give them even a glance and walked away quickly. She planned to rest at home for a while before going with Uncle Wang in the afternoon to check their traps. The group looked at each other, complaining that they shouldn't have said such things to Erin I. Now they had really offended her. Who will take them into the mountain next time? Lu Weizi's mouth crooked as he said, "Do you still dare to go into the mountain? I almost lost my life to that bear. You don't know. That bear's mouth is only this far from me." He showed the distance with his thumb and index finger. "That bear's mouth is bigger than my head. It could have bitten my head off in one bite. It also scratched my back, but luckily only caught my clothes, not my skin. Otherwise, I'd be torn in half. Anyway, no matter how well someone explains, I won't go into the mountain again. I haven't had enough of life yet." Lu Weizi still looked shaken. "Was it really Erin I who saved you?" his brother-in-law asked. Lu Weizi pouted and said, "It wasn't her who saved me. Who else could it be?" He would never admit he fainted from fear or that he didn't understand what was happening. But deep down, he knew that if Lin's daughter Erin I hadn't saved him, he wouldn't be alive after facing that angry bear. Although Lu Weizi was a troublemaker, he was not ungrateful. When he got home, he told his mother what happened. His mother cut a few feet of her woven cloth and took it to the Lin family as a thank you gift. Mrs. Huang hesitated a few times, but accepted the cloth from Weizi's mother. She then called Lin Weiwei into her room, held her hand, and asked, "Child, when you went into the mountain and met that bear, why didn't you tell me? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's like this. Uncle Weizi tripped, and I just happened to pass by him when I was running. You know I'm strong." One hand was holding his belt, and I ran with all my might. It was a full-fed bear, but after a while, it stopped chasing. Lin Weiwei spoke as casually as possible, afraid Mrs. Huang wouldn't let her go into the mountain again. Seeing her speak like that, Mrs. Huang knew her words wouldn't change anything, so she sighed silently and warned her, "Don't go too deep into the mountain next time. That bear is okay, because it can't catch you if you run faster. But if you meet a pack of wolves, 10 or 20 of them surrounding you, you won't be able to escape. My daughter, I will listen to you and not go into the mountains." Lin Weiwei agrees easily and cheerfully asks, "Mother, I will clean up that rabbit. Do you want to make braised or steamed rabbit?" Mrs. Huang pats the nervous little second child and smiles. "Our family has plenty of food these days. Let's keep the rabbit for now." The little second child nods seriously. "Second sister, rabbits are very obedient and easy to raise. When they grow up, they can have many baby rabbits. Then they can have more rabbits. So second sister won't have to risk going into the mountains. Our second child is so clever, thinking of such a good way to make money. When our rabbits have lots of babies, second sister can make 5-spice smoked rabbit, marinated whole rabbit, and dried rabbit for little second child to eat." Lin Weiwei gently ruffles the little one's head. "Kids are just kids. They don't know if a rabbit is male or female. How can they have babies?" But since there's only one rabbit, she plans to keep it as a pet and have fun. "Look." Second sister found something good. Lin Weiwei waves a huge beehive in front of the little second child like a treasure. Mrs. Huang is surprised and happy. "A beehive? That's a good thing. I bet we can get a couple of jean of honey from it. Wild honey is hard to find and expensive. The hive can also be sold to a pharmacy. Her daughter's luck is amazing. Every time she goes into the mountains, she comes back with something. Honey is good for health. We won't sell it. We'll keep it for Mother to make tea. Lin Weiwei cleans a jar, puts the honey inside, covers it with oil paper, and seals it tight. No need. Mother's health is much better now. Honey is precious, and I don't want to eat it. We can exchange it for rice and grains, enough to last us through winter. Mrs. Huang, worried about hunger, always fears there's no food, and the children follow her, hungry. Not a penny spent. It's a free gift. What's so precious about it? Mother, listen to me. Nothing is more important than your health. Don't be stingy about eating and drinking. I'm here, and I won't let you or little second child go hungry again. Lin Weiwei puts the honey jar back in the kitchen. Farmers usually eat only 2 meals before busy farming seasons. But to help Mrs. Huang recover and get more nutrition, since she arrived, they have 3 meals a day. At noon, Lin Weiwei cooked millet porridge for Mrs. Huang, used a wild chicken egg she found yesterday, stir-fried it with chives, steamed garlic eggplant, and made a cold cucumber salad. The family ate happily with some flatbread. While Mrs. Huang rested after taking medicine, Lin Weiwei went out again. She met Hunter Wang and then headed straight to their trap. Wang the hunter is indeed an experienced and skilled hunter. From afar, you can see the traps he set up, with their surfaces already damaged. The first trap checked was Wang's, where a medium-sized roe deer was struggling inside. Lin Weiwei happily said, "Uncle Wang, this one weighs at least 100 pounds. If we sell it alive, the price might be higher. 10 silver coins should be fine." Wang the hunter grinned widely. He jumped down, tied the deer's legs with a rope, and with Lin Weiwei's help, pulled the catch up. Eager to see her own trap, Lin Weiwei hurried over. When she saw the animal inside, her eyes widened. Wow! What is this? A mountain cat? It's so big and beautiful. Her trap had a small opening but a large interior, like a big-bellied bottle, dug deep into the ground. Because of the hot weather, they didn't put sharp bamboo spikes inside, to prevent the prey from rotting and smelling bad. At the bottom of the trap, a creature larger than a cat was restless, pacing in circles. The animal was covered in yellow-brown fur, with strong, long limbs. Its pointed ears had a tuft of black hair standing upright, and long, drooping hair grew on its cheeks, resembling a beard. Is it a leopard? Lin Weiwei wasn't sure. Uncle Wang looked at it and smiled. Not a cat, nor a leopard. It's a lynx. This creature tastes delicious. Its intestines can be used as medicine, and its fur is quite valuable. A single lynx pelt can be worth as much as my roe deer. It looks so fierce, and it's baring its teeth at us. How do we get it out? Lin Weiwei looked at the beautiful feline, thinking it might be nice to tame and raise one. Wang the hunter said, "Lynxes are fierce and cunning, good at hunting, and hard to tame. It's best to kill it in the trap, or else it might escape, and all our effort will be wasted." Lin Weiwei nodded and agreed. All right then. Wang picked up his iron fork, aiming to stab the lynx's neck to hold it down without injuring its fur. The lynx seemed to sense the danger and became even more agitated inside the trap. It tried to jump out and escape, but Wang struck it with the handle of his iron fork. After some struggle, the lynx, exhausted from being trapped for a long time, finally lost strength. Wang managed to control it. Lin Weiwei jumped down into the trap, punched the lynx twice on the head, and the creature, fighting desperately, finally stopped moving. On the way back, Hunter Wang pointed to a fist-sized hole on a small dirt mound and said to Lin Weiwei, "That is a rabbit burrow. When rabbits dig, they leave several entrances. This is called the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Uncle Wang, can you dig out rabbit burrows?" The little kid at home confidently said she wanted to raise rabbits to support the family. As the older sister, she needed to support her family strongly. Rabbit burrows are deep and twisty inside, so digging them out is hard. But we can smoke them out. Seeing her interest, Hunter Wang walked around the small hill. Based on his experience, he quickly found other entrances and blocked them with dirt and small stones. The only remaining entrance was filled with smoke from burning damp branches and leaves, pushed into the hole forcefully. Soon there was movement inside. Hunter Wang took off his clothes, made a pouch shape, and waited at the entrance. He caught one rabbit after another, except for a large gray rabbit that escaped. The whole family of 6 was caught by him. A female rabbit with 5 half-grown babies. You can have her. Hunter Wang, knowing she wanted to try raising rabbits, gave her all of them. He couldn't help but remind her, wild rabbits dig holes, so it's best to keep them in cages. I'll make a few cages for you, and send them over. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I'll pay you back later. These rabbits were caught by Hunter Wang. Lin Weiwei didn't want to take advantage of him, thinking she should buy them herself so Uncle Wang wouldn't suffer a loss. Hearing this, Hunter Wang's face darkened. You're trying to cheat me. Yesterday, what Sampeng Nyang said wasn't very nice, but it wasn't completely wrong. If it weren't for you bringing me in, I wouldn't dare go into the mountains. Without you, I wouldn't have caught the wild goat yesterday or the roe deer today. But you know exactly how many little rabbits there are? Fine. I'll split the money I get from selling these 2 prey with you. Lin Weiwei didn't insist and smiled at him.
All right.
I won't mention it anymore. I'll wait for you at the village entrance tomorrow, and we can go to town together? Carrying a beautiful, thick-furred lynx, Lin Weiwei took a shortcut through a messy thicket behind her house to her home. The Lin family's house was built on the hillside. To prevent wild animals from entering, Lin's father built a high fence. Originally, there was a back door in the backyard wall that led directly up the mountain. After Lin's father passed away, that door was locked from the inside with a rusty lock. In the room, Huang Shi was helping her daughter mend clothes when she heard a loud thud from the backyard. Immediately, the trees near the wall shook violently. She was both surprised and scared. It's not dark yet, so there shouldn't be any thieves.
Could it be
a wild animal from the mountain climbing over the wall? The Lin family moved here 5 years ago because of war. The local people in Shirley-go are exclusive and placed outsiders like them at the edge of the village. If a wild animal comes down from the mountain, they are the most likely to be affected. Huang Shi's heart was pounding. When her husband was alive, a huge mountain cat once entered their home. Her child's father had to fight it off and was injured in the process. Thinking of her second daughter, Erwa, who was out cutting grass for the rabbits, she worried she might come back at any moment. Despite her fear, she tried to be brave as a mother. She would never allow her children to be hurt in front of her. Huang Shi stepped out of the house. She had been bedridden for 2 days, but could now get off the bed. However, standing for too long made her feel weak and sweaty. She forced herself to suppress her fear, picked up the flat staff leaning against the wall, and tiptoed step by step toward the backyard. As soon as she entered, she saw a brownish-yellow shadow rushing toward her. She was so frightened, she closed her eyes and waved her staff wildly. Come back to me. She heard her second daughter's voice and quickly opened her eyes to look. She saw Ernie holding a large animal that looked like a mountain cat, but wasn't exactly one. The creature was snarling, showing its teeth, and struggling fiercely, swinging its 4 claws. Its sharp claws and white teeth were terrifying. Huang Shi couldn't help but shout, "Be careful." Lin Weiwei grabbed the back of the animal's neck, holding it firmly in a spot that made it struggle uselessly. She didn't expect this creature to be so resilient. After a few punches, it was still alive, only fainting afterward. When she threw it into the yard from outside the wall just now, it actually woke up and almost hurt her mother. Lin Weiwei punched the animal on the forehead and warned, "Be good, or I'll skin you, cut your meat, and take out your intestines." The animal was dazed and disoriented, its eyes spinning. Animals are intelligent and instinctively avoid danger. It seemed to realize it couldn't escape from this fierce person's hand, so it gave up struggling and played dead, letting her hold it. Huang Shi's heart finally eased. She softly asked, "Is it dead?" Lin Weiwei looked into its eyes, which were still moving slightly, and smiled. "Not yet." Uncle Wang said this one is very clever, and it seems to be true. Living is pretty good. Being alive is more valuable than being dead. Huang was very happy to see her daughter return from the mountain with a catch. She scolded her gently, saying, "Why didn't you take the main road? How did you manage to climb over the wall from the back mountain? You're trying to scare your mother to death. It's closer this way. Besides, if I came through the front, I'd have to pass most of the village. If they saw me carrying the catch, they'd get jealous," Lin Weiwei said. She took a sturdy rope, tied the forelegs of the lynx, and put a device similar to a dog's muzzle on its head. When she was putting the muzzle on, the animal tried to resist, but Lin Weiwei lightly tapped it, and it calmed down. It understood now. Under human control, it couldn't cause trouble. It was better to stay quiet and look for a chance to escape later. Little second boy carried back a basket full of grass. Seeing the house now had 1, 2, 3, 6 rabbits, he happily did a flip in the yard. He washed the grass he cut in a jar of water and offered it to the little rabbits. The mother rabbit, originally restless and struggling to escape, suddenly became quiet as if hypnotized, obediently lowering her head to eat the grass from little second boy's hand. Her 5 babies also stopped trembling and gently nibbled on his fingers with their 3-part mouths. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow. She had secretly poured space water into the water jar. She confirmed again that the spring water in the space had a deadly attraction for animals. After feeding the rabbits, little second boy saw the lynx, almost tied to a tree stump with ropes, and shouted, "Wow, big cat. So pretty. Second sister, can I touch it?" Lin Weiwei squatted beside the lynx with him. Before he finished speaking, his hand had already touched the animal's back. The lynx, with the muzzle, was still wild. If it didn't show its strength, it was no ordinary cat. It turned its head and met Lin Weiwei's threatening gaze, then cowered and lay on the ground pretending to be dead, allowing him to pet it. Little second boy became addicted to petting, gently stroking the shiny, smooth back of the big cat. "Second sister, this big cat is so well-behaved. Let's keep it. It won't let mice steal our grain anymore." The lynx rolled its eyes. "Foolish human child, you're the big cat. Your whole family is big cats. Who wants to eat mice? The rabbits you raised aren't enough to fill the gaps in your teeth." Lin Weiwei pinched the tip of the lynx's ear and smiled at little second boy, saying, "This is a lynx, not a cat. This creature is fierce, often attacking young deer, roe deer, and mountain goats. You must never take off its mouth cover, or it might bite off your little arm." The lynx looked at Erwa's arm, so thin and weak, like a stick of firewood, not even tasty to wild animals. But it looks so pitiful. Little Erwa's heart was full of compassion. "It's not pitiful at all. It almost scratched my mom just now." Lin Weiwei saw the lynx's eyes darting around and said, "If it really scratches or bites someone, I will cut off its claws and pull out its teeth." The lynx immediately closed its eyes and played dead. When Lin Weiwei went into the kitchen to cook, Erwa sneaked to the backyard, holding a string of frogs and a broken clay jar filled with water. He squatted in front of the lynx and whispered, "You must be starving, right? Let's make a deal. I'll give you water and frogs to eat. Please don't bite me." Suddenly, the lynx opened its eyes, staring fixedly at the water in the jar. Erwa smiled and said, "Do you want some water? I'll secretly take off your mouth cover. You must not bite me, okay? If you bite me, my second sister will really pull out your teeth." The lynx didn't know if it understood him, but it kept staring at the water in the jar. Erwa tried to reach out his hand, but the lynx stood still like a statue. He quickly removed the mouth cover and then quickly moved back to a safe spot. The lynx's forelegs were tied, and a rope was also tied around its neck to a tree stump. It lifted its head and tried to reach the jar with its head. But the jar was a little far away. Its tongue stretched out as far as it could go, just barely reaching the jar, but it couldn't lick the water inside. It struggled anxiously, but to no avail. It lay down on the ground, looking pitifully at Erwa and the jar, as if saying, "Could you bring it closer for me?" Soft-hearted, Erwa moved closer and pushed the jar toward its mouth. The lynx lifted its head again. Frightened, Erwa quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back. The lynx looked at him, greedily licking the water from the jar, one lick at a time. Though it had been beaten nearly to death, it soon regained its energy. Erwa then threw a frog toward its mouth, but the lynx ignored it. Thinking for a moment, Erwa peeled off the frog's skin, washed the meat with clean water, and placed it back in front of the lynx. This time, it ate eagerly and hungrily. Erwa, bring me the frogs you caught, and my second sister will make you some dry-fried frog meat. Lin Weiwei carried a spoon and came to the backyard. She looked at the lynx happily eating frog meat and then glanced at the little boy who looked like he had made a mistake. She couldn't bring herself to scold him and said, "Stay away from the lynx. You gave it the frog meat, so there won't be any meat to eat tonight." The little boy shyly smiled at her, acting like a cute puppy trying to please his owner. "I'll catch more frogs tomorrow, and I'll give the frog legs to second sister." After finishing the frog, the lynx licked all the water from the clay pot. Seeing that Lin Weiwei's gaze was not on it, it tilted its head and tried to bite through the rope on its leg. Lin Weiwei. She walked quickly over and waved her fist at the snarling lynx. The lynx immediately gave up and let itself be controlled. "Little boy, come help second sister burn the fire." Reluctantly, the little boy looked back at the lynx, which had put on its muzzle again, and followed second sister to the front yard. That evening, Lin Weiwei cooked braised green beans and rice. First, she cut the green beans, carrots, shiitake mushrooms, and cucumbers into small pieces. She sautéed chopped green onions and in lard, then added the ingredients and stir-fried until they were about 3/4 cooked, then added seasonings. When the rice was almost done, she added the stir-fried ingredients and let it simmer for 15 minutes. The fragrant braised green bean rice was ready. The green beans were soft, and the oil had soaked in, making the flavor almost as good as meat. Since Renan didn't produce much rice, and it was expensive, the Lin family had never eaten rice before. As soon as it was ready, the little boy curiously stuck his head out and wagged around Lin Weiwei like a puppy. She scooped a spoonful of rice and fed it to him. He chewed carefully and savored happily. "The rice is so delicious."
Like it?
"Next time, second sister will make braised rice with salted pork for you." Lin Weiwei gently patted the little guy's head and scooped the rice into a bowl. Cooking on a rural stove meant they could enjoy crispy rice crust. The crust turned golden and absorbed the oil from the rice, making it fragrant and crunchy. Lin Weiwei scooped out the crust and chewed it happily as a snack. Big sister Lin seemed to be returning around mealtime. Just as the food was served, she came in carrying a bundle of firewood. The little boy happily called out, "Big sister, wash your hands quickly and come eat." Second sister's braised green beans and rice are really tasty. Seeing the bowl of rice, Big sister Lin sighed with concern. "Mother, with so much rice, we could make porridge and eat for several meals. It's not harvest season now, so there's no need to waste food like this. And you should talk to second sister. If this keeps up, the family will run out of food soon. Big sister Lin, you need to change your way of thinking. Money isn't saved. It's earned. In the past, our family was poor because we had no way to make money. Now, I have learned from Uncle Wong how to set traps with ropes, and if luck is on my side, I can earn money every day." Our little second son has also started his rabbit-raising business. A rabbit can have 6 to 8 litters a year, with at least 5 or 6 rabbits in each litter. One rabbit can sell for over 100 coins. So, a pair of rabbits can bring in at least 3 or 4 taels of silver in a year. If we take good care of them, they can have a litter each month, earning even more money. Second son, take good care of the rabbits. Whether we can eat rice in the future depends on you. Lin Weiwei's words filled second son with strength and confidence. Second sister, I will take good care of the rabbits. If we want to eat rice, we will eat rice. If we want white steamed buns, we will eat buns. If we want meat, we will eat meat. Good. You have ambition. I'll reward you with a crispy, tasty rice. Lin Weiwei gently patted the little guy's head. Huang's was stunned and listened carefully. One pair of rabbits can earn 3 or 4 taels of silver a year. If we raise more pairs. Second girl, is rabbit raising really that profitable? Denier couldn't help but pour cold water. Mother, do you believe everything she says? Wild rabbits aren't that easy to raise. They dig holes and maybe they'll dig out and run away someday. Lin Weiwei ignored her and said to Huang's, Mother, I want to clear out the backyard vegetable patch to raise rabbits there. Rabbits dig holes, right? We can pave the ground with green bricks or stones and build the rabbit burrows with stones or bricks. Problem solved. Green bricks are free. You have to find someone to help gather stones. It's easy for you to say. Denier rolled her eyes. The merchants in town also have to spend money to buy goods, right? If we want to make money, initial investment is necessary. If we raise well, we'll earn it back in less than 2 months. Lin Weiwei took a bite of fragrant, steaming rice and happily chewed a green bean. What if we don't raise them well? Denier asked stubbornly. If I can't raise them well, I'll just catch a roe deer and use the money to build the rabbit shed, Lin Weiwei said casually. It's not your money I'm spending, so you have no say. Mother, no one in our 10-mile village has ever raised wild rabbits. You shouldn't just let her do whatever she wants, Denier said angrily, almost throwing her chopsticks. But the rice was too delicious, and she didn't want to go hungry. Those brave enough to be the first to try new things often become rich. Short-sighted, timid people will only find life harder and harder. Lin Weiwei scooped all the remaining rice in the basin into her bowl. Being the first to try crab? That's a new way to put it. After finishing the meal, Jiang and Mo Han was relaxing in the yard, smelling the aroma of food in the air. He thought this chubby girl is quite skilled at making soup and cooking.
Wait.
Braised green beans and rice? He remembered that braised rice was a special dish from Sichuan and Shaanxi. But listening to the neighbor Huang family's accent, it didn't sound like they were from there. Instead, it had a soft tone typical of Suzhou and Hangzhou regions. How could they make braised green beans and rice? In her past life, at this time, the silly girl next door fell off a cliff and drowned in a pond. Now, she's not only alive but also not silly anymore. If hunting was learned from Lord Hunter Wang, what about cooking? He didn't believe in any special talent. There was only one possibility. Lin Nier was possessed by a spirit that didn't belong to her. Thinking about that silly girl next door, it was very likely she was someone who had lived another life just like him, who had taken the lead and had the ability to see the future. Jiang and Mo Han felt a prickly sensation on his back. A cold glint flashed in Jiang and Mo Han's eyes. He wouldn't allow anyone to escape his control or disrupt his plans. The next morning, as Lin Weiwei stepped out, she met the handsome young scholar next door. She greeted him warmly. Xiao Han, why aren't you still in bed? The doctor said you need to rest more.
Yan Mohan.
Who is Xiao Han? Did you call him that? Relying on his size, you act like the boss in front of him. Soon, she would see who the real boss was. He almost believed she wasn't reborn, because no one would dare to treat him so casually, this future powerful and cold-hearted official. I came out to find a quiet place to read. Jiang and Mo Han quickly composed himself and replied calmly. Lin Weiwei kindly advised, you still need to take care of your health. Your body is the foundation for studying. Look at your pretty little face, so pale, with no color at all. When I return from town, I'll catch a wild chicken to help you recover. Her words, almost flirtatious, sounded natural coming from her, without any awkwardness, clearly showing her concern. What kind of spirit was inhabiting this chubby girl? Jiang and Mo Han looked at her with a hint of scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because I'm good-looking? Lin Weiwei cupped her cheeks with one hand, quickly blinking at him, her eyes full of playful mischief. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't bear to look directly at her and quickly looked away. Honestly, if this chubby girl didn't cause trouble, with her round face, slender willow-like eyebrows, curved moon-shaped eyes, small nose and mouth, and tender white skin like freshly cooked glutinous rice balls, she wouldn't be ugly. However, she is still far from beautiful. His gaze met a pair of vertical pupils. Is that a lynx? Or a living one? In his past life, he once raised one, which was slightly lighter in color and a bit smaller. That animal was clever and fierce, and it took a lot of effort to tame and present it. Now, he looked at this lynx, being held by the scruff of its neck, looking utterly hopeless, yet its eyes kept darting around restlessly. It was a wild, untamed lynx, but why did it dare not move at all in her hand? Seeing the young scholar staring at the lynx in her hand, Lin Weiwei smiled and said, "This is a lynx. Its thick fur keeps warm. You weak scholar, don't look very strong. Maybe I could peel this fur off and make it into a cushion for you?" Jiang Mohan clearly saw the beast's muscles tremble, and it dared not move at her hand, trying to reduce its presence. Good intentions are appreciated, but no reward needed. Jiang Mohan stepped away. If he didn't leave now, he might lose control and do something reckless to the chubby girl. "TSK, are you angry again? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Pretty people can have a bad temper sometimes. It's understandable." Lin Weiwei stuck out her tongue behind his back and muttered softly. Having such sharp hearing might not always be a good thing. Jiang Mohan clenched his fists and quickly made a heavy note in his mental record about the chubby girl. Madame Feng came out holding her embroidered work and said to Lin Weiwei, "Erinair, are you heading to the town? Can you do me a favor and deliver this embroidery to the embroidery shop in town?" It was a simple task, and Lin Weiwei happily agreed. Madame Feng told her to mention her name at the embroidery shop and briefly explained the value of the embroidery, then smiled and thanked her. Lin Weiwei carefully stored the embroidery, then met Uncle Wang at the village entrance, and the two headed toward the town. Hunter Wang saw that the lynx in her hand was still alive and suggested, "A living lynx is worth more than a dead one. But if you sell it to someone in town, the price might not be high. Why not try your luck at the dock? Ships come and go there, and maybe some wealthy young master will take a fancy to it."
All right.
"I'll try my luck at the dock. If I can't sell it in 2 days, I'll kill it and sell the meat and fur." Lin Weiwei looked at the lynx, pretending to be dead with rolling eyes, then showed a fierce smile. When she arrived in town, Lin Weiwei parted ways with Hunter Wang and first went to the Wu family's embroidery shop. The shopkeeper, having received an order from the young master, recognized her familiar stitching style and said, "This must be the embroidery sent by Lady Feng from Shirley Go. Tell her we won't accept her embroidery anymore." Curious, Lin Weiwei asked why. Everything was fine, so why suddenly stop? There must be a reason. The shopkeeper looked proud and replied, "Let her ask her good son about it." The handsome young scholar? His personality easily offended people. Lin Weiwei packed up the embroidery and headed toward the dock. At the port in Renan town, several cargo ships were docked. Porters moved back and forth, loading and unloading goods. The shouts of the porters, the calls of the managers, and the voices of merchants attracting customers all blended into a lively scene full of life. She placed the lynx on the ground, untied the ropes on its legs, and removed its muzzle, leaving only a rope around its neck in her hand. The lynx snarled at her. Lin Weiwei raised her fist, and it immediately calmed down, lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She threatened, "Dead? Then it and sell the skin and meat." The lynx suddenly rolled over, shook its thick fur, and looked at her with dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha. This beast is quite interesting." A deep male voice sounded behind her. Lin Weiwei turned around and saw 2 young men in their 20s standing there. One wore a dark red long robe with silver embroidered cloud patterns on the collar and cuffs, a wide silk belt of the same color around his waist, and a silver crown with white jade on his head, shining and valuable. If Jiang Moken were here, he would recognize immediately that this man in red was the 7th prince of the court. Among those who hated him fiercely, the 7th prince was definitely one of them. The other wore a black outfit with dark patterns, a flying fish pendant hanging from his waist, and a silk ribbon. He crossed his arms over his chest, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes showing impatience. Both young men were handsome and extraordinary, but in Lin Weiwei's eyes, they looked like walking silver ingots. Lin Weiwei stroked the lynx's head, but it rudely shook her hand away. She grabbed the back of its neck and gave it a warning look. Mess up her business, and she wouldn't hesitate to skin it alive. The lynx's eyes showed dissatisfaction. Its sharp claws on the ground extended quietly, then retracted, extended again, and retracted once more.
"Kid,
Is this lynx for sale?" The 7th prince was very interested and kicked the lynx's hind leg with his foot. The lynx was feeling angry inside. The fat human couldn't defeat it, but that didn't mean everyone could bully it. Without warning, It reached out with a claw to scratch the man in the red brocade clothes. Its movement was as fast as lightning, and Lin Weiwei was too late to stop it. Just as the lynx was about to leave a bloody scratch on the man's leg, a sword sheath blocked its claw and knocked it back. The lynx retracted its paw and glared fiercely at the black-clad man who had stopped it. Sorry, this lynx is new from yesterday. It still has its wild nature. I didn't see it coming and almost got hurt. Lin Weiwei was worried the deal would fall through. She tightened the rope around the lynx's neck and gently tapped its head as a warning. The lynx stared at her with fierce, vertical pupils. If it behaves like a cat, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Let's set a price. I want this lynx. The seventh prince looked at the lynx with interest. The man in black looked unhappy and said, "You are out here on official business, not just sightseeing or hunting for fun. But buying a pet doesn't interfere with anything. Relax." "I know what I'm doing," the seventh prince said, turning to Lin Weiwei. "Will you sell it for 100 taels of silver?" "Yes." Lin Weiwei was afraid he might change his mind. She took the silver note and handed the rope to the man in red. "Payment is complete. Please keep it safe. If it escapes in your hands, I won't be responsible. Also, a word of advice. This animal is timid and fears the strong. It's best to find someone who can train it for a while. That's not your concern, Delay. Put this beast in a cage. When we return to the capital, I will personally tame it. It's good to be timid and afraid. When the time comes, this beast will see my skills." Two young masters, the weather is getting hotter. Do you want to buy some handkerchiefs? Not for yourselves, but as gifts for your servants. Lin Weiwei took out an embroidered handkerchief made by Lady Foam, showing a piece with green bamboo embroidery to the two elegant young men. The seventh prince smiled kindly and said, "From lynxes to handkerchiefs, your range of goods is quite broad. Poor folks sell whatever they can. Our village hunters haven't caught a lynx in years. If they relied on selling this to make a living, they'd have starved long ago," Lin Weiwei said with a bright smile. She treated customers who were rich and foolish as if they were gods. The seventh prince saw this chubby boy, dressed in old, shabby clothes and from a poor family, speaking confidently and gracefully in front of Crown Prince Min. He found him quite interesting. Today, he was in a good mood and smiled, saying, "You're not good at selling things. I'll buy your prey for 100 taels of silver. Shouldn't you give me a handkerchief as a gift?" Lin Weiwei pretended to be surprised, replying, "Young master, are you short of money? If I give you this handkerchief, wouldn't that look down on you? I do need money. Feel free to give it to me. I won't think less of you," the seventh prince said with a smile, waving his folding fan. Lin Weiwei kept her cheerful expression and said, "Oh, if this embroidery was from my family, I'd definitely give it to you. But it's someone else's item I'm selling for them, so I can't give it away." The crown prince's heir frowned impatiently and said, "The pet has been bought, and now it's time to leave, right? Disasters won't wait. The relief supplies arriving in the northwest a day earlier could save more lives." The seventh prince pointed his fan at him and snorted, "You're so boring." Lin Weiwei nodded in agreement. Blocking someone's money-making path isn't very nice. The seventh prince raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "You're just my type. Why not come with me?" "Young master, your words sound too casual. People might think you're just teasing a good girl. What do you see in me? I can change if you want." The crown prince's heir almost furrowed his brows. "Buying pets and hiring servants? Seventh prince, do you really think you're just out sightseeing in the capital?" Lin Weiwei hurriedly said, "Thank you for your high regard. But I have a weak mother and younger siblings at home. I really can't leave." Lin Weiwei secretly hoped the man in black would take the young man in red away. Wealthy and powerful playboys think they can easily take someone away, just a flick of a finger. She had no intention of becoming anyone's servant. The seventh prince wouldn't do anything extreme just because a chubby boy was interesting. He shook his fan and told the servant nearby, who was worried about losing his job, "He's taken the handkerchief." Then he strolled leisurely toward the official boat. The servant handed Lin Weiwei a 10-tael silver ingot and a cloth bag, then quickly chased after his master. Lin Weiwei walked to a quiet place and took out the silver note, flicking it. 100 taels of silver. Today was lucky. She'd met a big spender, someone foolish and generous. Luckily, she hadn't killed that lynx yesterday. If she'd only sold its fur and meat, it could have fetched 15 or 20 taels in Renan town. 100 taels. Not only did Xiao Erwa get a rabbit house, but he also bought some tiles to repair the roof. Their house has a thatched roof, and she worries that strong winds might leave her room exposed. Lin Weiwei went to the cart shop and happened to rent the same ox cart that the man had tried to give up on halfway the day before. The driver still remembered her and asked cautiously, "Are you going to make me pull someone almost dead again? How many injured people do you think I have? This time, I'm hauling bricks and tiles." "Don't waste time. Just tell me if you're willing or not." Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him and asked impatiently. The driver chuckled and said, "Of course I will. I've been doing this for years. Loading and unloading, 200 coins per trip." 200 coins? It was only 100 the day before yesterday. It doubled in just a day? You're really unfair. Lin Weiwei frowned. The old man seemed dishonest, like she was being cheated. Don't get angry. Prices in town go up every day and other costs are rising too. The bricks and tiles I'm hauling this time are heavier than last time. My old bones have to load and unload them. This is the fairest price I can give. If you don't believe me, ask the shop. The old man coughed and spat on the ground, then mumbled. Lin Weiwei pouted and said, "I won't pay more than 120 coins for loading and unloading. Just tell me if you're willing to deliver or not." "No way. Tenli-go is dozens of miles from town, and each trip takes over an hour. Without loading and unloading, it costs at least 150 coins. Less than that, and you can find someone else," the old man said firmly, puffing on his pipe and refusing to negotiate further. Lin Weiwei frowned and said, "Fine. If you dare to abandon the job halfway or cause trouble, don't forget I'm not easy to deal with." She then picked up a small stone, about the size of her palm, and easily broke it in half. The old man chuckled, his face full of wrinkles. "You don't need to scare me. I saw how strong you were last time. You carried a big man on your back, and even my ox cart couldn't keep up with you. Young lady, you've got good strength. Are you thinking of marriage? Want me to introduce you to a girl in town?" Lin Weiwei, dressed in her father's clothes, had her hair tied into a bun on top of her head. Aside from her slightly whiter skin, she looked like a chubby boy. "Marriage? Don't be silly. I may be tall, but I'm only 14. Let's talk about it in a few years," she told the old man. "Wait for me outside the city gate for a while. I want to buy a few more things." The old man drove his ox cart away slowly, leaving a parting word. "Hurry up, or I'll have to charge extra if you're not back in 15 minutes. Lin Weiwei first went to the money shop to exchange her banknotes for smaller bills, then asked for 20 taels of silver in cash. She bought 2 small hens that lay eggs at the market, and at the meat stall, she bought a jean of fat meat and 2 bones. She hurried towards the city gate. There was only a small brick kiln in Renan town, which was just a horseshoe-shaped kiln dug into the ground. They used clay to make bricks and pine wood as fuel. Each kiln could only produce a few hundred bricks, so it was quite simple. This year's drought clearly affected the brick kiln business. In front of the kiln, there were only 2 strong men, weakly making bricks. Behind them, there were many finished bricks stacked up. It made sense, if they couldn't even get enough food, who had the extra money to build a house. Although Lin Weiwei didn't buy many bricks, she was warmly welcomed by the 2 brothers. They helped load her bricks onto the ox cart without her needing to do anything, even giving her a small discount. A full cart of bricks cost less than 2 taels of silver. On the way home, Lin Weiwei thought the old ox cart was too slow, so she helped push from behind. Even so, it took nearly 2 hours to reach home. She couldn't help but think about how backward transportation was. In her previous life, a car could cover 30 or 40 miles in just over half an hour. The small village almost had no secrets. News that the Lin family bought bricks from the town spread quickly through the village. Many villagers, bored and curious, came to ask if the Lin family was planning to build a house. Sister Sampang and a group of older women muttered sourly, "Foolish as she is, She has a few taels of silver and starts spending it everywhere. The Lin family's house was built just 5 or 6 years ago, and now they're buying blue bricks. Are they planning to tear down and rebuild? A woman who mended shoes asked doubtfully, Sister Guaying, your family lives closer to the Lin family. Has Sister Ernie brought back any game these days? The woman with the round face shook her head and said, no big game, only a wild chicken and a rabbit. She cooked the chicken that same night. But Hunter Wong brought back a roe deer yesterday. Sister Ernie is just a fool. Everyone says a fool can't teach others well. Do you think Hunter Wong would really teach her his skills? She's honest, but she keeps bringing Hunter Wong into the mountains every day, the woman who mended shoes said, shaking her head. Sister Samping pouted and said, fools are fools. If she could think like that, she wouldn't be a fool. A young wife who went to the Lin family to gather news just returned. She held back her laughter and said, this silly girl is so funny. People can't even afford blue brick and tile houses, but she built a house for her rabbit. Guess what? Someone was so foolish as to use blue bricks to make a nest for the rabbit. Isn't that funny? A rabbit nest? A group of women got excited and kept asking what was happening. The young wife said, Hunter Wong caught a bunch of baby rabbits and gave them to Erwa to raise for fun. Erwa said he wanted to raise them big and sell them for money. Since rabbits dig holes and might run away, he bought blue bricks to build a rabbit house. Ha ha! How much do you think a bunch of rabbits can sell for? Not enough to buy the bricks. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. The other women also laughed loudly, patting their legs. The round-faced woman shook her head and said, Huang's family is letting her daughter and son do whatever they want. Huang's family is not very thoughtful. A woman raising 4 children and even sending her son to town to study, wearing herself out in the process. Now she's lying in bed and can't get up, said Sanpong's wife, feeling a bit more balanced. The silly girl had just caught 2 prey and sold them for some money. She started spending wildly, buying and wasting things. When they couldn't catch any more prey, she would be crying with no tears left. When Erwa heard the noise outside, he ran out to open the door for his second sister. Seeing a cart full of blue bricks and tiles, he was so happy he jumped and shouted that his little rabbit would soon have a house. The little boy eagerly helped Lin Weiwei unload the cart. He was thin and small, but he carried 2 bricks at once, from the gate to the backyard. After several trips, he was exhausted and sweating all over, but he still happily kept carrying, his face smeared with dirt like a little kitten. Lin Weiwei brought 2 baskets, filled them with bricks, and carried one in each hand. She easily unloaded the entire cart after a few trips. The old cart driver was smoking and muttering, Kid, my wife has a cousin's daughter who's pretty and chubby and has a good temper. Are you sure you don't want to consider her? Lin Weiwei counted out 150 coins and smiled. Thank you for your kind offer. My mother said I should wait until I'm 18 to get married, so I won't delay your cousin's daughter. It's getting late, you should go now. She turned around and saw a handsome young scholar from the neighbor's house, holding a book behind his back, walking over leisurely. Behind him, a group of young women and girls covered their faces, eyes glued to the scholar, excitedly whispering like starstruck fans. Xiao Han, you're back? This is money from Aunt Feng for selling embroidery. By the way, why did you offend Wu's embroidery shop? The shopkeeper from that household said they would no longer accept Aunt Feng's embroidery works. Lin Weiwei shoved a silver ingot into the young scholar's hand. In her past life, Wu's embroidery shop refused to accept her mother's work. She was unconscious, and their savings were used up. Desperate, her mother had to walk twice as far to sell embroidery in the neighboring Fuan town. Exhausted and hungry, she fell into a deep ditch and was found later, already eaten by wild dogs. Jiang Mohan's eyes shot out a chilling coldness. This time, he would never let his mother repeat her past mistakes. As for Wu Bo, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Looking down at the 10-ounce silver ingot, Jiang Mohan asked calmly, Did you give too much of the silver?
No.
Lin Weiwei explained, Aunt Feng's embroidery was sold for that much. Today, I met a foolish rich person who bought my links and also recommended Aunt Feng's embroidery to him. He didn't have small change, so he just gave me this. Jiang Mohan took back the silver and nodded slightly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just a small favor. Lin Weiwei smiled brightly, her smile shining brighter than the sun in the sky. Jiang Mohan lowered his gaze. He wasn't sure if her carefree, cheerful nature was genuine or just an act. She was paying attention to him. Was it because she was like other village girls, attracted by his looks, or was she approaching with some other purpose? In her past life, he had fought alone in a dangerous environment, almost falling into endless trouble. He couldn't help but think more deeply. By the way, I bought 2 big bones. Take one home and make soup, Lin Weiwei said, pulling out a large bone from her bamboo basket and stuffing it into his hand, not giving him a chance to refuse, then went into her house. Danier saw this from afar. When she returned home, she complained to Mrs. Huang, "Mother, second sister gave something to the neighbor Feng's son again. You should talk to her." Mrs. Huang was adjusting Lin's father's clothes to fit second sister. She smiled and said, "Helping neighbors is just what we should do. When our family was in trouble, Mrs. Feng also helped us." "Mother."
Danier stumped her foot.
Every time second sister goes over, she always waits until Feng's son is around, then shamelessly stares at him. She's after Feng's son. Doesn't she realize he's a young scholar? How could he like a simpleton? "Mother, you need to talk to her so she doesn't cause trouble and make a joke of herself." Mrs. Huang didn't think that Ernie had romantic feelings for the Jiang family boy. She still called her over and asked, "Ernie, what do you think of Aunt Feng's son?" "What do you mean?" Lin Weiwei was speechless. Her mother wouldn't randomly matchmake her with someone, would she? She widened her big eyes and tried to stop Mrs. Huang. "Mom, that Jiang boy isn't even taller than me. He's so skinny like a little chick. I could lift him with one hand. He's handsome and studies well, but we're not a good match." Mrs. Huang chuckled and said, "I was just asking your opinion. I didn't say I want to marry you to him. Why are you so anxious?" Lin Danny rolled her eyes desperately. "Mom, even if you want to marry Ernie to him, you should ask if he's willing. Someone as special as him wouldn't be interested in a chubby, plain girl with a lot of strength." Lin Weiwei giggled and said, "Mom, I think he's like a beautiful flower. Beautiful things always catch people's eyes, don't you think?" She also joked about the old coachman wanting to marry his niece to her, telling Mrs. Huang, "Mom, am I pretty? Almost enough to get a bride price for you to bring home a daughter-in-law." Mrs. Huang was completely reassured. Her younger daughter just hadn't realized yet. She smiled and pointed at her daughter's forehead with her finger. "You, stop wearing your father's clothes all day like a tomboy. Next time you go to town, I'll sew you a new dress with some cloth I buy." Lin Danny paused and stomped her foot. Whose family doesn't make clothes for the eldest daughter first? The oldest wears the best, then the second. Now they're bypassing her to make clothes for Ernie. Mom is really showing favoritism. But Lin Weiwei said, "I go up the mountain or into town all the time, and dressing in men's clothes makes it easier. You can keep the family's silver first. We'll need money later." She handed all her remaining 20-some taels of silver to Mrs. Huang. The 70 taels of banknotes she kept in a dry bamboo tube, hiding it away. Nothing is safer than keeping money in her space. Seeing the shiny silver, Danny's expression softened. She went to the yard and saw 2 small hens tied together. Then she returned inside and complained to Mrs. Huang, "Mom, Ernie spends money freely." She bought some bones and also 2 little hens. That 200 or 300 coins could buy a lot of coarse grain. Danny was also used to poverty. She had lived through days of only 2 meals of thin soup and plain vegetables, always worried about running out of food. She had had enough of that life. Over the past few days, the family has been eating a lot of chicken and meat. She was very worried and scared, afraid that Ernie would waste all the money and return to the days of starving. She didn't mean to target Ernie on purpose. She just didn't agree with spending money so extravagantly. Lin Weiwei explained, "These 2 little hens are for laying eggs. Once they are well cared for, every morning, Mother and Erwa will each have an egg to strengthen their bodies." Lin Danny was very angry and stomped her feet. "Didn't I tell you? Our place has many local deities. If we give them to the deities, it's better to kill the chickens and eat the meat. It's okay. During the day, they are free-range in the yard. At night, I put them in a cage and bring them into my room, Lin Weiwei said. Lin Danny glared at her. Aren't you afraid of smelling bad? As long as Mother and Erwa can have eggs, I don't mind the smell. Weiwei replied kindly. Weiwei's sweet words moved Erwa, who happily hugged her waist, rubbed his face against her, and affectionately said, "Second sister, you're so kind. When the eggs come, I'll share half with you." Lin Danny scolded Erwa. "You ungrateful brat." Then she stormed out angrily. The more Lin Danny thought about it, the angrier and more wronged she felt. When Erwa was little, who fed him, bathed him, or took him out to play? Now, just a kind word or a little treat could make him forget who his real family is. Isn't that ungrateful? She went to the dried-up riverbank at the village entrance and sat on a stone, feeling upset. Her best friend, Sun Area, who was passing by with a basket of pigweed, came over to ask what was wrong. Lin Danny found someone to confide in and told her about how her family favored Ernie. That fool keeps going against me. Isn't it infuriating? Sun Area, not surprised at all, said, "Your family was about to run out of food before. Your sister hunted wild boar and roe deer, traded the meat for silver, so your family could eat well. Isn't it natural that your mother and younger brother favor her? If you want to regain your mother's love, you need to be more capable than your sister. I'm not like her. I don't have her strength. How can I compare?" Lin Danny tore a piece of dried wild grass into several parts with force. Mother Luwazi is known for her fierce temper. Many people want to learn her weaving skills but get scolded away. Lady Feng is usually simple and straightforward, and she doesn't have much contact with the villagers. But the Lin family is different. Second girl Lin has saved both families' lives. If she wants to learn, neither family would refuse her. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yenner agrees that Sun Area's advice makes sense. That evening, once the big bone broth is ready, she quickly scoops a bowl and takes it to Lady Feng next door. Lin Weiwei wants to remind her that she already gave the young scholar a bone stick, but Lin Yenner is afraid she'll take it away, so she acts very fast. Just as she opens her mouth, she's already outside the door. Oh well, she can only let her go. "Aunt Feng, we made winter melon and big bone soup at home. Mother asked me to bring you a bowl." Lin Yenner imitates Lin Weiwei's tone, her voice overly sweet. Lady Feng also brings out noodles cooked in the bone broth, smiling as she says, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Second girl already gave us a bone, right? We also made big bone soup tonight. Please thank your mother for her kindness." Lin Yenner's face slightly changes. She secretly curses Lin Weiwei. She already gave Lady Feng a bone, but didn't mention it. She's just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Her face flushes red. She stands there unsure whether to go or stay. Lady Feng, seeing this, kindly says, "Oh, Honor just said she wants to drink winter melon and bone soup. I was worried about making dumplings, so I only made broth and noodles. Wait a moment, I'll pour out the soup and serve you a bowl so you can cooking too." Lin Yenner stands in the yard, her eyes nervously looking around. She notices a half-finished embroidered handkerchief on a bench under the eaves. She picks it up and looks carefully. The handkerchief is embroidered with a blooming peony, with layered petals and bright colors that look real, impossible to look away. Jiang Mo Han watches her through the window, frowning. He thinks, when the chubby girl next door came over, her eyes were clear and bright. She didn't look at what she shouldn't, nor move what she shouldn't. How can children from the same mother be so different? When Lady Feng brings out a bowl of soup noodles, Lin Yenner exclaims in admiration, a bit exaggerated, "Aunt Feng, your embroidery is so beautiful. It looks alive. In 10 miles of gully, there's no one else with such skill."
Can't say that.
There are always people better than others, and masters above masters. My skill is just barely okay. Miss Feng wanted to hand her the noodle soup but was afraid of soiling her carefully embroidered handkerchief. "Aunt Feng, you're so skilled with your hands. If only I could embroider such beautiful flowers like you, that would be wonderful." Lin Danny seemed to speak casually, but her eyes were secretly watching Miss Feng's reaction. Hearing this, Miss Feng understood her meaning. After a brief hesitation, she smiled and said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." "Really, Aunt Feng? Won't it bother you to teach me embroidery?" Lin Danny was waiting for this reply and was so happy she almost squeezed the embroidery hoop in her hands. Miss Feng placed the bowl on the bench, took back her embroidery, and smiled. "Come over for an hour every afternoon. I will teach you how to draw patterns and choose colors." Lin Danny nodded eagerly, unable to hide her smile. "Okay, I will come tomorrow." "Thank you, Aunt Feng." After saying this, she didn't bother to carry the bowl and happily walked outside. Only after Miss Feng reminded her did she come back to pick up the bowl of noodle soup and left happily. That proves the saying, flattering without reason is either treacherous or greedy. Jiang and Mo Han came out of the house, almost wanting to pour out the bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. Miss Feng smiled kindly and said, "Don't say that. The girl just wants to learn a skill, which is understandable. Teaching embroidery doesn't take much effort. It's just a break from other work. It's not unusual for someone to be kind to you without asking for anything. But what's frightening is when they show kindness without revealing their true purpose." Jiang and Mo Han glanced at the wall next door. One day, he would find her true intentions and expose her. After dinner, Lin Weiwei invited Uncle De Shuang, who knew some bricklaying skills, to help build a rabbit house. Her design was a 2-story rabbit home, with bamboo partitions on each level, allowing droppings to fall through the gaps for easy cleaning. The rabbit house also had a small courtyard made of blue bricks. On sunny days, when the rabbits came out to walk, there was no need to worry about them digging holes and escaping. On the other side of the backyard, she built a livestock pen with more blue bricks, where chickens, ducks, or pigs could be kept. The backyard, over half an acre, was divided into a vegetable garden and the rabbit house and livestock pen. The structure of the rabbit house was simple and was finished by the time the moon rose. Little Air was eager to put in 2 big rabbits and 5 baby rabbits. The rabbit's 2-story small house was still wet with mud. It was in a corner of the yard, where dry grass was laid out and cleaned green grass was placed on the side, meant for the little rabbits to eat at night when they were hungry. The wild rabbit that was caught first had been identified by Hunter Wong as a male. The larger rabbit caught later was a female, making them a pair. Soon, they might have a new litter of baby rabbits. Little Second Boy was watching over the rabbit house in the backyard, wishing he could sleep there with the rabbits. Lin Weiwei gently pulled him back, and the little boy mumbled. The rabbits moved to a new home. "I wonder if they're scared." "They have their mother rabbit with them. How could they be scared?" "It's late at night. If you don't sleep, you won't grow tall." Lin Weiwei teased him. Little Second Boy was taken to Mrs. Huang's house. Lin Weiwei poured a basin of warm water for him. The weather was hot now, and the boy had been moving bricks, sweating all over, smelling sour. He tightly held his clothes and argued with Lin Weiwei, "Second sister, boys and girls shouldn't be close. You go out. I'll take off my clothes and wash myself. The saying is boys and girls shouldn't share beds until age 7, and you're only 6. Kids don't have defined genders yet," Lin Weiwei said. The small boy, thin and delicate, was no match for her. She quickly stripped him completely and placed him in the basin. Little Second Boy blushed and covered his private parts, stiffening like a piece of wood. His second sister turned him over and gently rubbed and washed him until he was clean. After drying him off, she carefully placed the shy little boy on the bed. He pouted at Mrs. Huang, smiling. "Mom, look at second sister. She's so strong. She's bullying me." Mrs. Huang took the cloth from her daughter's hand and gently wiped his soft hair, smiling. "I'll teach her a lesson. She's grown up. How can she bully our little second boy?" Then she pretended to raise her hand toward Lin Weiwei, sitting by the bed. Little Second Boy, forgetting he was still, rushed to hold her hand. "Mom, since second sister is just a first-time offender, let her go this time. If she does it again, we'll punish her together." "Thank you, little second boy, for your mercy," Lin Weiwei said, tapping his little belly. Only then did he remember he had exposed himself a little. He turned away, covering his little private parts, making Mrs. Huang and Lin Weiwei smile happily. Big Sister Lin came in carrying the prepared medicine. Seeing that Lin Weiwei hadn't gone back yet, she said impatiently, "Why are you still here? Go back to your room and sleep." When they were young, Lin Danier and Ernier used to sleep together in the West Room, but that wasn't something Lin Danier wanted. After her father passed away, she moved in with her mother and younger brother. Lin Weiwei liked to tease her, so she hugged Huang's arm and pouted, "Today I want to sleep with Mom. I haven't slept with her since I can remember. You're so fat, I can't fit in this room. Go back to your West Room." Lin Danier firmly refused to share a bed with Lin Weiwei. Her dislike for her sister had been there for a long time. When they were kids, the village children didn't want to play with her. They wouldn't take her to gather firewood or pick mushrooms, saying she might spread her foolishness and become stupid too if she slept with a fool. They didn't want to play with her. When Lin Danier argued with her parents about not wanting to sleep in the same room with Ernier anymore, they scolded her harshly. To her parents, it was bad enough that others looked down on Ernier, but as her older sister, it hurt even more that she was teasing her and the village children. Plus, her parents felt sorry for Ernier because she was slow-witted, so they paid more attention to her and asked Lin Danier to take care of her. If Ernier didn't eat enough, she would get angry. She was strong and often broke things when upset, so when cooking, they always made sure she was full first. After their father died, the family gradually became poorer. Everyone had to tighten their belts. Even her older brother, who was studying in town, only ate enough to save food. But Ernia ate full meals every day and looked very fat. The family members were all thin as bamboo sticks, except Ernier, who looked like a fat pig. Once Ernier was no longer slow-witted, she started to oppose her everywhere. Her mother always protected her and favored her. Even her younger brother was bought over by her. Lin Danier felt more and more resentful. Like now, Ernier was deliberately ignoring her, lying in her usual spot and rolling around with her quilt. Her mother didn't say anything, and her younger brother was giggling like a hen laying an egg. Lin Danier was so angry her hair almost stood up. She rushed over, grabbed Ernier's arm, and tried to pull her to the ground. But with Ernier's current weight and her stubbornness in staying on the bed, Lin Danier couldn't move her. Huang smiled as she watched her two daughters play and softly advised, "Danier, your sister is just letting you. Look, she's afraid of hurting you, so she's not resisting at all. You're the older sister, so let her sleep beside you tonight." Lin Danier was exhausted and sweating, but couldn't pull an eye away. The girl deliberately grinned at her, showing her teeth. Already feeling upset, Lin Danier heard Huang's words and suddenly burst into tears. "Every time you say that, I'm the older sister. I have to be kind to my younger sister. I'm the older sister. I need to look after her. I'm the older sister. I should eat less so she can have more. Mother, I'm only a year older than her. Why do I always have to let her? Why don't you let me be born 2 years later? I don't want to be the older sister. I want others to be kind to me too." Boo-hoo. Lin Weiwei stopped her playful smile. She had no siblings in her past life, but her college roommates often complained about their mother's favoritism. The eldest always had to give in to the second child, who, spoiled by their parents, would her things and compete with her. She cried so hard she couldn't control herself. Back then, she felt sorry for her roommate. Now, she was the annoying little sister everyone disliked. Lin Weiwei felt wronged. Why was she the one bearing all the blame for the original owner? Though she didn't like the selfish Lin Danier, seeing her cry so hard, Lin Weiwei couldn't tease her anymore. Okay, I'll give in to you, all right? I'll let you have the bed. I'll sleep in the West Room. Is that okay? Lin Danier wiped her tears and glared fiercely. You're supposed to sleep where I am. Do you need to give in? Lin Weiwei, who was about to get off the bed, sat still. If you keep acting like that, I won't leave. Mother, look at her. Lin Danier started crying again. Enough. Stop crying. If you cry anymore, even the Great Wall will fall down. Lin Weiwei quickly got off the bed, picked up the bathwater for the second child, and said, "Can I leave now?" Back in the West Room, Lin Weiwei took a refreshing shower in her space. Just as she finished, she heard some movement and hurried out. She had just settled on the bed, using the moonlight shining through the window to see Huang entering from outside. "Mother, is there something you need?" Lin Weiwei sat up. Huang smiled and climbed onto the bed, lying beside her. Gently, she placed a hand on her daughter's body and softly said, "Sleep now. Mother is here with you." Lin Weiwei's body stiffened slightly. In both her past and present lives, she had never shared a bed with anyone before, especially not with her own mother. She felt a bit unsure. Huang sensed her unease. She gently stroked her arm and began humming a little song she didn't recognize. The tune was sung in a southern accent, soft and gentle, soothing Lin Weiwei's heart. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her body gradually relaxed. Lin Weiwei quietly snuggled beside her mother, feeling her warmth, smelling her unique mother scent, and listening to her gentle singing. She fell asleep peacefully and calmly. Lin Weiwei was awakened by the pitiful crying of the little second child. She opened her eyes and felt someone lying beside her. Suddenly, she sat up in surprise. Mrs. Huang also opened her eyes, thinking she was startled awake by the crying of the second child while still sleepy. She quickly sat up and patted her daughter's head. "Don't be afraid, second girl. The fur won't bite." Lin Weiwei felt a bit embarrassed by her mother's fussing over the child. She got up from the Kong and hurried toward the direction of the crying. "Woo woo woo. Second sister." The little second child, crying with runny nose and tears, saw Lin Weiwei and threw herself into her arms. "The little rabbit is dead. It was bitten to death by the great god, woo woo woo." Lin Danny pinched a clump of gray rabbit fur from the ground and said sarcastically, "I told you, we have many great gods here, and we can't keep small livestock or poultry. You still don't believe it. Today it bites one, tomorrow another. Do you think your rabbits can withstand the harm of the great god for days? I think we should just kill them early and eat them so they don't go to waste." Lin Weiwei comforted the little second child and looked toward the rabbit hutch. One small rabbit was missing, and there was a pool of blood and a few tufts of rabbit fur on the ground. In her past life, when Lin Weiwei studied at the agricultural college, she also learned animal science. She knew that weasels liked to come out at night to hunt, usually walking along small waterless ditches, moving along the edges. Weasels prefer to follow old paths, entering holes and stopping at bends. Lin Weiwei carefully checked her backyard and indeed found a small hole in an inconspicuous corner with a few tiny paw prints nearby. Weasels are very vengeful. If you try to catch them forcibly and they escape, they will find a way to kill all your livestock and poultry in revenge. Thinking for a moment, Lin Weiwei said to the little second child, "When you go to cut grass today, catch a few frogs and keep them in a water basin. Tonight, we'll offer the frogs to the great god. Then it won't bite our rabbits and chickens anymore." "Really?" The little second child, with tears on her face, asked, sniffling. Lin Weiwei nodded and said, "The great god is very spiritual. If you prepare food for it and sincerely pray in your heart, the great god will hear your wishes." The little second child picked up the sickle at home and was about to go cut grass and find frogs. Lin Weiwei stopped him. "You should help big sister start the fire and cook. Eating enough will give you strength to work." Lin Weiwei placed the two small hens inside the backyard pen, added some vegetable leaves, and then picked up the water bucket from home, heading toward the mountain. At the mountain's pond, because the whole village drew water from it to irrigate the fields, only a shallow, murky layer of water remained. Villagers went to the deep pond on the mountain, the same pond where she fell into, to fetch water. The deep pond on the mountain used to have a fast-flowing waterfall, but now it was intermittent, like an old person nearing the end of life. The pond was shallower than when she first woke up. Experienced village elders looked worried. If it didn't rain soon, not only would the crops fail, but even getting drinking water would be difficult. Fetching water was a long journey of several miles on rugged, difficult paths. Even adult men found it tiring. But this was no problem for Lin Weiwei. She realized that having strength wasn't a bad thing. While others carried their loads with shoulder poles, struggling along mountain paths, she easily carried a water bucket weighing dozens of pounds in one hand, stepping lightly, jumping between rocks, without spilling a drop. When she fetched water, she avoided others' eyes and secretly poured space water into the bucket. Who knew what dirt might be in the mountain pond? But space water was always clean and healthy. Her steps were light, and the full water bucket felt weightless in her hand. To save time, she carried one bucket in each hand and also had another bucket in the bamboo basket on her back. While others made one trip, she had already made 2 or 3, and the big jar at home was nearly full. On her last trip back, she saw Aunt Fong and her beautiful son at the door, fighting over the shoulder pole and water bucket. Lin Weiwei remembered her mother saying that over 10 years ago, chaos swept the land, and many families were displaced or lost. Aunt Fong had carried her infant son through the war, struggling to survive. Her body was weakened, and after settling in 10 Miles Gully, she took a long time to recover. To build the 2 rooms next door, she sold all her jewelry. She couldn't do heavy work, but she was skilled at embroidery, which supported her and her son. The pond used to be nearby, and she only carried half a bucket at a time, making several trips without delaying water supply at home. But her body was weak from mountain work and short of breath. How could she fetch water? Having lived through a second life, Jong Mo-han naturally didn't want his mother to do such tiring work. He quickly grabbed the shoulder pole and water bucket. He had just hurt his head. Although Dr. Liang didn't say it was very serious, he advised him to rest in bed for a month. Lady Feng refused to let him go up the mountain to fetch water. The 2 women argued at the door for a long time, neither willing to listen to the other. Lin Weiwei poured water from the bucket into the water tank, then went back out and headed up the mountain again. Big sister Lin found it strange. Her family's water tank was already full, so why was the silly second sister still going? When she saw Lin Weiwei carrying a bucket of clear water past her house and heading to the neighbors, she muttered softly, "Fool. Going to serve as a filial child again. Too bad. No matter how well you do, they won't notice you, and you won't become their daughter-in-law." When Lin Weiwei reached the neighbor's door with the water, the 2 women there were still stubborn. Lin Weiwei said, "Aunt Fong, please move aside. Let me pass. Is this water for our family?" Aunt Fong quickly ran over when she saw her pouring water into her own water tank. "No need, good girl. You shouldn't have to work so hard. It's okay. I don't have many skills, but I have strength. These 2 buckets of water are about the same weight as Xiao Han holding a book. It doesn't tire me. I'll go up the mountain a few more times. Think of it as exercise," Lin Weiwei said, patting her waist. Aunt Fong was amused. "Child, what are you losing weight for? Being chubby is lucky. Good fortune is created by hardworking hands, not by being fat. The doctor said being too fat isn't good for health. Aunt Fong, you and my mother get along like sisters. You're my real aunt. Why be so formal with your niece? Before Xiao Han's head heals, just leave the water to me." After speaking, Lin Weiwei carried her bucket and went out to fetch more water. As she passed by Jiang and Mo-han, she shot him a flirtatious wink.
Yang Mo-han.
Could this chubby girl have a problem with her eyes? She keeps winking at him every time she sees him, as if she thinks something's in her eyes. Lin Weiwei moved quickly. Both water tanks were filled, and dinner at home wasn't ready yet. She continued carrying water in buckets, going back and forth to water her fields and irrigate the crops. Aunt Ho-hot saw how capable she was and smiled as she said to her husband, "Erin Iyer is almost 14, right? If someone marries her, they'd get 3 workers in one. If our second child were a bit older, I'd even consider proposing her to our son." Aunt Ho-hot's family has 2 sons. The older one is 18, already married, and his son is almost 1 year old. The younger son is only 11, a mischievous boy who climbs trees and plays tricks, as lively as a monkey, with no sign of being obedient. Big Schwan rubbed his swollen shoulder and shook his head, saying, "Your son has called others fool many times. Does he want to? What if, one day, Ernie's mind isn't clear again? Will you take care of her for a lifetime?" Aunt Hohat thought about it and sighed. That girl from the Huang family has suffered for many years. I hope heaven will open its eyes and stop bothering this poor girl. It was early summer now, and the weather was getting hotter. The crops in the fields changed day by day. Lin Weiwei watered her crops twice a day, secretly adding water from her space. The plants, which looked wilted before, now looked lively and green, standing tall compared to Aunt Hohat's crops next door. The corn she replanted sprouted tender new leaves, with sunlight dancing on the green blades, full of life and hope. Back home, breakfast was ready. Lin Danny cooked millet porridge and prepared coarse grain cakes. Each person had a bowl of millet porridge, and each coarse grain cake was only enough for one person. Those with smaller appetites could only eat about 80%, not to mention Lin Weiwei, who could eat twice as much as others. Huang looked at Lin Danny but said nothing. She quietly broke her own cake in half and placed a large piece beside her second daughter. The little second girl looked at her older sister and younger sister, then carefully broke off a piece from her own cake. Second sister, I can't finish my share. Can you help me eat half? Lin Weiwei said nothing, washed her hands, scooped half a ladle of flour from the jar, and used some green onion leaves from the backyard. She made 3 fragrant, crispy scallion pancakes with yesterday's pig fat. She took the biggest one for herself and divided the other 2 among Huang and the second girl. Only Lin Danny didn't get a piece. With each bite of scallion pancake and coarse grain cake, Lin Weiwei ate happily. Lin Danny was so angry she wanted to throw her chopsticks and glared at the second girl. I just gave you coarse grain cake for your second sister. Why didn't you share the scallion pancake with big sister? You eat 1 bite and you're bought over. You're such a little traitor. Huang felt helpless about her 2 daughters' teasing. She split a half of the scallion pancake for Danny, but Danny, sulking, refused to eat. At this moment, Mrs. Feng brought over a piece of cold jelly. Seeing Huang want to refuse, she smiled and said, Your family has been sending us things these days. Ernie has helped me a lot. There isn't much valuable at home, so I made a piece of cold jelly with pea powder to give the children something fresh to eat. Hearing this, Mrs. Huang had no choice but to accept it and politely said, Thank you so much for agreeing to teach Danny embroidery. I really don't know how to thank you. That's nothing, just a small favor, Lady Feng said to Lin Danny, who was pouting nearby. Come to my place later, and I'll teach you how to draw patterns.
Danny happily nodded.
She quickly finished tidying up the dishes and washed the clothes at home. Of course, Lin Weiwei's clothes accidentally slipped out during the process. Lin Weiwei was washing her clothes with ash from plants, planning to buy a bar of soap next time she went to town. Washing clothes with ash was really rough. After returning from the pond, little second boy carefully carried an egg, excitedly telling her, Second sister, Xiaohua laid an egg. Feel it, it's still warm. The 2 little hens at home, thanks to little second boy's efforts, had their own names. The white hen was Xiaohua, and the red hen was Little Red. Tomorrow noon, I'll make you some egg custard, Lin Weiwei said, patting little second boy's yellowish hair. Catch more bugs and feed the hens well, so we'll have eggs every day. Little second boy nodded eagerly, put down the egg, and carried his small basket and shovel toward the foot of the mountain. He now felt responsible for raising rabbits and chickens. Whether the family could eat meat and eggs in the future all depended on him. He suddenly felt grown up, proud and honored. Before reaching the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by Sampang and a few of his followers. Second boy, I heard your family had something delicious again this morning. Can you leave a piece for Sampanga? The kid behind Sampang, who was playing with him, smelled the scent of scallion pancakes from the Lin family and drooled eagerly. He had just told Sampang, which led to Sampang stopping second boy. Little second boy looked at them cautiously and said, Our family doesn't have enough to eat. Why should we save some for Sampang? When we couldn't even afford food, you didn't bring us any. Sampang grabbed second boy's shirt and pulled him up roughly, saying fiercely, From now on, whenever your family makes something tasty, you have to bring it to me as a sign of respect. Understand? Second boy wasn't afraid at all and asked back, Why should I? Because my fists are stronger than yours. If you don't listen, I'll hit you. Sanpeng waved his big fist. Second boy scoffed and said, "Are your fists as hard as my second sister's? Can you lift the village's stone mill? Can you hunt wild boars? If you dare hit me, my second sister can break down your door and throw you into a wild boar's den." Sanpeng is the village's kid leader. Even older kids don't dare to mess with him. Xiao, standing in front of his younger brother, didn't give him respect, which made Sanpeng very angry. He raised his hand, ready to slap Xiao's soft face. At this moment, Heizi suddenly shouted in fear, "The fool is coming. Boss, Lin's second girl is here. What are you doing?" Lin Weiwei quickly took Xiao from Sanpeng, checked that he was unharmed, and then relaxed. She frowned at Sanpeng. "You're an adult, bullying a 6-year-old child. Do you feel proud? Who's bullying him?" "Which I saw me bullying him. I was just playing with him. If you don't believe me, ask them." Sanpeng grinned mischievously and refused to admit it. Lin Weiwei stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and gently lifted him. Sanpeng's chubby body floated off the ground, his feet dangling. She held him high, smiled, and said, "Then I'll play with you too. Is that fun?" Sanpeng struggled hard, grabbing his shirt front like a big clamp, but couldn't shake her off. Request failed. Huang Shi went to take the water bucket from her, but was avoided. Dr. Liang said you shouldn't do heavy work now. Sit under the shade of the tree. I'll do it. I won't carry water, but I can help water the plants, right? Huang Shi felt sorry for her doing all the work alone and insisted on helping. "Mom, if you get dizzy from the sun here in the fields, your health from before will be wasted. You're not helping, you're just making trouble." Lin Weiwei firmly disagreed. If her mother followed, how could she secretly add water from the space to the bucket? They had to carry water to water the entire field. Running up and down the mountain was tiring enough. That's why she liked to water early in the morning before others went to work or late in the evening when they finished for the day. Some water was carried in buckets, and most was directly from the space. That's one reason their crops grow so well. Huang Shi wanted to say more, but Aunt Guohua nearby advised, "Air and Ire has shown her filial heart. Just listen to her. Don't cause trouble." At this point, Lin's 3 mu of fields were almost finished. Lin Weiwei finished watering after half an hour. She carried the bucket and helped Huang Shi back home. Mrs. Huang looked at the wheat fields of others and sighed, saying, "I'm afraid this year's harvest will be more than half less than usual. If the government doesn't reduce taxes, we might have to spend money just to pay them. This winter, we'll all have to tighten our belts to get by." Lin Weiwei said to her, "Mother, don't worry. I'll pick more wild vegetables to dry and occasionally go into the mountains to hunt. We won't let you all go hungry." Mrs. Huang thought for a moment and said, "You're right. During bad years, wild vegetables, roots, and bark can save lives. I'll go with you to the mountain and gather more wild vegetables to store." It seemed she wanted to keep her from going deep into the mountains. To reassure her, she carried a bamboo basket, supported her mother, and led the little brother, who also wanted to come along. The 3 of them headed up the mountain. It was already May weather, June in the Gregorian calendar, and just a few steps made them sweat. Once in the mountain, it felt like spring had returned after summer. The thick canopy of trees blocked the heat outside, and even the breeze felt cool. Little brother was more energetic while cutting rabbit grass. They walked further inside, where clusters of large-leafed vegetables, called panlong grass in scientific terms, could be seen everywhere. This wild vegetable can be used for dipping sauces or wrapped in buns. The large-leafed vegetables were a bit old now, so they only picked the tender top parts. There were also 5-leaved prickly ash, willow shoots, purslane, and shepherd's purse. As they went deeper into the mountain, few people came here, and wild vegetables were everywhere. Mrs. Huang squatted on the ground, busy gathering. Because her mother and younger brother were nearby, Lin Weiwei carefully picked tender buds of wild vegetables while staying alert, afraid that some careless wild animal might jump out and hurt her most important loved ones. Yes, in this life, she cared about her family. She wanted to do everything she could to protect them and keep their little happiness warm. Mrs. Huang became so absorbed in gathering that she didn't notice how close they were to the deep mountain areas. The more they went inside, the more wild vegetables they found, and they were very fresh. Soon, the 2 big baskets they carried were filled with bright green vegetables. Suddenly, a movement came from the bushes nearby. Lin Weiwei looked over cautiously and said to Mrs. Huang and little brother, "Don't move. I'll go see what it is." Mrs. Huang, a little nervous, told her, "Hold this stick and be careful." Lin Weiwei slowly approached, carefully pushing aside the grass with her stick. Suddenly, an animal jumped out from the hiding place, startling her and making her step back. She caught a strong smell of blood in the air. "Wolf." Second sister, run. Little second child carefully observed the animal and saw that it was an injured wild wolf. However, his worries were unnecessary. The wolf fell from the air and struggled to stand. It was an injured wild wolf. Lin Weiwei finally relaxed her breath. She looked closely and estimated that the wolf had broken a front leg and had 2 blood holes on its neck, with blood still dripping as it moved. Mrs. Huang was a bit frightened. She bravely took a few steps forward, trying to pull Lin Weiwei back. "Let's go back quickly. We don't know what kind of animals the blood might attract," she said. But Lin Weiwei boldly moved closer. Although the wolf was badly hurt, it still kept its wild nature. It bared its white, blood-streaked teeth, wobbling but still showing a fierce attack stance. Lin Weiwei saw that the wolf was almost at its limit. She picked up a forked stick, used it to hold the wolf's neck, and pressed it to the ground. She put the muzzle that was originally for the lynx on the wolf's mouth. She tied its 3 healthy legs together. After cleaning the injured neck with water from a bamboo tube, she bound the bones with a stick to keep them steady. She also gathered some wild vegetables nearby, crushed them, and applied them to the cleaned wound on the wolf's neck. Mrs. Huang watched her actions and couldn't help asking, "Are you planning to treat its wounds?" Lin Weiwei nodded and said, "Wolves are usually social animals with strong revenge instincts. If we take it back, it might lead the wolf pack down the mountain. So, just leave it here. Why bother healing it?" Little second child looked at the big dog-like creature, itching to touch it. But when he saw the fierce look in the wolf's eyes, he quickly pulled his hand back. Kindness is a virtue from heaven. If we can save it, we should. Maybe in the future, this wolf will come back to thank us. In her past life, some scientists proved that dogs can have intelligence comparable to an 8 or 9-year-old child. Since wolves are part of the dog family, their intelligence might be similar to that of children, right? Lin Weiwei lowered her head and said to the wolf, "Remember, I saved you. Don't mistake me for someone else when you want to repay me in the future." Whether the wolf understood her words or sensed her kindness, its eyes gradually softened. Lin Weiwei tried to remove the muzzle, and the wolf did not show any more teeth at her. She poured the water from the bamboo tube into a large leaf and gently placed it in front of the wolf to test. The wolf looked at her, seemingly not rejecting her approach. Mrs. Huang looked nervous and said, "Second girl, don't get too close to it. Be careful, it might bite you." The wound on the wild wolf's neck was no longer bleeding. It glanced at the water brought close to its mouth and at the hand holding the leaf, hesitating whether to drink or bite off the hand. Lin Weiwei warned it, "If you dare to bite me, I will punch your head. Think carefully. Do you want your head or the wild boar's head to be harder?" The wolf decided to be sensible and chose to drink. Soon, it realized how good the water was and drank every drop from the cone-shaped leaf. When Lin Weiwei put the muzzle back on it, the wolf, such tender, juicy hands were right in front of its mouth, yet it held back from biting. "Why? Oh, wait. Is this supposed to carry me somewhere?" The small human, who was sitting lower than it, asked out loud, "Second sister, where do you plan to carry the wolf? If we just leave it here, a stray dog could eat it. We'd be wasting our effort. We need to save the wolf completely. I'll look for a suitable cave nearby and hide it inside." Lin Weiwei quickly found a cave about half a person tall on a cliff wall, stuffed the wolf inside, and placed some large stones at the entrance to block wild animals. The wolf. It was protected from wild animals, but couldn't go out to find food. Was this going to starve it? Lin Weiwei thought about this and set up a few snare traps with ropes near places where wild chickens and rabbits appeared. She sprinkled some space water and space grass, and soon wild chickens and rabbits were caught. When the three women filled 2 large bamboo baskets with wild vegetables, they had already caught 2 wild chickens and 1 large rabbit in the traps. Little second child happily went to carry the rabbit, but almost got kicked by it. Second sister, let's take this rabbit home to raise? This little one was getting addicted to raising rabbits. Lin Weiwei patted his small head and smiled. This is for the wolf's food. Next time we catch a rabbit, I'll bring it back for you to raise. Lin Weiwei tied the legs of a wild chicken and a wild rabbit and placed them beside the wolf. Your dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. When I go into the mountains tomorrow, I'll bring more food for you. The wolf, whose legs were now free and the muzzle removed, looked at the recessed stone in the cave. Where's the water? You give me food but no water. Are you trying to make me die of thirst? Lin Weiwei immediately understood what it meant and poured all the water from the bamboo tube into the hollow in the stone. Little second child also offered his bamboo tube. Second sister, I still have some here. Seeing that the little human child was giving it water, the wild wolf looked at the approaching small creature and decided to let him go, sparing his life. But not entirely. The female nearby gave off a dangerous vibe, so it was wise to be cautious. Lin Weiwei led a weak Huang family and a young little second baby, not daring to go too deep inside. Wild animals usually only stay in the deep mountains and rarely come down. If this injured wild wolf wasn't attacked by something, it probably wouldn't be here. It was still early, so Lin Weiwei took out some dry food, cornmeal cakes, and divided one for each person. She also split a salty chicken egg, giving the yolk to little second baby and sharing half of the egg white with Huang family. They ate happily. Little second baby, being thoughtful, pushed the yolk toward Huang family and used the cornmeal cake to scoop up the yolk, biting into a big piece. Huang looked at the shiny, golden yolk and took a bite, savoring the rich flavor. She couldn't help but ask second sister, "Who did you learn to make such salty eggs? It's only been a few days, and the yolk is already oily?" Actually, the skill of making preserved eggs and duck eggs was something Lin Weiwei learned online in her past life. But she couldn't say that directly. She just said she heard about it from a couple of older women chatting in town. Adding alcohol is the key to making the eggs oily. After the eggs are pickled, leave them in the sun to dry for half a day, and they'll produce more oil. Lin Weiwei shared her secret with her mother. When they have more chickens in the future, they can pickle the eggs and improve their winter meals. Little second baby suddenly had an idea and said, "Second sister, your salted eggs are delicious, especially the egg whites. I won't eat my own eggs anymore. I'll save them to pickle and sell." Lin Weiwei ruffled his head with a smile and said, "We don't need your egg money. Next time we go to town, I'll buy 2 hens. In spring, we can raise some chicks. What if, in winter, there are no more frogs and the great yellow spirit comes back to our house? What should we do?" Little second baby worried. Actually, Lin Weiwei had already tested this. If she placed space water at the cave entrance, the weasel wouldn't eat the frogs they left there. Frogs, mountain mice, and many insects are plentiful in the mountains, so the weasel isn't lacking food. This means the weasel is after the space water. It's okay. You catch frogs every day to offer to the great yellow spirit. If it sees your sincerity, maybe it won't come back to attack our rabbits and chickens, Lin Weiwei said, patting the little one's face. She stood up and said, "Let's go. I want to explore nearby. Are you going down the mountain first or coming with me?" Before Huang Shi could speak, the second young boy eagerly said, "I want to go with my second sister." Huang Shi was worried that after she went down the mountain, her daughter might run into danger in the deep mountains without caution. She also said she would follow nearby to look around. The wild vegetables in the mountain are not only diverse but also very fresh and tender. The drought outside doesn't seem to affect the plants in the mountains much. This is mainly because the trees have deep roots and their lush branches block the sunlight, reducing water loss. However, if it doesn't rain again in a few months, even these big trees might struggle. Huang Shi sighed. It would be such a pity if these wild vegetables wither away without being picked. Lin Weiwei's eyes kept busy, her gaze fixed on a tree full of fruit. She asked, "Mother, is that a wild apricot tree?" Huang Shi looked over and nodded. "Yes. It's apricot season now. Let's go see if the apricots are sweet and pick some to eat as fruit." Lin Weiwei put down her bamboo basket, climbed up the tree. The second young boy looked up from below with starry eyes, admiringly saying, "Second sister is so amazing. She can even climb trees." Lin Weiwei chose a bright yellow apricot, picked it, rubbed off the fuzz, and took a small bite. It's a bit small but quite sweet. Second boy, catch. She picked another and threw it down to the eager boy below. The second boy brushed the apricot against his clothes and took a big bite, juice running down his chin. So sweet, just like the honey water his sister brought back. Lin Weiwei emptied one of the bamboo baskets of wild vegetables and filled half of it with apricots. The apricots weren't big. The large ones were about the size of longans, and the small ones like marbles. But this year's drought was severe, and there were few fruit sellers in town. When they did find some, the prices were shockingly high. Getting to eat apricots for free was a happy surprise. Hearing that the town had few sellers and high prices, the second boy looked at the half-eaten apricot in his hand, a bit regretful. "Maybe we shouldn't eat it now and save it to sell in town?" Lin Weiwei playfully tapped his head and smiled. "Our wild apricots are small and not pretty. Only the rich can afford to buy fruit, and they wouldn't look at ours." The second boy looked regretful, but having fruit to eat made him happy. He ate the apricots eagerly, finishing 3 in one go. On the way down the mountain, Lin Weiwei covered the apricots with the wild vegetables. Many villagers looked at her with envy for what they had gathered. "Wow. After harvesting so many vegetables, can you all eat them?" The village chief's wife said this to make Huang's family realize it was better to take the initiative and offer some to her family. Lin Weiwei knew that Huang's family was worried about face and wouldn't easily refuse, so she quickly spoke first and sighed, saying, "Grandma Li, you know our wheat crop was mostly destroyed by drought, and we're not sure if the new corn will have a harvest. After autumn, we might not be able to pay the government taxes. Now, coarse grains cost 15 coins per jean. How will our family get through this winter?" My mother is worried, and even though she's not fully recovered, she took us into the mountains to pick wild vegetables and dry them for winter. Cooking them might not taste great, but it's better than starving. The village chief's family was fairly well off, with plenty of land, many workers, and a son working as a manager for a big family in town. When they heard that these vegetables could save lives, they didn't press further. However, families facing real hardship, unable to sleep because of drought worries, listened carefully to Lin Weiwei's words. Yes, this season's harvest was hopeless, and they had to find a way. They couldn't all starve together, right? After dinner, Lin's family received wave after wave of visitors, all hoping to join her in going into the mountains, so they could look out for each other. Going into the mountains meant taking some risks. The last time Lin Weiwei led a group of young men, they encountered a bear, and Lu Weizi almost got left behind in the mountains. Since then, no one had asked her to lead anyone into the mountains again. Now, those who came were mostly families in real trouble, close to starving. The wild vegetables near the village had already been picked clean. To find more, they had no choice but to go into the mountains. Instead of waiting at home to starve, they might as well try their luck. Huang's wife was gentle but not assertive, which was a good thing. She looked at her second daughter, who, at just 14, she had already started to rely on. Most of the visitors were families who had fled here and settled in Shirley-go. They had fewer land and more children, and even in good years, they often went hungry. Life was very hard for them. There were many wild vegetables in the mountains. If they didn't pick them, they might dry up and die someday. It would be a waste. Lin Weiwei naturally didn't want to refuse, but she made it clear that if unlucky, they might encounter wild animals, and she couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. Anyone who comes to visit should be mentally prepared. If someone gets bitten by a wild animal, they should accept their bad luck and not argue irrationally with her. After sending off the last visitors, the moon was already high in the sky. Lin Weiwei carried a basket of wild apricots and knocked on the neighbor's door. Big sister Lin rolled her eyes. She's back to flirt again. Madame Fong looked at the full basket of wild apricots and smiled, saying, "Little Wei, I feel a bit embarrassed to keep accepting things from your family." These were picked casually while gathering wild vegetables on the mountain. "Try one. They're quite sweet. If I weren't worried about how to store the apricots, I'd pick them all," Lin Weiwei said with a smile. Her eyes curved like new moon, and 2 small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, looking very cheerful. Madame Fong looked at her in surprise. "Little Wei, I haven't seen you in a few days. Have you lost more weight?" Hearing this, Lin Weiwei happily spun around in front of her and said confidently, "I think I have. I've lost at least 10 kg in this month. Aunt Fong, just wait. In 2 months, I'll be a little beauty." Inside the room, Jiang Mohan chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei called out loudly to his room, "What are you laughing at? Today you ignored me, and tomorrow I'll make you regret ignoring me." Humph. Madame Fong was amused by her playful words. She had long noticed that this girl was different from other village girls. Most girls who approached her son had special intentions, but this girl seemed to enjoy teasing her son, often making him so angry he could hardly breathe. She hadn't even realized it yet. Sure enough, her dull son couldn't help but reply, "I can't afford to be impressed now. You and your apricots, just leave me alone." Lin Weiwei giggled and said, "If I'm not impressive now, does that mean I don't have to leave? Little cold? Do you know why your face is round?" Jiang Mohan appeared by the door. "Because I have a baby face, isn't it cute?" Lin Weiwei poked her cheeks with her index fingers, pretending to be adorable. Jiang Mohan looked at her with a faint expression. "No, it's because your skin is too thick." Madame Fong glared at her son and scolded, "How can you say that about a girl?" "Exactly. No manners. All those years of studying went to waste." Lin Weiwei made a silly face at him, sticking out her tongue like a snake's tongue. Not giving him a chance to reply, Lin Weiwei jumped out of their yard and said, "Aunt Fong, tomorrow we're going to pick wild vegetables on the mountain. Would you like to come too? Bring the basket to me tomorrow, and I won't bother you to rest. Good night." Jiang and Mo Han clenched his fists, glaring at her back with resentment. "You run pretty fast." Madame Fong laughed even more happily. Jiang and Mo Han looked at her speechless. "Mother, she's your biological daughter, right?" "Yes, she's the one I adopted." Madame Fong washed 2 apricots and handed one to her son. "Don't you think that when you argue with Xiao Wei, you look more like a typical 15-year-old boy? Don't keep everything bottled up inside. Xiao Wei probably teases you because of that."
Jiang Montag Han was momentarily stunned.
Despite being nearly 60 years old across 2 lifetimes, he was actually made to jump by a young girl. His calmness, restraint, and patience seemed to vanish in front of that chubby girl. What's wrong with him? In his previous life, he carried too much burden. Even after rebirth into his youth, he refused to let his guard down, walking on thin ice. But now, everything that happened before was gone, and there was hope for change. In this life, because Lin Er saved him, he didn't stay bedridden in a coma for over 2 months. His mother's embroidery was sold at a high price by Lin Er. His mother didn't go to Fuan County to sell embroidery. She, who had already passed away in his previous life, was now standing in front of him, smiling. He didn't sell his childhood jade pendant to pay for his mother's funeral or to gather the required tuition fee. Maybe, since Lin Er saved him from what should have been a drowning death, everything has quietly started to change? Why should he confine himself to the shackles of his past life? Jiang and Mo Han suddenly felt the chains in his heart loosen. He felt light and relaxed, and his expression softened. With gentle eyes, he looked toward the wall connecting to the Lin family. Who exactly is Fan Nair? Could this unexpected change be his salvation in this life? All right, stop fussing. Try the apricots Xiao Wei sent you. They don't look like much, but they're quite sweet. If you make dried fruit, it should taste pretty good too. Madame Fong remembered long ago, when she was still a young girl, hanging out with her friends and messing around with food. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Jiang and Mo Han looked at Madame Fong, who was smiling gently and was reminded of the past. Back then, The war hadn't ended, and chaos filled the world. She, a young and beautiful girl, deliberately pretended to be old and ugly, dressed like a beggar woman, and with her 4 or 5-year-old, confused self, she mixed among refugees, struggling to survive. No matter how hard life gets, she never blames others or complains. She always wears a gentle smile, comforting and encouraging him, giving him hope to keep going. In his past life, the main reason he took the wrong path was losing the warmth and sunshine of his mother's love. He gave up on himself and fell into a deep, dark abyss. Now, he is still the sunny boy loved by his mother. This time, he will openly choose the bright path, protect everyone he cares about, and prevent them from being hurt again. Jong Mohan smiles slightly, as if the moonlight around him dances, and the stars in the sky seem to fade in comparison. Madame Fong is stunned. Oh, our Honor is really handsome, unlike your mother, who looks more like her grandmother. Ahem, I mean, Honor, you resemble your maternal grandmother. When your grandmother was young, she was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Jong Mohan pretends not to notice her slip and speaks in a slightly hoarse voice typical of young people. Mother, the sweet shop in town has few varieties and the taste is quite ordinary. If you can make dried fruit, you could team up with the chubby girl next door. She picks the fruit from the mountain, and you turn it into dried fruit. It will definitely sell well. Madame Fong is momentarily stunned, softly probing. Honor, haven't you always looked down on small businesses? Mother, I used to be too naive and proud, unaware of the world. Now I realize I was childish and silly. Besides, farmers selling their own grown or processed products in town aren't true merchants. It doesn't affect my imperial exams. There's nothing to oppose. Jong Mohan doesn't want Madame Fong to walk dozens of miles to the neighboring town just for a few pieces of cloth. If making dried fruit can earn money, she won't have to strain her eyes and embroider cloths. Madame Fong blinks away tears, her smile growing brighter. Miss, do you see? Honor has truly grown up. The next morning, Madame Fong carried a bamboo basket and a small shovel, pushing Jong Mohan back. Don't follow me. It's useless. Isn't Xiao Wei with you? Lin Weiwei stepped out, smiling brightly at the handsome young scholar, and patted her chest to assure him. Don't worry, I checked yesterday. There are no wild animals around. With me here, Aunt Fong won't lose a single hair. Jong Mohan will never forget how Madame Fong looked in his past life, torn and bloodied by wild animals, badly injured and incomplete. There are many beasts on the mountain, and I don't feel safe if I don't follow. I also tried to persuade Lady Fong not to go up the mountain. Lady Fong smiled and said, You like my wild vegetable mushroom buns the most. In winter, vegetables are scarce, and you don't like radishes or cabbage. If we don't store some dried vegetables, we'll have only pancakes and pickles all winter. Eating too much pickled vegetables isn't good. We can stew dried vegetables with vermicelli, add some pork belly, and wrap it with pancakes. The pancakes soak up the oil and broth, the vermicelli stays firm, and the dried vegetables have a special aroma. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Lin Weiwei winked with a smile, deliberately glancing at the young scholar. Jong Mohan's throat moved, but he refused to admit that her words made him a little hungry. In his past life, as a powerful official, he had tasted all kinds of delicacies, seafood, shark fins, abalone. Nothing was too good for him. Why would he crave a simple dish of wild vegetables and vermicelli? There are also vegetable buns, filled with bean sprouts and fried until fragrant and chewy, with layered textures. In winter, we can make extra and freeze them outside. When you want to eat, just heat them up, or during New Year's Eve, roast them over a small clay stove. Stop talking, I just finished breakfast, and now you're making me hungry again. Lady Fong interrupted Lin Weiwei, knowing well that this girl never missed a chance to tease Hana. While they were talking, several more women came up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, some older women, young wives, and teenage girls. All couldn't help but glance at Jong Mohan. A girl Lin Weiwei didn't recognize pulled her arm and whispered, Nair, is Jiang Tongsheng also coming? No way. He's studying to become a scholar, and he's so dedicated he hardly eats or sleeps, spending all 12 hours with books. There's no time for wild vegetables. Lin Weiwei pushed the young scholar into the yard. Go back and study. Lady Feng will take care of you. You can rest assured. Aranire, are you close with Jiang Tongxing? The girl asked with a hint of jealousy.
Who are you?
Whether we're close or not, what's it to you? Lin Weiwei shot her a glance and asked back. The girl was unhappy and said, Aranire, why are you talking like that? What's wrong with how I talk? Isn't it right? I don't even know who you are. Were we close before? A young wife pulled the girl aside and lowered her voice, saying, Xiaoing, her illness just got better. She probably doesn't recognize you on purpose. We still need her to lead us into the mountain. Don't argue with her. Lu Xiaoing refused to admit she was jealous that Silly and I could talk to Jiang Tongxing. Just now, she even pushed him roughly, not caring if she hurt him. Lin Weiwei, do you think the pretty little scholar is made of paper? One poke and it breaks. Lin Weiwei looked at the sky and told everyone, it seems no one else is coming. Let's go. Today, there weren't as many people as she expected. It seems her warning, beasts are coming. Take care, scared away many. Lin Weiwei led 7 or 8 people, including Huang and Lady Foam, along a familiar small path. After about half an hour, wild vegetables started to appear more along the roadside. Lin Weiwei said to everyone, you pick some nearby. I'll check if there are any signs of beasts around. She advised Lu Xiaoying's young wife, who looked a bit scared. You better hurry back. Don't worry, I checked yesterday, it's safe here. If there was any danger, could I ask my mother to come with me? Lin Weiwei also told Huang, Mom, you and the others stay within the area we explored yesterday. I'll be back soon. Huang, worried, reminded her, don't think you're invincible just because you're strong. People who drown are often good swimmers. Got it, Mom. Lin Weiwei carried a bamboo basket and slipped into a bush, quickly disappearing from sight. Feng, Huang's daughter-in-law, told Huang, your girl is reliable. If not for her, our boy might have been eaten by a bear already. Auntie, please stop mentioning it. I just worry she's too confident because she's strong and fast. One day, something will go wrong. Huang sighed, looked into the woods, and started gathering wild vegetables. Lin Weiwei first went to the place where she set the trap yesterday and caught 2 nearly dead wild rabbits. She carried the rabbits to the mountain cave, where she had placed the wolf. As she moved the stone from the cave entrance, a dark shadow suddenly darted out, startling her and nearly dropping the rabbits. Seeing what the shadow was, she let out a breath of relief. You're healing quickly. All 3 legs are moving so fast. The wolf, which had been nearly dead yesterday, was now limping back from the bushes, its injured front leg curled up. Lin Weiwei guessed it had just gone to the bathroom. It must have been holding it in, rushing out so urgently. Such a clean wolf. Despite its injuries, it refused to defecate in the cave. Lin Weiwei threw the rabbit in her hand in front of the wild wolf. The wolf tore apart one rabbit and ate it fiercely. It carried the other back to its cave. Come here, let me see your injury. Lin Weiwei called softly, like calling a puppy, and beckoned to it. The wolf looked at her with its amber eyes for a long time, lying at the cave entrance, without moving. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Lin Weiwei approached the cave entrance. The wolf stayed still, staring at her with cautious eyes, but showed no intention of attacking. She first poured some space water into a stone pit near the cave entrance. While the wolf's attention was drawn to the water, she quickly grabbed the skin on its neck and checked its injury. The wound was beginning to scab over. She rinsed it with space water again and applied some antiseptic herbs. While she was dressing the wound, the wolf, with its eyes rolling and showing impatience, had no intention of attacking. Lin Weiwei then checked its injured front leg, which was well fixed, so she didn't move it anymore. All right, rest well and recover. I'll come back tomorrow to bring you food. After that, she covered the cave entrance with a stone. On her way back, she went to the wild apricot tree and picked a basket full of wild apricots. On the way up the mountain, Madame Feng had already told her she would make apricot preserves, so she should pick more apricots. She could help turn them into preserves, which could be stored in a cool, ventilated place for several months. Lin Weiwei found a shady spot where a small spring flowed on the mountain, not forming a stream. The ground was damp and covered with many ferns. She carefully checked that no wild animals were nearby before leading everyone over.
Wow!
This is truly a treasure spot. Even in such a dry day, there are ferns, Madame Feng said happily. She was a skilled weaver, and her hands moved quickly as she picked a large bunch of ferns. Ferns are very good. Whether stir-fried or cold, they taste fresh and delicious. Making them into pickled ferns can last a long time. Lu Xiaoying quietly moved closer to Lin Weiwei while picking ferns. Seeing her basket was full, she sourly said, "You're just looking around for wild animals, huh? I think you left us behind and found a place full of wild vegetables to eat alone. You only called us over when your basket was full, right?" Lin Weiwei picked a handful of ferns, tidied them, and put them into Huang's bamboo basket. She smiled and said, "If I wanted to leave you behind and eat alone, why would I bring you into the mountain? My mother is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see the villagers go hungry during hard times, so she asked me to lead everyone into the mountains to pick wild vegetables. Since some people are ungrateful, why should I still do this tiring and thankless task? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and sleep lazily? Mother, let's go down the mountain. We won't come back tomorrow." "Don't, please don't." Sister Zhang quickly expressed her stance. "You took us into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, and we all appreciate you. How can we be ungrateful?" Xiaoying, hurry up and apologize to Ernie. "Yes, apologize. You don't care about these wild vegetables, but they are our lifeline. Don't drag us down." Several other aunties and sisters-in-law also looked at Lu Xiaoying with blame, urging her to apologize to Lin Weiwei quickly. Lu Xiaoying felt so wronged, she almost cried. Her family favors boys over girls, and she is the least favored at home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent out to risk going into the mountains to pick vegetables. If her family found out she offended Lin Weiwei and could no longer pick vegetables, her mother would be furious. Her face turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and she stammered, "Ernie, I'm not very good at speaking. That's not what I mean. What I said was not nice. Please don't be angry, okay?" Lin Weiwei picked a fresh fern and glanced at her lightly, saying, "The way you look like a bullied little wife. Does that look like you're apologizing? People who don't know better might think I'm bullying you. Whether intentionally or not, if you say the wrong thing or do something wrong, you should sincerely apologize and seek forgiveness, not try to make excuses or shift the blame." Lu Xiaoying burst into tears. "I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Are you trying to push me to the limit?" TSK. "Why would I want to push you to the limit? Auntie, big sister-in-law, and the others tell me, what did I say wrong? You're not sincere in your apology and even accuse me of trying to push you to the edge. From now on, I think I should stay away from you. If I happen to glance at you someday, you'll accuse me of threatening or intimidating you." Lin Weiwei felt speechless inside. Sometimes she was accused of hogging everything, and other times she was falsely accused of trying to harm someone. Who did she offend? What do you mean? Lu Xiaoying panicked after hearing her words. "Can I admit I was wrong? I'll kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Please let me pick vegetables without excluding me. Our family has many children, and my father isn't in good health. If we don't store some dried vegetables, we'll go hungry in winter." She then rushed forward to kneel and kowtowed to Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei quickly dodged away. "Who told you to kneel? Your act makes it seem like I'm the unreasonable one. You said the wrong words and did the wrong things, saying a few insincere words, and others must forgive you. If they don't, they are forcing you to the brink of despair, even risking your family's livelihood. Don't guilt-trip me with morality. Even a fool has been doing this for over 10 years. Do I still care about others' opinions and feelings? Lu Xiaoying, please, immediately. Right now. Get far away. Don't let me see you again." Huang gently tugged at her daughter's clothes. Although she was angry inside, she thought of the neighbors and community. Madame Feng looked at her with some coldness. She was smiling, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Lu Xiaoying, everyone makes mistakes. Admitting your errors is the way to earn forgiveness. You cry and shout that you're wrong, but you don't even realize what your mistake is. Instead, you threaten with words, and even with your life. That only makes people dislike you more. Lu Xiaoying didn't want to leave a bad impression on Madame Feng. She cried and admitted her mistake to Lin Weiwei. She kept saying she was wrong, but didn't specify what her mistake was, crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Weiwei felt tired and didn't want to deal with such a person anymore. She told others, "We've almost finished picking the fiddlehead ferns here. I know there's a place where the purslane has grown quite a lot. Let's go see it." This time, gathering wild vegetables went smoothly. Although they heard distant wolf howls, they didn't encounter any wild animals. Instead, a wild chicken was startled and accidentally hit a tree, dazed. Madame Feng happened to catch it. Feeling embarrassed to be the only one to enjoy the wild chicken, Madame Feng said to Lin Weiwei, "You took us into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and neglected your daily hunting. You can take this wild chicken back." "No need. According to mountain rules, whoever finds it owns it." "Aunt Feng, take it back for Xiao Shusheng. He hasn't fully recovered from his last injury, and reading for long makes him dizzy," Lin Weiwei said, carrying her full bamboo basket. She also took Huang's and Madame Feng's baskets, filled with vegetables. Even though the sun was still high, everyone's baskets were full of wild vegetables. They couldn't gather more. Someone looked at the ground full of vegetables and secretly decided to bring a bigger basket tomorrow. Near the mountain path leading to the village, under a large tree, Jiang Mohan sat on a tall rock, reading a book intently. The sunlight shone on him, and even his rough clothes couldn't hide his striking presence.
Wow.
So handsome, just like the person in the painting, Lin Weiwei sincerely admired. In the picking team, a few young people blushed and their hearts raced as they secretly glanced at the young scholar. Jiang Mohan heard the noise and slowly looked up, locking eyes with Lin Weiwei, who was walking in front. Lin Weiwei grinned and waved vigorously at him. Jiang Mohan remained expressionless, thinking to himself, "This chubby girl is really silly when she smiles." "Young scholar, I returned Aunt Feng's belongings perfectly intact. Look, not a single hair lost." Lin Weiwei moved aside to reveal Aunt Feng's figure. Aunt Feng asked her kindly, "Xiaowei, are you tired? Let me carry it for you?" Lin Weiwei hung the bamboo basket on her smallest finger, weighed it up and down, and said with a smile, "This little bit of wild vegetables is nothing to me. Aunt Feng, if the wild chicken in your hand is heavy, I can carry it home for you along with the basket." Jiang Mohan wanted to take the basket from her, but she dodged away. "You're holding a book, don't get it dirty." He then helped Aunt Feng carry the wild chicken and asked, "Where did the wild chicken come from?" "Knowing you're sick, the wild chicken came to deliver itself to help you recover," Lin Weiwei said playfully. Aunt Feng happily explained where the chicken came from. As they descended from the mountain, many onlookers, seeing the wild vegetables they brought back, regretted not going along. Lin Weiwei took the wild vegetables Aunt Feng picked and delivered them to her home yard. She removed the top layer of wild vegetables from her bamboo basket, revealing a bunch of wild apricots. "Aunt Feng, what else do we need to make apricot preserves?" "I'll go to the town to buy some when I have time," Lin Weiwei asked. Aunt Feng smiled and said, "Your apricots are quite sweet, but if you want a better taste, it's best to buy some white sugar. Of course, honey would be even better." Jiang Mohan spoke up, "Apricot preserves aren't cheap, but using honey for marinating costs too much. Tomorrow I'll go to the town to buy some ink and brushes. If you want to buy sugar, I can bring some back for you. I still have a pound of wild honey at home. Why don't we make some now?" Lin Weiwei, who loved apricot and peach preserves when she studied in the city, licked her lips, so nostalgic. Seeing her craving, Jiang Mohan couldn't bear to watch. He patiently explained, "If you start with honey and then switch to white sugar, the taste might change and the quality could decline. Customers might not like it."
Wait.
"Customers? Isn't this apricot preserve just for ourselves?" Lin Weiwei asked confused. The cheapest candied fruits in town cost half a tael of silver per jean. Are you willing to eat that? Moreover, with so many apricots, eating 3 meals a day would take a long time. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't help but tease her. Lin Weiwei looked a bit surprised and a little dazed.
What?
Half a tael of silver for a pound of dried apricots? The dried fruit shop is really too shady. Sometimes this chubby girl was quite clever, but other times she was so silly that you wanted to slap her head with a fan. Jiang and Mo Han resisted the urge and said to her, "Do you know how much a pound of sugar costs? Regular black sugar costs over 200 coins per pound, and even the common white sugar is more than half a tael of silver." Lin Weiwei quickly calculated in her mind and exclaimed, "No wonder dried fruits and candied fruits are so expensive. If they sell them cheaply, they wouldn't even cover the costs." Jiang and Mo Han finally couldn't hold back. He rolled up the book in his hand into a tube and gently tapped her on the head. "You're not too stupid after all.
So,
Are we going to make candied fruits to sell in town?" Lin Weiwei's eyes curved into a bright smile. Jiang and Mo Han felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked at Lady Feng. "Didn't you tell her about the partnership?" Lady Feng gave him a glance. "I haven't had the chance to say it yet. You're too impatient." Lady Feng then told Lin Weiwei about her idea of working together to sell candied fruits. In these mountains, after apricots, there are wild peaches, wild pears, wild jujubes, and wild grapes. The business of candied fruits and preserved fruits can last for several months. You can go around the safe areas nearby and look around. You're responsible for gathering various wild fruits, and I'll handle the other ingredients. We split the profits equally. What do you think? Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and smiled. All right, after deducting the costs of all the raw materials, we split the profits equally.
how can that be?
You provide the fruit, I provide the other ingredients. It's settled like that. Lady Feng said with a smile, but firmly. Lin Weiwei disagreed. Wild fruits are everywhere on the mountain. I just picked them, with no investment at all. You need to buy sugar, and sugar isn't cheap. If I split the profits equally with you, wouldn't I be taking advantage? Let's stick to my plan. After deducting the raw material costs, we split the profits. You gather the fruits, risking your effort. If we split the profits as you suggest, wouldn't I be the one taking advantage? Since she was the one who proposed the partnership, Lady Feng felt she had no right to take advantage of the young girl. Aunt Feng, isn't making candied fruits the same effort for you? Plus, you have your secret recipe. Honestly, I'd be the one benefiting. Lin Weiwei thought that Aunt Feng, a weak woman, managed to raise a young scholar in turbulent times and even supported him through many years of schooling. That was truly impressive. Currently, the embroidery shop in town no longer accepts her work, and life will surely become harder in the future. She originally wanted to use this collaboration to help herself a bit, but now she isn't sure who benefits more. Please stop pushing and refusing. Mother, let's just follow what Fat Girl suggested. If we need to buy fruit in the future, we can include it as raw materials. Isn't that fair? Jiang and Mo Han felt that if they kept refusing, there would be no end by nightfall. Lin Weiwei's hair stood up in anger. Who are you calling Fat Girl? Haven't you heard the saying, you don't hit the face when hitting someone and you don't reveal their flaws when scolding? That's just rude. Didn't you also say I'm beautiful? Jiang and Mo Han looked at her stomping feet and felt very pleased. Calling you beautiful is a compliment, Lin Weiwei said confidently.
Yan må han slightly smiled.
Saying you're plump is also a compliment. Thank you. Thank you. Please, don't praise me like that in the future. I can't handle it, Lin Weiwei managed to say through her clenched teeth. Jiang and Mo Han waved his folding fan. Calling a man handsome is almost like insulting him. TSK. Being good-looking and not letting people say so? Lin Weiwei muttered softly. From the next door, Huang's voice called for air and ire. Lin Weiwei stomped heavily and walked out of the Jiang family's gate. Madame Feng shook her head with a smile. Hunter, why did you upset her? Look how angry the girl is. Jiang and Mo Han thought to himself, when she's angry with me, I don't see you standing up for me. Surely, she's the real daughter, right? At that moment, he heard Huang from next door ask, "Aaron, why did you take so long?" The handsome little scholar had something to discuss with me, so I was delayed a bit. Jiang Mo Han clearly sensed that when the chubby girl said handsome little scholar, she deliberately raised her voice and emphasized the words, this vengeful chubby girl. He turned his head and saw Madame Feng shrugging her shoulders, trying to hold back her laughter. Turns out, even mother has her playful side. In her past life, she was bent by life's hardships. Though still gentle and calm, her eyes always carried a faint sadness. She had never smiled so happily before. That chubby girl who loves to oppose him isn't entirely useless. The next day, the team going up the mountain was twice as large as the day before. Not only young ladies and wives, but even children as young as 7 or 8 carried baskets to gather wild vegetables. Lin Weiwei reiterated that she was only responsible for gathering wild vegetables and could not guarantee safety. She warned that if someone got hurt or encountered a wild animal, her family might come and argue after she returned home. Before leaving, she saw a handsome young scholar come out from the neighboring house. Was he heading to the town? However, the young scholar, delicate as if a gust of wind could knock him over, was unlikely to handle the dozens of miles of mountain road. Are you okay? Maybe I should wait until I come back down the mountain before heading to the town? Lin Weiwei meant well, but Jiang Mo Han felt uncomfortable hearing that. Asking a man, "Are you okay?" made the young scholar feel insulted and unhappy. Look at you. Going to the town involves walking dozens of miles on mountain roads, and your injury on your head isn't fully healed.
I'm just worried about you.
Why are you angry again? Honestly, your mood is as unpredictable as the weather in June. Lin Weiwei found her words confusing. Jiang Mo Han, with a cold face, replied, "Thank you for your concern. Leaving now is perfect because I can catch a cart from Bali village that delivers firewood to the town. No need to worry.
Then,
be careful on your way. Since your injury is on the back of your head, it's best to have a doctor recheck in the town. You're a scholar. Don't let any lasting effects happen. Don't skimp on the medical expenses," Lin Weiwei said, more like a caring mother, giving a long, detailed reminder. Mrs. Feng, carrying a bamboo basket, watched her son with a look of impatience and a mischievous smile. Jiang Mo Han's face grew colder. Before Lin Weiwei finished speaking, he shook his sleeve and set off. Lin Weiwei made a silly face at his back, thinking, "How dare you call me chubby girl? I won't let you get away with it." In a good mood, she led a team of over 30 people to a valley they had scouted the day before. The valley was full of wild vegetables, and there were no signs of large wild animals. While everyone was busy collecting vegetables, she set a few more traps with ropes nearby and sprinkled some cheat space water around. Without rain for a day, the drought would not ease. Storing wild vegetables was just to ensure they wouldn't starve during the long, cold winter. But Lin Weiwei's goal was not just to eat enough. She wanted to eat well. Since she had a space that could preserve food, why not gather more game? After setting the traps, she went to feed the injured wild wolf. Then she wandered across the mountains and discovered a few wild apricot trees. The apricots weren't as good as the ones earlier, but for making dried fruit, it didn't matter much. She picked all the fruit from those apricot trees and stored most of it in her space, leaving only a basket outside, covered with wild vegetables for camouflage. Carrying the apricots back, she reached the place where she had set the snare. The bushes and wild grasses there were thick. To avoid tearing her clothes on the branches, she had to push the plants aside with a stick to make a path. That plant ahead. Small bright red fruit, oval-shaped leaves that look like a hand with several fingers, with tiny serrated edges. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be ginseng.
Wow.
Wild ginseng. She actually found wild ginseng. She carefully recalled what she knew about wild ginseng. The age of ginseng is mainly judged by its leaves. Wild ginseng that is 5 to 10 years old has one 5-fingered, hand-shaped leaf. 10 to 20 years old has 2 such leaves. 30 years old has 3. 50 to 80 years old has 4 or 5 leaves. Among wild mountain ginseng, 5 leaves, 5th grade, are rare. But this plant has 6 hand-shaped leaves, which is legendary 6th-grade ginseng, at least over 100 years old. Lin Weiwei was overjoyed. To avoid damaging the ginseng roots, she dug a large area around it, collecting a big chunk of soil and mud into her space. This was precious. If others saw it, trouble might follow. She looked up at the lush, endless mountains. Ginseng, deer antlers, musk, lingji. It all seemed to beckon her. This was like a treasure trove, but she still kept her wits. Though she had defeated a wild boar and chased away a black bear, there were many unknown dangers in the mountains. Tigers, wolf packs, venomous snakes. She was not arrogant enough to think she could ignore all threats. To survive well, she must be cautious. Careful, careful. Back at the place where she set the snare, she had a good harvest today. An adult muntjac was struggling inside the trap. The rope around its neck was tightening more and more, about to suffocate it. Lin Weiwei carefully put the dying muntjac into her space, along with 2 wild rabbits and a badger. Several traps had caught something. She only left 1 wild rabbit outside. The rest she stored in her space. When she returned to the valley carrying a basket of apricots and holding a wild rabbit, the gathering team's bamboo baskets were all filled with wild vegetables. One tough woman was even holding a thick snake about the size of a child's arm, saying she could cook it for soup. She asked if Lin Weiwei wanted it. Lin Weiwei politely declined, waving the fat rabbit in her hand, implying, "I have meat. Whoever caught the snake can take it home." The women from the gathering team looked at Huang Shi with envy. When Lin Er was still naive, she thought Huang was pitiful. Now, not only is she no longer naive, but she's also more capable than the strongest man in the village. Huang's hard times are finally over. Suddenly, Sua Tunyang said to Huang, "Sister-in-law, your second daughter is 14 now, right? It's time for her to think about marriage." Huang smiled gently and said, "Her birthday is small. She's 14, but she's actually not even 13 yet. She's just grown tall, and a bit slow. Being tall is good. They say big body, strong strength." Sua Tunyang looked at Lin Weiwei, who was taking a bamboo basket for Mrs. Feng, with a motherly gaze. "When we carry a bamboo basket down the mountain, we're so tired we can't straighten up. But she's carrying one on her back, holding one in each hand, as if they weigh nothing." Huang felt a slight movement in her heart. When her second daughter was slow, Huang didn't dare to have any other hopes, only wishing she could take care of her day by day. When she couldn't take care of her anymore, she still had 2 younger brothers to look after. Huang's reason for working hard to support her eldest daughter was because she hoped that once she grew up, she could give her sister a safe place and enough to eat. Now, with the blessings of heaven, her second daughter is clear-headed and capable. If she keeps going like this, she might find a good marriage and live a happy life. "Mother, are you tired? Should I carry you?" Lin Weiwei turned back and saw Huang far behind, so she quickly stopped and looked at her with concern. Huang shook her head with a smile and said, "I'm not tired. Don't worry, I know my body well." Back home, Lin Weiwei saw that the neighbor's door was unlocked, so she knew the handsome young scholar had returned from town. She put down the rabbit and carried her bamboo basket to the neighbor's house. At home, Lin Danny, who was responsible for rinsing and drying wild vegetables, saw this and angrily told Huang, "Mother, look at her. She went to deliver wild vegetables again. Yesterday she took a basket, and today she's taken another one. That fool must be bewitched by Jiang Tongsheng. No, she's just dreaming about something impossible. No one would look at her. Stop talking nonsense. Second sister is your sister, not your enemy. It's fine to say these things at home, but you must not say them outside," she warned. Reputation is very important for a girl. Rumors can be deadly. After being scolded, Lin Danny's anger grew even more. "Mother, do I need to say more? Look at what she's done. Every day, she eagerly helps others fetch water, always sharing delicious food she makes at home and bringing back wild vegetables to save lives, often sending baskets of them to the neighbor. People who don't know her might think she is a child of the Jiang family." "Lin Danny, I heard you," came Lin Weiwei's voice from the next door. Lin Danny's face changed slightly, and she stubbornly said, "So what if you heard? I've already done it, so I'm not afraid of what others say." A honest person sees others clearly. Only someone with a dark heart will judge others with the worst intentions. How did helping neighbors become a toad, wanting to eat a swan? Little scholar, tell me, are you a swan? Lin Weiwei looked at Jiang Mohan's handsome face with a half-smile. Whether I am a swan or not doesn't matter. The real question is, are you willing to be a toad? Jiang Mohan turned his face. Who would stare so directly at a girl? What's wrong with a toad? It's a toad with dreams, ambitions, and vision. If you don't even dare to think about it, that's too timid. If I could eat swan meat, being a toad wouldn't be so bad. Lin Weiwei chewed her lips happily. This chubby girl's skin was so thick. Even Jiang Mohan, having lived 2 lives, felt a bit nervous after hearing her words, like cold sweat running down his back. Why are all the candies black sugar? Didn't you say that the color of candied fruit made from it isn't good enough to sell? Luckily, Lin Weiwei was just talking for fun and soon shifted her attention to the raw materials Jiang Mohan had bought. Jiang Mohan suddenly waved his folding fan and pretended to be calm. This year, the sugar beet harvest was poor, so the price of black sugar doubled, not to mention white sugar. He only had 10 taels of silver for embroidery supplies, not enough to buy much.
Sigh.
He missed the days when he spent money freely in his previous life. Lin Weiwei frowned and stroked her chin, thinking deeply. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers and said, "I have an idea that can turn black sugar into white sugar. But I've never tried it before." In her past life, she saw a method in the works of heavenly craftsmanship called the yellow mud water bleaching method, which could turn black sugar into pure white sugar, maybe. She should try it? She shared this idea with the handsome young scholar. Jiang Mohan's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. Are you sure? This method will work? Whether it works or not, trying it will tell us. If the experiment fails, I'll take responsibility for the black sugar. If it succeeds, we'll save a lot of silver. Lin Weiwei's eyes curved into cute little crescent moons. Since Lin Weiwei said so, Jiang Mohan had no reason to oppose. He kept one hand behind his back and held a fan in the other, watching her busy back and forth. In the art of craftsmanship, the process starts with extracting sugar from raw materials. Now, there is ready-made black sugar, and all she needs is a large jar. Jiang Mohan watched the chubby girl bring over a big jar that could hold her, looking even more speechless. Are girls really like this? Lin Weiwei used the tile she bought to make a small funnel, placed it on the jar, and blocked the funnel's opening with straw. She poured black sugar into the tile funnel. When the black sugar formed lumps, she removed the straw and poured yellow mud water over the sugar in the funnel. Jiang Mohan clenched his fan tightly. Whether it would succeed depended on this step. The black residue flowed into the water below, and the top layer of the black sugar lumps in the funnel, about 5 inches thick, turned snow white. Did it really succeed? She thought it was just childish play, but it turned out she really turned black sugar into white sugar. Lady Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Weiwei carefully cut the white sugar, then used the same method to turn all the black sugar bought by the young scholar into white sugar, finally crushing it with a rolling pin. She was still a bit dissatisfied, too coarse. If only she had a grinder. Am I amazing? Lin Weiwei's tail was almost in the sky, with a look eager for praise. Jiang Mohan squinted and looked at her. Reinen doesn't have a sugar-making workshop. How do you know this method? I don't know how I knew it either. It's been in my mind all along. Do you think a fairy enlightened me? Lin Weiwei looked at him confidently, without any guilt. Her experience told her. The more guilty she felt, the less she should show it. Just tough it out. So, what if the young scholar doubted her? Could he really burn her as a fairy? Do you know what enlightenment means? Jiang Mohan twirled his fan and asked. Of course. It means the Buddha gave me wisdom, and suddenly I became very smart. Lin Weiwei exaggeratedly nodded her little head.
Jag once red.
Have you seen the Buddha?
Yes.
Lin Weiwei chuckled. I saw him in my dreams. Do you think the Buddha enlightened me in my dreams, which is why I'm so amazing? There's a divine spirit 3 feet above your head. If you claim to be enlightened by the Buddha, aren't you afraid of offending him? Jiang Mohan shook his fan, which bore his new calligraphy painting. In his past life, such a fan was priceless and hard to find when he was at his proudest moment. Why does the Buddha blame me? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Weiwei shrugged and turned to Lady Feng. Aunt Feng, do you need any help? No need, I'll handle the rest. You've worked hard today, go home and rest. Lady Feng smiled kindly at her. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to leave, Jiang Mohan suddenly called out, Wait. I often eat the food your family sends over. Today I bought 2 jin of pork belly. Take it home and see how to cook it. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, Aunt Feng, I caught a rabbit today. Why don't we all eat together tonight? Lady Feng looked at her son. Jiang Mohan agreed quickly. The wild chicken I found yesterday, which fainted, is still in the vegetable garden. Let's cook it together too. Tonight's dishes are already enough. You can keep the wild chicken for now. Tomorrow, Aunt Feng can make ginseng chicken soup to strengthen you. Lin Weiwei patted his thin chest gently. Jiang Mohan took 2 steps back, frowning deeply, clearly unhappy again. Lin Weiwei smiled even more happily. Little scholar Jiang, how do you plan to cook this pork belly? Can you cook anything? Last time's braised rice, with typical Sichuan and Shaanxi flavors, was made to see if she could cook well, hoping to learn about her background from her cooking. That's a lot. Red braised pork, dompa pork, steamed pork with rice flour, preserved vegetable pork, sweet and sour pork, garlic pork, twice cooked pork, and even pork buns and braised pork rice. Oh, I am so talented. Lin Weiwei was moved by her own words. The dishes she mentioned included northern, southern, and western snacks, plus a type of braised pork rice she'd never heard of before. Jiang Mohan was even more confused. Was she a cook in her past life? But cooks also have different cuisines. Her choices were too mixed now. Jiang Mohan gave up trying to guess her background based on her dishes and said, Let's make red braised pork. Okay, the sugar is ready. Perfect for making caramel. Lin Weiwei carried a piece of pork belly, grabbed some sugar, and happily hummed a tune as she headed home. Second sister. Where did this meat come from? It's so big. Little second boy, who had just fed his beloved rabbit and 2 hens, eagerly ran over. Second sister didn't go to town today. Where did she get such a big piece of pork? Lin Weiwei pinched his slightly chubby face and said, The pretty little scholar next door bought it. Later, Aunt Feng and the little scholar will have dinner with us. Your second sister will show off and make something delicious for you. Yes, everything my second sister makes is tasty. I like it all. The little second kid nodded obediently and ran into the kitchen to start the fire. The door to the east wing opened, and Lin Zian came out. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, Big kid is back? Tonight we'll have braised pork and dry pot rabbit. You're in for a treat. Lin Zian, who had protested many times, couldn't help but protest again. Second sister, can you stop calling me big kid? I have a name. Calling you big kid is so sweet. Don't worry, I won't call you that at school. Your second sister knows her boundaries. Lin Weiwei gestured above his head with a sense of achievement. Big kid, have you grown taller again? You're almost catching up to me. Lin Zian didn't look very happy. As a proud young man, it hurt his pride to be shorter than his sister. I'm going to ask Brother Jiang next door for help with my questions, Lin Zian said, holding his book and leaving. Lin Weiwei had a mischievous smile on her face and said to the second kid, Little second kid, let me tell you a story about Calabash brothers. Once upon a time, an old man planted a gourd that grew 7 gourds. When they ripened, 7 little boys jumped out from inside. The first one out was called Big Kid. As Lin Zian stepped out the door, he tripped and almost fell. Big Kid is super strong and can turn into a giant, lifting a small mountain. Lin Weiwei was telling the story while cooking. She cut the pork into water and prepared to fry it. The little second kid laughed happily and said, Second sister is Big Kid. Second sister is strong enough to lift the stone table at home. Oh, right. So our big kid is like Calabash Brothers' second kid. The second kid's special skills are clairvoyance and super hearing. Lin Weiwei started making caramel. The little second kid asked curiously why. Because he reads a lot. There's a saying, a scholar knows everything without leaving home. He can see and hear things happening thousands of miles away from books. Lin Weiwei stirred the meat in the caramel.
What about me?
I'm the third kid of Calabash Brothers. What can I do? The little second kid asked eagerly. Third kid has a copper head, iron arms, steel bones, and is invulnerable.
Just like
a martial arts master. Lin Weiwei poured water and brought it to a boil, then told him to turn the heat down. The little second kid looked at her with admiration and said, "Wow, that's amazing. I also want to learn powerful martial arts to protect my mother and second sister." Good child, you have ambition. Lin Weiwei gently patted the little one's head. In the evening, Aunt Fong and her daughter came over for dinner, and they prepared something nice. Let's make steamed rice. Little second baby followed Lin Weiwei everywhere, like a little tail. Whenever Lin Weiwei went somewhere, he would follow. Seeing Lin Danny washing wild vegetables, he asked again, "Second sister, where is big sister? What kind of child is she?" Lin Weiwei's story about the Calabash Brothers was fun and lively, and Lin Danny listened intently. Hearing this, she perked up her ears and paid close attention. She's not just any child. She's a fairy from the story, a snake spirit, full of mischief. She kidnapped Grandpa and even wanted to turn the 7 Calabash Brothers into a special pill. Very naughty. Lin Weiwei smiled loudly. Little second baby giggled along. Lin Danny was so angry she almost knocked over the basket of wild vegetables. She scolded Huang. "Look at second sister. You don't even control her. The fairy is angry. The fairy wants to eat people. Run quickly." Lin Danny got more upset, and Lin Weiwei was even happier. Suddenly, little second baby rushed toward Huang, shouting, "Oh no! The fairy is trying to catch Grandpa. Grandpa, don't be afraid. I'll save you." Second baby, "Do you want to get a spanking?" Lin Danny grabbed his ear, trembling with anger. Little second baby begged Lin Weiwei for help. "Oh no! The fairy caught me. Big brother, come save me." In the neighbor Jiang family's yard, Lin Zian looked embarrassed and said to Jiang Mohan, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry to make you laugh." Jiang Mohan glanced over and smiled. The story is very interesting. 7 Calabash Brothers, each with special powers. I've never heard of such stories before.
Could it be
made up by that chubby girl? If she could read and write, she might even write ghost stories. Who is this girl really? I can't understand her more and more. Jiang Mohan shook his head and focused on helping Lin Zian with his homework. The eldest in the Lin family had a solid foundation but lacked vision, which wouldn't affect the imperial exam much. Next year's exam, he should be able to pass. As he spoke, a strong aroma filled the air, making the 2 young scholars feel quite tortured. Jiang Mohan could still endure it, but young Lin Zian was already secretly swallowing saliva for the nth time. Jiang Mohan said to him, "Let's stop here for today. Go back and review what I told you to reinforce your knowledge. Dinner is ready. Aunt Fong, Brother Mohan, the food is done. My mother asked me to invite you over to eat." Little second baby ran into the Jiang family like a gust of wind, then ran out just as quickly, singing what Lin Weiwei had just taught him. Calabash Brothers, 7 flowers on 1 vine. Wind and rain can't scare us, la la la. He obediently washed his hands and helped Lin Weiwei set the dishes. Second sister's braised pork is so delicious. When she was in the kitchen just now, she gave me a piece to taste, and it was so good, I almost bit my tongue. Jiang Mohan, with one hand behind his back and holding a folding fan in the other, gracefully arrived at Lin's house. In the yard, under the persimmon tree, there was a round stone table with a pot of bright red braised pork, a fragrant hot pot rabbit, steamed eggplant with garlic, sliced cucumbers, stir-fried green beans, and a bowl of wild vegetable salad. Finally, a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup was served. Lin Weiwei was glad she was in an imaginary world where there were chili peppers, tomatoes, and garlic. She was happy to find cinnamon, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and cumin at the herbal medicine and spice shop. As a foodie, she thought, this is truly wonderful. Aunt Feng, little scholar, please sit. Try my cooking. Lin Weiwei warmly greeted as Aunt Feng and her son came in. Following them was a young boy named Lin Zian, looking unhappy. Second sister, why didn't you invite me to sit? TSK. My little boy is entering his rebellious phase. Lin Weiwei tapped his forehead. You're not a guest, so why act so pretentious? Hurry up and bring the rice from the kitchen. Mumbling, Lin Zian said, a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. If you want to be a gentleman, go all the way, be vegetarian for life. As the saying goes, no trade, no harm. If you're so kind-hearted, why do you eat rabbits and pigs? Rabbits and pigs are so cute and pitiful. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow and shot a sharp glance at her big brother, clearly implying, if you want food, you have to earn it. No one owes you anything. She didn't want to raise an ignorant, naive, unskilled, and blindly proud fool. Lin Zian, feeling intimidated, still refused to admit defeat. Humph. Your reasoning is full of nonsense. I can't argue with you. Saying this, he reluctantly headed toward the kitchen. Big sister Lin hurriedly stopped him. Why do you need to? Big brother, sit down, I'll bring your food. But he's got hands and feet, so why can't he even carry a bowl? Big brother, do you think studying makes you so great? We all work hard for you, and you think you can just enjoy being served like a lord? Regarding Da Anier's act of pretending to be a good person, Lin Weiwei expressed her disdain. Lin Zian's face turned bright red, and she stood there feeling stuck and unsure what to do. Mrs. Huang felt a little sad and wanted to speak up to defend her eldest son. Madame Feng held her hand gently and shook her head lightly. Linda Anier pulled her younger brother behind her, acting as a protector. Second sister, you're going too far. Yes, the money in the house is earned by you, but you shouldn't say such harsh words to our younger brother. Why would I say those words? Isn't it because of you? Dawa was already about to bring the rice from the kitchen, and if you hadn't stopped him, the rice would have been brought out. Would I have had the chance to say those things? Lin Weiwei turned to Lin Zian, who looked shy and embarrassed, and said, maybe you think your second sister's words are harsh, but honest advice is hard to hear. What is the purpose of your studying? Isn't it to pass the imperial exams and become an official? After passing the exams, only a few can stay in the capital. Most will have to work in local offices. If you only study hard without understanding practical matters, how can you be a good local official? I asked you to bring the rice not to force you into chores, but to help you let go of your pride as a scholar and your lofty attitude, and to become a down-to-earth scholar. Lin Zian, being very clever, understood the point immediately. His blush faded gradually, and he solemnly bowed to Lin Weiwei, calling her his teacher. He then returned to the kitchen, letting go of all his reluctance. When he raised his eyes again, his gaze at Lin Weiwei carried a complex, hard-to-read emotion. Lin Weiwei noticed his look and quickly smiled broadly. Little scholar, you're a guest. Just sit comfortably. I'll go help serve the rice you and Aunt Feng brought. This little guy was so proud and confident about his looks. Madame Feng chuckled and said to Mrs. Huang, your second daughter is really interesting. I want to take her in as my daughter. Lin Weiwei shamelessly said, Aunt Feng, there are more people who think like that. Well, what can I do? I'm so outstanding and capable. Madame Feng teased her. Today, I heard Sister Sua Tu say she wants to marry you as her daughter-in-law. She sat obediently at the table, eyeing the braised pork greedily. When she heard this, she couldn't care less about the pork and loudly declared, no. Second sister belongs to our family. No one can take her away. Madame Feng pinched her little face. Your second sister will get married someday, you know. Little second girl's eyes began to turn red as she tightly clutched Lin Weiwei's sleeve. Her big, expressive eyes looked at her with tears in them, eager and helpless. Lin Weiwei's heart almost melted. She quickly said, little second girl, don't cry. Second sister won't marry. I will find a good man to marry into our family. Mrs. Huang scolded her, silly girl. What are you talking about? Don't be afraid of what others will say. Madame Feng laughed happily and said to Mrs. Huang, it's okay. She's just comforting the child. Let's just take it as a joke. Xiao Wei, tell me, what kind of son-in-law do you want to find? Someone good-looking, a bit delicate is fine. I'll earn the money to support the family, and he just needs to be as handsome as a flower. Lin Weiwei's gaze intentionally lingered on Jiang Mofin for a moment. Little second girl cheered. Brother Mofin looks good, even better than flowers. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Mofin, especially Madame Feng, who was smiling so much she almost slid under the table. Jiang Mofin. His eyes twitched slightly, but he kept his composure as he picked up a piece of braised pork, casually and gracefully putting it into his mouth. Chewing it, he looked so elegant, as if the surrounding light and shadow followed him. It was as if what they had just talked about wasn't him at all. Lin Weiwei felt a bit regretful. When would she see the handsome young scholar blush and have a racing heart? Since he fell and hurt his head, his personality had changed a lot. He used to be proud and aloof, showing his emotions openly. Now he kept everything inside, more reserved and subtle. Still, she could always find a way to make him angry. What are you so proud of? Mrs. Huang glanced at Jiang Mofin. He was indeed a good choice for a son-in-law, but he was too outstanding. Her two daughters couldn't match up. She smiled and said to Madame Feng, eat your food, eat your food. Second girl's cooking skills are pretty good. Jiang Mofin had already started on his second piece of braised pork. The meat was tender but not greasy, soft and sweet, melting in his mouth, delicious beyond words. In his past life, the top chef he hired with great expense in his official residence could only do as well. He also reached for some dried pot rabbit. The rabbit meat was fragrant and moist, the potatoes soft and tender, spicy and flavorful, with just the right amount of cumin. Even the vegetarian dishes had their own special taste. Honestly, his mother's cooking wasn't nearly as good. Madame Feng's cooking skills were just so. She only managed to cook the rice until it was done. The seasoning depended on her mood. No matter how good the ingredients, they were wasted in her hands. During the days right after his rebirth, he almost died from her cooking. She nearly poisoned him with her food. Mom, later bring that little wild chicken over, Jiang Mo Han said, without politeness. He finished a big bowl of rice, and also ate plenty of braised pork and dry pot rabbit. On this table, besides Lin Weiwei, only he had such a big appetite. Mrs. Feng had never known that her son had such a good stomach. Usually eating half of this would already be considered good. Her son was so thin, but it wasn't because of poor digestion. It was because he disliked her cooking and deliberately made himself hungry. She sighed sadly and said, it's all my fault. I just can't learn to cook. If it were Shuayu, then. Honor, following me, you've suffered. Mom, you don't have to say that. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. No one is perfect. You think like that because you are good at embroidery. You raised me and paid for my education. Could anyone else do better than you? Jiang Mo Han knew that Shuayu was another maid who was very close to his biological mother. When his mother was giving birth in a dangerous situation with enemies blocking her and soldiers chasing her, Mrs. Feng was entrusted with the task. She took him and escaped from chaos, eventually settling here, and that was only 10 years ago. In his past life, he had given the jade pendant his mother gave him to someone else. That person used the pendant to get mistaken for someone else, and was recognized by King Min of a different state, rising quickly. Meanwhile, he was still dancing on the edge of danger, struggling step by step. His thoughts were interrupted by Mrs. Feng, who had regained her spirits. She smiled and nodded, saying yes. If it were someone else, they might not do as well as I do. Huang Shi looked at her with admiration. Yes, I envy your embroidery skills so much. You raised your children well on your own. If it were me, I couldn't do it. Speaking of embroidery, Lin Danny, how are you learning from Mrs. Feng? Lin Weiwei shifted the topic to Lin Danny. Lin Danny, who was happily eating rice mixed with braised pork sauce, suddenly felt the food was less tasty. She angrily said, are you deliberately trying to ruin my meal? Lin Danny, are you a hedgehog? Can't you speak nicely? Lin Weiwei really wanted to smash her bowl onto her face. Little second boy ran into the room and took out the cloth her older sister was practicing embroidery on. Second sister, this is what big sister embroidered. I can't tell what it is. Lin Danny, embarrassed and angry, snatched the embroidered cloth away. Second boy, why did you touch other people's things without permission? Lin Weiwei looked at it and saw that the cloth was embroidered with various colored threads, looking more abstract than an impressionist painting. She twitched her mouth and asked Lady Foam, Aunt Foam, tell me the truth. Does Big and I really have a talent for embroidery? Lady Foam looked at Lin Danny, sighing softly. Danny wasn't lazy, but she simply had no talent. Even the most basic flower patterns she could turn into ducks instead of mandarin ducks. Her color choices were even worse. If she kept trying, she wouldn't improve. However, out of respect for the young girl's pride, she didn't say this aloud. Lin Weiwei, however, understood the answer from her sigh. She looked at Lin Danny and asked, Are you planning to keep wasting your time with Aunt Foam? Or do you want to learn something else? Lin Danny, like a brave rooster, stared fiercely at Lin Weiwei, secretly determined. If Second and I dared to mock her, she would splash vegetable soup on her face. To her surprise, Lin Weiwei, who usually disagreed with her, showed no intention of mocking. Instead, she asked if she wanted to learn something else. She looked at her cautiously and asked, Can I really learn something else just because I wanna? Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. If embroidery isn't your thing, you can learn weaving, cooking, or raising animals. There are many paths to success. Choose what you can handle, not just out of stubbornness or to prove a point. That's the wise choice, Lin Weiwei said, giving her some heartfelt advice. Lin Danny was silent for a moment, then softly said, I want to learn weaving from Grandma Lu. But I don't know if she's willing to teach me. I'll ask for you. Just remember, you can't be like a monkey coming down the mountain, dropping the watermelon and then trying to pick up sesame seeds. Lin Weiwei looked at her with a doubtful gaze. Xiao Erwa hurriedly asked, Second sister, what's a monkey coming down the mountain? Is there a story about it? Lin Weiwei told him the story of the monkey coming down the mountain. In the story, the little monkey saw peaches and went to pick them, then saw corn and broke the peaches to eat the corn. When he reached the watermelon field, he threw away the corn and grabbed a watermelon. Finally, chasing a little rabbit, he threw away the watermelon, and the rabbit ran away. The little monkey ended up empty-handed and had to go home. Lin Danny thought she was mocking her and said angrily, Don't worry. I will weave the best cloth and make you drop your jaw. Let's wait and see. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow at her. After dinner, Lin Weiwei carried a basket of wild apricots to Lu Wazi's house. It was still not fully dark, and Grandma Lu was busy at her loom, working by the last bit of light. Hearing about Lin Weiwei's request, Grandma Lu hesitated for a moment and said, I can teach Danny how to weave cloth. But I also need to gather some wild vegetables from the mountain. I was planning to go with you starting tomorrow to pick vegetables. Lin Weiwei understood and replied, Grandma Lu, give me your bamboo basket. From now on, whenever I go to the mountain, I will bring back a basket of wild vegetables for you. Does that sound good? Grandma Lu smiled happily, but pretended to be shy and said, Oh, that wouldn't be proper. It's nothing to be shy about. Let's agree on this. Should I ask Danny to come over tomorrow? Lin Weiwei said. Grandma Lu's weaving skills are top-notch in the nearby villages. The cloth she makes sells for more than others by dozens of coins per piece. Many people want to learn weaving from her, but she always refuses, saying she doesn't have time. She agreed to teach Danny because Lin Weiwei had once saved her son Lu Quizi. As for the daily basket of wild vegetables, it was nothing for Lin Weiwei. She could gather it in half an hour. Besides, isn't it common for apprentices to give a gift when they start learning? The next day, Grandma Lu received a full basket of fresh, tempting wild vegetables from Lin Weiwei. The vegetables from nearby mountains were almost impossible to find, and such fresh, delicious ones were rare. After accepting the vegetables, Grandma Lu felt a bit guilty and became stricter and more careful when teaching Danny. Luckily, Danny was quite capable and quickly learned weaving. Within half a month, she was able to weave decent cloth. The drought continued, and all the young and middle-aged men in the village, from those in their 40s and 50s to children over 10, joined the water-fetching and drought-resistance efforts. The path to the mountain water pond was busy from morning till night. During the day, Lin Weiwei took the women and children from the village into the mountains to pick wild vegetables. In the evening, she carried water to fight the drought. Fortunately, the mountain trail was less crowded then, and she used her space water magic without being noticed. Her 3 acres of land were watered thoroughly every day, and the wheat and corn grew very well. The injured gray wolf she raised in the cave was getting better each day. Its large neck wound was almost healed, and if it weren't for the wooden stick tied to one front leg, it wouldn't look injured at all. One day, Lin Weiwei carried a few wild rabbits to the cave and found someone prying at the stone blocking the cave entrance with a stick. She hurried forward and saw that the large stone had not been moved, so she finally relaxed. She asked knowingly, "Big brothers, what are you doing?" "There's a lone wolf inside this cave. It's a rare good chance. Now a wolf pelt sells for 7 or 8 taels of silver. We brothers finally don't have to go home empty-handed." These 2 strong men were hunters from Zhonglo village, which is just a little over 10 miles from Shirley-go, along a mountain path. Lin Weiwei was glad she had moved a large enough stone. Otherwise, the wild wolf named Hui Hui by Erwa would have already been caught by someone else. She watched the 2 hunters try various methods, but the big rock didn't budge. She couldn't help but ask, "Uncles, the stone is so big, and the gap at the cave entrance is so small. Not to mention a wolf. Even a rabbit couldn't get in. How do you think the wolf inside got in?" The 2 hunters scratched their heads. One of them said, "Yes. There must be another exit from the mountain cave. Maybe the wolf has already escaped. Brother, let's look somewhere else." The older hunter nodded. He glanced at the wild rabbit in Lin Weiwei's hand and asked, "Little brother, you're good at hunting. You caught so many rabbits in just one morning. May I ask where you hunted them?" Lin Weiwei was now very familiar with the nearby forests. She pointed to a place full of rabbits and said goodbye to the 2 hunters. After they left, she moved the big stone away from the cave entrance and called out, "Danger is gone. Come out." The wild wolf, proud and graceful like a noble, slowly walked out of the cave. Its amber eyes sparkled in the sunlight. The wolf looked at Lin Weiwei gently, then went to the nearby woods to take care of its needs, and slowly tore apart one of the wild rabbits she brought, eating it leisurely. "Hui Hui, it's not safe here. Maybe I should take you somewhere else?" Lin Weiwei was quite familiar with this wild wolf. While it was eating, she stroked its smooth fur. The wolf no longer looked at her with hostility, like before. After finishing the rabbit, the wolf looked deep into the forest. Lin Weiwei advised, "No, your leg is still injured. You can't go back into the mountains. Maybe I can take you to a good place?" Besides dangerous animals and enemies in the forest, hunters are also watching closely. Lin Weiwei felt that anywhere she left the wolf might not be safe. How about putting this wild wolf into the space? The wolf had no way to resist, and suddenly everything around it changed. In front of it was a clear, green spring. To the left was a lively wheat and cornfield, and to the right was a lush grassy area with a few roe deer and small deer walking leisurely. A mother rabbit with her babies was foraging in the bushes. The unfamiliar environment made the wolf tense all over, alert and looking around. The humans who had helped it appeared silently beside it, which made it gradually relax. Lin Weiwei gently patted its head and looked at the other animals. These rabbits and roe deer were caught with ropes and thrown into the space. They were almost dead before, but now they were lively and even settled here. She said to the wolf, "Hui Hui, there's no danger here. Rest and heal. As for food, you can eat the dead ones first. Those prey animals are my backup food. Don't accidentally bite me to death, understand?" The wolf, limping on one leg, wandered around the space as if patrolling its territory. The rabbits, small deer, and roe deer were so frightened they ran in all directions. One even jumped over the spring and dashed into the wheat field. Lin Weiwei quickly caught it and returned it to the other side of the lake. She ordered the wolf, "Watch over them and don't let them ruin my crops." She checked her wheat and corn. The time and the space should be about the same as outside, so the crops weren't growing much faster. The dream of harvesting crops in just a few days was completely shattered. After settling the wolf, she left the space and expanded her search for wild apricots. In less than 2 days, she found several apricot trees, totaling over 10. Each tree bore a small amount of apricots, but some weighed dozens or even hundreds of gene. Soon, the apricots in her space piled up like mountains. After picking them, she would water the apricot trees with space water to ensure a bigger harvest next year. She also transplanted the best-tasting apricot tree into the space, planting it near the spring of the spiritual spring. Next year, she planned to compare the differences between the two. While searching for wild apricot trees, she also discovered a peach orchard with over 20 peach trees, full of peaches. They weren't ripe yet, but the trees were heavy with fruit. Lin Weiwei was very happy. She had just finished picking apricots, and now peaches were coming her way. The taste of dried peaches is just as good as dried apricots. This mountain is truly a never-ending treasure trove. Didn't catch any rabbits today? Aunt Guohua's bamboo basket on her back was already full, and she was still carrying a few bunches of wild vegetables. Lin smiled and said, "The prey is clever. Even experienced hunters can't guarantee catching game every day, not to mention I am a beginner. Since the baskets are full, let's head back." Sua Tunyang sighed and said, "The basket is still small. Bring an extra one tomorrow." Aunt Guohua laughed and said, "Bringing an extra basket can fill up, but on this mountain road that's over 10 miles long, who'll carry it back for you?" Sua Tunyang looked even more disappointed and said, "If only I had Anayer's strength." While they were joking, a large group of dozens of people was walking down the mountain in a mighty procession. At a fork in the road, they saw someone running along the rugged mountain path. When she saw them, the person ahead shouted loudly, "Run! There's a bear or a wild boar." The group immediately became chaotic. Lin quickly directed everyone, "Don't push. One after another, go down the mountain. Pushing will only cause trouble. Don't be afraid. I'll cover the rear." Huang hurriedly turned around and grabbed her hand, saying, "An ire run. You can't handle a bear or a wild boar. Don't be brave just for show. Come with me." Lin pushed her hand into Aunt Guohua's, saying, "You all go first. I'll catch up." "Aunt Guohua, take care of my mother." A group of women and children stumbled and ran down the mountain. The two figures at the fork in the road had already reached them. They were the 2 hunters from Zhonglo village. Lin grabbed the older one and asked, "Didn't I tell you to go west? Why did you come to the north?" "Don't mention it. We were chasing a muntjac, and who knew there was a bear or a wild boar over there? Why are you just standing there?"
"Run."
The older hunter forcefully pulled at his arm where Lin was holding him, but he couldn't pull free. Lin looked in the direction they came from. The fat black bear saw her like she was a ghost and desperately tried to run in the opposite direction. This beast had a good memory. "Why run? There's no black bear. Are you scaring yourselves?" Lin loosened her grip on the older hunter's arm and pointed her chin toward the path they came from. The younger hunter, hearing this, dared to look back. Seeing no sign of the bear, he suddenly sat down on the ground with a thud. It was just behind us, breathing heavily. I could hear it huffing and puffing. An older person pulled him up and said, "It's not time to rest yet. What if it chases us again? Little girl, it's not safe here. You should come down the mountain quickly." After speaking, the 2 hunters helped me, and I supported you as we headed toward Zhonglo village. Lin Weiwei took big steps and soon caught up with the gathering team from the village. "Stop running. The bear hasn't chased us." A group of women and children stopped and gasped for breath. The second daughter-in-law of the village chief wiped sweat from her face and said nervously, "Oh my, that scared me. Are there really bears on the mountain? I don't dare come back tomorrow." "Why be afraid?" Aunt Lockhead waved a leaf to fan herself. "A few days ago, Ernie brought people and nothing happened. That bear was probably brought here by those two hunters. Wild animals can run anywhere. Today they're here, but who knows where they'll go tomorrow. No matter how well you talk, I won't come back tomorrow. The village chief's second daughter-in-law was already reluctant, pushed by her mother-in-law, and now she was even less willing. Aunt Lockhead curled her lips and said, "Your family doesn't lack food. Picking wild vegetables won't make you hungry. Unlike us, if we don't pick wild vegetables, we won't survive this winter. Either way, it's a dead end. Might as well go up the mountain and try our luck." Lin Weiwei helped Huang Shi walk down the mountain. Tomorrow will be the usual time. Those who want to come can come, and those who don't have to. Back home, Mrs. Feng and her little second child were preparing apricot pits. They worked together, one washing, the other pitting, and coordinated well. "Aunt Feng, I found a few more apricot trees today. I think we can pick 300 or 400 jin, about 150 kilograms. I also found a peach grove full of small peaches about the size of eggs. They should be ready for harvest in about a month." Lin Weiwei put down the wild vegetables and joined the pitting team. The Lin family's yard was large and the kitchen was spacious, so Mrs. Feng chose her house to make apricot preserves. After half a day, several pots were ready and hung out to dry in the yard. Lin Weiwei pinched a piece of the preserve and put it in her mouth. So sweet. Little second child was scratching his face. "Second sister, Shy, I secretly ate some undried apricot preserves. How is that stealing?" "I'm just eating openly." Lin Weiwei took a small piece and fed it to little second child. "Is it tasty?"
Tasty.
Although the apricot preserves weren't dried, they were cooked in syrup and tasted like canned fruit, sweet and soft. Even children liked them. However, little second child was sensible and said, "Second sister, let's just taste it. These are all kept to sell for money." Lin Weiwei pinched his small face and smiled at Madame Feng, saying, "Aunt Feng, making dried fruit is hard work and you don't have time to cook. In the future, let's eat together as one family." Madame Feng naturally agreed happily. After eating a few meals prepared by Lin Weiwei, she even disliked her own cooking skills. Honor seemed to like the food Little Wei made, and since the two families ate together, he could eat a bit more. Honor's body was too weak. Without good health, how could he endure the days of the imperial exams? "All right, in a while, let Honor bring over some grain. In our backyard vegetable garden. You can pick whatever you want to eat." Madame Feng washed the apricots and took them into the kitchen. When she came out, her precious son Jiang Mohan, the little scholar, had already brought the family's flour bag. Lin Weiwei took the fine noodles from Jiang Mohan and asked him with a smile, "Little scholar, what would you like to eat tonight?" Jiang Mohan was immune to her teasing nickname and replied lightly, "Let's have noodles."
Okay.
"Today's quite hot, so let's have garlic oil cold noodles, refreshing and appetizing." Lin Weiwei rolled up her sleeves and started kneading the dough. "By the way, little scholar, can you eat spicy food?" Jiang Mohan, who loved spicy flavors in his previous life, nodded without hesitation. Lin Weiwei, with strong hands, rolled out the dough to just the right firmness, and the noodles were chewy. After boiling, she cooled them in spring water. She sliced cucumbers, cut tomatoes, and mashed garlic into paste. She added salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and toasted sesame seeds to make a sauce. Then she heated oil, poured in chili powder, and the aroma was fragrant. All preparations were done. Lin Weiwei first made a small bowl and handed it to Jiang Mohan, who was helping little second child wash apricot kernels.
Try it.
Does it suit your taste? Jiang Mohan took a bite. The cool, chewy noodles, slightly spicy with a hint of sourness, mixed with garlic aroma and sesame flavor, added layers to the cold noodles. Delicious.
But
add more chili. It would taste even better. Jiang Mohan honestly commented. The chili oil is over there. If you like, you can add more. But eating too much chili can hurt your stomach, so don't overdo it, Lin Weiwei warned. I am not as weak as you think, Jiang Mohan couldn't help but say. Lin Weiwei poked his shoulder with a finger. Seeing him stumble back 2 steps, she smiled. You're not that strong either. Little scholar, I suggest you climb more mountains and walk more. Exercise a bit. so you don't faint in the exam hall and get carried out. Jiang Emohan was so angry and embarrassed that he snapped, "With your strength, who can compare to you? Being too angry hurts your health, little scholar. You need to practice calming your mind." Lin Weiwei shook her head and sighed, looking disappointed. Madame Feng was worried her son might get sick from anger, so she quickly asked, "Is the cold noodles ready? Let's eat now. If they get cold, the taste won't be as good." Each person had a large, rough ceramic bowl. Xiao Er didn't add chili. Instead, he put in 2 spoonfuls of ground toasted sesame seeds, which was sour and fragrant. The little guy eagerly ate, still thinking of Big Brother. "It's so tasty." "Second sister, next time Big Brother has a day off, let's make it again. This noodle is so good, Big Brother can't have any, so sad." "Okay." Lin Weiwei thought it wasn't spicy enough, so she added another spoonful of chili oil, making her lips red. "Next time, I'll make fried sauce noodles with diced pork. So delicious." After finishing half a bowl of cold noodles, Madame Huang realized someone was missing. "Big sister, where is Dayanayar? It's almost dark. Why hasn't she come back?" Just then, Linda and Iyer walked in with a smile on her face. Xiao Er quickly helped her mix a bowl of cold noodles. "Big sister, try the cold noodles second sister made. They're really tasty."
Dan gör cold and taste spicy food.
Xiao Er accidentally added too much chili oil, and her first bite made her cry from the spiciness. She grabbed a ladle, scooped a bowl of cold water from the water jar, and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Er looked on nervously, worried he had done something wrong. Lin Weiwei poured the noodles from Da Anayer's bowl into her own, and made her a new bowl without chili. She asked, "When you came in, you were smiling like a fool. Did you have a smooth time learning to weave?"
Who are you calling a fool?
Da Anayer rolled her eyes and ate her cold noodles happily. "Grandma Lu said I learn quickly. In a couple of days, I'll be able to operate the loom." "Good. When you master it, I'll buy you a loom. From now on, all the clothes and bedding in our family will be made by you," Lin Weiwei said as she finished her second bowl of cold noodles. She put down her bowl, happily rubbing her belly. Jiang Emo Han did the same. Every time they ate at the Lin family, he would accidentally eat too much. The handsome young scholar's lips were reddened from the chili, making his good looks even more striking. His relaxed expression after eating made it hard to look away. Lin Weiwei stared at his lips intently, without any shame. Jiang Emo Han had lived 2 lives and had never seen such a shameless woman. The annoyed and angry young scholar glared at Lin Weiwei and said impatiently, "Fat girl, look away." Lin Weiwei's eyes didn't leave. Instead, she moved closer and jokingly said, "It proves that looking at beautiful people can extend your life and keep you healthy. To live a long life, you should sacrifice a little and let us look a bit more." Nonsense. Jiang Mohan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never heard such words. He thought she was joking and teasing him. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. This girl didn't have the gentle and obedient manner typical of women today, nor did she follow the rules. Instead, she seemed to ignore all worldly customs and laws. What kind of family could raise such a girl? If in her past life there really was a woman who was so independent and unconventional, it would be hard not to spread her reputation far and wide. Could she be from the southwestern tribes? No, that can't be. She can cook dishes from central China, and her speech reveals her broad knowledge. What has shaped her complex and contradictory personality? Mrs. Huang felt awkward and didn't know what to say. She thought it was her oversight. Ernie used to be a bit unclear-minded, but now that she had just woken up, she was like a blank sheet, saying whatever came to her mind. This couldn't go on. She needed to teach her daughter properly. Request failed while worried. Suddenly, a shadow rushed toward her quickly. Lin Weiwei kept alert and called out, "Is that Gray? If it is, just make a sound, or I'll be ready with this bucket." Woof Gray, the wild wolf, seemed to understand her and let out a low growl through his nose. By then, he had reached Lin Weiwei's feet and sat there like a big dog. Lin Weiwei bent down and patted his cheeks. "Where have you been? Your leg isn't fully healed yet. If you run into a pack of wild dogs, what will happen?" Gray looked at her with a hint of disdain. Wild dogs? They were defeated enemies, no matter how many. He could handle them all in seconds. He dropped what he was holding into Lin Weiwei's hand. Is this fabric from someone's clothes? Where did you get it? You haven't hurt anyone, have you? Lin Weiwei asked worriedly, her voice tinged with concern. Gray felt wronged and took a few steps back toward where he had come from, then looked back at Lin Weiwei. His meaning was clear. She should follow him. Lin Weiwei put down her bucket and followed. The narrow path, winding upward, is flanked by bushes taller than a person. A breeze passes through, causing the leaves to dance chaotically in the darkness, as if a group of mischievous spirits were dancing, hiding countless unknown and frightening creatures. She bends down to pick up a stone about the size of a basketball, alert and watchful of the tangled bushes. Gray, her loyal dog, leads her around a messy thicket. She hears faint groaning sounds coming from the darkness. Lin Weiwei slowly steps forward, using the faint moonlight to see a humanoid figure lying on the ground. Near it, a dozen bright eyes flicker in the dark, shining with a fierce light. If Lin Weiwei had arrived a little later, the person on the ground might have been eaten by the hungry wild dogs. Gray, fearless, steps forward a few more paces and lets out a long wolf howl, warning the pack of dogs. The wild dogs hesitate, retreating 2 steps, but then stop, lurking in the darkness, waiting for a chance to attack. Lin Weiwei has no patience for a long fight. She throws a stone at one of the dogs. The force and speed are incredible. The dog tries to dodge, but the stone hits directly. With a painful yelp, the stone strikes the dog's forehead. Instantly, the dog's brain is shattered, and it dies instantly. What is most common on the mountain?
Of course, stones.
Lin Weiwei picks up another stone, holding it in her hand, warning the wild dogs, either leave now or face death. The dogs have never seen such a fierce human before. They retreat in fear, tails between their legs, and run away. Lin Weiwei throws the dead dog into her space storage, then pats Gray's head.
Good job.
I'll keep this one for your meal. Gray looks disgusted. I'm quite picky. I don't eat just any meat. She squats beside the person, who turns out to be an elderly woman with white hair. After checking her condition, aside from a shallow wound on her leg, there's nothing else wrong. Why is such an old person coming up the mountain? Could she have been abandoned by her family? After some hesitation, Lin Weiwei decides to carry her. She doesn't know whose elderly relative she is, but she can't just leave her lying here, being eaten by wild animals. Every life counts. Carrying the old woman, she heads back to the village with a water bucket. At the village entrance, she encounters the anxious Huang family, including Xiao Erwa and the young scholar's mother and son. Aaron, I just heard a wolf howl from the direction of the water pond. Are you okay? Huang's wife rushes over, trying to take her hand. Seeing her carrying someone on her back, she asks, "Who is this? Was she bitten by a wolf?" Lin Weiwei smiled at the young scholar and then softly said to Mrs. Huang, "I'm fine. I didn't encounter a wolf, but I found an old lady from someone's house who fainted on the mountain." Mrs. Huang leaned over to look and frowned. "Isn't that Aunt Tian from next door? Why did she go up the mountain?" Today, Uncle Tian has been searching everywhere. He's almost lost his mind. To the west of the Lin family's house lives a quiet elderly couple who rarely go out. The old lady is a bit forgetful, and the old man is very stubborn and dull. They rarely interact with others. Since Lin Weiwei arrived over a month ago, she has only seen the old man a few times and has never seen the old lady. The couple has one son and one daughter. The son runs a shop in the town, and the daughter is also married there. The son has long wanted to bring his parents to live in town, but the old man stubbornly refuses. The son can't persuade him, but he visits his parents a few times each month, bringing gifts, and life is fairly comfortable. Today, the old lady went missing, and the old man was searching everywhere. Most villagers are either fetching water to save drought or gathering wild vegetables in the mountains. Only the elderly with limited mobility and children stay in the village. The old man was so worried he didn't even eat dinner and searched the area alone all day. When Lin Weiwei brought Aunt Tian to the neighbor's house, The old man was sitting in the yard crying. Seeing his wife carried back, he suddenly rushed over. His movements didn't seem like those of a man over 60. He checked if his wife was still breathing under her nose, then sighed in relief. He quickly asked Lin Weiwei to carry her inside and lay her on the bed. Little second boy eagerly said, "Grandpa Tian, I'll go get the doctor." When the old man learned that his wife fainted on the mountain, he was a bit scared and thanked Lin Weiwei, saying, "If it weren't for you noticing in time, she might have been just a pile of bones by morning." Dr. Liang arrived and checked the old lady's pulse. After a few acupuncture needles, she woke up. She looked around at the people surrounding her in confusion, then suddenly grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand and said, "Girl, you're back. Mother finally found you." Old Mr. Tian sighed and explained, "Yaden is our youngest daughter. She was separated from us during the war. My wife, though confused, has always remembered her. She probably went out looking for Yaden this time. Yaden, are you hungry? Mother has some cakes here. Your eldest brother brought them back. They're very sweet. You love sweets the most, and I've kept some for you." The old lady struggled to sit up, rummaging through a box on the bed for a while before pulling out an oiled paper package. Old Mr. Tian looked both amused and helpless, quickly reaching to grab it. "You're hiding food again. I've told you many times, it's hot, and pastries can't be stored. They'll spoil in a day." The old lady slapped his hand away firmly and scolded, "How old are you? Still fighting with your daughter over snacks? Come on, little one, eat quickly. Don't let your second sister see. She loves to your food." Under the warm gaze of the old lady, Lin Weiwei slowly opened the oiled paper package. Inside was a piece of rice cake about the size of an egg, covered in mold. At this moment, countless sheep-like creatures seemed to rush through Lin Weiwei's mind. She thought, if I don't eat it, the old lady will be sad, but if I do, I might get a stomach ache. Try it, it's very sweet. You'll like it for sure. Grandma Tian said kindly, with a hint of anticipation. Lin Weiwei pinched the rice cake, covering her mouth with her hand, then secretly put it into her space, pretending to chew happily and smiling. "It's really sweet. Delicious." Grandma Tian, with only a few teeth left, grinned broadly and laughed. "I knew you'd like it, you little greedy cat. Little one, if there's good food in the future, your mom will save some for you. But don't run around too much. Your mother can't find you, and she's about to worry herself sick." "Yes, I'll be good and not run around anymore." Lin Weiwei nodded obediently. The wrinkles on Grandma Tian's face blossomed into a smile. She took her daughter's hand and fell into a deep sleep. Grandpa Tian learned from Dr. Liang that his wife was fine and sighed in relief. He gratefully said to Lin Weiwei, "Thank you. This is a few jin of millet. Take it home and make porridge." "No need, Grandpa Tian. As they say, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. We should look out for each other. If you need anything in the future, just ask. It's getting late. We should head back." Lin Weiwei said farewell and left. Jiang and Mo Han followed closely behind, looking at her with hesitation. Finally, he asked Dr. Liang, "If I eat moldy cake, will it cause problems?" "Healthy people might only feel slight discomfort. Those with weaker bodies might or have diarrhea," Dr. Liang replied, glancing at Lin Weiwei. "If you feel unwell tonight, have someone come to see me." After seeing Dr. Liang off, Jiang and Mo Han frowned and glared at her. "You knew the cake was spoiled, but still ate it. That's just stupid." Lin Weiwei giggled and looked at him. "Little scholar, can I interpret this as you care about me?" "Humph. Who would care about a big fool?" Jiang Mohan glared at her again and turned to leave. "Care about me? Just say it directly. I, Lin Weiwei, am loved by everyone, admired by all, with irresistible charm. What's there to be shy about?" Lin Weiwei mimicked him by flicking her sleeve and strode confidently toward her home. Jiang Mohan pushed open his door, looked back at her, and said, "Can your face get any thicker?" "Oh, ouch. Ouch. My stomach hurts." Lin Weiwei suddenly bent over, clutching her belly and crying out in pain. Mrs. Huang and Mrs. Feng gently helped her, one supporting her stomach, the other softly comforting her. Jiang Mohan's expression slightly changed. He put away his folding fan and hurried to call Dr. Liang. I'll get the doctor. Come back. I was joking. Lin Weiwei quickly stood up, winking at the young scholar. And you said you didn't care about me? Jiang Mohun ground his teeth and sternly approached her, staring at her for a long time. He lightly tapped her forehead with his folding fan and coldly said, "So boring," then turned and left. Aunt Feng, your son hit me. Lin Weiwei rubbed her head and pouted, complaining playfully. Mrs. Huang nodded her head and gently tapped her forehead. Good hit. Maybe now you'll stop scaring people randomly. That night, worried she might feel unwell, Mrs. Huang slept beside Lin Weiwei. She didn't dare sleep deeply. Whenever Lin Weiwei turned over, she checked on her. In the middle of the night, Lin Weiwei got up to drink water. Mrs. Huang, anxious, sat up and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" For the first time, Lin Weiwei felt truly cared for and nervous. She hugged Mrs. Huang, her nose slightly sour, and said, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm not unwell. You can sleep peacefully." In her previous life, she was about to graduate from university, with several companies vying for her. Just as her career was about to take off, she was transported to this remote place. At first, she felt somewhat unwilling. Now, she's grateful for fate's arrangement. She finally has a warm home and a loving mother. The next morning, just after she filled the water jar, the door was knocked. She went to open it, and Grandpa Tian, looking awkward, was standing with Grandma Tian at her doorstep. Grandma Tian held a bowl of rice wine with eggs and, upon seeing her, immediately smiled brightly. Yaden, why aren't you staying with us? I got up early and found you gone. I thought you got lost again. Little egg, your mother secretly made your favorite fermented rice egg for you. Eat it quickly, and don't let your older brother and second sister see. Grandma Tian, Uncle Tian bought this nourishing food for you. Please eat it. Lin Weiwei felt a bit shy about accepting the elderly's kindness and politely declined with a smile. Grandma Tian patted her small hand and said happily, "My little egg is so sensible now. She understands to care for her mother. I made 2 bowls, but I already ate mine. This one is specially for you. Your second sister is coming. She might take it from you. Hurry and eat." Lin Danny looked at the 2 elders. What were they doing? Why were they looking at her like that? She wouldn't take their things. Unable to resist the elders' kindness, Lin Weiwei finally ate the overly sweet fermented rice egg. Holding her book, she passed by Jiang Mofin, who glanced at her and said, "You're in good spirits. Looks like you're fine after last night. Thanks for your concern." "I'm perfectly fine." Lin Weiwei finished the last sip of fermented rice, waved her bowl at him proudly. "What are you so proud of?" "Wow. Who is this young man? He's really handsome. Has he asked for her hand? Look at how my little egg is doing." Grandma Tian examined Jiang Mofin from head to toe with a mother-in-law's gaze, saying, "This young man is from your family. Has he asked for your hand? What do you think of my little egg?" Mrs. Feng, who came behind her son, smiled shamelessly. "This young man belongs to my family. No proposal yet. Your little egg is pretty and capable." "Exactly. My little egg is good in every way." Grandma Tian looked at Jiang Mofin with a critical eye. "Your son only has a good face. He's too thin. Can't do farm work, can't handle heavy chores. How will he support a family?" Mrs. Feng chuckled until she was breathless and nodded in agreement. "Yes. He's just too skinny. Did you hear that? Eat more in the future, gain some weight, or you won't even find a wife." "Mother, why are you joining in the fun?" Jiang Mofin felt helpless. He had never seen such a lively and unreliable side of Mrs. Feng before. "Second sister, what are we having for breakfast?" After feeding the rabbits and chickens in the backyard, the second young boy skipped over happily. "Our chives are growing well. Let's have chive pockets." "Grandpa Tian, have you eaten? Come join us." Lin Weiwei asked. Lin Danny rolled her eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Of course, the chef is responsible for the most important part, seasoning and cooking. Lin Weiwei replied confidently. Lin Weiwei took all 5 remaining eggs from a house, fried them with lard, and mixed them with chopped chives. She muttered to herself, "It seems I need to raise a few more chickens. We don't have enough eggs. Yadin, mother has a few more eggs. I'll boil some for you to eat. When you were little, you loved plain boiled eggs the most." Grandma Tian took the rolling pin from Lin Danny's hands. She rolled the dough into thin, round, and even sheets, nothing like a confused person. "We have 2 chickens at home, so we're not short of eggs." "Grandma Tian, you keep the eggs for yourself." Lin Weiwei took a piece of dough, filled it with lots of stuffing, and quickly pinched it into a plump, round dumpling. Grandma Tian's smile grew wider. "My girl has grown up and is such a filial child." Lin Weiwei asked Erwa to turn on the small fire under the pot, pour in some oil, and place the stuffed dumplings inside. She cooked them slowly until they turned golden brown, and then took them out. "Smells so good. Sister's cooking is always delicious." Little Erwa, who was sweating from the heat at the stove, wiped his face with his sleeve and instantly looked like a little kitten. Lin Weiwei set aside a cold dumpling for him to try. Little Erwa held a chive pocket and brought it to her mouth. "Sister, you try first." Lin Weiwei took a big bite without hesitation. The flavor of chives, combined with the aroma of farm-fresh chicken eggs and chopped pork cracklings, was incredibly delicious. Little Erwa ate eagerly, his face full of satisfaction. "Yummy. Sister, we're running out of oil and pork cracklings. Let's save some for the next meal. In a little while, I'll ask someone to bring back 2 gin of pork fat from town. Tonight, we'll make wild vegetable and pork crackling buns. Do you like that?" Lin Weiwei was quick and efficient. Soon, several plates of chive pockets were ready, and she had also cooked a fragrant pot of millet porridge. Women and children busily worked in the kitchen, while old man Tian paced around the yard. He felt a bit embarrassed that his wife mistook Lin's second girl for Yadin. He wanted to take her away from the Lin family, but saw her face full of genuine happiness and felt reluctant. His wife had been confused and dazed for 7 or 8 years. This was the first time he saw her so lively and energetic. As they grew older, in the few days they had left, making his wife happy was his greatest wish. To let his wife, who has suffered with him for half her life, indulge in a selfish moment. Jiang and Mo Han sat quietly under the persimmon tree, flipping through a book. He looked up at Mr. Tian, then lowered his eyes again. This chubby girl is kind-hearted. Hopefully, good intentions will bring good rewards. After all, with hard times approaching, even close family members can abandon each other. Who can truly care for anyone? "Old man, dinner's ready. The chive pockets made by my girl are so delicious." Grandma Tian smiled so brightly her eyes disappeared, carrying a plate of chive pockets from the kitchen. Behind her, little Erwa followed nervously, worried she might drop the breakfast her second sister made. They were fried with lard, with plenty of eggs inside, and fragrant oil residue, plus a bowl of thick millet porridge. This meal is definitely the best in Shirley Go. Grandma Tian, who had already finished breakfast, also drank a bowl of porridge and ate a fragrant chive pocket. The skinny young scholar, disliked by Grandma Tian, ate 4 large chive pockets, bigger than his palm, and drank a big bowl of porridge. With more people, the meal tastes better. That morning, they made 20 chive pockets, and not a single one was left. Lin Danny felt worried. Rice and grain are getting more expensive. If they keep eating like this, their family savings won't last 2 months. People who don't think ahead will face worry soon. Jiang and Mo Han shared her thoughts. The young scholar hesitated for a moment and said to Lin Weiwei, "I heard that after spring, Jingyan County had a few rains. The drought isn't serious, so grain prices there should be lower than in town. In a previous life, Jingyan County didn't suffer a disaster, but there was a refugee riot led by malicious people who looted and burned the city, causing many families to be destroyed. Later, the court sent troops to suppress it. Now, Jingyan County is still safe." Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and said, "I will tidy up the cellar at home, then go to Jingyan County tomorrow to buy grain." Jiang and Mo Han reminded her, "From Shirley Go to Jingyan County, it's over 100 miles. It's best to hire a cart pulled by oxen or mules." but if you buy too little, it might not be worth it. Suddenly, Mr. Tian spoke up. Many years ago, there was a mountain trail from here to Jingyan County. Across 2 mountains, and it takes a whole day to reach. Later, wild animals increased in the mountains, and some people were killed by wolves on that trail. The path was abandoned. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up. She asked eagerly, Grandpa Tian, have you walked that trail? Can you draw a map for me? Mr. Tian nodded, then shook his head. I've walked that trail many times, but it's been over 10 years since anyone used it. It's probably overgrown with wild grass now. I know you once killed a wild boar, but with wolves roaming in the mountains, strength alone isn't enough to handle them. I won't help you draw the route map. I can't let harm come to you. Jiang Mo Han also disagreed with her risking herself. Grandpa Tian is right. Don't think that being strong makes you invincible. People who drown are those who can't swim. You must be careful. Lin Weiwei was a cautious person, so she gave up the idea of crossing the mountain. Buying 300 or 500 jin of grain would cost a lot in transportation fees, which wouldn't be worth it. I heard the village chief's family has a cart. Lin Weiwei thought, since they're from the same village, borrowing it should be fine. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Tian sighed and said, the village chief's cart isn't easy to borrow. His wife only cares about money, and renting the cart costs more than in the city. I have a cart at home. I can fix it up and use it. Why don't you push that one? Lin Weiwei followed Grandpa Tian to his house and saw the old, battered cart in the yard. The wheels and frame were still okay, but the planks on it were broken. Lin Weiwei pushed it a few steps, replacing the broken planks, so it could still be used. Grandpa Tian volunteered. When I was young, I learned carpentry. I built this cart myself. As long as I have wood, I can fix it in a day. Lin Weiwei carried a thick pine log back from the back mountain. Grandpa Tian happily patted the tree trunk and smiled, saying, once I fix the cart, I'll make a table from the remaining wood for you. Times are tough, and everyone is struggling. After breakfast at the Lin family's, he didn't want to waste their hospitality. Seeing only a stone table in their yard, since there was enough wood, he decided to make a heated brick bed for them to use in winter. Today, Lin Weiwei still led a group of elderly, weak women and children to pick wild vegetables nearby. She balanced hunting and gathering. With food in hand, she felt less anxious. As the space in her mind filled with more prey, her worries about the drought gradually eased, and she became calmer. Every time she came down from the mountain, Lin Weiwei would pass by the small forest where the young scholar was reading. The forest was cool and quiet, rarely disturbed, making it a good place for reading. Jiang Mo Han secretly tried to test her. When he saw her leaning close with a playful look, eyes fixed on her book, loudly reciting, in the spring of the 10th year of Yuan Tong, the northern region suffered a great drought, with starving people for miles. Rebel troops disguised as rioters burned, killed, and looted around Anxing Mountain. Lin Weiwei walked past without looking aside, carrying a basket of wild vegetables on her back, while she skillfully used her small shovel.
Jiang Mo Han watched her silently.
If she truly had lived another life like him, she should know about the drought and the 3-year rebellion in the north. Since these events hadn't happened yet, if she was a reborn person, she would have reacted upon hearing this. Lin Weiwei's step stopped. Jiang Mo Han's heart tightened. Had he guessed correctly? She stepped back toward him, winking and teasing, little scholar. What book are you reading? Jiang Mo Han looked at her with complicated eyes and calmly said, a wise person's book. Who are you fooling? My family also has readers. My eldest child studies, reading all those fancy words, waving around like a primary school kid. Come on, stop pretending. I know and I understand. Men, sometimes reading that kind of book is just to relax and is good for the body and mind. Lin Weiwei gave him a knowing look. That kind of book? What book? Jiang Mo Han's forehead was full of question marks. Lin Weiwei leaned closer, nudging him with her shoulder and winking, you know. The kind that men like to read, full of pictures and words, called little yellow books. Jiang Mo Han was numb from her occasional remarks. But this time, his test seemed to have failed again. Was she hiding too well, or was she not what he thought?
But
Where did you hear about little yellow books? And that they are illustrated? Have you seen one? Jiang and Mohan said, unaware that his tone carried some bitterness. No, my family definitely doesn't have that kind of thing, Lin Weiwei denied quickly. In her past life, she had peeked at not only those yellow books but also romantic movies out of curiosity. Of course, she would never admit this in front of the handsome young scholar. Jiang and Mohan ground his teeth, stood up, and looked at her deeply. Better not have any. Oh, no, really, I don't have any. Don't worry, I won't tell Aunt Feng about your reading habits. I'm not that untrustworthy, Lin Weiwei promised, patting her chest. Jiang and Mohan tapped the book in his hand against her face. Lin Weiwei saw the large characters on the cover. The Analects. Maybe she was overthinking. Are those the lines from the Analects he just recited? Yuan Tong. Was there a historical era with that name? Oh, why didn't she study history properly back then? Probably it was all pointless. This seems to be a fictional era, very different from the history she learned. But the Analects are the same as always. Friends coming from afar. Isn't that a joy? Lin Weiwei flips open a page. Although it's in traditional characters, she can still tell this version of the Analects is the same as the one from her past life. Can you read? Jiang Mohan turns around, eyes deep as he looks at her.
I'm smart.
Dehua reads it once, and I get it. Lin Weiwei proudly puffs up, nearly wagging her tail. But you're about to take the imperial exams, and you're still reading the Analects? Read 100 times, and its meaning will reveal itself. The Analects are broad and profound, covering everything. Not just for passing the local exam, but even for the imperial exam, you can't ignore it. Jiang Mohan looks away, still having doubts about her. But his suspicion that she is a reborn person has lessened a lot. Lin Weiwei walks leisurely behind the young scholar, heading down the mountain. Suddenly, she pokes his lower back with her finger. Young scholar, look, your admirers. Every day on the way up and down the mountain, a group of young women and girls pretend to be busy nearby, stealing glances at him now and then. Jiang Mohan walks straight past without looking, but he hears the chatter of the girls. The silly second girl from the Lin family is shameless, bothering Jiang Tongxing again. Exactly.
Did you see?
She just poked Jiang Tongxing with her hand. A frog wishing to eat swan meat. How could Jiang Tongxing like her, this fool? Yeah. Only someone with a thick face would stay. Others would have given up long ago. Hearing the phrase a frog wishing to eat swan meat, Jiang Mohan can't help but think of the chubby girl's comment about a frog with ambition and ideals. Does she also have grand dreams of eating swan meat? Ahem. Why did he suddenly think of that? Whether she's a frog wanting to eat swan meat has nothing to do with him. Really, nothing at all. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei quickens her steps, walking shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Mohan, occasionally turning her head and winking at him, like a mischievous monkey. Jiang Mohan asks calmly, they talk about you like that. Are you not angry? Why get angry? They're just jealous. It means I have something worth being proud of. I won't get mad. I want to get closer to you, so they'll be jealous to death. Don't move. Lin Weiwei's gaze paused on his cheek. She reached out and plucked a leaf from a strand of hair beside his face. From afar, it looked like she was gently touching Jiang Mohan's cheek. This made the village girls feel jealous again. Lin Weiwei deliberately turned her head and smiled proudly at those gritting their teeth girls. Come and bite me. Jiang Mohan secretly shook his head. The chubby girl was full of childishness, hardly like someone who had lived through 2 lives. Maybe he was overthinking it. Still, the strange and awkward feeling she gave off puzzled him a lot. The two of them walked side by side toward the Lin family's place. They saw an older man, over 30, standing at her door, helplessly supporting Grandma Tian. Grandma Tian's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Weiwei. She hurried over on her little feet and said, "Girl, come here. Your big brother is back and brought your favorite snacks.
There's also meat.
Tonight, I'll cook some for you." Tian Fugue quickly followed, supporting the old lady's arm and whispering, "Mom, this is Lin's second girl, not our girl." Grandma Tian got angry, shook off his arm, and patted him a few times. You little brat with a few lousy coins. You don't even recognize your sister.
Get lost.
I won't have you as my son anymore. Fearing she might get too upset, Lin Weiwei hurried over to support Grandma Tian. Grandma, please don't get too upset. Grandma Tian snorted at her son. Our girl is more thoughtful, unlike your big brother, who just knows how to make me angry. Come on, let's go home. I'll get you some good food. It turned out that today someone from the village went to the city and told Grandma Tian that her daughter-in-law had gotten lost on the mountain and was almost eaten by wolves. Tian Fugui hadn't eaten lunch and hurried back anxiously on a donkey cart. Seeing that Grandma Tian was safe and in good spirits, he relaxed but then brought up the old matter. He wanted to take the old couple to live in town. Old man Tian was starting to soften, but Grandma Tian refused stubbornly, wanting to stay with her girl. Her girl was obedient and thoughtful, even making chive pancakes for her. So delicious. Tian Fugui looked helpless. His little sister was his mother's soft spot. If she hadn't gone missing, his mother wouldn't be so confused. But mistaking a neighbor girl for his sister wasn't a big deal. Girl, eat quickly. Don't let your second sister see. Grandma Tian took out a piece of red bean cake, smiling warmly at Lin Weiwei, urging her to eat. Lin Weiwei shyly holds some pastries. They were bought by Uncle Tian for Grandma Tian. Why is she so shy about sharing food with the elderly? Please eat first. If you don't eat, I won't either. Lin Weiwei breaks off a piece and offers it to Grandma Tian. Our girl is so obedient, always thinking of her mother. I'll eat it, and you should too. Grandma Tian eats the red bean cake. It's very sweet. The sweetness stays in her heart. Lin Weiwei bites a small piece, then breaks off another and puts it in Grandma Tian's mouth. They share the cake happily, quickly finishing the entire piece. Old man Tian smiles happily. Usually, the cakes that Fu Gui brings are so good, but Grandma Tian doesn't want to eat them. She waits until they go bad, then I secretly throw them away, and she gets angry. Grandma Tian glares at him. I asked where the cakes I kept for our girl went. Turns out you took them. You're so grown up, yet you still fight over food with your daughter. Old man Tian shrugs. All right, it's my fault. Can we stop arguing? Dad, Mom, you're getting older and no one is taking care of you.
I'm wedded.
Why don't you come live with me in town? Tian Fugui thinks about how Grandma went up the mountain alone. Getting lost is minor, but if she encounters wild animals, she might not even see her last face. That scares him. I won't go anywhere. My girl is where I am. Grandma Tian insists, looking at her son as if he's the villain who tore her family apart. Tian Fugui's eyes turn as he quickly devises a plan. Mom, our girl is already married. No mother lives with her married daughter, right? Come live with me in town. Then, when she goes to the market or shops, she can visit you.
What?
My girl is married? When did that happen? I didn't know. Grandma Tian grabs Lin Weiwei's hand, looking surprised. You forgot? Our girl got lost, and her current mother found her. She's over 20 now. If she doesn't marry soon, she'll be an old maid. Tian Fugui fabricates a nice lie. Grandma Tian starts to cry.
Oh.
My girl has suffered so much these years. It's not suffering. My mother treats me very well. Lin Weiwei quickly comforts her. Grandma Tian holds Lin Weiwei's hand and asks, how is her husband? Is he that thin, fair young man? He doesn't look like he can work. Our girl will suffer if she marries him. Fugui, help your sister find a good job in town.
Ah.
Mom, our girl's future husband will take exams to become a scholar or an official. What's so special about the work we found? You don't worry about it. Tian Fugui looked at Lin Weiwei apologetically and comforted Grandma Tian. Grandma Tian smiled happily. My girl, in the future, she might become a lady of a noble family. Our girl is so lucky. Grandma Tian talked to Uncle Tian. I'll go home and make wild vegetable buns. Remember to come over and eat later. Lin Weiwei found an excuse to leave, wiping away an imaginary cold sweat on her forehead. Oh my, if she kept talking, she and the young scholar would be in trouble. Today, Hunter Wang went to the city to deliver game. Lin Weiwei asked him to bring back 2 jin of fatty meat. She heated the oil, extracted it, and then served a small bowl of oil residue to Xiao Erwa, mixing it with sugar. Sugar mixed with oil residue is a favorite among children. But usually, families don't like to give children this. Xiao Erwa cheered. Second sister is the best. Second sister is my most loved person. Huang smiled and said, "What about mom? Don't you love mom too?" Mom is the most loved person by Erwa. Xiao Erwa quickly pinched a piece of oil residue and politely fed it to Huang. Mom, is it tasty? Tasty, go on, eat over there. Aren't you picking wild vegetables? Huang patted his little bottom and smiled happily. This little guy had gained some weight. His chubby little felt pretty nice. She looked again at the busy girl in the kitchen, feeling like everything was a dream. Her foolish daughter, who had been silly for over 10 years, suddenly got better. The family no longer had to go hungry, and they could eat some meat now, and then to improve their diet. Her eldest son no longer had to worry about his studies. If this was a dream, she hoped she would never wake up. Lin Weiwei rinsed the wild vegetables and soaked them in cold water. Worried they might be bitter, she rinsed them several times. She chopped the oil residue into small pieces and mixed it into the vegetables, then scooped in a spoonful of pork fat and added seasonings. She loved spicy food, so she set aside half and added chili oil. The dough was prepared at noon when Danier came back and kneaded it. Now it had risen. There were many people eating and working at home, so everyone rolled and wrapped quickly. Big, plump buns were ready. They were truly big. Each bun was almost as big as Xiao Erwa's face. The aroma of wild vegetables mixed with the scent of oil residue, making it taste wonderful. Xiao Erwa ate one big bun all by himself, so full he had to ask Huang to rub his stomach. The steamed buns with chili oil had incredibly soft skin, and the filling was fragrant and spicy. Although they were just ordinary wild vegetable buns, Jiang and Mo Han couldn't stop eating. He ate 3 of these large buns in one go before feeling satisfied and stopping. Lin Weiwei, secretly trying to lose weight, ate even more than him. Aunt Feng shook her head constantly. If we keep eating like this, the food in the kitchen will only last another 2 or 3 days. No wonder they say a young boy can make a poor old man broke. If we eat like this all the time, who can support us? Aunt Feng, once our apricot preserves are ready and we sell them, we can use the money to buy more food. We won't have to worry about running out. Seeing that the elderly couple next door hadn't come to eat buns, Lin Weiwei picked 5 big buns and took them over. Grandma Tian was upset with her husband and son, and she hadn't eaten a single bite for dinner. When she saw Lin Weiwei bringing buns over, her face brightened. Our girl is so thoughtful. She knows Mama is still hungry. Unlike your eldest brother, who just knows how to scold me. Lin Weiwei used a damp cloth to wipe her hand and smiled. Try my wild vegetable buns. I added pork fat inside. They smell so good. Grandma Tian picked up a bun, but then put it back. These plain white buns, you brought so many. What about your husband and your in-laws? Won't they say anything? I bought the white flour with my own money, and I picked the wild vegetables myself.
No one can say anything about that.
You just relax and enjoy eating. Lin Weiwei took a hot bun and handed it to her. Grandma Tian's face lit up with a smile. Our girl is so capable, but I can't let you suffer. I have some good white flour in the kitchen. Later, you can take some home. Lin Weiwei shook her head with a smile. No need. We still have plenty of rice and grains at home. After chatting with Grandma Tian for a while, Lin Weiwei said her goodbyes and left. Taking the opportunity, Tian Fugui said, Mother, you stay here. Little sister must be thinking of helping you out. Food is so expensive now. If she stays too long, her in-laws won't like it. That could cause trouble. Why don't you stay with your son in town? If you miss your sister, you can bring her back home for a day or 2. Would that be okay? Grandma Tian looked reluctant, but listened to her son's words.
Well, all right.
We agreed that I'll often bring your sister to stay in town. Tian Fugui felt relieved. Okay. From now on, I'll listen to you, Mother. Whatever you tell me to do, I won't refuse. When they get to town, maybe they won't stay more than a couple of days, and the old lady might forget everything. Besides, when he goes to pick her up, she might not even want to go. Grandma Tian decided to move to town. She packed up everything useful and unnecessary from her home and sent it all to her neighbor Lin Wei. Among the items were clothes that Tian Fugui had given her, which she never wore, and leftover grains from the kitchen, about 20 or 30 jin of mixed coarse and fine grains. Lin Wei felt embarrassed to accept everything and kept refusing. One was determined to give, the other insisted on not taking, and they argued for a long time. Seeing her mother start to cry, Tian Fugui quickly said, "Just take it. You have saved our family's life. Isn't a few jin of grain worth that?" Grandma Tian glared at Jiang and Mo Han in the yard and said, "Your clothes are all torn and not suitable. My clothes may not match you young girls, but they are brand new. Change them and wear them when you go out." Jiang and Mo Han was confused by her glare. What did her clothes have to do with him? Lin Wei held the clothes and explained, "I go up the mountain every day. I don't mind wearing old clothes that might get torn." "All right, Mom knows best," Lin Wei's mother said with a clear mind. "Girl, don't be reluctant to eat or wear. Those who work hard for others often hurt their health. Who will care for you then? Girl, if you often visit Mom in town, I've saved some good things just for you." As she spoke, Grandma Tian started to choke up, hugged Lin Wei, and cried, "Girl, I can't bear to part with you." After much persuasion, Lin Wei and Tian Fugui finally convinced her to leave. The next morning, Lin Wei made 2 fragrant, crispy pancakes suitable for elderly people and saw Grandma Tian off from the village until she couldn't see the donkey cart anymore. Then she returned home. Jiang and Mo Han, who had gone up the mountain after breakfast, saw her and snorted. "Do you really think you're a filial child?" Lin Wei rolled her eyes and said, "If making a mother who loves and misses her daughter feel comforted and supported makes me a filial child for a few days, so be it. Giving someone a rose leaves a fragrance on your hand. If you don't understand that, you've read too many books and become a fool. How dare you call me a fool?" Jiang and Mo Han narrowed his beautiful eyes, full of danger. Lin Wei stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. "I told you. What can you do to me? Don't act like everyone is afraid of your power. A chancellor's stomach can hold a boat, but you, a scholar, haven't even passed the exam and are always thinking of killing this one or that one. Little scholar, if you don't change your attitude and reach a high position, it might not be good for you or for the world." Jiang and Mo Han was slightly moved inside. Lin Wei's words hit his weak spot directly. In her past life, he truly did not care about human lives, viewing all beings like ants. He was a mighty god, and any official he wanted to kill was just a matter of a flick of his finger. His end came with his head and body cut apart. The chubby girl spoke again. "Little scholar, heaven sent me to temper your temper. Get ready to face me."
Huh?
Jiang Mohan's sharp eyes like eagles flashed. "You say, heaven sent you? Are you not from this world? Don't you know? Every girl is a little fairy from the sky. I am the most beautiful and kind one, hee." Lin Weiwei held her fair, delicate face, narcissistically admiring herself. Jiang Mohan stared at her for a long time, then sneered. "Actually, I think the fattest and strongest one fits better."
Jiang. Mo. Han.
Lin Weiwei was so angry she puffed her cheeks and glared. "Believe it or not, I'll you, and hang you on a tree so the village girls and young wives can see your body? Shameless." Jiang Mohan angrily swung his sleeve and stomped toward the mountain. Now, to strengthen his body, he climbed the mountain several times a day. From now on, he would do more. "Fat girl, just wait. You won't escape my grasp," the chief minister. 3 days later, the first batch of apricot jerky was ready. Lady Feng, not talented in cooking, was good at making apricot jerky. The finished product was crystal clear, shining with an alluring gloss, fragrant and sweet, with tender flesh that was slightly crispy near the skin, soft in texture, sweet with a hint of sourness, delicious and refreshing. Lin Weiwei packed half a basket and said to Lady Feng, "I'll go to the town first to check the market and buy some black sugar. In a few days, the peach orchard will be ripe. If it sells well, we'll keep making peach jerky. Lady Feng was confident in her apricot jerky, but now there was a severe drought and many families couldn't even feed themselves. Who had extra money for snacks? But Lin Weiwei saw things differently. People who buy candied fruit are never ordinary folks. Renan Town is not small, and wealthy young masters and Mrs. love to spend money. Otherwise, the drunken immortal restaurant wouldn't be full every day. Lady Feng saw her off at the village entrance and said, "Go early, come back early. If you can't sell it, don't force it." How could it not sell? Their fruit jerky cost much less than others, and the quality was top-notch. It would probably sell out. If Renan Town didn't recognize good products, she would go to Jingyan County to buy grain and expand her market there in a few days. "Little scholar, is there anything you need me to bring back?" Lin Weiwei waved her hand vigorously at Jiang Mohan, who was staggering over. Jiang Mohan slowly approached and left a message. "No need. I can go myself. It's so hot today, just moving around makes me sweat. With your small frame, if you get heat stroke, Aunt Feng will have to take care of you. If you want something, I can bring it back for you." Lin Weiwei still wore her father's old clothes, but they were no longer patched and had been altered to fit her well by Mrs. Huang. She tied her hair up in a bun, and at a glance, she looked like a girl of 16 or 17. "I'm not as weak as you think," Jiang Mohan said, through gritted teeth. Lin Weiwei sighed, worried. "All right, if you feel unwell later, just say so. Don't push yourself. I can still carry your 100 pounds. Jiang Mohan clenched his teeth tightly. "I said I don't need it." Although the sun had just risen from the east, it was already showing its power. Not far away, Jiang Mohan felt sweat on his back and beads forming on his forehead. He irritably fanned himself, looked up, and saw the chubby girl ahead walking further away. She was carrying dozens of pounds of apricots, moving lightly and quickly. Was she still a woman? Lin Weiwei heard the little scholar's footsteps getting farther and stopped to look back at him, encouraging him. "Keep going. We'll be able to catch the ox cart soon. If you can't hold on, just say so. No need to be proud and suffer in silence." Jiang Mohan panted slightly, took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, clenched and relaxed his fists. "I'm fine. No need to worry about me." The chubby girl had no sweat on her face or body, which was strange. Aren't chubby people usually afraid of the heat? Jiang Mohan glanced at Lin Weiwei. Huh? The girl didn't seem that fat anymore. When did she lose weight? "Can you do it? Should I carry you? Otherwise, we'll miss Grandpa Nyo's ox cart at Xiaozhong village." Lin Weiwei took the bamboo basket off her back, held it in her hand, and slightly bent her knees, stopping in front of him. Feeling insulted, Jiang Mohan angrily bypassed her and quickened his pace forward. A surge of anger supported him, and he moved faster than before. When they reached the fork in the road, they just caught up with the ox cart from Xiaozhong village. There weren't many people on the cart. Jiang Mohan sat on it, fanning himself hard. Not just because of the heat, but because he was holding back a fire inside. Originally, Lin Weiwei disliked the slow speed of the ox cart and didn't want to ride it. The young scholar's face was flushed, and he looked unsteady, making me worried he might be overheated or something. I followed him onto the ox cart and sat beside him. "Here, you've been sweating a lot. Drink some water to rehydrate," Lin Weiwei said, opening the bamboo tube she brought and handing it to the young scholar. Jiang Mohan didn't refuse and gulped down the water quickly. After drinking, the heat and frustration in his heart seemed to disappear instantly, and he felt refreshed. He glanced at the bamboo tube and asked hesitantly, "What kind of water is this?" "Fairy water," Lin Weiwei replied with a mischievous smile. Jiang Mohan gave her a faint look, almost wanting to splash water on her face. Lin Weiwei quickly took back her bamboo tube, took a couple of sips, and said, "This is salt sugar water. Drinking it in summer can boost your energy and prevent heat stroke." When she held up the bamboo tube, Jiang Mohan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He had already drunk the water. That mischievous girl. How could she do that? It was almost like he was sure he had heat stroke. Why were his ears so hot? Lin Weiwei looked at him and used a damp cloth to wipe his neck. "Why are your ears red? Are they hot? Let me wipe them." Jong Mo-hun quickly moved to the side and snatched her cloth away. I'll do it myself. At that moment, the ox cart suddenly jolted violently, probably hitting something. Jong Mo-hun lost his balance and fell onto Lin Weiwei. He hurriedly braced himself on the cart's side, his nose nearly touching hers. Lin Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a voice inside her shouted happily, "Huh, the cart just bumped." What a great surprise. The heat on Jong Mo-hun's face flared up instantly, his fair skin turning like a cooked crab. He struggled to sit up again, but with another jolt of the cart, he lost his balance and fell toward Lin Weiwei once more. Looking at the handsome face of the young scholar and his tempting lips, Lin Weiwei felt as if they were moving in slow motion, getting closer and closer. A little bunny in her heart was about to jump out. Oh, she was so excited. Could her first kiss be coming unexpectedly now? Just as their lips were about to meet, Jong Mo-hun suddenly turned his face away, and his cheek pressed heavily against Lin Weiwei's lips. Oh, what a pity, Lin Weiwei thought. Jong Mo-hun struggled to get up, his face red all the way to his neck. He turned his back to Lin Weiwei, unsure of how to react. The others on the cart were also tossed about, some bumped foreheads, others grabbed each other's arms. No one noticed what was happening between them. Otherwise, Jong Mo-hun might just explode. The two remained silent for a long time. Lin Weiwei looked at the back of his head, and from the redness of his ears, she could imagine how embarrassed he was. Oh dear, did she accidentally tease the little scholar too much? Cough. Little scholar, do you want some water? Lin Weiwei tentatively asked. Jong Mo-hun remembered how they had shared a bamboo tube, with their lips touching to drink water, and the heat on his face gradually faded, but then surged back again. He thought very mischievously, does that girl not understand, or is she doing it on purpose? No, women usually suffer from these things. How could he think such things about a young girl? She's already so grown up. Has the Lin family's aunt never taught her about the differences between men and women? Lin Weiwei made a few more small talk, but the little scholar refused to turn around. He kept facing her with the back of his head all the way until the ox cart entered Renan town. Lin Weiwei jumped off the cart, holding a bamboo basket in one hand, and reached out her hand to the little scholar. Jong Mo-hun's face finally returned to normal. He glared at Lin Weiwei, ignored her hand, and got off the carriage himself. How could a girl's hand be casually held by someone? I remember, there's a shop in the middle of this street that sells cakes and candied fruits. Let's go ask there, Lin Weiwei said, carrying her bamboo basket and looking at Jong Mo-hun with a questioning gaze. The silly girl had only been to the town a few times. She shouldn't be tricked by dishonest merchants. Jong Mo-hun wanted to escape from her side, but he still nodded and accompanied her on this trip. Lin Weiwei first wandered around the shop. Perhaps because of the drought this year, they didn't have many kinds of dried fruits, and their quality was far inferior to theirs. Feeling confident, Lin Weiwei asked the young shop assistant, "Where's your shopkeeper? Is this all your dried fruits and candied fruits?" The young assistant glanced at her clothes and thought she couldn't afford the dried fruits and impatiently said, "That's all we have. Is that enough for you to buy? Are you going to buy or not? If not, get out of here and don't block our business. I have a deal I want to discuss with your shopkeeper. Could you please go and inform him?" Lin Weiwei silently repeated in her mind, "Be polite and make money. Don't get angry. Don't get angry." The young assistant pouted and pushed her out, saying, "Our shopkeeper isn't someone you can see easily. Go, go, go." "Xiao Mu, is this how you treat guests?" The shopkeeper came out behind a young man dressed in fine clothes, scolding the young assistant. The young man in fine clothes saw the handsome figure beside Lin Weiwei and smiled, saying, "Guest? A poor person who relies on copying books for ink and paper. How could they possibly afford our Wuji's preserved fruits? Hey, you two beggars, get out of here right now. Xiao Wei, there's no shortage of people looking down on others everywhere. Let's go. Even if they want to do business with us, they won't anymore." Jong Mo-hun appears calm on the surface, but inside, he's eager to skin Wu Bo alive. In his past life, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been unconscious for months, and his mother wouldn't have. The source of his downfall was this very person. Lin Weiwei doesn't know what grudges the young scholar and the young man in fancy clothes have. From the way he clenches the fan's ribs with a creaking sound, she can tell he's angry. She doesn't say anything, simply picks up her bamboo basket and turns to leave without hesitation. Wu Bo quickly grabs her basket, smiling mischievously. "Oh, our talented young scholar, you look down on us merchants. Huh? Now you're reduced to doing business with a candy shop? Let go." Lin Weiwei pinches his wrist with. Wu Bo's face turns a sickly green as his wrist feels a sharp pain, as if it might break at any moment. He refuses to admit defeat in front of Jiang Mohan, sweating coldly from the pain but biting his lip and holding on tight. He manages to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Let go. If you release my basket, I'll let go of you." Lin Weiwei adds more force. Now Wu Bo has no choice but to loosen his grip, feeling like his hand isn't even his anymore. Lin Weiwei throws the basket onto her back and pulls her hand away from his wrist, as if afraid he might carry some virus. She vigorously wipes her hand on her clothes. "Well done." Jiang Mohan's beautiful eyes sparkle with a smile. Wu Bo, furious and embarrassed, shouts at the shop's workers and his own servants. "What are you all standing there for? Beat them hard. If you kill the young master, I'll cover for you." 2 young servants and 4 or 5 workers, like a pack of fierce dogs, rush toward Lin Weiwei and Jiang Mohan. Lin Weiwei quickly stuffs the basket into the young scholar's arms. After a series of loud crashes, people on the streets see figures flying out of Wuji's pastry shop, stacked like a human pyramid. Lin Weiwei claps her hands, wearing a mischievous smile, and slowly approaches Wu Bo. Wu Bo's face shows panic, and he nervously says, "What? What do you want to do?" "I tell you." Before he can finish, his belt tightens, and he's lifted into the air, landing precisely on the top of the human pyramid. The workers and servants below let out a chorus of wails. "So, what do you think? Have you vented your anger?" Lin Weiwei took the bamboo basket again and walked down the street toward another candied fruit shop. Jiang Mohan's lips curled into a slight smile, but he said, "Unfortunately, I didn't let Wu Bo see blood. If you're angry inside but don't show it, we can wait for a chance to hide in the shadows and catch him off guard. With all these people watching, if the officials come, it would cause unnecessary trouble." Lin Weiwei looked at him curiously. "By the way, do you have a grudge against that show-off?" "Show-off?" Wu Bo was dressed extravagantly, just like a peacock spreading its feathers. Jiang Mohan wanted to laugh, but held back. "Last time, he was the one who brought people to beat me."
"What?"
"No way. Here, take this. I'll go beat him so badly he won't recognize himself." It was that guy who almost disfigured the handsome young scholar and caused a serious concussion. Lin Weiwei's fiery temper couldn't stand this. Jiang Mohan almost couldn't hold her back. His anger eased a bit because of her attitude. "Aren't you worried about causing trouble? He hurt you like that, it's a huge problem. I have to stand up for you. Let go, don't stop me." "I want to ask, with such a pretty face, how could he bring himself to do that?" Lin Weiwei rolled up her sleeves, her small round face full of anger. "Jiang Mohan." He pulled and coaxed her, finally making her give up on revenge. Oh, it was more tiring than walking 10 miles from the ditch to the town. Seeing his fair face flush red and sweat dripping down, Lin Weiwei quickly grabbed his fan and fanned him vigorously. "Let me help you sit in the shade. Drink some water, hydrate." The sweaty young scholar looked even more tempting. Jiang Mohan drank most of the water from the bamboo tube, wiped the sweat from his face, and said to her, "I just look thin. I'm not sick. Can you stop treating me like fragile porcelain? It makes me feel useless. In my eyes, you are that priceless blue and white porcelain." Lin Weiwei felt that the scene described in blue and white porcelain was nowhere near as beautiful as this handsome young scholar right in front of her. Blue and white porcelain? What's that? A very precious kind of ceramic? He had never heard of it. In his previous life, he had treasures in the Prime Minister's mansion that outnumbered the national treasury. There was no way he hadn't heard of priceless treasures. As Jiang Mohan walked forward full of questions, He suddenly heard the chubby girl behind him singing strangely, "Sky blue waits for the misty rain, while I wait for you." A thin curl of smoke rises into the sky, crossing the river for thousands of miles. I imitate the elegant style of ancient Chinese calligraphy on the bottom of a bottle, as if I am setting the stage for meeting you. What a mess of words. Although the lyrics sound poetic when listened to carefully, this girl doesn't seem shy at all. She's singing such bold words. Lin Weiwei, that's still modest. I have even bolder ones. Do you want to hear?
Hey.
Isn't that the second girl from the Lin family? Tian Fugue's voice is full of surprise. You came to town. Why not visit our home? My mother has been in town these days, mentioning you many times. I'm almost tired of hearing your name. Lin Weiwei smiles and shows her white teeth. Uncle Tian, what a coincidence. I just finished selling dried apricots.
I'll go see Grandma Tian now.
Dried apricots? Did you make them?
Can I see?
Tian Fugue isn't just a shopkeeper in town. He manages a store that sells snacks, candies, and treats. They used to sell preserved fruits and candied fruits, but now the good quality ones are too expensive, and the less expensive ones aren't popular with wealthy customers. Fewer varieties mean fewer customers. He's eager to find good sources of supplies. Lin Weiwei takes a bag of dried apricots from her bamboo basket, made by Aunt Foam, using wild apricots from our mountain. They taste really good. Uncle Tian, try some. Tian Fugue looks at them. Golden yellow like high-quality jade, clear and shiny, emitting a tempting sweet aroma. They look like top-quality products.
Oh.
These are made with white sugar. Tian Fugue, who has been doing business in town for years, has good eyes. How do you plan to sell them? The best preserved fruits from her previous employer couldn't compare to these in Lin Weiwei's hands. As long as the price isn't too high, convincing the boss shouldn't be a problem. Lin Weiwei has already calculated her costs. The apricots are free from the mountain, and she made the sugar herself using black sugar, which is much cheaper than buying white sugar. The cost of a pound of dried apricots is about 50 cents. To be cautious, she asks Tian Fugue, Uncle Tian, how much do you usually sell this kind of fruit for in your shop? Jiang Maxian raises an eyebrow. Does this girl not understand the basics of business? Asking the buyer's price. Won't the seller try to lower it? She's too naive. If it were someone else, Tian Fugue wouldn't tell the truth. Since Lin Weiwei saved his mother's life, and he's a filial son, he naturally wouldn't cheat his benefactor. Besides, no matter how much profit he makes from the dried apricots, he can't earn an extra coin of his wages. Why hurt himself for a little gain? Tian Fugue thinks it's inappropriate to discuss this openly on the street, so he says, let's go to the shop and talk. This snack shop is quite large, with 2 storefronts. However, business seems a bit slow, and the 2 young clerks inside look almost bored to death. Honestly, the quality of these dried fruits is good. Last year, at this time, the cost was 200 coins per jean. Since you're working with someone on this deal, and considering the special circumstances this year, I can set the price at 280 coins per jean. Do you think that's acceptable? Tian Fugue believes he still has some respect in front of his boss, so he can negotiate. A jean of good pork now costs only about 50 coins. A jean of dried fruit costs more than 5 jean of pork. Clearly, wealthy people's shopping habits are not easy for poor folks to understand.
Wow.
Manager Tian, do you have new stock? These apricots look good. I'll take 2 jean. A short, chubby middle-aged man walks in from outside. Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? Tian Fugue greets warmly. I recently took a new concubine. She's pregnant, but she says her mouth tastes bland. She wants to eat some sweet preserved fruits to satisfy her cravings. I just came from Wu shop, but their prices are half a tael of silver per jean, and the quality isn't right. Your apricots look tempting. Please, give me 2 jean. He then slaps a little over a tael of silver on the counter. Tian Fugue looks a bit hesitant and glances at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei picks up the scale on the counter, hands it to him with a smile, and helps serve the customer. Our apricots are bright in color, sweet in taste, high quality, and affordable. Since you're a regular customer, I'll give you a special price of half a tael of silver per jean. Mr. Wang's chubby face beams like a Buddha. praising repeatedly. Manager Tian, is this your new employee? Not bad. You're quite good at business. Tian Fugui weighs out 2 jin of apricots, checks a silver, about 1 tael and 2 chien, and prepares to give change. Mr. Wang generously waves his hand, saying, the rest of the silver is a tip for your young clerk. Lin Weiwei clicks her tongue and comments, rich people are really different. 2 chien of silver is over 200 coins, and they just say no problem. Soon after, 2 more regular customers enter and immediately request to buy apricots. It turns out that shortly after Mr. Wang left, he met these 2 and enthusiastically recommended the shop's dried fruits.
Wow.
Even before negotiating the price, they've already bought 5 or 6 jin. Tian Fugui beams happily and nods. Nair, your apricots are 300 coins per jin. Whatever we have, we'll take. Jiang and Mo Han frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. She kept saying that Gu Nian had saved her life, but when selling apricots, she only asked for half a tael of silver, and the price was only 300 coins. Since the apricots for the apricot preserves were free, and the sugar was processed, this price meant they earned only about 40 or 50 coins per jin. The roasted snack shop only had a storefront, but their profit per jin was 4 or 5 times higher. Lin Weiwei was very happy with this price because she knew that retail prices are usually double the wholesale prices. In her past life, some clothing items sold at several times their cost price, and even during seasonal discounts, they still made a profit. Uncle Tian's price was fair. If it were Wu Ji's shopkeeper, even if he argued all day, he probably wouldn't give such a good price. Today, Lin Weiwei only brought about 20 jin of apricot preserves, which Tian Fugui had kept back. Seeing that it was already noon, Tian Fugui warmly invited her to his house for a meal. There was no choice. His mother kept insisting every day to see her daughter. Since Lin Ernie had finally come to town, not taking her back to see her mother would probably cause a big fuss. Mother, look who's here? Tian Fugui took some sunflower seeds and candies from the shop and stuffed them into Lin Weiwei's bamboo basket for her to take home and share with her brother. As soon as they entered the house, Tian Fugui shouted loudly. Tian Fugui's wife came out of the kitchen and saw her husband with a pair of young girls and boys behind him, looking confused. Shufan, where is mother? Tian Fugui asked. His wife sighed and pointed to the room where her parents lived. They're arguing again, saying they want to pack up and go back to Shirley Go. Father is trying to calm them down. Mother, daughter has come to see you. Tian Fugui hurried to his parents' room. When he entered, he saw his mother sitting on the kong, wiping tears from her eyes. Grandma Tian suddenly stood up from the kong, her tears not yet dry, and a smile appeared on her face. Really? Daughter is here? My girl is so filial, unlike her older brother, who only knows how to make me angry. Her older brother, Tian Fugui. Grandma Tian. Is life in town still good? Lin Weiwei knew she was coming to visit Grandma Tian, so she brought a package of apricot preserves that weren't too dry and were soft and sticky as a gift. Grandma Tian smiled happily. Child, why did you bring anything? Oh, these are fruit preserves. Such precious things. Our daughter is truly a filial child. Suddenly, she changed the topic and began criticizing her son. Living in town is no good at all. Your older brother won't let me visit you, and he always makes it hard for you to get things. I'm so angry, I could almost explode. I don't need anything, don't worry about me, she replied. The younger ones are respectful to you, so you just enjoy your meals. If you eat, it's like I'm eating too. Lin Weiwei saw Grandma Tian take out a pack of snacks from the cabinet and quickly tried to persuade her. Grandpa Tian also chimed in, Look, Yaden said the same thing, right? Mom, hot weather snacks shouldn't be left out. You need to eat them quickly before they spoil. I bought some just for her, so you don't need to save any for her. Now you're acting like the big brother. Grandma Tian divided a piece of the snack and gave it to Lin Weiwei, then ate a piece herself. After thinking for a moment, she handed the oil paper package to Grandpa Tian. Go ahead, share it with the children. Although Grandpa Tian managed a snack shop and earned a limited monthly salary, He had 5 children to support plus 2 elderly parents, so the burden wasn't light. Usually, the children rarely got to enjoy snacks or treats. The youngest child, who was about the same age as Lin's second child, took the snack and ran over to thank Grandma sweetly. Grandma Tian smiled and said, "You should also thank your Aunt Yaden. She brought some candied fruit. Your older brothers and sisters can all try some." The little one ran outside, and soon, the small room was filled with children of all ages. The eldest child in the Tian family, about the same age as Lin Weiwei, looked curiously at Grandma's frequent mention of her little aunt. How could the little aunt be so much younger than her father? Could it be that Grandma had a secret daughter born late in life? No wonder she had been thinking about her all these years. At noon, Lin Weiwei didn't plan to stay for lunch at the Tian family's house, but Grandma Tian and Uncle Tian were too hospitable. They insisted she and the young scholar stay. During the meal, Grandma Tian kept piling meat onto the young scholar's plate. "Eat more. Men should be a bit chubby and strong, so they can support a family." "Son-in-law, how many acres of land do you have? How many brothers do you have? Have you divided the land yet?" Jiang Mofin stared deeply at the fatty slices in his bowl. Grandma Tian's cooking was as good as Lady Feng's. No matter how good the ingredients, they only reached a level of being cooked enough to eat. The fatty slices were thick, greasy, and lacked flavor, making it hard for his picky taste to swallow. Suddenly, Grandma Tian's call of son-in-law almost made him choke. Who was her son-in-law? When did he become her son-in-law? Lin Weiwei stifled a laugh and said to Grandma Tian, "He is a scholar. He studies at the town's academy and has already become a child student. If he takes the next exam, he will be a successful candidate." "Oh, my girl is so lucky to marry a successful candidate. Good, really good." Grandma Tian leaned in to carefully look at the young scholar, as if a mother-in-law finding her son-in-law more and more interesting. Jiang Mofin's face was cold. He couldn't believe he had unknowingly become someone else's son-in-law. "Is this really okay? Did they ask for my opinion?" After leaving the Tian family, Jiang Mofin finally couldn't hold back. "How come I didn't know I became someone else's son-in-law?" Lin Weiwei quickly patted his head to comfort him. "Oh, Grandma Tian isn't quite right in the head. I'm not her daughter after all. Let's just do a good deed today and make the old lady happy. Come on, let's go see if there's any meat left at the meat stall. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight to soothe your wounded heart. Okay?" Jiang Mofin remained expressionless, but obediently followed her toward the meat stall. He didn't get angry, not because of the meat, but because he was doing a good deed. Haha, the notorious cold-hearted prime minister suddenly so kind. At the meat stall, all the meat was sold out, leaving only a pig's head and a rack of ribs. Lin Weiwei bought them all. The pig's head was hard to prepare, and the ribs had more bones than meat, so common people didn't like to buy them. They were much cheaper than regular meat. Jiang Mofin watched her stuff the pig's head into the basket, showing disgust. "Why buy a pig's head? There's no ritual or anything to eat." Braised pig's head is fragrant, sticky, and tasty, not greasy. The pig's ears are crispy and delicious, and the tender cheeks and jaw are soft and smooth without being greasy. Soft and tasty, I never get tired of eating it. Lin Weiwei's own mouth was watering just talking about it. Tonight, braised pig's head it is. The pig's head looked quite creepy, and Jiang Mofin didn't want to look at it again, secretly vowing he wouldn't try a bite no matter how tempting it sounded. But by evening, he quickly ate his words. "Where are you going?" Jiang Mofin couldn't help asking when he saw Lin Weiwei heading in the opposite direction from the town exit. Lin Weiwei covered the bamboo basket with a layer of oil paper. Actually, she was secretly sneaking the pig's head and ribs into her space, using the oil paper as a cover. The weather was hot. Leaving the meat out for a couple of hours would spoil it, right? In her space, the injured wild wolf Gray watched the suddenly appearing pig's head and ribs calmly. He was used to it now. He walked over, sniffed the meat, then distanced himself with a look of disdain. Lin Weiwei, with her charming crescent moon smile, looked at the young scholar and said, "Going to prepare the seasoning." "You're so picky about your mouth. If you don't show some ability, how can I keep you looking smooth and shiny?" Jiang Mohan's face was stern. Don't think I can't hear you insulting me. Looking smooth and shiny, do you think I raise pigs? Oh, you're so clever. You figured that out. Lin Weiwei grinned playfully. You little brat. Do you really think I, the Prime Minister, am afraid to face you? Young scholar, hurry up. If we don't catch the ox cart soon, we'll have to walk back. I'm fine, but I'm worried about you. Lin Weiwei ignored his gloomy face and, like a lucky cat, waved her paw at him. Jiang Mohan felt a tight feeling in his chest, stuck between anger and frustration. Should he fight? He couldn't win. Should he scold? As a man, he couldn't really curse at a woman. In the end, he just snorted loudly through his nose, like a proud little peacock, and strode past Lin Weiwei with his head held high. Over here, young scholar, you've walked past. Lin Weiwei said with a hint of a smile. Jiang Mohan looked over and saw the chubby girl stopping at the pharmacy door, looking confused. Didn't I just get medicine for your mother?
Who's sick?
Are you feeling unwell? Lin Weiwei gave him a mysterious smile and told the shopkeeper, 8.5 liang of star anise, 2 liang of Sichuan pepper, 2 liang of nutmeg, 1 liang of bay leaves, 1.5 liang of dried tangerine peel, 1.5 liang of fennel, ground into powder. The doctor who was examining patients looked over and asked, Young man, who prescribed this recipe? I wonder what symptoms it matches. Lin Weiwei smiled and said, This recipe isn't for treating illness. It's for foot soaking and health maintenance. Yes, for health. The doctor, hearing this, thought it was a secret family recipe and didn't press further, but he remained puzzled. Foot soaking? Does it need to be ground into powder? Why not just boil the herbs into a soup? Lin Weiwei then asked the shopkeeper to weigh some star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and bay leaves, and wrap them in small cloth bags. It looked quite like something for foot soaking. Grinding these medicinal ingredients into powder would take some time. Jiang Mohan planned to go to the bookstore across the street to look around. Lin Weiwei wanted to follow, but when she caught a glimpse of a drunken figure leaving the restaurant across the street, she quietly followed behind. Young master, be careful of your steps. Wu Bo's servant saw his master wobbling as he walked forward and nervously reached out to help. Wu Bo forcefully swung his sleeve and nearly fell himself. Get out of the way. I need to meet Xiao, Jiao Jiao. Don't follow and block my way. Then he threw a silver ingot to the servant. Go play by yourself. Don't ruin your young master's good fortune. Go, go. Wu Bo saw a young girl, only 13, in plain clothes on Pingy Alley and planned to take advantage of his drunkenness to get her. Just thinking about her delicate, white face, shy expression, soft voice, and tender body made him feel hot inside. In his eager mood, he took a small path, staggering toward a deep alley in the northern city. As he passed a quiet alley, suddenly everything went dark, and he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He struggled desperately but was held down and beaten hard, with no strength to fight back. At first, he cursed and threatened, but eventually he had to beg for mercy. The attacker showed no mercy and, after finishing, kicked his leg until it broke, then walked away. Wu Bo, with a broken leg, lay like a dead dog in the dark alley, waiting until he could remove the cloth bag from his head. The attacker was long gone. Not only was his leg broken, but 2 ribs in his chest were also fractured, and he lost 2 front teeth. His face was swollen and purple, looking like a pig's head. The alley was remote, and after lying on the ground crying out for a long time, no one passed by. Finally, he had to crawl out of the alley before someone found him and took him to a clinic. Jiang Mohan learned that Wu Bo was beaten badly and had a cloth bag over his head when they were leaving the town. He instinctively looked at Lin Weiwei. She hadn't been at the pharmacy after coming out of the bookstore, and it took her a while to return.
Could it be that?
Lin Weiwei blinked at him, touched her face, and said proudly, Little scholar, am I more beautiful again? So beautiful that you can't take your eyes off me? Jiang Mohan's brow furrowed slightly. Her shamelessness had reached an unmatched level. He glanced over her face. The chubby girl had become thinner, her face still round but a bit smaller than over a month ago. Her crescent-shaped, cheerful eyes looked lively. Her skin hadn't darkened or thickened from frequent mountain trips. Her small nose was cute and upturned. When she wrinkled her nose, she looked especially playful, still pretty, but far from a perfect beauty. "Did you do it?" Jiang Mohan asked calmly.
What?
Lin Weiwei turned her face to look at him. "Are you talking about Wu Bo being beaten? Do you think that's possible?" The victim said the attacker was very tall and strong, able to pin him down with one hand. "It must have been a tall, muscular man over 7 feet. Look at my small, weak body. How could I match that? A frail little body?" Jiang Mohan glanced at her with a sharp, handsome eye. "You're overthinking." Although she had become a bit thinner than before, she was still far from being fragile. Besides, with her strength, she could easily carry away a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds. Beating up a drunken, lazy bag of flesh was also a piece of cake for her. Forget it. If she doesn't want to admit it, that's fine. The chubby girl and Wu Bo didn't have any real grudge. She was just standing up for him. Jiang Mohan felt a little moved, but mostly helpless and frustrated. He, a proud man, needed a little girl to stand up for him. At this stage, he had no money, no helpers. Sigh. A scholar is truly useless. When they returned home, it was already dusk. Mrs. Feng and Mrs. Huang were in the kitchen making apricot preserves. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Feng came out. Her bright eyes looked at her with a hint of expectation. "How did it go? Was it smooth?" "Smooth. The apricot preserves Mrs. Feng made are top quality. Someone paid 300 coins for a jean. Just today, I sold 7 taels of silver worth of it. I earned 6 taels of silver," Lin Weiwei happily reported. Mrs. Feng's heart finally felt at ease. Recently, she had made nearly 100 jean of apricot preserves. She had been worried they wouldn't sell, which made her anxious and lost her appetite and sleep. Hearing that she found a market and the price was higher than expected, she let out a big sigh of relief. At this moment, Xiao Erwa ran out from the backyard, excitedly shouting, "Second sister, big, white-head babies. No fur on the little rabbits, red and chubby, like little mice." Lin Weiwei put down her bamboo basket and followed him to the rabbit hut in the backyard. Sure enough, the mother rabbit named Big White was lying under her, with several red, plump little ones. Lin Weiwei counted carefully. There were 8. In the rabbit pen, the few wild rabbits that had been there earlier had grown to about a jean under Xiao Erwa's careful care. The wild rabbits scattered in different corners of the pen jumped over happily when they saw Xiao Erwa. One mischievous little rabbit even hopped onto his foot and chewed his pants. Xiao Erwa gently picked the naughty little rabbit away. He carefully opened the rabbit house and placed some fresh rabbit grass into the mother rabbit's mouth. The mother rabbit calmly chewed with her 3 lips, showing she was used to the 2 humans watching her and her babies. When Xiao Erwa came in, he immediately held his mouth close to the bamboo rabbit house door, waiting to be fed. Unfortunately, Xiao Erwa's attention was all on the baby rabbits, and he had completely forgotten about his role as the rabbit dad. The family's rabbit herd had grown larger, all thanks to Xiao Erwa. Lin Weiwei gently patted his little head and smiled, saying, "Tonight, we'll make sweet and sour ribs to reward our big hero." The ribs Lin Weiwei bought weighed about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. She chose small pork ribs, cut them into pieces about 5 centimeters long, blanched them in boiling water to remove blood foam, then placed them in a basin. She added salt, Sichuan pepper, yellow wine, and green onion, steamed them until cooked, and then took them out. Next, she heated oil until very hot, fried the steamed ribs until golden brown, and took them out. The final step was making the caramel sauce, which was the most important part. She heated oil until about 60% hot, added sugar, and slowly cooked it until it turned a caramel color. Then she added fresh broth, put in the fried ribs, and simmered until the sauce thickened. When the sauce was nearly done, she added vinegar. When the ribs looked shiny and glossy, she was ready to serve. She sprinkled sesame seeds on top, and a plate of bright, glossy and oily sweet and sour ribs was ready. Xiao Erwa, dinner's ready. Go call Aunt Feng and Mom to eat. Lin Weiwei pinched a rib, blew on it, and fed it to the little glutton. Xiao Erwa chewed on the sweet and sour ribs, his face lighting up. His second sister had cooked something new again, so delicious. The young scholar was trembling on the ladder, helping Mrs. Foam hang the freshly cooked apricots on the tiles of the Lin family roof to dry. The roof had plenty of sunlight, which could speed up the drying process, but they had to watch out for birds pecking at the fruit. The two families sat around a stone table, which was filled with a big plate of sweet and sour ribs, braised eggplant, and stir-fried cucumber. Jiang Mohan took a piece of ribs for Mrs. Foam and started eating. The sweet and sour ribs looked shiny and amber-colored, perfectly satisfying the color aspect. One bite of the ribs revealed tender meat, fragrant and moist, with a sweet and sour rich flavor that made everyone's mouth water. Even the picky Jiang Mohan couldn't find any fault with this plate of ribs. These eggplants taste very different. Jiang Mohan quickly noticed the unique flavor of the braised eggplants. Lin Weiwei looked proud and said, I added my secret 5-spice powder to the eggplants and stir-fried cucumbers. How do you like it? Is that the same spice mix you buy at the pharmacy? They almost missed the ox cart while waiting for the spices to be ground into powder. Yes, those spices were bought at the pharmacy, a bit pricey. But compared to how tasty the food is, spending money on them is totally worth it. Jiang and Mo Han couldn't help but ask, how do you know this? I'm smart. Lin Weiwei grinned and playfully avoided the question. Jiang and Mo Han asked back, am I not smart? Why don't I know this? Didn't your books say? Specialize in your skills. You focus on studying, and I focus on exploring delicious food. Don't ask more, or you'll see that I'm smarter. The cleverness I lacked in the past 10 years is now all coming back to me, and it's doubled my smartness. Lin Weiwei gave him a knowing look. No, I don't understand. Who am I fooling? Do you really believe that explanation? Lin Weiwei squinted her crescent-shaped eyes. So, what if I don't believe? What can you do about it? Jiang and Mo Han's gaze darkened. One day, I will peel off that layer of skin on you. Their eyes exchanged sharp words, but it didn't slow down their speed in eating ribs. The 5 of them, including a child, finished over 3 jean of sweet and sour ribs and 2 plates of vegetables completely. Lin Weiwei rubbed her belly and sighed contentedly. Eating too much tonight will make me gain weight. No, I need to go water the crops in the field and run up the mountain a couple of times to burn off some energy. Mrs. Huang scolded with a smile. You, always causing trouble. Others want to gain weight, but you keep shouting about losing weight every day. That's because they aren't fat. Lin Weiwei looked a little resentful, tugging at her chubby face. Sigh. When will this bun face turn into a slender face? Big sister Lin couldn't help but tease her. You're fat, and it's because you eat too much. Wasting so much grain, gaining all this weight, and then trying to lose it. Such fussing. You don't do much all day, and you eat a lot. Isn't that wasting food? Why don't you say I earn more than I spend? Always picking fights and looking for trouble, Lin Weiwei wouldn't spoil her. Every time the sisters argued, Big sister started the trouble, and she always ended up losing. No way around it, can't win the fight or the words, so she had to swallow her anger. Mrs. Huang saw her daughter carrying a water bucket to the field and wanted to help, but Lin Weiwei stopped her. Carrying water takes a long mountain walk. If you go, I'll worry about you falling or getting tired. Just stay safe at home and don't cause trouble. That's the best help. Mom, stay at home and rest. I'll go help second sister. Big sister Lin, annoyed that Weiwei had just called her lazy, grabbed a pole and a water bucket and headed out the door. She followed, but how could Lin Weiwei still lazily take water from her space? She showed a small fox-like smile and said to Lin Danny, Last time I saved Grandma Tian, I found a pack of wild dogs. If I had arrived a little later, Grandma Tian might have. Little scholar, do you know what wild dogs are best at? They are good at digging into the back. They wait for a chance to bite the prey's rear, tearing out its intestines and internal organs. All of that. As she spoke, she stared at Lin Danny's backside with her wicked eyes. On such a hot day, Lin Danny shivered from her words. She threw down her bamboo pole and pointed at Lin Weiwei's nose. Lin,
Ni.
are you deliberately trying to annoy me? I'm just giving a friendly warning. Lin Weiwei pushed her hand away, grabbed her water bucket, and walked up the mountain without looking back. Angrily, Lin Danny stomped her feet in place. Lin Weiwei hummed a song as she headed up the mountain in the glow of sunset. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She turned around and saw the handsome young scholar calmly following behind her. What are you following me for? Go back. Shoo, shoo. Lin Weiwei hurriedly shooed him down the mountain, like she was chasing chicks. Jiang Mohan held a folding fan in one hand and his back with the other, walking gracefully past her up the mountain. What's the matter? Only you are allowed to carry water to irrigate the fields and use up your strength, and not me to take a walk on the mountain trail to digest my food? Did you buy this mountain path?
Fine.
You take your time wandering, take your time digesting. Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him and cheerfully headed toward the mountain pond. As she walked, she hummed, outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky, evening breeze brushes the willows, the flute's sound fades, sunset beyond the mountains. Her clear and melodious singing echoed softly through the wide mountain space. With the fiery orange sunset, gentle evening breeze, and rustling leaves, her song floated in the air. Who are you really? Where did you come from? Jiang Mohan's voice carried a hint of coldness as he looked sharply at the figure ahead. Lin Weiwei's steps seemed frozen, stopping in place. Then she slowly turned around, bowing her head deeply to her chest, then lifting it little by little. Her eyes rolled upward, showing only whites, as she tried to lower her voice and create a spooky atmosphere. I am a vengeful ghost returning from the underworld, here to eat handsome young scholars who are alone. Do you dare to be afraid? Stop making things up. Jiang Emo Han looked at her calmly and without any waves. His handsome, delicate face seemed to glow in the sunset, like a shining light that made people want to rush toward it like moths to a flame.
How?
You don't believe me? Lin Weiwei's eyes rolled as she stretched out her small, white hand. If you don't believe, touch my hand and see if it feels like ice. She thought that, with a bit of scholarly pride and a touch of naive innocence, the young scholar wouldn't dare to touch a girl's hand. But before she finished speaking, her hand was already gently held by a warm, dry hand with slender, even fingers. Her expression froze, and she swallowed her words in shock. It's hot. Jiang Emo Han looked at the girl who seemed to be caught in a trap, her hand still in his, and felt a little proud. His eyes held a smile, but he kept a calm face. He seemed to have found a way to get through to her. Lin Weiwei froze for a few seconds, quickly pulled back her hand, covered her face, and shyly and nervously said to the young scholar, "You're mean. Touching someone's hand means you have to take responsibility." "Okay. I take responsibility." Jiang Emo Han interrupted her again, watching her shocked face split into a smile, and suddenly understood why she liked teasing him. Teasing felt really good.
Haha hee well.
It's getting late. I need to hurry and do my work. You can take your time walking. Goodbye, I'm leaving now. Lin Weiwei grabbed her water bucket, looking as if someone was chasing her from behind, and ran up the mountain like she was escaping. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Emo Han's mouth as he watched her back. He said, "I'll help you." "No need. I can do it myself." Lin Weiwei ran even faster. She hurried to the water pool, sat down heavily on a stone by the water, and panted heavily. The villagers who were drawing water nearby looked at her strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Is something chasing you?" "A wild dog is chasing me from behind." Lin Weiwei thought that the usually gentle young scholar was scarier than a wild dog. Hearing this, the villagers were so frightened they stopped drawing water and hurried down the mountain. Recently, wild dog packs had been seen on the mountain paths. If it weren't busy daytime, they might have attacked people. As it got darker, fewer people were on the mountain paths. If someone was alone, they might not survive a wild dog attack. Lin Weiwei scooped some clear water and splashed it on her face. As she recalled what just happened, she couldn't help but frown. Did she hear wrong? Did the young scholar really say he would take responsibility for her?
So,
Was the young scholar possessed by some mountain spirit or wild ghost? Did the young scholar willingly hold her hand? Is he still the shy scholar who always talks about how men and women shouldn't touch? Something feels off. Very off. She saw a crooked peach tree beside the pond, plucked a peach branch. People say peach trees ward off evil. She wanted to see whether the mountain spirit or wild ghost was more powerful, or if she, a good socialist youth growing under the red flag, could do better. She stuck the peach branch at her waist and quickly carried 2 buckets of water down the mountain. Halfway down, the young scholar sat on a large rock, reciting fitting poetry. Lin Weiwei walked straight up to him, placed the water buckets on the ground, and looked at him seriously. Jiang Mohan was in a good mood, with twinkling eyes and a gentle smile, his eyebrows and eyes full of charm. Why are you still mad? I said I'd take responsibility. Ouch. What are you doing? Lin Weiwei held the peach branch and hit him with it, muttering, Supreme Lord Lao, as commanded. Evil spirits, retreat. Soldiers are lined up in front. Mountain spirits and wild ghosts, leave the young scholar's body. Stop. The peach branch hit his body, like a whip. Jiang Mohan, having lived 2 lives, had never experienced such beating. He hurriedly dodged and shouted at Lin Weiwei, Lin Ernyang. What are you going crazy for? Hey, are you a mountain spirit or a wild ghost? Or a wandering soul? Whatever you are, leave the young scholar's body quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Weiwei pointed the peach branch at Jiang Mohan, her eyes fierce and angry, like a furious warrior, her usual gentle smile gone. Jiang Mohan rubbed his sore arm, gnashing his teeth. Stinky girl, what ghost trick are you playing now? Some ghost banishing? I think you're just looking for an excuse to hit me. Lin Weiwei flicked his face with the peach branch, but Jiang Mohan grabbed the other end and snatched it away, breaking it and tossing it to the ground. What are you doing destroying my magic tool? I was trying to drive out evil spirits for you. Lin Weiwei frowned at the broken remains of the peach branch. You're really not a mountain spirit or wild ghost. You're the mountain spirit or wild ghost. What are you always thinking about in that head of yours? Jiang Mohan angrily poked her head. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing several scars on his fair arm. Lin Weiwei saw them and looked apologetic. I just lightly swung it at you. Do you even know how much strength you used? I was whipped for no reason. How are you going to make it up to me? Jiang Mohan glared at her irritably. How should I make amends? I'll cook something delicious for you to help you recover. What else can I do to make up for it? Anyway, I won't promise to be yours forever. Lin Weiwei pulled his arm and looked at him carefully. The young scholar's skin was very fair and tender, which looked a bit startling, but they were just red marks. Jiang Mohan snorted and said harshly, What? Are you upset because I promised you something? No. I'm afraid you'll be upset with me. You're so talented, knowledgeable, young and promising, and extraordinary. One gust of wind, and you'll become a dragon. How could I, a small girl from the countryside, hold you back? Lin Weiwei quickly stroked the proud young scholar's head. Humph, you do have self-awareness. The proud young scholar flicked his sleeve and walked down the mountain. Teasing a girl like that needs caution, or you might get a good beating. This bratty girl must be doing it on purpose. Ugh. It hurts so much. Lin Weiwei watched his back leave, then chuckled softly. Daring to tease her, her skills are still not enough. With no troublemaker young scholar following, Lin Weiwei used her space water to water the crops in the field, humming happily as she headed home. Back in the yard, Mrs. Huang had already prepared the pig's head. Lin Weiwei took out her special marinade and started braising the pig's head. Her daughter had been running around in town all day and watering the crops. She must be very tired. Mrs. Huang said to Lin Weiwei, You rest, I'll do it. Braising the pig's head mainly depends on the marinade and the heat control. But this is not a problem for Mrs. Huang, who is quite skilled in cooking. Lin Weiwei sat aside, giving instructions while Mrs. Huang braised the meat. The two worked together harmoniously. Gradually, the fragrant aroma of braised meat wafted from the kitchen. In the yard, Madame Fong was tidying up dried apricots and couldn't help but ask, "Little Wei, what new delicacy are you making now?" "I bought a pig's head in town and plan to braise it tonight. You can sleep a little later, and when it's ready, bring back a plate for the young scholar as a late-night snack." Lin Weiwei smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes. Madame Fong couldn't resist teasing her. "What? Only your handsome young scholar gets to eat? Not even his mother?" Under the persimmon tree, Jiang Mohan, pretending to read a book but actually captivated by the rich aroma of the braised meat, thought, "I feel like I've been sold. Is this really my mother?" If it were any other girl, she would be too shy to lift her head. But for Lin Weiwei, that's not the case. She grinned and said happily, "Aunt Fong, when did the young scholar become part of my family? You must not let the young girls in the village hear what you just said. They might tear me apart for it." Huang patted her shoulder and said to Lady Fong, "Is this how you treat your elders? Even joking about your own son? You must be careful. Don't let others overhear, or it could cause misunderstandings." Even at such a young age, she passed the imperial exam for children. If she hadn't fallen ill during the provincial tests, she might have become a young scholar already. Jiang Mohan in 10 Miles Gully is a top-notch match, shining brightly like a star. Many people tried to gauge Lady Feng's opinion, hoping to match their daughters or nieces with her son, but she always declined, saying her son was too young and focused on studying. Huang has the best relationship with Lady Feng, but she never thought of becoming her daughter-in-law. Jiang Mohan is not an ordinary man. She thinks her daughter is good in every way, but she also knows she is not a suitable match for him. Her own son is also studying. If he becomes a scholar, would she find a village girl for him? She puts herself in his place and knows she can't have such high hopes. Lady Feng looked at Lin Weiwei. The thin girl's face was becoming more delicate, her skin soft and healthy with a light wheat color, and her limbs long. She can handle wolves in the mountains and farm in the fields, attend court functions, and cook in the kitchen. Her personality is so interesting. She really wants to take her home and make her daughter-in-law. Lady Feng turned to look at her son, who was reading with his head down. Sigh. Honor is so dull and bookish. Maybe the girl wouldn't even like him. Why did she rush to distance herself earlier? Lin Weiwei helped Lady Feng put the dried apricots hanging on the mat into a basket. There are about 70 or 80 jean of dried apricots, which will be sent to the town tomorrow. She wonders if Uncle Tion's shop can handle so many. Lady Feng helped her carry the apricots into the west room and said, "It's so hot today. You bought so much meat and vegetables. Are you worried they'll spoil before you can eat them all?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Lin Weiwei smiled and went to the yard, saying to little second boy and Lady Feng, "I'm going to do a magic trick for you." Little second boy's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Second sister, what is magic?" "It's a trick." Lin Weiwei glanced toward the young scholar. "Oh no, another new word. He'll be suspicious again. But it's fine. She won't admit anything. What can you do to her?" Lin Weiwei took a large water bucket, filled it with water, and added the saltpeter she bought at the pharmacy in a specific ratio. Then she brought a big clay jar filled with water. After a while, she waved her hand and called Xiao Erhua and Lady Feng to come over. "Don't blink. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Wow. Second sister, it's so cool." Xiao Erhua leaned his face over the wooden tub and saw that the water, which was warm from the sun, was starting to emit cool air. Lin Weiwei added some saltpeter to the water, and gradually, a layer of ice slowly formed. "Oh my!" In the middle of summer, the water can actually freeze. Lady Feng couldn't help but exclaim. How did Xiao Wei do this? Is she a little fairy? Jiang Mohan had come to the side of the wooden tub without anyone noticing. Watching the water begin to freeze, he frowned slightly and asked, "You bought so much saltpeter just for this?" The water in the clay pot had turned into a mixture of ice and water. Lin Weiwei scooped out a small bowl, poured sugar syrup over the cooked apricots, then chopped the freshly cooked apricot and added it to the bowl, handing it to Xiao Erhua. She then grinned at Jiang Mohan and said, "If not for making ice, what else could it be used for, like fireworks?" A flicker of sharpness appeared in Jiang Mohan's eyes. In her previous life, he had searched everywhere for talented people to help suppress rebellions, trying countless experiments that cost many lives, just to develop gunpowder for battlefield use. If she wasn't reborn, how could she know about gunpowder? Ah, I finally caught her little secret. Why are you just standing there? Keep going. Eat a bowl to beat the heat. Lin Weiwei handed the prepared ice bowl to the young scholar. Xiao Erhua, you can't eat any more. You had so many ribs tonight, and later you'll be eating marinated pig's head. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Jiang Mohan scooped a spoonful of the icy mixture into his mouth and asked calmly, Can you make gunpowder? In her previous life, even at the last moment, the formula for gunpowder was strictly kept by him. No one else could know it. It seems to be sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal powder, and so on, mixed in certain proportions. But I don't know exactly how to make it, Lin Weiwei suddenly wondered. Does this world have gunpowder? Is the young scholar trying to trick her? He's quite cunning. If she's not careful, he'll catch her out. A slight chill ran through Jiang Mohan's heart. Impossible. Where did she steal his formula from? Besides a few trusted confidants, no one knew that gunpowder contained sulfur and charcoal. His trusted men were all men. Could it have been leaked after his death? Lin Weiwei chuckled and played innocent. I don't make fireworks or firecrackers, so how could I know the gunpowder formula? You're overthinking. She stubbornly refused to admit it. What could this young scholar do to her? After saying that, she went back into the kitchen. Jiang Mohan watched her back with a serious expression, his brows furrowed, and his eyes deep and unreadable. Pig head meat is ready. Lin Weiwei took a hot plate, added garlic paste and sesame oil for flavor, then reheated a few soft white steamed buns. The buns filled with pig head meat were a real treat for the taste buds. So delicious. The pig head meat smells so good and sticky. I wish I hadn't eaten so many ribs tonight. Little second baby rubbed his full belly, both suffering and enjoying himself. Lin Weiwei patted his round belly and smiled. I slice some pig head meat for you to try. Who told you to eat so much? The braised pig head can't run away. Why not save some for tomorrow? Little second baby chuckled. It's because my second sister is such a good cook. I just couldn't help myself. Second sister, could you send some to Big Brother tomorrow? He can't eat in the academy. It's so pitiful. Mrs. Huang patted his small head and said, It's too hot now. When you take it to town, it might spoil. When your big brother has a break, your second sister can make more. A pig head isn't worth much anyway. Little second baby looked relieved and said, Luckily, next year I'll just go to the private school in the next village. I'll go in the morning and come back at night so I can still eat 2 meals at home. Mrs. Huang glared at him and said, All you think about is eating. Can you learn anything? I think you'd better not waste money going there. Little second baby got anxious and pointed at Jiang Mohan to defend himself. Brother Mohan also likes to eat. Isn't he doing well with his studies? Who says you can't enjoy good food and study hard at the same time? Jiang Mohan, who had been starving and then overeating recently, had developed a stomach illness. These days, he ate too much at every meal, especially today, when he gnawed on a lot of sweet and sour ribs at dinner, and just now, he couldn't resist eating a lot of braised pig head. Now his stomach was aching faintly. Suddenly, little second baby pointed him out, and Jiang Mohan, clutching his stomach, looked uncomfortable. Does this count as being caught in the crossfire? Lin Weiwei glanced at his hand holding his stomach, then stood up and went back into the kitchen. Little second baby, holding his belly, reached the kitchen door and saw his second sister starting the stove again. He let out a painful sigh. Second sister, what delicious food are you making now? We really can't eat any more, right, Brother Mohan? You deserve it. Look at you eating without restraint. Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him. Soon, a few bowls of candied hawthorn and digestion soup were ready. Lin Weiwei handed a bowl to Jiang Mohan and said, You said you wouldn't eat even a single piece of pig head meat, right? Your stomach is upset now, isn't it? You're so grown up, yet still acting like a child. Drink this digestion soup quickly. Jiang Mohan stared blankly at the digestion soup brought before him. Despite appearing rough and careless, she had noticed his discomfort and even cooked him the soup. No, he couldn't let his guard down. His origins were unknown, and he must stay cautious. This life. He had someone to protect and a new life to live differently. He pressed down the feelings of gratitude in his heart. After drinking the digestion soup, the little second child quickly became lively again. He ran into the cellar, excitedly shouting, "Second sister, the ice in the jar is really hard." The cellar was several degrees cooler than outside, so the ice froze faster. Lin Weiwei cut the remaining ribs and marinated pig's head meat into small pieces and put them into the jar, smiling as she said, "This nitrate ice can last 5 or 6 hours. Tomorrow morning, I'll change the water. Since the ice won't melt, the food can be stored for at least 3 or 4 days." The little second child asked worriedly, "Second sister, isn't this a lot of nitrate? How much silver will it cost?" Water with dissolved nitrate can be evaporated to recover the nitrate again. It's reusable. Nitrate isn't expensive, so don't worry about it, Lin Weiwei said, pinching the child's nose and giving him a kiss on the face. The little second child shyly covered his red face and glanced at Lin Weiwei. Oh, he's not a little kid anymore. Why kiss her?
So shy.
The next day, Lin Weiwei carefully packed all 80 jin of dried apricots into a bamboo basket and tiptoed past the neighbor's young scholar's house, heading toward the village entrance. In the morning light, a tall, slender figure, like a graceful tree in the wind, appeared in her sight, glowing with an almost fairy-like aura. "Didn't your stomach hurt yesterday? Don't go today." Lin Weiwei admired the handsome young scholar's elegance, her eyes sparkling with bright stars. Jiang Emo Han gently shook his head, waving his fan. "It's fine now. In the past, stomach illnesses would last several days. But yesterday, after drinking the digestion soup, the symptoms disappeared quickly."
Could it be
that his good diet and stronger body had eased his stomach problems? Young scholar, don't be reckless just because you're young. Your health is the foundation of everything. Without health, everything is empty. The stomach nourishes the person. People should also nourish their stomach, Lin Weiwei advised earnestly and sincerely. Jiang Emo Han was silent for a moment and softly asked, "Are you worried about me?" Be confident. Remove the questioning tone from your words. Of course, I care about you. Don't think I'm being nagging. Without good health, your future in scientific exploration or official duties will be affected. Keep your ambitions alive, and take good care of yourself. Lin Weiwei gently patted his weak shoulder. She was strong and worried she might accidentally hurt the young scholar. "Are you so sure I can become an official in the future?" Jiang Mohan asked. Lin Weiwei looked at him with her curved eyes shining in the morning light, her small face glowing. "You're so smart and hardworking. No need to doubt or hesitate. Bright and wonderful future is calling to you. In the future, you'll achieve great things and have a promising path." Jiang Mohan fell silent again. They walked quietly for a long while before he spoke again. "I've read stories about people who can see the future. Do you believe such people exist? Seeing the future? The world is full of wonders. But even if such people exist, so what? The wheel of fate keeps turning. Even if you have the ability to see the future, if you don't work hard and just wait to enjoy the results, will that future really happen? The future is in your hands. Whether you remain idle or become successful depends on how hard you try, Lin Weiwei said encouragingly. Suddenly, Jiang Mohan stopped and turned around, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Do you think a small village girl like you could say such words?" The morning glow behind him was beautiful, but it couldn't compare to his bright smile. In that moment, it seemed as if the wind stopped for him. Birds forgot how to sing, and even the summer sun seemed reluctant to cast its heat on him. Lin Weiwei desperately wanted to stare at the young scholar, almost drooling.
Wow.
Usually, he looked calm, but his charm was unmatched. She never expected his smile to be so captivating, almost suffocating. She finally believed that beauty could make people lose their mind. In that second, she was willing to fall into an abyss for him. "Your smile is so beautiful, like spring flowers, blowing away all worries and sadness. Your smile is so lovely, like summer sunshine, making the whole world look like a beautiful painting. Lin Weiwei stared at him with starry eyes, circling around him like a little puppy, singing in a dreamy voice.
Oh my.
This song was definitely written for the young scholar. His smile was simply amazing. Here we go again. This girl always hums some strange tunes. Not to mention, her voice is quite clear and bright. The lyrics are simple, but they carry a bit of meaning.
Wait.
Singing "You look so pretty when you smile" to a grown man. Doesn't that seem a bit too flirty? Are you done singing? Care to explain? Jiang Mo Han puts away his smile, looking at her with a blank face. Lin Weiwei feels a bit regretful and says, "What's there to explain? Don't you think what I said makes sense?" It does make sense. Jiang Mo Han is slightly swayed by her confident attitude. He quickly adds, "A young girl from a small village who rarely leaves saying these things. Don't you think that's a bit strange?"
What exactly do you want to say?
Lin Weiwei playfully tilts her head and looks at him. Jiang Mo Han puts down his fan and gently taps his palm.
Who
exactly are you?
All right.
I admit, I'm not from this world. Lin Weiwei makes a secretive face. Jiang Mo Han tightens his grip on the fan. Sure enough. Then, Lin Weiwei adopts a serious expression, speaking in a mysterious voice. "I am an immortal from outside the human world, from the cultivation realm. I was possessed by a demon and my body was destroyed in the cultivation world. My spirit broke through the space barrier and came to the human world. I found Lin Air, whose body was still warm after death, and borrowed her body. I arrived after she died. It's not a possession, and I haven't harmed heaven and earth." After saying this, she suddenly grins and makes a playful face at the young scholar. "That's the explanation you wanted. Are you satisfied?"
Pure nonsense.
Jiang Mo Han frowns, noticing she's not telling the truth. "Last time, you said you were a lonely ghost crawling out of the underworld. Now you're talking about being an immortal from the cultivation realm. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Lin Weiwei snorts and pouts. "I'm telling the truth. Do you believe me?" Jiang Mo Han looks at her deeply and asks, "How do you know I don't believe you?" "The truth is, I don't know why I have these thoughts in my head, or why I say these things. Ever since I woke up from my daze, it's like these ideas have been in my mind. When needed, they just pop out. I can't explain it." Lin Weiwei sighs helplessly. Jiang Mo Han stares into her eyes, trying to find an answer there. Lin Weiwei's smile deepens, and she looks at him calmly. But inside, she's thinking, "Oh my, this young scholar's eyes are so beautiful, they could spark electricity." In her past life, she read an article, though she wasn't sure if it was reliable, that said if a man and woman make eye contact for more than 10 seconds, they will develop feelings for each other. She wondered if gazing at the young scholar a few more times might make him fall in love with her. Thinking this, Lin Weiwei looked at him with what she believed was a deep, affectionate gaze, staring intently into his eyes. Jiang Mo Han didn't expect to be the first to look away. Why was he feeling nervous? It wasn't him being questioned about his background. He kept one hand behind his back and hurried forward, saying, "Wipe your eyes." Lin Weiwei quickly wiped her eyes. There was nothing there. "You little scholar, you dare to lie to me. Believe it or not, I could knock you down with one finger." She shouted at his back, fists clenched. Jiang Mo Han shook his fan and said, "Believe it. You're strong enough to take down a wild boar with one punch, but I'm just a gentle scholar. How could I compare? Good to know. I warn you seriously, don't come and bother me, or else." Lin Weiwei's smile sounded playful, without any real threat. But Jiang Mo Han, suspicious, thought to himself, could this be her way of feeling safe? Little did he know, if he wanted to, he could find 1,000 ways to deal with her. Physical strength? That's the worst strategy in warfare. The best is to use clever plans. Strategy wins the day. Come on, little scholar. Hurry up. With your speed. TSK. No wonder they say a scholar is useless. Lin Weiwei had already pulled ahead a bit and turned back to taunt Jiang Mo Han, who was strolling leisurely behind. Jiang Mo Han bent down, picked up a small stone, and threw it at her back. Fatty girl, do you think everyone is like you, with endless strength to use? I warn you, if you call me fatty girl again, I won't be nice to you. Lin Weiwei waved her fist at him. What do you mean, not nice? Jiang Mohan looked at her with disdain. Lin Weiwei's eyes rolled mischievously, and she grinned wickedly. I'll go tell Aunt Feng that you flirted with me, and even touched my hand. Oh, and about what happened on the ox cart yesterday. Shut up. As soon as she mentioned the ox cart, Jiang Mohan's face seemed to still carry the warm, soft feeling from yesterday. That mischievous girl. Does she not feel embarrassed? Lin Weiwei giggled. Are you scared? I've got even more tricks up my sleeve. You shameless. Jiang Mohan was so angry, he turned and walked away quickly. His face was still hot. How could it be so hot in the summer heat? Lin Weiwei chuckled happily, following closely behind the young scholar. The reason he rarely smiled in front of her was it because she always made him so mad he looked like a grumpy frog? Oh, the young scholar flicking his sleeve looks both proud and cute, making people want to tease him again and again. When they reached the town, it was almost noon. They had arranged to deliver dried apricots to Tian Fugui, who was already waiting eagerly outside his shop. Seeing them approach slowly, Tian Fugui greeted with a smile. Oh, you're here. If you didn't come soon, I would have gone to meet you, by carriage. Didn't we leave over 20 jin yesterday? Surely they haven't sold out so quickly? Lin Weiwei lowered her bamboo basket from her back and watched the diligent young clerk come over to weigh the goods, unable to help asking. Tian Fugui chuckled. Exactly. Our shop is close to the dock. This morning, a guest ship docked, and a distinguished guest bought over 10 jin. Our regular customers also bought some. If you don't come soon, we might run out. I brought 80 jin this time. Can you handle that? Lin Weiwei looked a bit worried at their small snack shop. Tian Fugui grinned widely. Of course. Our master's sister married into the county seat, and she's planning to open a shop there. Your apricots and dried fruit are top quality in color and taste. Our master came to see it last night and said he wants to use this to build a good reputation. He told me to buy as much as you have, and he even offered you 50 extra coins per jin. But there's one condition. You can only sell your dried fruit to our shop. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow. Wow, the shop owner is quite the businessman, huh? Going for an exclusive monopoly. At 350 coins per jin, even if we need to buy apricots or peaches later, we can still make good money. No problem. As long as we can sell all the dried fruit we make to you, why bother looking for others? Just because of our relationship with Uncle Tian, even if others offer higher prices, we won't do anything that's unfair, Lin Weiwei said confidently, acting as if she was doing it for Uncle Tian's sake. This made Tian Fugui look proud in front of his staff. Tian Fugui smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed. Knowing you're coming today, I asked your aunt to cook some good dishes. Grandma Tian even saved you some watermelon, saying you can't eat it until you arrive. Lin Weiwei didn't hold back. She bought some of her favorite snacks for Grandma Tian and bought candies for the children. After a hearty meal at the Tian family, she purchased over 30 jin of black sugar before heading back. This time, the young scholar didn't go with her to the Tian families for a meal, but instead went to visit Mr. Fan at the academy. In the academy, Mr. Fan cherished his talent and hard work, always paying close attention to him. In his past life, Mr. Fan learned that he had been beaten unconscious. He personally went to Shiliga to visit and even paid over 20 taels of silver for his medical expenses. Unfortunately, good people don't live long. In that past life, a corruption case occurred and Mr. Fan was made the scapegoat, accused of leaking exam questions. The case could have been resolved, but on the way to the city for a retrial, the real culprit colluded with the guards, murdered Mr. Fan, and staged it as a suicide out of fear of punishment. Now reborn, Jiang Mohan is determined to seek revenge and repay kindness. This time, he will rescue Mr. Fan from the mud of exam cheating. Mr. Fan. Meeting Mr. Fan again feels like a different lifetime. Jiang Mohan looks at his slender, refined face full of dignity and bows deeply as a disciple. Mr. Fan steps forward 2 steps, supports his arm, and carefully examines the scar on his forehead, asking with concern, "How is your injury?" "The external wound is fine, but it left me with dizziness and chest tightness. The doctor said I need at least 1.5 years to fully recover, to heal the brain's injury." Jiang and Mo Han's words are truthful. When Dr. Liang examined his injury, he said the same. But whether it's because Dr. Liang's medicine works or his own strong healing ability, he currently feels no discomfort. Mr. Fan sighs with worry and regret. "So, you'll miss the spring exam next year? But don't worry, you're still young. Rest well and gather strength. You still have a chance to succeed in the next provincial and imperial exams." Jiang and Mo Han nods, hesitating before speaking. "Master, even if my health allows, I don't wish to participate in this exam." "Why not?" Mr. Fan is very optimistic about this intelligent and diligent student. Last time, he ranked first in the county and was hopeful for a top 3 position. But during the provincial exam, he fell ill and had to give up. There are still more than half a year until next year's exam. Is this fate's cruel twist? Jiang and Mo Han's expression is complicated, hesitant, angry, worried. He opens his mouth several times but seems to hold back, worried about something. Mr. Fan, knowing his student's proud and aloof nature, senses that his hesitation is not trivial. He can't help but ask what happened. "Jiang and Mo Han, if you're facing difficulties, just tell me. I will do my best to help you." "Sir, I am concerned that this year's provincial exam may have some issues." Jiang Mohan's expression was very clear, as if he had finally made up his mind and was about to tell the truth. Mr. Fan's face changed dramatically, and he asked, "How do you know it's problematic? Did you find any clues? You also know that students like to read alone in quiet places. Before I was injured, I overheard someone talking about the exam papers, and there was mention of money involved. When I went over to find out what was happening, the person had already left. One of them was wearing clothes that looked like ours from the academy." Jiang Mohan frowned. Mr. Fan's expression grew serious. "Do you know who it was?" Jiang Mohan shook his head. "It was too far away and I couldn't tell." "Sir, don't worry. The exam papers aren't so easy to leak out. Maybe it was just someone trying to scam money." Mr. Fan understood how important this was. He told Jiang Mohan, "You should pretend you don't know anything. Rest at home and recover from your injury, but don't fall behind in your studies. I have a few essay questions for you. Practice them, and bring them to town next time you visit." Mr. Fan knew that his talented disciple came from a poor family and was proud. He hesitated slightly before saying, "This 20 taels of silver is a loan from me. When you're better, you can pay me back." Jiang Mohan couldn't bear to refuse his teacher's kindness. He took the silver with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Mr. Fan looked at him with satisfaction and smiled. "Mohan, I have one piece of advice. A person should have pride, but humility is also a kind of wisdom. Remember this, and you will succeed in the future." "Thank you for your wise words. I will remember them," Jiang Mohan said solemnly, bowing deeply. In his past life, he only understood this truth after being beaten and bloodied. His teacher had seen through his true nature all along. If it had been the old him, he would have felt resentful. Now he only felt grateful. Leaving his teacher's house, Jiang Mohan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, and he felt more relaxed. With what he had said, his teacher probably wouldn't involve him in the exam anymore, and the injustices from his past life wouldn't happen again. "Did something make you happy? Let me share in your joy," Lin Weiwei said, holding 2 chickens, as she approached him at the city gate. Jiang Mohan didn't respond to her words but asked cheerfully, "You bought so much meat again?" "Huang auntie will say you're wasting money." "How can food be a waste when it's in my mouth? My daughter, Aunt Feng, and you all are so weak, like Lin Daiyu. You need to eat something good to strengthen yourselves. I'll cook a pig's stomach chicken tonight with a little rooster, and keep the hen in the backyard to lay eggs." "Lin Daiyu? Who's that? Do you have a sister?" Jiang and Mo Han asked with curiosity. Lin Weiwei chuckled softly and said, "She's a character from stories, like a delicate flower reflected in water or a gentle breeze supporting willows, a sickly beauty. Jiang and Mo Han glanced at her with a calm look, as if saying, "If you think I'm beautiful, then I am. I'm used to you praising me. So why add sickly? I'm healthy and strong." When she got home, Lin Weiwei slapped some silver onto the table and said to Aunt Feng, "Aunt Feng, don't bother working now. Come, let's split the money fairly."
Split the money?
You talk without a filter. Huang Shi sat on a small stool, helping to wash and remove the pits from the apricots. Lin Weiwei playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Today, I brought 86 jin of dried apricots. 1 jin sells for 351, which is 30 taels of silver per qian. I also bought 30 jin of sugarcane, costing 6 taels, so 24 taels per qian. We split it evenly. Each gets 12 taels and 51. Adding the 6 taels she earned yesterday, each family gets 15 taels. The apricot business is quite profitable." Lin Weiwei smiled with her signature mischievous, moon-shaped eyes. Aunt Feng didn't take the silver she offered and smiled. "At first, I said you pay for the apricots, and I'll cover the ingredients like sugar. Since the cost of ingredients is deducted, we should also deduct the market price of the apricots." Huang Shi quickly said, "The apricots were picked from the mountain, just some effort. There's no real cost." Lin Weiwei forcefully pushed the silver into Aunt Feng's hand and said, "My mother is right. Aunt Feng, you also spend effort making the apricots. Shouldn't we pay you for your work?" "Enough fussing. I can't stand it. I don't feel comfortable taking this silver. I feel like I'm taking advantage of you," Aunt Feng said, feeling a bit uneasy about the money. "Aunt Feng, if you think you're getting a good deal, then make the dried apricots even tastier and earn more silver for us. That way, it's a fair trade," Lin Weiwei said, handing her 15 taels of silver, keeping 51 for herself. Huang Shi added a tael of silver and said, "Aren't we also buying chickens and pig stomach? Those don't cost anything. I still have some silver left." Lin Weiwei shook the purse sewn by Aunt Feng, jingling with coins inside. Lin Danier pouted as she picked vegetables beside her. Her mother was becoming more and more biased. Whenever and Iyer went out, she bought meat or chicken and kept giving her money. But herself, her pockets were as empty as her face, not even a copper coin inside. Mrs. Huang happily handed her daughter some silver. "Here, take this. Next time you go to town, buy a piece of cloth and make a decent dress. A young girl should dress beautifully." Lin Weiwei didn't refuse and took the money. She decided not to buy clothes. It was easier to wear men's clothes outside. The money she kept was ultimately spent on her family. Madame Feng counted out 2 more taels of silver and handed them to Lin Weiwei. "This is our food money for Hanu and me." Mrs. Huang quickly pushed it back. 2 taels of silver is enough for all of us to eat for a month. We don't need so much. Since we started sharing meals at your house, Weiwei has been eating meat or chicken every day, mainly white flour and rice. Food is so expensive now. We can't let you pay extra. Weiwei, if you don't take it, we won't have the face to eat here anymore." Madame Feng knew that Lin Weiwei was the one who made the final decision, and she smiled as she spoke to her. Lin Weiwei unceremoniously accepted the silver and then said to Mrs. Huang, who was glaring at her, "Mother, since we took the 2 taels from Aunt Feng, we'll cook based on that amount. There's no need to argue about it. It makes us seem distant." Weiwei is right. I like her straightforward personality, so honest. It's a pity I don't have the luck to have such a caring and warm daughter. Madame Feng hugged Lin Weiwei, rubbing her head. Aunt Feng, be gentle. My hair is all messy." Lin Weiwei, who was half a head taller than Madame Feng, bent her back to accommodate her height. She looked quite exhausted. Little second baby fed the rabbit and hopped over, smiling with chubby cheeks. "Second sister, what are we eating tonight?" "Little foodie, just thinking about food. If you eat any more, you'll become a big fatty." Lin Weiwei pinched his face. Her hand felt nice. Little second baby covered his face in horror, looking sad. "Big fatty? Like second sister used to be? Then I should eat less in the future." "What do you mean? Dislike your second sister?" "I don't call her fat. I call her strong, understand? Lin Weiwei used his face like dough, teasing him. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Fortnight's pig stomach chicken, don't eat it. Pig stomach chicken? The little boy's eyes lit up at the new dish. Second sister, what is pig stomach chicken? Is it delicious? It's incredibly tasty. Why are you asking? Anyway, you don't get any. Lin Weiwei repeatedly washed the pig's stomach with salt and cornmeal, teasing the little foodie on purpose. Second sister, oh second sister, you're not fat at all, really. Little Erwa flattered her obediently. It's too late. My young and fragile heart has already been hurt, and there's no way to fix it. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, showing a sad expression. Little Erwa, like a puppy, circled around her. Second sister, you're the best. You're generous and understanding, not like me, a little person. Second sister has a big heart, forgiving my mistakes, right? Sitting under the persimmon tree, Jiang Mohan, holding a book, felt bored and helpless. The siblings, one making the child laugh endlessly, the other unable to control her stutter. Truly a strange family. While bickering with little Erwa, Lin Weiwei cooked delicious food. She first tied the green onion, sliced then stuffed pepper, onion knots, and slices into the chicken's stomach, then put the chicken into the pig's stomach. She sewed the opening shut with thread, placed it in a clay pot, added Chinese yam, red dates, longan, cooking wine, and water. After boiling on high heat for 15 minutes, she turned it to low.